In our top stories, suspect arrested for Nhlamulo Sambo's killing and schools in the Eden and Central Karoo Education District closed. Good morning. Police have arrested a 23-year-old suspect in connection with the death of Nhlamulo Sambo in Mossel Bay in the Western Cape. He was stabbed to death in the early hours of Sunday morning amidst unrest against undocumented foreign nationals in the Kwanongqaba township. Western Cape Police have however said his killing was not related to the unrest. Police spokesperson Novella Potela says the suspect will appear in court soon. 2 Mozambican nationals were killed on Friday night during the unrest. Calm has returned to the area and there's a strong police presence. Some South African bus operators are reporting a rise in the number of people travelling from South Africa to neighbouring African countries. Bus owner Frank Hadebe says passenger numbers on his 65-seater bus have increased significantly from around 20 passengers per trip to at least 60. He believes some passengers are leaving the country due to fears for their safety ahead of a 30 June deadline set by certain civic groups calling on undocumented foreign nationals to leave the country. Despite the increase in outbound travel, Hadebe says there remains a steady flow of passengers entering South Africa from Zimbabwe.
There is a huge difference in the number of people leaving South Africa to Zimbabwe since May. More people are leaving the country. From an average of 20 people, we are going up to 30, 40 and 50 people per trip. Some are saying they are not coming back, but others say they are going to home and rest and will come back. People are taking with them refrigerators, couches and all big household furniture which they did not take with them before.
In other news, undercover SAP's crime intelligence operative Lieutenant Colonel Jabulani Duma has told the Madlanga Commission that he has lost trust in the Hawks after the theft of over 200 million rand of cocaine from their premises in Port Shepstone. Duma, who concluded his testimony yesterday, was responsible for the operation at the CHC container depot after being tipped off about the 541-kilogram drug consignment. He told the Commission that he was under the impression the drugs were being stored at the Forensic Science Laboratory.
I lost the trust, not necessarily to the members that were assisting, but I lost the trust to DPSI as a component to say, in my point of view, or in my knowledge, I thought those drugs were lying in the forensic. So to get stolen like that, and it's not that 1 or 2 bricks are stolen, the whole consignment, it brings us back to square one, where we're trying to remove these drugs off the street, and they're going back under the police watch.
The Western Cape Education Department has closed all schools in the Eden and Central Karoo district for the next 2 days due to an approaching storm. The South African Weather Service has issued an orange level 8 weather warning. Heavy rainfall and severe thunderstorms are expected from today in George, Knysna, Plattenberg Bay and Oudtshoorn. Western Cape Minister of Education David Mayneer says his department was prompted to act in the interest of learner and teacher safety after consultations with the Provincial Disaster Management Centre.
All other schools in the Western Cape will be open unless approval has been granted for closure, which will be done on a case-by-case basis. Our default position is always to keep schools open and only to close schools in exceptional circumstances, but we are mindful of the severity of the warnings in place. All schools are expected to open on Friday, the 5th of June, 2026.
And finally, President Cyril Ramaphosa says the increase in international oil prices due to the US-Israel war on Iran is expected to continue to impact South Africa negatively. The President was tabling the budget vote for the presidency for 2026-2027 financial year in the National Assembly. Ramaphosa highlighted that rising living costs and inflation are deeply undermining South African livelihoods.
The effects of the surge in oil prices and other critical supplies like fertilizer are likely to undermine much of the progress that we had made in bringing down inflation and the cost of living. Together with disruptions to the global economy, these developments are likely in the immediate term to slow down our economic growth and to hamper our efforts to create jobs. We should anticipate that conditions will be difficult for the next while.
Recapping the top story, police have arrested a 23-year-old suspect in connection with the death of Mhlamulo Sambo in Mossel Bay in the Western Cape. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SAfm Sports Headlines, soccer. Bafana are gearing up for a blockbuster World Cup opener against Mexico. And good news in tennis. A South African, Conor Doig, celebrating a career milestone, advancing to the third round of the boys' singles Grand Slam for the first time. We'll have the details around 6:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. We start in Joburg with overnight roadworks overrunning on the N3 South going into Galuli's interchange. Just a single lane open at this hour and the pressure is on passing Edenvale on that run south into the interchange area. The Mike 1 just starting to build up into Crown. That's fairly usual. And there is a crashing on the R21 South airport bound around the R23 Benoni exit. Quite a big truck crash in the central Pongola area. The scene just on the western side of town, but there's quite a heavy backlog along that N2 both ways waiting to get past that scene. Pietermaritzburg, Ashburton looks all right this morning. They made just surprises there in that section where the roadworks can really bite once you get a breakdown, but at this stage it's all okay. Durban's N2 North, there is a breakdown at the ramp from the M7, so just watch for that coming up from the cement factory area. Cape Town stays fairly windy with some sand having been blown up overnight onto Baden-Powell Drive at Monwabisi, so just take it easy there. Highway is getting busy but no incidents. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 8 after 6 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. Welcome to the show. It's Wednesday, the 3rd of June. A pleasure to be in your company this morning. My name is Kathy Mutlatlana, and of course, we're with you until 9 o'clock as we bring clarity, context, and conversation. This morning, thousands of commuters are waking up to uncertainty. Buses have been cut, in particular metro bus routes suspended. That means that for many South Africans, simply getting to work is going to be more difficult. Metrobus says years of budget pressure and rising operating costs have pushed the service to the brink. Of course, the commuters who've relied on these buses for many years are lamenting yet again the failure of public transport. We'll get into that conversation in the second hour of the show. And then we also take a look at this really incredible moment before the Madanga Commission yesterday.
The test was considered invalid so that the examinee was not prejudiced by the errors of the polygraph examiner.
Effectively, the warrant officer was exonerated.
He was, Chair.
Warrant officer, you are excused. Thank you, Commissioner. And I see that you are emotional, so you'll find time to compose yourself now.
A Hawks officer who spent years under suspicion over the disappearance of more than 200 million rand worth of cocaine has effectively been cleared, but it also has exposed serious flaws in a polygraph test that helped place him under the cloud he's been living under for years. We'll unpack exactly what was broken in the system that enabled this test, which is supposed to instill confidence, supposed to not get it wrong, that this actually became the outcome of that particular matter. And as South Africa marks Child Protection Week, we ask, where can our children be safe? In their homes, in their schools, in their communities? Thousands of cases of abuse and sexual violence are reported every single year. And what we know is that many more are just never reported at all. This morning we'll bring you some of those that are working on the front line in as far as policy and protection. And we'll look at whether the country is doing enough to actually protect its children. That's what you can expect in the final hour of the show. As always, the conversation belongs to you. We'll be taking your calls. The number to dial this morning, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's where you can send your voice notes and text messages, 0614 104 107. This is the National Briefing, and we're ready to start your day with you.
If you're active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation.
All right, it's 12 after 6 o'clock. Let's take a look at what's making headlines on the country's dailies. The front page of the Sowetan. Tough times ahead is the warning from the president. He's urging South Africans to hold on tight as rising fuel and commodity prices push up the cost of living, and hard-pressed consumers say soaring petrol costs are also making it incredibly difficult and increasingly difficult to get to work and to put food on the table. And that warning coming out of the president. And what can we say? If the president is saying it, then it means that we really should all be getting ready for what the next couple of months might have in store for us. On the front page of The Citizen, they're doing a story on Eskom nuclear plan anger. And this story is about proposals for a power station in Dayspint on the Eastern Cape Coast, and that has reignited a decades-long clash with activists, while supporters highlight reliable baseload as coal declines. Analysts caution against ecological harm, tourist fallout, and financial risks. And we know South Africa has subscribed to an integrated energy resource plan that includes different mixes of energy. So that's certainly one to keep an eye on. Also, the front page, digging the digs, and it's a picture of student accommodation in Pretoria. It's a beautiful building, that's very bright, very colorful, and you just have to look at it to know that it's somewhere where students or young people are nearby, and it's the colorful Rise Student Accommodation Units on Park in Hatfield, Pretoria. It's close to the University of Pretoria, featuring all sorts of amenities that will appeal to young people. Taking a look at the front page of the Business Day, they've also gone with the headline on the president, but they've chosen to focus on the president's rejection of xenophobic violence, the president to crack down on illegal migrants and to strengthen border security. And that story then, faced with increased pressure to contain the diplomatic fallout stemming from anti-immigrant protests, President Cyril Ramaphosa yesterday condemned xenophobic violence, and he says that they're going to be increasing workplace inspectors, strengthening border control, and also ensuring that the issue of documentation is really prioritized across the borders. Now, yesterday, the Mozambican government said 5 of its citizens died in anti-immigration violence in Mossel Bay at the weekend. That's one of the figures that's been put out there. The SAPS, however, yesterday confirmed that only the bodies of 2 Mozambican men were found with assault wounds, and a South African teenager was found dead with stab wounds in a separate incident on Sunday. The big issue here is that we're seeing the loss of lives, and it's an escalating loss of lives, and we really need to be doing something to ensure that lives are protected. It surely cannot be justified that people die in protests, and we are okay with that, or we feel that that can be justified. On the front page of the Star, the EFF's Chirwa blasts March and March after teen's murder. Police say that the deceased was killed while attempting to steal items from a shack. And it's the fatal stabbing of 19-year-old Nklamulo Sambo in Mossel Bay. It sparked a heated exchange between EFF MP Naledi Chirwa and March and March leader Jacinta Ngobese Zuma. It's as the debate, intensifies over immigration, tribalism, and political rhetoric in South Africa. So looking then at the details when it comes to the death of this 19-year-old, Western Cape Police yesterday dismissing claims that Sambo was targeted during anti-immigration protests, and they're saying that their preliminary investigations have found a different motive. The Western Cape Police Commissioner says Sambo was confronted while allegedly attempting to steal items from a shack, and was later found then with stab wounds. So there's a lot of contention there around the causes of death of this 19-year-old. And we know the chaos that these protests bring with them. Last week we focused, on the participation of the young people in these protests, what that is saying to us as a society. So you can read more about it on the front page of the Star. All right, it's 18 after 6 o'clock. Let's take a look at your weather for this morning. We've got a number of weather warnings that remain in place. There's an orange level 8 warning, disruptive rainfall leading to flooding of roads and bridges, danger to life due to fast-moving streams and rivers and causing major roads to be closed. That's expected over the eastern parts of the Garden Route District Municipality in the Western Cape, as well as Nelson Mandela Bay Metro, Kokama, Kucha, and Sunday's River Valley local municipalities in the Eastern Cape until Thursday. There's an orange level 5 warning, disruptive rainfall leading to danger to life, flooding and displacements of settlements as well as mudslides. That's expected over the Buffalo City Metro, Makana, Ndlambe, Raymond Mhlaba, Raymond Mhlaba, Amahlati, and the Great Kai local municipalities in the Eastern Cape. That's also until Thursday. A yellow level 4 warning, disruptive rainfall leading to flooding of settlements, roads and bridges, as well as susceptible areas, is expected in places over the Swellendam local municipality, as well as the eastern parts of the central Karoo and the western parts of the Garden Route district municipalities in the Western Cape until Thursday. A yellow level 2 warning, disruptive rainfall leading to localized flooding of roads and susceptible areas. That's expected over the extreme southeastern parts of the Northern Cape province, Theewates Kloof and Langeberg local municipalities in the Western Cape, as well as Dr. Beyers Naudé, Blue Crane Route, Enoch Mgijima, Great Kai and Nguma local municipalities in the Eastern Cape. That's until Thursday. A yellow level 4 warning, wind and waves leading to difficulty in navigation at sea, as well as small vessels taking on water. That's expected between Cape Point and Plettenberg Bay until Thursday. A yellow level 2 warning, damaging waves leading to small vessels at risk of taking on water and capsizing, as well as difficulty in navigation. That's expected between Plettenberg Bay and East London until Thursday. And a yellow level 2 warning, disruptive snow leading to icy roads resulting in traffic disruptions. That's expected over the northern high-lying areas in the Eastern Cape on Thursday. The advisories, very cold, wet and windy conditions are expected over the Free State, Northwest, the central and eastern interior of the Western Cape, southern parts of the Northern Cape, as well as most parts of the Eastern Cape. Light snowfall is expected over the high-lying areas of the Free State, the Western Cape, the Northern Cape, as well as the Eastern Cape. In Pretoria, the weather's fine in the morning, otherwise partly cloudy, a low of 8, high of 22. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. In Johannesburg, fine in the morning, otherwise partly cloudy, low of 5, a high of 21. In Vereeniging, fine in the morning, otherwise partly cloudy, 4 and 20. Mbombela, partly cloudy, 11 and 24. Polokwane, partly cloudy, 7 and 22. Mahikeng, partly cloudy and windy, 6 and 22. Vryburg, partly cloudy and windy with isolated showers and thunder showers, 7 and 22. In Bloemfontein, partly cloudy and windy with isolated showers and thunder showers, 5 and 20. In Kimberley, partly cloudy with windy and isolated showers and thunder showers, 8 and 22. In Uppington, partly cloudy and windy, 12 and 20. In Cape Town, cloudy and windy, wind strong southeasterly, 14 and 18. The expected UVB sunburn index very high. In George, cloudy and windy with widespread showers and thunder showers, wind fresh to strong southeasterly, 14 and 17. In Gqeberha, cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, wind strong to near gale force southeasterly, 16 and 18. In East London, cloudy with widespread showers and thunder showers, wind light southwesterly becoming moderate easterly to northeasterly but strong southeasterly in the south, 16 and 19. In Durban, partly cloudy with isolated showers and rain in the afternoon, wind light westerly to southwesterly in the morning, otherwise light to moderate southerly, 19 and 24. The expected UVB sunburn index is very high. Richards Bay, partly cloudy, wind light to moderate westerly to southwesterly in the morning, otherwise light southerly to southeasterly, 14 and 25. In Pietermaritzburg, partly cloudy with evening fog, 10 and 21.
SAF's winter win-back has officially landed. For 60 days straight, one lucky traveller every day will win the value of their flight back. Simply book flights in June or July for travel anytime and stand to win the value of your airfare back as a SAF voucher. Don't just chase the sunshine, chase the win this winter. Book at flysafair.co.za and you could be getting your bucks back soon. Excludes taxes and fuel surcharges. SAFmRadio, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
The Global Briefing on SAFM.
Well, let's get straight into our global briefing then for this morning. In New Delhi, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi sat down with Myanmar's military ruler Min Aung Hlaing, and that particular meeting has raised eyebrows. This is largely because Myanmar is still gripped by conflict under a military that seized power. Dr. Alfred Magodzi is a lecturer in diplomacy and international relations at the Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. Dr. Alfred, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning. So India says this meeting is about security, borders and trade. Critics say it hands the generals exactly what they want, which is legitimacy.
Sure. Morning. How are you? I think India is very consistent in practicing its diplomacy, and it's mostly pushing a doctrine of strategic autonomy. We've seen India moving all over from US to Russia, where US had given its sanctions, secondary sanctions actually, to India over Russian oil. We are seeing now it's in Myanmar. I think it's just consistent with India's foreign policy of talking to anyone and everyone so long as they align to their strategic interest. I think India does not really care so much about the Western diplomatic pressure over Myanmar. So long as Myanmar will serve its interest, they will just engage.
Yeah, fair enough, right? I guess it's about the interest more than anything else. I've got a question for you, but I'll ask it towards the end of the briefing. I don't want to get derailed. In Washington, we're seeing that administration reaching for tariffs yet again. This time, a proposed 25% levy on a range of Brazilian goods. It's accusing Brazil of unfair trade. Let's talk about this move and what it's likely to achieve for America.
Yes, Trump administration has been very consistent since its promulgation of the national security document in last year in November, and Trump talked about the Monroe Doctrine with the Adonroe colonary. Brazil, as you know, is in the Western Hemisphere, so this is how it starts. This is how it started in Venezuela. This is how it started in Cuba, and now they are moving to Brazil. As you know, right now what is happening in Cuba, they're closing in with Cuba. I think it is just consistent with taking care of the Western Hemisphere, protecting it from interference. As you know, Brazil is part of BRICS, and the US is just moving consistent with its doctrine of protecting its spheres of influence. So I think after Cuba comes Brazil. That is how I view it from my point of view.
And if we're to shift our focus then to Europe, Denmark has a new government and Mette Frederiksen returns. He, of course, returning for a third term as Prime Minister. There are some challenging matters that the government will have to deal with, including the cost of living, defense spending, and the row over Greenland. But what do you think that this third term is going to spell about European politics?
Yes, as you mentioned earlier, Denmark is very important for EU. Is very important for European security. As you know, Denmark presides over Greenland, and now this is going to spread over the great power competition over Greenland. As you can remember, Trump said in January very clearly that US needs Greenland over national security. But underlying national security, apart from the Chinese ships revolving around the Arctic, is a large deposit of critical mineral resources around Greenland. I think that is what Trump is mostly interested in, apart from the national security. I think national security comes secondary because there is no Russian threat, there's no Chinese threat. There is much needed critical mineral resources, as you saw when Trump was visiting China. The talk was mostly on availability of chips, which Taiwan controls, but at the same time, China has control over the access of critical mineral resources. So I think the EU is going to be very critical in the next few months in trying to court Denmark not to align so much with the Trump administration. And at the same time, although right now they are not aligning with the Chinese administration, they are going to keep it in the EU bloc so that they have leverage over first, to me, critical mineral resources. Second, security of the European states.
Dr. Alfred Makotsi, we're going to leave it there. Thank you for your time. We're pressed for time, so that question I wanted to ask, I won't be able to get to it. And he's with the Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology out in Kenya. It's now 6:30, time for your latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. Headlines: the National Prosecuting Authority says despite the Mpumalanga Chief Magistrate Tuletu Tonjeni retiring, it will still pursue the complaint against her. Spokesperson Kaiza Khanyago says they will approach the Provincial Regional Court President to assign another magistrate to hear the appeal regarding the contempt of court and arrest warrant issued against State Prosecutor Mkuseli Ntaba. Police have arrested a 23-year-old suspect in connection with the death of Mhlamulo Sambo in Mossel Bay in the Western Cape. The Western Cape Police have said his killing was not related to the unrest against undocumented foreign nationals. And residents of Nelson Mandela Bay Metro and Kouga Municipality in the Eastern Cape have been warned to be extra vigilant as heavy and destructive downpours are likely to hit the area once again. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. We started Joburg with a crash on the Mike 1 North and Crown interchange. Just as you get up through the interchange into the double-decker, that's where the prag is. Delays on the Mike 1 from Gold Reef City. M2 from Joe Slovo Drive all the way into that Mike 1 North connection. Roadworks overnight, overrun on the N3 South at Edenvale if you're on your way to Galulis. That's why the traffic is so heavily backed up there. Northbound, there's a bit of pressure on as well from the Elands interchange up through the long-term roadworks at the Heldnace, but it seems to be extending just a little bit further up into Van Buren Road this morning. If you're on your way to Galulis, either way, it's jam-packed. Pretoria, the N1 South, a crash at Rigel Avenue, just approaching Rigel, so from Gaasfontein Road, that all starts to backlog quite heavily. Durban side this morning, a breakdown on the N2 North, just by the M7 to watch for. Looking okay. Ashburton, Pietermaritzburg, no major problems there. Big truck crash, Central Pongola, some delays working past that on the N2. And Cape Town, the N1 inbound, slow to Sable Road. The N2 inbound from the airport, already fairly busy with queues through as far as Mowbray Main. And the Huguenot Tunnel on the N1 closed at the moment for trucks. High-sided vehicles unable to use Huguenot Tunnel due to high winds in the area. The old De Toys Kloof Pass, the alternative route around that one. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zaikan, a very good morning to you. Okay, Bafana, they're gearing up for a blockbuster World Cup. This is against Mexico. You know, the reality is that the minute the draw happened and it was Bafana versus Mexico, how could you not think about the 2010 World Cup?
How could you not?
Do you remember what you were doing in 2010 when that game was on?
Oh my word. I was at the stadium. Simpiwe Shabalala was my man of the match.
I know, right? It's so nostalgic. But yes,
Yes,
Bafana.
we've come full circle, Kathy, and it's good news, good news. Bafana have arrived in Pachuca, and even better news, nobody can ask them for any more paperwork. So we are gearing up for our blockbuster opener. The squad landed. They did have a refueling stop in Cape Verde, but Safa says that all is sorted. Mexico set to take on Bafana in that opening match at the Estadio Azteca on the 11th of June. Coach Hugo Bruce's side will train at the Universidad del Futbol, and they'll hold their first session in Mexico. That's on Tuesday afternoon. Let's hear from Bafana coach Hugo Bruce.
For players this is something also very special, and certainly we have a team who for the first time they will assist on the World Cup. So I have already the experience as a player. I was here also in '86 for the World Cup of '86. So for them it's something wonderful, and they are very motivated to show something.
Let's go to the rugby story of the Springbok women's assistant coach Franzel September, saying the team's response in the Rugby Africa Women's Cup final was clear indication of their standards. Now, South Africa secured a 5th consecutive Rugby Africa Women's Cup title with a convincing win over Kenya in Nairobi, bouncing back strongly after a win over Uganda. September says the players showed significant improvement.
Yeah, we're so happy with the win. I think this after Uganda, we needed to have a good look at ourselves, then come up with a plan and just execute that plan. Our game management went well. We didn't want to play in our own half. We didn't want to give the opposition an opportunity, easy ins. But we said let's just play in the opposition's half, allow them to make mistakes. The Kenya team. The way we applied pressure onto their skill set as well was good for us. We got the rewards from it.
On to tennis, and South Africa's Conor Doig has reached the 3rd round of a Grand Slam junior singles event for the first time in his career. The 18-year-old defeated Bulgaria's 9th seed as well as his doubles partner Dimitar Kisimov 6-4-7-5 at the French Open in Paris. Now he will go on, the South African. He'll face the 5th seed Slovenian Zigo Sesko, and that's for a place in the quarterfinals. More tennis, Alexander Zverev continuing his impressive French Open campaign with a straight sets victory over Spain's Rafael Hoda to reach the Roland Garros semi-finals. And in the women's draw, Ukraine's Marta Kostyuk reaching her first Grand Slam semi-final after defeating compatriot Elina Svitolina in 3 sets. She'll next face Russian Mira Andreeva for a place in the final. That's your sport on the National Briefing. We'll serve it up some more at the top of the hour. I'm Sai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, good morning to you. Look, I don't know for what we may have thought that the season for tariff increases was done, but Washington is saying no, not quite yet. They're targeting 60 countries with additional tariffs.
Good morning, Kathy. It really does seem like when we do forget, the U.S. government just reminds us, and this time around, it's targeting 60 trading partners, including South Africa, over allegations tied to the use and importation of goods linked to forced labor. The proposal, issued under Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974, argues that these economies have not done enough to prohibit or effectively police supply chains associated with forced labor, creating what Washington describes as an uneven competitive environment for U.S. workers. Now, 2 tariff bans have been proposed: a 10% rate for countries with partial safeguards in place, and 12.5% for those without adequate measures. Now, a separate framework would also allow limited volumes of textiles and apparel from select markets to enter at reduced duties. Moving over to company news, Alphabet is raising about $80 billion through a mix of share sales and a strategic investment from Berkshire Pathwire as it ramps up spending on AI infrastructure. Now, the fundraising package, one of the largest equity deals ever, also marks the first time the Google parent company has tapped equity markets since its listing more than 2 decades ago. The move underscores how AI is reshaping corporate finance, with even cash-generative tech giants turning to investors to fund growth. Now, Alphabet plans to expand its data centers and scale production of its proprietary AI chips, positioning itself against rivals such as NVIDIA. The deal is also significant for broader markets as it could divert capital away from upcoming tech listings. Now, Alphabet closed more than 3% lower after the latest sell-off in its stock, but that weakness did not spill over into broader U.S. markets, with Wall Street still finishing in positive territory. Back home, the JSE also ended the session in the green, supported by strong gains in Naspers and Prosus after an upbeat update from Tencent lifted sentiment around its major shareholders. Checking in on currencies, the rand eased slightly but remained close to a 3-month high, trading at 16.26 against the dollar, 21.88 versus the pound, and 18.90 against the euro. That's your market brief this hour. I'll be back just after 7:30 with more.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAfm.
Refreshing morning, Advocate Mantula.
Refreshing morning to Katie and Jumbo Africa to the listeners.
All right, we've been talking about this election for some time. It has finally come and gone, at least the voting that is. Ethiopians have decided. Now we are waiting for the outcome. How is the vote counting taking place?
Absolutely, this is Katie. Ethiopia has decided. Now we are waiting for the election results. The AU observer mission that was led by the former president of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, will today give a press briefing in terms of the outcome. The numbers are not clear, Katie, out of 50 million eligible voters that queued on Monday until the hours of yesterday morning around 2 o'clock. Now, when you look at the numbers of the AU mission, it was only 73 short-term observers. They will be giving us the indication in terms of where the election have passed that muster of the procedure, the opening of polls, the voting, the closing, the counting, and tabulation. Remember, we are only waiting for almost 8 days from now to get to the 11th of June. That's where the outcome will be pronounced by the Electoral Board of Ethiopia. It was only the AU and the IGAD observer mission. The EU was not allowed to observe these elections. Hence, today, we will only hear the AU election observer mission that is led by Uhuru Kenyatta giving us a detailed briefing as a preliminary report.
Dakar is still reeling from the fallout. This is following the president's moves to fire the prime minister. So still a bit of instability in terms of bringing that government together.
Absolutely. That instability also stems from economic challenges that they are engaging with IMF in the next 5 days on the 8th of June. But Fire yesterday announced the new 30-member cabinet that exclude PASTEF. And the member PASTEF led by Usman Sonko, who's now the Speaker of Parliament. Usman Sonko in the Twitter street did mention that he will not be involved in the government of Diomaye Faye. Now, this has caused tension. As you know, these two men were the ones who were able to remove Macky Sall from the presidency in 2024. Now there's a tension, there's a new cabinet, there's a new prime minister, Amadou Mohamed, who's leading Senegal, but it appears the tension between Sonko and Faye will not go anywhere soon.
Things fall apart, they say, Advocate Mantula. Things fall apart.
Absolutely.
Well, let's move on then to Kenya, where the Kenyan president, William Ruto, has defended the controversial US-backed Ebola facility. He's going to be in South Africa soon, but tell us about this.
Absolutely. William Ruto, the hustler, as is known also, is landing today actually in South Africa. But yesterday, as you know, there were protests in Kenya from Monday until yesterday on this Ebola quarantine center. That this is in the military base that was due to be open last week. And this group comes from, as I said, they are from the DRC. Now they were allowed to have 50 isolation beds to be managed by the medical staff of the U.S., but the youth went to their facility on Monday protesting that they are bringing Ebola to their country. But William Ruto denying that and saying that this is an agreement between the U.S. and America. It is a health bilateral partnership. Probably maybe when he learns today, maybe, and Sophie must ask him those questions about the tensions that are busy going on in Kenya around this Ebola quarantine.
Yeah, but why doesn't the U.S. just build a facility in the DRC?
For them, it is a safe zone to come out of the DRC because remember, DRC and Kenya, they are not far, and they've built it out of the capital city, Nairobi. And remember, it's critical minerals vis-a-vis your health package. We are in that era.
Exactly. I wanted you to go there.
I could not go there. With your earlier guest, you spoke about critical minerals. I talk natural resources in Africa and health package vis-a-vis IKS, Indigenous Knowledge System in Africa.
Yeah, look, I mean, for me, right, the thing is, if we're not committed to resolving the conflict in the DRC, then we're going to continue to see, decisions like this. So let's get into our historical archives then, Advocate Mantula, the 3rd of June, 1986.
It's almost 40 years when the current COSATU and then UDF, United Democratic Front, the National Education Crisis, calls for the one-day work stay away on June 16. It means 40 years. And then 1994, we started to have June 16 as a public holiday. So this protest that happened when it was called by this mass democratic movement was to in line with Soweto 76. And they were calling it to be treated as a public holiday. And that's where they were rallies. Hence, I said to you, after 94, we switched from Soweto Uprising Day to call it the Youth Day. Asante sana Siskesi, as was leading the True Vision, SAfm observing the Soweto month.
SAF's winter win back has officially landed. For 60 days straight, one lucky traveller every day will win the value of their flight back. Simply book flights in June or July for travel anytime and stand to win the value of your airfare back as a SAFmR voucher. Don't just chase the sunshine, chase the win this winter. Book at SAfmR.co.za and you could be getting your bucks back soon. Excludes taxes and fuel surcharges. SAfmR, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
EFC is live this Thursday. The continent's most dominant women in MMA are set to collide in the Ultimate Champion versus Champion showdown. Reigning EFC flyweight champion Amanda Mad Dog Lino, a force behind some of the most brutal moments in EFC history, defends her throne against Nigeria's own Juliet Chukwu, the reigning bantamweight champion. EFC 134, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Quick update. Here's the highlights of the traffic this morning. The M1 South coming out of Pretoria. Crash before Rigel. Traffic very slow all the way back through to Linwood Road. Collision on your way to the airport on the R21 before the Benoni exit. Queues coming down from Bobsfontein Road. And a crash at Crown means the Mike 1 north from Ormonde and the M2 coming in from Joe Slovo into that Crown area. Very heavy backlogs there. It is week 2. Don't forget of delays between Verulam and Phoenix, just north of Durban, with those roadworks on the R102 still there and delays spreading out through that Ottawa area. Cape Town side this morning, N1 inbound, already very slow, heading down towards the Kuberg interchange. Queues back as far as Paddlecliff Hill. And the Huguenot Tunnel closed to trucks and high-sided vehicles due to high winds around that viaduct section. De Toys, Kloof Pass, the old road, the alternative route. But you'll need to go carefully over that one as well. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
SAFmR's winter win back has officially landed. For 60 days straight, one lucky traveller every day will win the value of their flight back. Simply book flights in June or July for travel anytime and stand to win the value of your airfare back as a SAFmR voucher. Don't just chase the sunshine, chase the win this winter. Book at SAFmR.co.za and you could be getting your bucks back soon. Excludes taxes and fuel surcharges. SAFmR, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
All right, it's 6:49. Let's get straight into this story then. For years, South Africans have paid the bill, and now for the first time, we may finally get to see the receipt. Eskom has spent hundreds of billions, this is of rand, on coal, diesel and electricity supply contracts, contracts funded by the taxpayer and electricity users. However, many of these agreements have remained hidden from public scrutiny. After a 4-year battle, the Supreme Court of Appeal has ruled that Eskom must hand over a range of contracts. The head of local government at AfriForum is Morne Mostet. They've been fighting this matter. Morne, good morning to you. So firstly, let's just get clarity. Does this mean that all of these contracts are now in your hands? And if that's the case, what's the first thing that you're going to be looking for?
Good morning, Kathy. Yes, I can agree with Eskom's statement that we have received a set of contracts that include diesel and other diesel-type contracts. Also, we requested specifically for contracts of the pricing for electricity to other countries, especially during the COVID era. And it is important that we have started to going through these contracts. But from the outset, it seems like they did not produce all of the contracts that we specifically requested within the file. And so that is a worrying affair. And secondly, I think it's important to note that AfriForum had to go through this court battle for 4 years. And in Eskom's statement, it seems like they are the beacon of transparency, while civil society had to fight to actually get eyes on these contracts. So currently, we are getting our panel together to be able to go through these contracts and to see what are the specific information that we can extract that can maybe have implications not only on tariffs, but also other forms of legal accountability that can be in place.
So, Morne, it sounds like you went into this exercise knowing exactly what you were looking for, and perhaps talk to us a bit more about that. The specific contracts then, what is it about those contracts that you want to be able to interrogate? What is the intel you already have on what may have been part of those contracts?
So I think the big story here is every year when Eskom has a tariff application that is heard by NASA, it gives these figures on what the primary energy costs for Eskom is to be able to produce electricity. Now, during these proceedings, it's not very clear on like a contractual level, which was one of the problems. You only sit with these extreme billion amounts, and there were no small-scale clarifications on why these amounts are so big. So that has primary energy is the primary part of the allocation. When you're talking about buying electricity, that's the biggest part of the formula, is the primary energy. That's the first thing. The second thing is when you're talking about these diesel contracts, from the start, from the outset, Eskom was on the defense, and all of the diesel and petroleum contract people that deliver diesel to Eskom went also on the defense. So a bunch of these companies tried to stop us of getting this information. So it's very important to understand it's from Eskom's side, if they're trying to keep these contracts away from any civil society, and the diesel contracts, one doesn't want to anyone say, then there is obviously a problem within this. I think it's also important that, the financial the annual financial statements of Eskom each year complain that the largest problem with Eskom's financial affairs is the procurement within Eskom. Repeatedly, for more than 2 decades, these statements have said that the procurement is the biggest problem. So now if you have the financial statements and the biggest problem is procurement, let's go look at the specific contracts. And for that reason, we are now starting to look at each contract, the amount. We're looking at the duration. We're looking at from where is the diesel to be delivered and how is that calculated. And
all right.
From the start, I think the most interesting thing that we have seen is that there is fixed tariffs for supplying to ensure the profitability for the selling of those diesel contracts, which is a very interesting fact that is always included in these contracts. So if you are the seller of diesel contract, you are always guaranteed profit.
Morne, let's pause it there. Morne Mostert, the head of local government at AfriForum. It will certainly give us deeper insights, right, into who is making the money. So, yeah, we'll wait to hear more as this analysis unfolds.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
The test was considered invalid so that the examinee was not prejudiced by the errors of the polygraph examiner.
Effectively, the warrant officer was exonerated.
He was, Chair.
Warrant officer, you are excused. Thank you, Commissioner. And I see that you are emotional, so you'll find time to compose yourself now.
It was truly a remarkable moment at the Madlanga Commission yesterday. This is as Hawks Warrant Officer Carl Sander broke down after years of finally being able to have his name cleared. Mike Bolhuis is a special investigator into serious violent economic and cyber crimes. Mike, for years, Sander has had to live with controversy in as far as the allegations made against him in this case of more than 200 million rand that was stolen from the Hawks storage facility. The outcome of that polygraph test was central to the controversy. His name was dragged in. I wonder, watching that, how did you feel? It certainly was such a big moment, because if it had not been for the commission, he would have never known that his name was actually cleared and that there seems to have been manipulation with that test.
Yeah. We have been saying all along that the police infrastructure must have go-to guys, where a policeman is targeted, especially in these extreme investigations, and when they want to plant the policeman or make them scapegoats or eliminate or trash them, can go to. And it's a pity that he didn't at that stage had that ability to go somewhere for assistance and prove his innocence, and that it took so long and only came out now.
Let's talk about the case here of the manipulation, right? Because you have two reports that gave two different results. How does a polygraph actually work? And I mean, these tests are supposed to be as accurate as it comes, but how reliable are they?
They are very reliable in reliable hands. It's like a mechanic. If you have a good mechanic, he'll do a good job. If you don't have a good mechanic, he won't fix the engine. So a polygraphist must be extremely qualified. He must be a profiler as well. In my opinion, he must be a forensic investigator as well, which means a complete investigation must be done by himself on the investigation that has been done. And out of that investigation, he compiles what we call the catch-22 questions. He must know what manipulation is. He must know if the person is, in his opinion, after his profile and investigation, falling on the guilty side, so that he knows what questions to ask, or if is he falling on the innocent side to know what questions to ask. He must find out if there's any form of manipulation, influence, medication that this person plan, prepare, and exercise to deceive the polygraphist, etc., etc. There's a lot of things. I mean, even on the internet now, you can read up how to become a drug dealer. So much so, you can read up how to manipulate a polygraph. It's unfortunately so. So he must be wide awake, the polygraphist, and he must be wide aware of everything. And then he must do the inclusion and the exclusion, and he must ask the necessary questions. A brilliant polygraph will definitely 100% be able to, at the end, give an answer with clear graphs and statements and analysis and documentation that presents that, and then present that as the evidence. Okay. And if he then says the person is innocent, the person is innocent. If he says the person is guilty, there's always the 0.3% or 3% that the court does take in consideration.
Yeah, I guess this time we're dealing with a matter that was beyond the 0.3%, and just the way in which, it's being used to manipulate, to target members of the police service of the Hawks that are actually trying to fight crime. That's the most disturbing part of it. It's 7 o'clock, time for your latest news update.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, complaint against retired magistrate Tonjeni remains under investigation, and severe weather warning for Nelson Mandela Bay Metro. Good morning. The National Prosecuting Authority says despite Mpumalanga Chief Magistrate Tuletu Tonjeni retiring, it will still pursue the complaint against her. NPA spokesperson Kaiser Khanyago says they will also approach the Provincial Regional Court President to assign another magistrate to hear the appeal regarding the contempt of court and arrest warrant issued against State Prosecutor Mkhuseli Ntaba. Tonjeni issued an arrest warrant for Ntaba, who failed to attend the bail hearing of taxi boss Joe Sibanyoni and his co-accused at the Kwaggafontein Magistrates Court. The matter was struck off the court roll. It prompted the NPA to lodge a complaint against her with the Magistrates Commission and also re-enroll the matter. Khanyago explains.
The National Prosecuting Authority has submitted the complaint with the Magistrates Commission, and the complaint was more about the conduct of magistrates. Therefore, we want them to get to the bottom of it so that it can be of assistance to even other people going forward. Now that the matter has been reported while she was still in office, we will just await what the Magistrates Commission will do and how they are going to handle it. The ball is now in their court.
Police have arrested a 23-year-old suspect in connection with the death of Nhlamulo Sambo in Mossel Bay in the Western Cape. He was stabbed to death in the early hours of Sunday morning amidst unrest against undocumented foreign nationals in the KwaNongqaba township. Western Cape Police have, however, said his killing was not related to the unrest. Police spokesperson Novela Potela says the suspect will appear in court soon. 2 Mozambique nationals were killed on Friday night during the unrest. Calm has since returned to the area and there's a strong police presence. Lieutenant Colonel Patience Songa has told the Madlanga Commission Protocol dictates all drug exhibits, excluding dagga and cat, must be submitted to the Forensic Science Lab, the FSL, within 7 days. Songa, a subsection commander for chemical investigations at the SAPS FSL in KwaZulu-Natal, says officers only work with consignments registered and stored in the lab. Evidence before the Commission has revealed that the 541-kilogram cocaine consignment seized and stored in Port Shepstone was never submitted to the FSL. Songa, who briefly testified about the Port Shepstone drugs theft, concluded her testimony yesterday.
Once the exhibits are at the FSL, the exhibits are registered, stored in the safe, awaiting allocation to any available analyst. My members do not attend non-clan lab crime scenes to collect samples of exhibits that are stored or will be stored elsewhere.
Residents of Nelson Mandela Bay Metro and Koga Municipality in the Eastern Cape have been warned to be extra vigilant as heavy and destructive downpours are likely to hit the area once again. The South African Weather Service has issued a Level 8 warning from today until tomorrow. The warning comes as farmers in the Koga and Kokama municipalities are navigating a grueling recovery after last month's floods. Eastern Cape weather forecaster Ayabonga Chungwana says the predicted rainfall will be between 60 and 80 millilitres.
So we have decided to issue a level 8 so that everyone can be aware that there might be more damages over those areas. We're also expecting the cold conditions which will result significant drop in freezing levels, which we might see a snowfall over the high-lying areas of the Eastern Cape.
President Cyril Ramaphosa says the increase in international oil prices due to the US-Israel war on Iran is expected to continue to impact South Africa negatively. The president was tabling the budget vote for the presidency for 2026-2027 financial year in the National Assembly. Ramaphosa highlighted that rising living costs and inflation are deeply undermining South African livelihoods.
The effects of the surge in oil prices and other critical supplies like fertilizer are likely to undermine much of the progress that we had made in bringing down inflation and the cost of living. Together with disruptions to the global economy, these developments are likely in the immediate term to slow down our economic growth and to hamper our efforts to create jobs. We should anticipate that conditions will be difficult for the next while.
And finally, R&B singer Peebo Bryson, best known for his voice on Disney classics like A Whole New World and Beauty and the Beast, has died. His family says the 75-year-old died yesterday surrounded by loved ones. A cause of death has not been released publicly, but he suffered a stroke over the weekend and had been receiving medical care. Recapping the top story, the National Prosecuting Authority says despite Mpumalanga Chief Magistrate Tuletu Tunjeni retiring, it will still pursue the complaint against her in the matter involving State Prosecutor Umkhuseli Ntaba. For SAFM News, I'm Anne Musa.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
If your streaming service subscription was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to OUTsurance saved 32-year-old Parushka a whopping 729 Rand on her 2020 Haval H2. Get a quote now, and if OUTsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Why wait? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SAfm Sports Headlines Soccer, South African referee Abongile Tom is preparing for the biggest assignment of his career after being selected for the FIFA World Cup. And we also bring you rugby news as the Bulls are eyeing a Murrayfield breakthrough. We'll find out more at around 7:30.
SAfm. Guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Some good news from Joburg. The overnight roadworks that overran this morning, heading south through Eden Valley to Galulis, have been lifted. Traffic is busy recovery mode there. The Mike 1 from Gold Reef City through Parktown's heavy M2 coming in from Joe Slovo. Drive side in towards the Crown, that's heavy as well. And that collision on the M1 South coming out of Pretoria before Rigel. Traffic really heavy all the way back through to Linwood Road this morning. Going into Pietermaritzburg, just getting reports of a crash at the Market Road on-ramp. So if you're heading up from Ashburton into Pietermaritzburg, just watch us some delays building there. Crash on the N2 North between Inanda Road and Queen Nandi Drive. Beg your pardon, that crashing just after Queen Nandi up towards Komashu Highway. So heading north into that is slow. Wakesley Road coming off Sani up towards the M7. That's very heavy today. And Cape Town, the Huguenot Tunnel remains closed to high-sided vehicles. Trucks rerouting over Du Toitskloof Pass. Huguenot Tunnel closed due to high winds this morning. The highways into Cape Town incident-free, but fairly busy, particularly the N2, sitting from Robert Sebukwe through to Hospital Bend. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 10 after 7 o'clock. Welcome to the National Briefing. If you've just tuned in, my name is Kathy Mutlatlana. I'm with you until 9 o'clock, getting you ready as you step into your day. Coming up in this hour, we go to the heart of rising tension in this country, which is migration. The Human Rights Commission is now sounding the alarm over a possible human rights crisis. It's as anti-migrant marches build toward a 30th of June deadline. So we'll speak to the HRC in a moment. And then a single clause in a government contract is raising eyebrows. Gauteng says non-South Africans can no longer be paid with provincial NGO funding. The NGO sector says this is the wrong fight. We'll find out exactly what it is that they are pushing back on. And then, of course, we'll look into the commuter crisis in Johannesburg. This is as Metro Bus scales down on its operations, leaving thousands of commuters across the city stranded. Also, coming up in the hour, we'll be bringing you the reality check. Dr. Lebohang Peko is our guest for this week. We'd love to hear from you as the hour unfolds. The number to dial this morning, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
It's not about the score. It's about the moment. The sun sitting heavy on our shoulders. The lights humming above us. All that matters is this. A crowd lifting together. Strangers becoming friends. Family being family. This is what it means to be a cricket fan. We share the moment. And in that sharing, we become something more than the result. We become unbreakable. The Proteas 2026-27 tickets are now available. Book today at cricket.coza. Unbreakable spirit lives here.
SAfm values your views. Be an active citizen.
Well, it's 13 after 7 o'clock. Let's get into our big story. The South African Human Rights Commission is sounding the alarm after a wave of anti-migrant marches across the country and a 30th of June deadline that is now circulating on social media, demanding that undocumented foreign nationals leave the country. This is by the 30th of June. The Commission has been meeting with police in KwaZulu-Natal and United Nations agencies, trying to head off what it calls a possible human rights crisis. Aseza Gungubele is a commissioner at the South African Human Rights Commission and joins us this morning. Aseza, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. Firstly, let's look into this meeting that you've held in KZN with the police, with the UN agencies. What has come out of it, and what is driving this very strong language that you're using around these protests?
Good morning to you, Kathy, and listeners. Thank you for having us, Kathy. Thank you very much for having us once again, Kathy. The main driver of our intervention, Kathy, as an institution, it's about human rights, but the right to life is a most important aspect. So we went to KwaZulu-Natal to try to engage with the provincial commissioner and his office. But one of the key issues that we have raised is to understand the plans of the police towards, as we mentioned, the 30th of June. But of course, we're able to understand also before the 30th, there's some set up programs. So they were able to brief us what are the intervention plans, but also their intelligence plans. But of course, that we cannot divulge here. But in terms of the UN family, we have met, of course, we have discussed areas of collaboration and partnership, in particular to deal with the issue of displacement, but also the humanitarian part. How do we assist those that are being displaced? For instance, you will find it in the province of the case, and there's kids that might be displaced, they might not be attending school currently. So there's kind of discussion that we have with them.
It sounds to me that there is a lot that you are anticipating come the 30th of June.
There is more than that, the 30th of June, even before the 30th of June. As I was saying that the police have outlined, they've given us in the presentation, there's a built-up programs towards the 30th about the anti-migrant marches. So we're able to understand what are the other key things that might be happening before the 30th. So there's quite a lot that's happening. There's quite a lot that we're anticipating. In the main, you will remember.
Come in there. So does that mean that based on your studies, based on your reflections and your reading of the situation on the ground, that we are going to see even more direct attacks beyond what we have been seeing on undocumented foreign nationals, that things are going to escalate beyond what they have been?
Kathy, I was about to say that you might remember what had happened in 2008, on also 2019 and 2021 July unrest. There are similar patterns that how the briefing were received. So it's not difficult. The organizers and everything is similar to what had happened in July 21 unrest, Kathy. So that's what we had to understand. That's what we've been briefed about when we met with the provincial commissioners.
You would have seen that at the same time, the Human Rights Commission is having to deal with this petition for it to be closed down as an institution. We looked into that matter earlier on this week. Those that are driving the petition say that the HRC is no longer a neutral player, that you have picked sides, and the side that you have picked is that of undocumented foreign nationals, and you're simply not taking into account and consideration the complaints and the grievances and frustrations that South Africans have put at your door.
But Kathy, that's a misconception that's going around. There's a narrative that it's been going on around for a very long time. That group that is dedicated to speak against the commission, but I just want to say, okay, that's not true. The majority of work of the commission is dealing with the issues that are affecting our people, in particular within South Africa. But remember, the human rights does not discriminate. We serve anyone that within the country. But I can just highlight you, Katie, a week ago, we were in Gauteng. We were dealing with the inquiry of water crisis in Gauteng. After that, a month ago, the commission was in Northern Cape dealing with the issues of service delivery. We have just dealt with the learners' rights. We have dealt with the Rastafarian rights. We have been doing lots of work that it does not have to do with migration. And of course, migration might only be 2% or 1% of the work that the commission do. Generally, the work of the commission has to do the issues that are affecting South Africans in the broader aspects.
That petition is gaining quite a lot of traction. At last count, and this was on Monday, it had over 30,000 signatures. That's just after running for a couple of days. How seriously are you going to be taking that petition once it is also handed over to you? And I think the point here, Aseza, is really about the way in which the organizations behind it say that when it comes to looking into matters of undocumented nationals, it seems that the HRC already has a position, and that position is always on the side of the undocumented nationals.
Okay, once again, Kate, I must dispel that misconception, Kate. We don't have to take a side. We had an Imbizo. We have listened to the people that have joined the Imbizo. We had a conference of migration. We have a border management visit. We have met with the diplomats. So we have not had the sides. We have listened to everyone, Kate. We have said that we want to, this is a tonic issue that everyone talks about, topical issue, that we cannot avoid it. But of course, as I said earlier on, human rights are universal, Katie. It's an inherited thing that you cannot avoid it, and it does not discriminate. By being a human being, by virtue of being a human being, we have rights. Coming back to the issue of the petition, Katie, nothing we can do as an institution. People have a right to protest. People have a right to express their views. So, of course, we're a constitutional body. Of course, if the petition, those that appointed us, the appointed as commissioners, that will have to be by Parliament, by the President, then it's them that they have to deal with that. But ourselves as a Commission, we're going to continue doing the work of the Commission, making sure that we're protecting the human rights in the country, irrespective of who is the rights it is.
You talk about patterns similar to July 2021 unrest. Should this matter not be escalated to the national government? Should you not be having the conversations that you're having with the KwaZulu-Natal police, with UN agencies? Should that not be happening at a national level?
We have done that, Katie, already. We have identified relevant departments within the national government. We have already had the conversation, written to the police and minister, and outlined what we think that might be the threats and what we think that there should be interventions. We have written to the Minister of International Relations of similar things. We have also done the meeting of justice, but of course now we're busy engaging net joints. Net joints, that is a cluster that deals with the security cluster within the country. So there's those kind of engagements that we're busy with it. So we have taken those steps to say that here the alarm, we think that there's a way that we should intervene, but we're also open to a discussion with them.
All right. Let me thank you for your time. Aseza Gungubele, who is a commissioner for the South African Human Rights Commission.
Get into the beautiful game with the Free Spa Limited Edition Soccer Ball when you spend 650 Rand and buy any 3 participating products, like 750-gram Nescafe Recoffee Tin or 800-gram Value Pack for 129.99. Save 39 Rand. Or 750-gram Cremora Coffee Creamer for 49.99. Save 20 Rand. Price is valid from 25 May till 7 June 2026, while stocks last. Only at Spa. T's and C's apply.
At Specsavers, we're committed to offering affordable and professional eye care. That's why we're offering 1,500 Rand worth of savings with our winter promotion. Get a free frame up to the value of 1,500 Rand or use the 1,500 Rand on one of our leading vision enhancements, like Climate Eyes, which automatically adapts to changing light. To qualify, simply purchase a comprehensive eye examination and prescription frame and lenses. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
It's 22 after 7 o'clock. This is the national briefing. The Gauteng Department of Social Development has added a condition to its funding agreements, and that's that provincial money can no longer be used to pay non-South African staff at NGOs, and that senior board positions must also be held by citizens. The department says all of this is in an attempt to protect jobs and vulnerable groups. Well, the sector is pushing back, saying this is not so. Lisa Vetten is the chairperson of the Gauteng Care Crisis Committee. Lisa, good morning to you. Firstly, just talk us quickly through this clause. What does it mean in plain terms?
Well, that's where a lot of confusion is arising. The departments have said, some of the departments have said, it only applies to new hires. Other parts of the department say no, and in fact, one organization was actually told to terminate someone's position immediately, or they've said no, you can't pay that person, and if you have to retrench them or whatever, that's your problem. So that's the practical problem, and an organization cannot do that because it would squarely and fairly put them right in the box of the Labour Court for unfair discrimination, likely, and certainly certainly look at unfair labour practices. So that's why it has to be addressed. It's also, I think, it's a mistaken approach. There's a principle already in South African law, as well as globally, that you obviously give first preference to your citizens. And that's what organizations do. When they employ non-South Africans, that's because there was no other South African in that who was suitable for the position. So the actual number of non-South Africans employed in NGOs in the social care sector in Gauteng is actually small. So it's a concern that that there's this exaggerated claim that NGOs are employing wide swathes of non-South Africans and pushing South African social workers out of jobs. And based on what your previous speaker was saying from the commission, those are very dangerous ideas to put out there.
The vetting, of course, that takes place by the department when NGOs are applying for funding sometimes can include providing staff lists, ID documents, etc., etc. So to what extent do you believe that the department is now actually going to be going deeper into the affairs of individual organizations? And I wonder how much of a blurry line that creates, because yes, it can start with undocumented migrants, but tomorrow it could be something else.
Well, this is also exactly the reason to be concerned. There is a need to recognize, as you're saying, that organizations are independent and autonomous. They are not extensions of the state, and therefore the state has to maintain and observe that line. This concern we had this concern last year already when the department was starting to ask for all of this permission, and we're actually also trying to set up an electronic system where you'd have to put down the details, the ID numbers of all your staff. But what was even more concerning is that you would need to be putting down the ID numbers of all your beneficiaries. And there were already rumblings, in women's domestic violence shelters and child and youth care centers that people may not take non-South Africans.
The difficulty,
that is not permissible.
Yeah, Lisa, difficulty here is that all of these things are going to be said to fall under compliance. And if you're not compliant, then you lose the funding.
Well, this is exactly the problem. And I think it's the unrecognized dimension of the kind of power that the department can exercise over NGOs because they hold the purse strings. It's a very difficult and complicated relationship because, to go back to the example of the expectation that you now dismiss your staff member, the NGO will be the one who's in the Labour Court incurring costs, not the department. But the NGO's actions are the direct result of the department. So because this relationship it's not an employer, not an employee relationship, it's something else, but it looks a lot like the employer-employee relationship. It gives the department an enormous amount of power, which NGOs cannot counter or fight back because they don't have any kind of status.
Lisa Vetten, we're going to leave it there this morning. And then we'll also stay then in the Gauteng province and look into the cut back. This is in terms of operator services by Metro Police. There are fewer buses operating, especially during off-peak hours, and Metrobus says it blames years of budget cuts and a spike in diesel costs. However, the Democratic Alliance says the blame should be laid squarely at the door of Transport MMC Kenny Kunene. Councillor Sean Krusk is the DA Johannesburg's shadow MMC for transport. Sean, good morning. Thanks for your time this morning. I mean, this has been a great inconvenience to thousands of commuters across the city. Why are you saying that Kenny Kunene must take the responsibility for it?
Well, thank you so much, and good morning to the listeners. Well, he's the boss in charge, right? He's the MMC of transport, and under his portfolio is Joburg Roads Agency, which we know all about in terms of its challenges. But Metrobus also is part of that portfolio. And we've seen what's happened in Rea Vai with Piotrans and the lack of transitional strategy between the old contract and the new one, which was signed off by him. And the city of Johannesburg is propping up Piotrans at the moment with a temporary bus, a feeder system. And so the question is, why cannot the city also prop up Metrobus as it faces increases, with fuel prices, etc.? So a lot of our residents of the city wake up this morning without a solution to their transport woes and a way to get to work this morning, because there's no support from the city of Johannesburg, which is a major shareholder in Metrobus, and that's a challenge.
Sean, I was going to say, are the problems not at Metrobus, have those problems not been a long time coming? I don't want to absolve the MMC of transport, but certainly this is not the first round of difficulties that we're seeing at Metrobus.
No, I totally agree with you. If I look at, and what I'm going to quote is from the latest business plan, and it indicates that since 2021, it still has maintained only 229 routes. And of a fleet strength of 382, only 260 buses are operational, with 199 out of service. Now, I'm reliably informed from those that are striking that at least 30 of the new buses that were purchased, have gone way past their service interval of 15,000 to 30,000 kilometers without a service. And those buses have been taken off the road because there's no tire contract. And so there's a cash flow crisis, and yes, it has been long-standing, but surely if someone is purporting to turn around the city of Joburg as a mayoral candidate, surely that should reflect in a turnaround strategy for Metrobus. So, if anything, leadership is lacking here in the last 5 years.
Sean Krusk, he is with the DA. We will, of course, also have the officials of Johannesburg and the MMC come to state their position. We did give them an opportunity to respond to this particular story. All right, it's just after 7:30, and Musa is standing by with your latest news headlines. And good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, the trial of 3 men accused of the murder of former ANC Youth League Secretary General Sandiso Makaka is expected to resume today in the Pietermaritzburg High Court. The National Prosecuting Authority says despite the Mpumalanga Chief Magistrate Tuletu Tonjeni retiring, it will still pursue the complaint against her in the matter involving State Prosecutor Mkuseli Ntaba. And the ceasefire between the US and Iran has been tested again with a further exchange of fire. The US military says Iran launched missiles towards Kuwait and Bahrain. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAfm. guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Well, we take you to KZN along the N3 westbound carriageway. Two major scenes, two massive collisions, one more massive than the other. We're talking Marion Hill Plaza. The N3 leaving Durban, heading out towards Pietermaritzburg, effectively closed by a truck crash and a lost load all over the carriageway after Marion Hill Plaza. You're not going to get through there. Off-ramp at the Richmond Road, go up Field Hill, along the M13, aim to come back on the N3 at Key Ridge. You expect a lot of traffic, including trucks, to be doing that as well. So major disruption likely out of Durban for Pietermaritzburg for a good couple of hours. On the Durban-bound carriageway, also part of this crash scene is up on the carriageway driving into Marion Hill Plaza. So there is a backlog Durban-bound, but there's a massive backlog and closure on your way out to Pietermaritzburg. Now, on top of that, there's also been a massive truck crash blocking the N3 between Market Road and Allen Payton. So if you're arriving up into Pietermaritzburg this morning from Ashburton, that's very heavy. You'll be taken off at Market Road, sent down to the R103, and that's all heavily congested as well. And then again, motorists on the Durban-bound carriageway coming off the Pietermaritzburg bypass down towards Market Road, having a look at that major crash and getting caught up with some delays there as well. We'll keep you up to date with all of that as you get through the morning. The other hotspots, Pretoria's M1 South at Rigel, crash. Traffic backed all the way through to Stormful this morning. Crash on your way to the airport on the R21 at the Benoni exit, still causing some delays. And Cape Town again, the R300 north from Cales River jammed all the way to the N1. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
And I think as a team, we
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Abongile Tom wanting to get the first word in there. Zakan, good morning, good morning. That's the South African referee. He's living his dream.
You're going from SAPS, because he was a policeman, to being the policeman of the biggest world stage at the moment.
Oh,
how
wow.
cool.
Is he a former policeman?
He's a former policeman.
I didn't know that.
I mean, your parents tell you to stay out of trouble. He clearly knew how to stay
You know, somebody once said, you go through at least 3 different careers in your lifetime.
Yeah.
So clearly that's true for some people.
He's quietly living his dream, Abongile Tom. And so is Bafana as they're preparing for their World Cup opener against Mexico. South African referee Abongile Tom also getting ready for the biggest assignment of his career. The FIFA accredited official who was born in Old Crossroads in Inyanga has been selected to officiate at his first FIFA World Cup. Now, he previously worked as a police officer. He has since left SAPS to focus fully on officiating. Tom now joins a proud list of South African match officials to work at a World Cup, including Jerome Damon, Victor Gomes and Zakele Siwela. Bafana have arrived safely at their FIFA World Cup base camp in Pachuca, Mexico, ahead of next week's tournament opener. The squad landed yesterday after a lengthy journey from Johannesburg, including a refueling stop in Cape Verde. SAFA says local interest in the South Africans is at record levels, with Mexico set to face Bafana in the opening match at the Estadio Azteca on the 11th of June. And you can catch the action live on SABC Sport. More soccer, a pre-World Cup friendly between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Chile has been cancelled by the mayor of La Línea in southern Spain due to health concerns over the Ebola outbreak in Congo. Mayor Juan Franco says he signed a decree banning the 9th of June match as a precaution following advice from regional health authorities and the municipality's medical service. DR Congo, who qualified for the first World Cup since 1974, had already cancelled a training camp in Kinshasa and are currently based in Belgium. They will face Denmark in Liège before heading to Houston for their opening Group K match against Portugal, and that's on the 17th of June. Let's go to Springbok Women assistant coach Fransel September says the team's response in the Rugby Africa Women's Cup final was clear, and they expect high standards of themselves. South Africa secured a 5th consecutive Rugby Africa Women's Cup title. They had victory over Kenya in Nairobi, bouncing back strongly after a win over Uganda. September says the side remains committed to the physical style that's become a hallmark of South African rugby.
And I think as a team, we played really well. We controlled the game the way we wanted to play. We wanted to bring out the South African DNA, the physical game, hence why we went for a 6-2 split as well. But sometimes we made some funny errors, but luckily it went in our way. I just felt like the ref didn't reward us at some stages at scrum time, which we felt like we needed more rewards there as well.
On to tennis, and South Africa's Conor Doig has reached the third round of a Grand Slam junior event for the first time in his career. The 18-year-old South African is in the French Open. He'll face Slovenian Zika Sesko for a place in the quarterfinals. And finally, Jakub Mensik advancing to his maiden Grand Slam semi-final after beating João Fonseca in straight sets at Roland Garros. The 20-year-old Mensik will book a place in the final if he can overcome the second seed Alexander Zverev in the last four. Here's Mensik.
The last 20-30 minutes of the match, it was just really insane, the level from both of us, and actually a lot of I would say key moments at the time, even after those match points when I didn't manage to take them. When I was 6-5 up, I'm happy that after that I stayed mentally focused and calm and managed to level up my game in the tiebreak.
That's your sport on the National Briefing. We'll serve it up some more at the top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
7:38 in Ndauleng. The US-Iran war, it still continues to dent South African business confidence.
That's right, Kathy. Now, business confidence weakened in the second quarter as rising fuel costs and renewed geopolitical tensions in the Middle East weighed heavily on sentiment across the economy. This saw the RMB BR Business Confidence Index fall 8 points to 39, fully reversing the gains recorded over the past two quarters, that being Q4 of 25 and Q1 of 26. And marking its lowest level since the third quarter of 2025. Now, the decline was broad-based, with the sharpest deterioration in consumer-facing sectors such as retailers, wholesalers, vehicle dealers, and building contractors, where households are under mounting cost pressure. Manufacturers saw a modest improvement, but overall confidence remains subdued as higher oil prices continue to cloud the outlook for spending, investment, and interest rates following the Reserve Bank's recent hike. Now, against this backdrop of weakening sentiment and rising inflation risks, Reserve Bank Governor Lesetja Kganyago has defended last week's 25 basis point rate hike, arguing that policymakers cannot wait for fuel and food-driven price pressures to fully filter through to the economy before acting. He stressed that monetary policy works with a lag, warning that delayed intervention risks allowing inflation expectations to become entrenched, which would ultimately cause greater economic damage, while acknowledging that higher borrowing costs add strain to an already fragile economy. Kganyago reiterated that price stability remains the bank's primary mandate. He also affirmed the 3% inflation target, ruling out any shift toward a higher tolerance band despite ongoing growth headwinds. Now, in market action, equities head into midweek with a cautious tone as geopolitics and oil remain key drivers. The JSE is set for a slightly firmer open, tracking steady US futures and broadly positive Asian equities, though gains may be limited by elevated crude prices. Crude currently trading at around $97 a barrel as we speak. Then checking in on the rand, which remains range bound at 16.26 to the dollar, 21.92 to the pound, and 18.92 to the euro. That's your market brief for the day. I'll be back tomorrow morning with the latest in market moving news. I'm Ndauleng Lechela for the National Briefing.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Waar dink jy?
Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X, it just got real.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
You're listening to the National Briefing 7:42. Our reality check guest for this week is Dr. Lebohang Pheko. And of course, this segment is really for us to pause, reflect, and think seriously about the state of South Africa. But also, what is it that we can do to change it? It's also to deepen the national conversation. What are the steps we need to take to build the South Africa we want? Dr. Pheko, good morning. A pleasure to have you once again with us. And today you want us to examine some of the themes, including infrastructure, state capacity, all of these serious things that result in the state of the state being what it is.
There you go. Absolutely. Good morning, Kathy, and to the listeners. So my question today is really when the state recovers, and in order for a state to recover, like South Africa, who owns the recovery? Who should own it? And when we think about the context of infrastructure, of debt, discipline, and the struggle for economic power, including ideological struggles. And one of the biggest conversations in South Africa right now is hidden inside what looks like a technical conversation: rail reform, electricity reform, debt management, municipal recovery, ratings upgrades. But these are actually questions about power and politics, and we embed them inside administrative and governance issues. Now, and because infrastructure determines who controls trade, who accesses energy, who accumulates wealth, and who shapes the economy itself, we need to go to the heart of those conversations. And globally, something else is happening, that states are also returning to industrial policy. They're also returning to strategic infrastructure, and they're also going back to economic coordination. And I think when we imagine that African states like South Africa are still disciplined through things like debt systems, ratings agencies, and fiscal constraint whenever they try something new and different, I'd like us to really think around one of the bones of the banes of my existence, which are credit ratings agencies. And I view these as political actors, Kathy. Ratings agencies like your Moody's, Fitch, Standard & Poor's are often presented very wrongly as neutral technical institutions, and they're not. These frameworks overwhelmingly reward fiscal constraint, they reward debt reduction, they reward market liberalization, and they are interested in pandering to investor confidence rather than being interested in how this impacts on ordinary citizens. And they're much less concerned with employment creation, with public ownership, with public sentiment, with social and economic redistribution. And this matters because for a state like South Africa that's trying that's attempting large-scale developmental investments, we're going to be then disciplined through downgrades, through rising borrowing costs, and through lots of market pressure. So in practice, neoliberalism itself continues to punish any country, developing world country, that attempts to become much more developmentally ambitious. The second part is also that South Africa's infrastructure crisis is also a crisis of the political economy. So Transnet's deterioration is not a coincidence. It's not just an operational problem. It affects export competitiveness, our marketing and manufacturing capacity. Most of us can see the impact of this, Kathy, on our roads. The volume of trucks that are now on our roads, on our highways, which are impacting on traffic flows, and of course the quality of our roads, the potholes, and so on. Rail systems also determine whether minerals are processed locally or exported cheaply. And they also determine industrial competitiveness, because the more quickly you can get your goods in and out of the country, the more effectively you are able then to turn them over. Of course, there's a caveat in that, which is that we shouldn't be exporting our minerals on the cheap. And the gap in there is in our value system and in our value chain. Energy systems as well determine whether economies are stagnating or industrializing to a great extent, but not to the entire extent. So the question is who's owning what our recovery might be. I also want us to think around what the energy transition could be. And again, I think that this is really a struggle over ownership. We keep hearing about an energy transition, and we keep hearing about the fact that we need to think around different ways of doing things. But in truth, there's a deeper contradiction that's shaping the global energy transition itself. The countries like the US are subsidizing clean energy through different, legislation. Europe is heavily financing their strategic energy and industrial sectors. But we need to be very aware that we are not going to be able to do this without greenwashing. And I think one of the concerns that we have is that this is really a new form of energy colonialism, and that this is something that, in South Africa, we haven't really had important and meaningful conversations about. And I think that, when we think around the expectation that we're going to supply critical minerals, and that there's going to be occupation of external companies on our land, using our energy corridors, we have to think green for whom, owned by whom, financed by whom, and industrialized where. And I think then when we think around then energy, energy not only as a point of political economy, but as part of growth and ownership, the contemporary scholars that remind us that if we're going to be included into global systems, it's not enough if ownership structures aren't changed. And the simple issue is not whether or not the South African economy can grow. It's who is owning the finance, Kathy, who is owning the logistics companies, who is owning the infrastructure, who owns the industrial systems, and who actually controls the development direction itself. And in fact, how do we even define development in a context where there is so much need and so many people have been entirely left out of the social contract? What is being developed? And I've asked this question on many panels. What do we mean developing towards what, and developing using what kind of matrix? And I think also that the debate can't just be a neutral debate about just public administration. That is not neutral. Governance is not neutral. And the deeper issue really is whether or not our infrastructure recovery can actually also expand our productive ownership, indigenous African ownership, or whether we're just stabilizing the status quo, where we're essentially treated like a market, where external actors come in and buy at very low prices what they want, and we are merely spectators. So that would be where I would pause it for this moment.
Lebohang, as you're speaking, I'm thinking about where and how South Africans begin to get involved in these conversations, the access points, right? Because they're often so complex. If you look at the specific sectors, these sectors, they work in a particular way, and it might not be accessible in its not so simplest forms to many South Africans. So what do we need to be doing to be aware of the conversations, but to also get involved in those conversations? Very briefly.
I think in energy, in education, universities, TVET colleges, research institutions, they're facing increasing pressure to prepare young people not only for employment, but for participation in new production systems. And I hope that is an important conduit. And a lot of young South Africans are already working inside digital economies, coding, teaching themselves coding, appearing on platform work, design data systems, and so on. And I also think that we need to be able to have these sorts of conversations, the ones that we're having now, and project them in different spaces. I used to love the taxi rank conversations where you would have all these tannoy announcements, go north to and different places places like that. I think that the faith-based organizations have their own role to play. And I also think that we need to bring back the notion of civic engagement, civic participation. And that has something that has really lapsed over the last couple of decades, actually. We are a highly engaged community, a highly engaged population, very interested and vested in our destinies. And I hope that we can rebuild the architecture, across NGOs, across social movements, the way that we used to talk about landlessness, the way that we used to talk about privatization. It's a pity that maybe even the trade unions, who had a very important role to play in public education and in civic engagement and also in civic resistance, Kathy, have become a bit more backseat and very moribund. And I think, in my view, got caught up in personality politics rather than workers' rights and radical workers' politics for a long time. So those would be some of the conduits that one would hope would bring us back to a place of engagement, but beginning, I think, with platforms like this very one.
All right. Dr. Lebohang Pheko, political economist and senior research fellow at Trade Collective.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. If you want to go Durban, Pietermaritzburg, it is going to be complicated for a little while. There's a major crash involving a lost load all over the Pietermaritzburg-bound carriageway between Stockville and Shongweni. So effectively, the N3 out to Pietermaritzburg is closed. You'll come off, I guess, at the Richmond Road, work your way up Fields Hill, M13, Kloof, Hillcrest, back on at Key Ridge. That's going to be the way to do that. There is a big backlog of traffic caught into this closure, sort of stuck between Marion Hill and Shongweni this morning. But for everybody else, just factor in a diversion onto that alternative route. If you're Durban bound, part of this crash in is up on the N3 eastbound as you come into Marion Hill Plaza, so there's a really big delay there as well. Now, once you get through that sort of alternative routing and you get back into the N3, there's another big crash which is blocking the N3 just after Market Road towards Allan Payton, so it's all jammed up heavily from Ashburton, again with traffic being taken off Market Road down to the R103, so you can just imagine there's a whole pile of congestion there on the highway and on the alternative route. So you've got those two big scenes, one at Marion Hill, one at Pietermaritzburg, both on the westbound carriageway, but both with impacts on the Durban-bound side as well. Just staying in Durban, the N2 going north, a crash before Kwamashu, very slowly getting up into that from as far back as Umgena Road. Pretoria, N1 South, heavy, Linwood Road down to Rigel Avenue. That's an earlier collision. It's just clear that will take a while for that big backlog to process, but there's now been a crash on the M1 North going up through Rigel to Garsfontein, so getting up from Boerta Avenue, that's very heavy. Crash on the N14 between Brockfontein and the R55, Pretoria West exit, heavy queues both ways into that particular scene. And a reminder, outside Cape Town, the N1 Huguenot Tunnel is open only to passenger vehicles, light vehicles. Trucks are being diverted away from the viaduct section and rerouted over De Toy's Kloof Pass, and that is because of high winds. And just a lot of traffic around Elsie's and Parow this morning, some very heavy traffic on routes like Holt Road in Elsie's and Delaray through Parow Valley. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
For news on South African industry and mining, Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly has you covered. Click through to Creamer Media's Engineering News each day for the latest on the people and companies shaping the energy transition and South African industry. Keep your finger on the critical minerals pulse by visiting Creamer Media's Mining Weekly. For deeper insight, subscribe to the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, out on Fridays. Creamer Media, current, credible, comprehensive.
If your network provider was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to Outsurance saved 45-year-old Jason 520 Rand on his 2025 Hyundai i10. Get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
All right, I'm taking your calls on 086 000 2032 is the number to dial to reach our studio line this morning, 086 000 2032. I've seen quite a number of text messages that you've sent through. Some of you responding to the interview we did with Lisa Vetten on the move by Gauteng to say NGOs should not be hiring or paying salaries of non-South Africans. And I think it's on both sides of the conversation. Some are saying that, yes, Kathy, that makes absolute sense, rather. Others are saying, no, that is really against the protection of basic labor rights. But I think the majority are saying that that move makes sense. Lebogang, you're in Cape Town. You want to talk about the Human Rights Commission?
Sis Kathy, and to your SAfm listeners.
Yes, sir.
Sis Kathy, I think for me is that, let me start with, I'm not 100% in agreement with the March and Operation Tutuda for targeting those, I call them entrepreneurs, in the township for, let's call them the national, foreign national, sorry. Precisely because the people have voted with their money to say we are okay, that's why we're going to source their services. I get that. But what I do agree with them is that there is a pandemic situation here when it comes to foreign nationals. So therefore, instead of focusing on those that are vulnerable, why don't they target the filling stations, the restaurants, the hotels, the construction industries that are illegally so hiring the foreign nationals because they need the work permit to do so. So they have to go and apply for that. And they rightly so, I'm talking about this movement, calling on to say your human rights commissions are going to render themselves useless to most of South Africans because they're very much biased. That's a fact. We see it. And when the guy comes in and says, no, we are not biased. We've been championing some of the human rights issues that are targeted South Africans. I said, yeah, okay, I'll give you that. However, the minute there's a foreign national issues that is coming on the table, you go for it.
Okay.
You're on their side. So that, for me, I'm thinking we need to be very careful.
Lebogang, let's leave it there. Kagiso, you're in Springs. You want to respond to Lisa?
Yes, and then on the issue of that Human Rights Commission as well, that person cannot say they are looking at the issue of human rights, whereas the name itself says South African Human Rights. If it was a global human rights, it would have said it's a Global Human Rights Commission. So we cannot protect foreigners at the expenses of our taxpayers. And then the entitlement of that lady, when they say the Gauteng government is doing wrong by excluding foreign nationals, who's paying tax? Who's supposed to pay tax? Huh? Because those are our tax money. So what are they implying when they say that's discriminating? That's not discriminating. You can go wherever you want in the whole world. There's no country that will be saying that we're going to cater for foreigners. Every country looks after its own people.
Okay.
Oh, that's it.
Let's leave it there. Nkosinati from Nkandla, very quickly. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Kathy. No, I'm a first-time caller on your show. No, I just want to talk about that guy, Carl Sander, who was testifying on Madlanga Commission 2 days ago. Especially on the last moment, I saw him getting emotional, and also I was watching him. He was talking something more sense. But on my side and also other people, we were so hurt in a painful experience to watch him, because he is one of the people who have killed our fathers in 1995 on August 2, and what happened? 8 people they killed them, and I was shocked to see him crying, because I'd never seen him in that emotion. Because what happened?
Because Natiki killed them where?
At Wash Hostel in August 2, 1995. They killed 8 people. Then after killing them, they did the same thing what has been said on cabinet inquiry, that all cases like that by the police.
Are you talking about Sanders, the individual, as in he himself?
Yeah, he was
Okay.
a part of the 8 policemen who killed the 8 people at Guamash Hostel from Kanda.
Sure.
He was part. Yes.
Mm.
And what is it? What happened? The case. Then they changed the case to be an inquest. It took about 6 years for that inquest, and then after the inquest, they were found that they were on the wrong side. Then they were not charged after that. And also we did a report, even the iPad did nothing about that. So we are so hurt about this news. Now we got nowhere to report all these things.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nkosinati, you know what? Thanks for calling in. Let me put you through to our producer, one of our producers, Lebo, so that you can just give him a bit more details. But yeah, certainly a different stream, right, coming out of what we have been talking about this morning, but certainly worth reflecting. And Musa is standing by at the news desk. And good morning.
Our Insurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, Makaka murder trial to resume and Ramaphosa vows tougher action on illegal immigration. Good morning. The trial of 3 men accused of the murder of former ANC Youth League Secretary-General Sindiso Makaka is expected to resume today in the Pietermaritzburg High Court. The matter was postponed last month to allow former Mzimkhulu Municipal Manager Zwelipanzi Skosana time to secure legal representation. Skosana, who remains in custody, was arrested last year after self-confessed and convicted hitman Sibusiso Ngengwa implicated him in the case. Makaka was shot in 2017 and later succumbed to his injuries in hospital. Meanwhile, co-accused Bonele Mieza and Mbulelo Mpufana remain out on bail as the trial continues. The Pretoria High Court is expected to deliver judgment in the bail appeal of suspended Organised Crime Unit Sergeant Fani Nkosi. Nkosi is challenging the Pretoria North Magistrates Court ruling, which denied him bail. He faces charges including theft, defeating the ends of justice, and the unlawful possession of ammunition and explosives. Spiwe Mkhize reports.
Sergeant Fani Nkosi was arrested following a raid at his Pretoria North home in April. Police allegedly found case dockets, explosives, ammunition, and more than 50,000 rand hidden under a mattress. During his bail application, the state opposed his release, arguing that Nkosi poses a flight risk, may evade trial, and could interfere with witnesses and ongoing investigations. However, Nkosi has denied all allegations against him. The court's decision will determine whether he remains in custody pending trial or is released on bail.
Schooling has been suspended in the Sarabatman and Nelson Mandela Bay regions in the Eastern Cape as a precaution amid heavy rain. The South African Weather Service has issued a Level 8 warning for disruptive rains for the Nelson Mandela and surrounding areas. The Eastern Cape Education spokesperson, Malibongwe Mtima, says they are closely monitoring the situation.
The Eastern Cape Education called off schooling in 2 of its districts, namely the Nelson Mandela and Sarabatman. This follows receipt of severe weather warning from the weather services. To ensure that no life is wasted or lost, the department has called off schooling in those 2 districts and instructed districts to monitor the day and or the weather so that if it continues, they can take decision based on what is happening outside.
The National Prosecuting Authority says despite the Mpumalanga Chief Magistrate Tuletu Tonjeni retiring, it will still pursue the complaint against her. NPA spokesperson Kaiser Khanyago says they will also approach the Provincial Regional Court President to assign another magistrate to hear the appeal regarding the contempt of court and arrest warrant issued against State Prosecutor Mkhuseli Ntaba. Tonjeni issued an arrest warrant for Ntaba, who failed to attend the bail hearing of taxi boss Joe Sibanyoni and his co-accused at the Kwaggafontein Magistrates Court. The matter was struck off the court roll It prompted the NPA to lodge a complaint against her with the Magistrates Commission and also re-enroll the matter. Khanyago explains.
The National Prosecuting Authority has submitted the complaint with the Magistrates Commission, and the complaint was more about the conduct of magistrates. Therefore, we want them to get to the bottom of it so that it can be of assistance to even other people going forward. Now that the matter has been reported while she was still in office, we will just await what the Magistrates Commission will do and how they are going to handle it. The ball is now in their court.
President Cyril Ramaphosa says strides are being made to address the issue of illegal immigration. His remarks come as protests against undocumented foreign nationals surge across the country. Speaking during the tabling of the presidency budget in Parliament, Ramaphosa acknowledged that illegal immigration remains a serious challenge in the country. He says government is working towards strengthening the country's borders and ensuring employers adhere to labour laws.
We are cracking down on violations of immigration laws. We are increasing our inspections of workplaces and prosecuting employers who violate our labour laws. We are strengthening, Madam Speaker, border security, stamping out corruption in the immigration system, and closing the loopholes in fragmented immigration laws.
And finally, the ceasefire between the US and Iran has been tested again with a further exchange of fire. The US military says Iran launched missiles towards Kuwait and Bahrain. The BBC's Peter Bowes has more.
US Central Command said 2 Iranian missiles fired towards Kuwait fell short or broke apart in flight, while 3 missiles launched at Bahrain were intercepted by American and Bahraini air defense systems. Kuwait hosts several US bases and has been frequently targeted by Iran during the conflict. The US military also said its forces carried out self-defense strikes against an Iranian military ground control station on Keshmer Island in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran says the target was a communications tower south of the island and has cited that attack as the reason for its retaliation.
Recapping the top story, the trial of 3 men accused of the murder of former ANC Youth League Secretary General Sindiso Makaka is expected to resume today in the Pietermaritzburg High Court. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Theft, accident and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
Washing your own car saves money, but you could really save by switching to Outsurance Essential Car Insurance made for older cars. 51-year-old Musa pays only 451 Rand a month for his 2011 Toyota Corolla and gets third-party cover of up to 1 million Rand. Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 Rand. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185. Outsurance, a licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
Very good morning to you in your SAfm Sports Headlines Soccer. Bafana are urged to let their football do the talking, especially after that administrative blunder ahead of the FIFA World Cup. And we also have the World Rugby Player of the Year, Malcolm Marx. He's the latest Springbok forward to join an already lengthy injury list. We'll find out more at around 8:30.
SAfm. Guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. It's going to be a very difficult trip out of Durban to Pietermaritzburg for some time this morning. Major truck crashes at Marion Hill and at Pietermaritzburg. The big one at Marion Hill Plaza has closed the N3 out to Pietermaritzburg. You'll be diverted off at Richmond Road, sent up the Mike 1 to the M13, up Fields Hill, along the M13, and you come back onto the N3 at Key Ridge. There'll be a lot of congestion on that route. There's also a lot of traffic stuck around Marion Hill Plaza out to Shongweni that cannot get past this particular crashing warning because it's a lost load incident. The other big one is two trucks that have collided into each other after Market Road. Heavy backlogs from Ashburton going up to Pietermaritzburg, and all sorts of crazy delays on Market Road and the R103, which operates as the alternative routing. Now, both of these scenes, keep in mind, have an impact on the Durban-bound side. So leaving Pietermaritzburg to Market Road and coming through from the Shongweni into Marion Hill Plaza, very heavy traffic pressures there. Just staying in Durban, bit of a delay on the N2 between Inanda Road and Umhlanga this morning. That's after an earlier crash. Pretoria's N1 northbound now with a crash at Garsfontein. That's pretty heavy. A crash between it's on the N14 Krugersdorp Highway between Brockfontein and the R55 Pretoria West exit, causing delays to and from Pretoria. And Cape Town, the Huguenot Tunnel remains closed to truck and high-sided vehicles due to high winds. Used to Toy Scoof Pass to get around that closure. You can get through the tunnel in a car, but not in a truck. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 12 after 8 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. Welcome to the final hour of the show. Coming up this hour, we look at a question that no parent, teacher, or member of society should ever stop asking. Are our children safe? As South Africa marks Child Protection Week, the numbers, of course, paint a disturbing picture. There are thousands of abuse cases reported every year, many never reaching the authorities. In a moment, we'll bring in those at the front lines of child protection and the Department of Social Development responsible for safeguarding our children. We ask, where is the system failing and what must change in order to better protect our children? And later, a reminder of what is possible when talent meets determination. We meet a young South African who's graduated cum laude with 21 distinctions, 6 dean's commendations, and he'll tell us more about his journey. That's on Built in Mzansi. Of course, I'll also take your calls before we get to the top of the hour. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. 086 000 2032. Send those WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107. This is the National Briefing.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Ha! Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with ta! Ta!
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
FlySafair's winter win-back has officially landed. For 60 days straight, one lucky traveller every day will win the value of their flight back. Simply book flights in June or July for travel anytime and stand to win the value of your airfare back as a FlySafair voucher. Don't just chase the sunshine, chase the win this winter. Book at flysafair.co.za and you could be getting your bucks back soon. Excludes taxes and fuel surcharges. FlySafair, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on heala.org. That's HEALA.org.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Add to cart. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I get.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from MyWay, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
The National Briefing on SAfm with Kathy Mutlatlana.
You're listening to the National Briefing, so let's get then into our briefing debate for this morning. In fact, I just want to start looking at the numbers, right, because they tell a story. Close to 9,000 cases of child abuse and more than 3,000 sexual abuse cases were recorded in a single year in South Africa. UNICEF now estimates that more than 4 in 10 South African children experience some form of abuse growing up. And just a couple of days ago, we saw hundreds of children walking to Constitutional Hill demanding that the adults in this country do better. Dr. Shahida Omar is director of the Teddy Bear Foundation for Abused Children. She joins us this morning. Dr. Omar, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Kathy, and the listeners. Thank you.
And Niliswa Tekiso is with the Department of Social Development, and she's the director responsible for child protection programs. Niliswa, good morning to you.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning to the listeners, and good morning, Dr. Uma. Thank you.
Shahida, when we look at the protest that took place earlier on this week to Constitution Hill and the concerns that were being raised by these children, the message often is quite clear that we as a country are failing our children. Now, where does that failure sit? Is it the child protection system that is not working? Is it families that are not working? How do we locate the root of the problem?
Okay, so thank you for that question, Kathy. I think as child protection practitioners working daily with abused, neglected, and traumatized children, we continue to witness significant systemic failures. And the systemic failures is the lack of coordination and integration of services in ensuring that vulnerable children are placed in safe spaces and receive the care, protection, and therapeutic support they require. Now, while South Africa has a progressive legislative framework through the Children's Act 38 of 2005, the implementation gaps remain profound, often leaving abused children exposed to further harm, the secondary victimization and trauma. There are key challenges, and you reflected on the march, which is actually mirroring what is happening across the country. The Children's Memorandum and the pledges made by the children, where they spoke specifically to the delays in court processes, the finalization where cases have been taken more, has actually continued between 2 and 7 years. So a child that has been abused and has been subjected to this process has had to endure this repeated trauma of going back and forth to court. So the delays in court process, the lack of support of intermediaries, not having sufficient intermediaries, interpreters, translators, but also the lack of social workers. One of the requests made by the children was having more social workers available. So the accessibility of having more social workers and having safe spaces, or the victim empowerment centers as well, making that more available. And I think the reality is that in the rural areas, the services and support structures and resources are more available. Unfortunately, in the disadvantaged communities and rural areas, it's uneven. So if we look at the key challenges here, certainly the things that came out was severe shortage of safe placement options and even not having access to the social workers where they've been in safe care places. Then also the inadequate therapeutic and psychosocial support, delays in statutory interventions. And I think we just have to be fair here that social workers within the DSD, Department of Social Development, frequently manage unmanageable caseloads, high vacancy rates, staff burnout, inadequate supervision, and limited resources, which undermine timely interventions. And then another challenge, Kathy, is underfunding and over-reliance on NGOs, because a substantial proportion of child protection work is carried, because it's specialized services, by NGOs, and of course, many of which operate under chronic financial strain. And then inconsistency, quality, and oversight of placements.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, Shahida, I just, want to touch on an issue here, and it's the fact that often when we're talking about the safety of children, it is the extreme the more violent cases that we are referencing. But there are other ways in which children are unsafe in our society, but somehow that has fallen to the wayside because of the chronic, shortages with social workers. So if a child is, let's say, malnutritioned, being starved at home, that often flies under the radar because the system is so under-resourced that it's only these extreme matters that seem then to form the narrative around child safety. Would you agree with that statement?
Indeed. I mean, I can give you an example of a recent case we had at Charlotte Matsekia Hospital, where, we used Gauteng Department of Social Development, and of course, where when the relationships are strong, and we have an excellent relationship with DSD, needless to say, but you have to utilize, it's people who, relationships you have built with. So this child was, there wasn't a safe space, there was no place for her to be placed in, and they were actually discharging her from the hospital to go back into an environment where she was physically assaulted and sexually abused by a stepfather. And we had to push, because social services were not able to find something immediately, we had to push for the child to remain in hospital. So what you are saying is that definitely there's this gap, the integrated child protection systems. Unfortunately, the child-centered responses require more strength and collaboration, and that's not what we see. And I think that's a challenge, because what does it do? It's slow processing of court reports and statutory documentation, delayed children's court proceedings, delayed placement decisions. And unfortunately, the children suffer a lot of trauma, because removed from their stable environment, familiar care, that's ambivalence. They want to be back with the family, but they're not happy or feeling threatened and fearful of what has happened, and obviously do not want that to recur. So I think the challenge is about that building that stronger integrated child protection systems, and that is something where we lack.
Neliswa, why are we seeing these high levels of regression when it comes to the protection of children? And, there's a chronic shortage of social workers, and yet we occasionally hear reports of the Department of Social Development cutting down even further on the number of social workers that it's hiring. Does that make sense?
Kathy, yes, as the country, we've got a challenge of resources, which also government is suffering because the fiscus is shrinking. And yes, social workers are carrying high caseload. That is why when we speak about the Child Protection Month, we speak about ensuring that we make protection of children a societal responsibility. We ensure that everybody rally behind the protection and the promotion of the rights of children. As the country, Kathy, we have focused so much and invested so much on reactive, responsive services. Yes, the statistics shows us that so many children are getting abused. Let me show Kathy that as much as we were saying that sexual abuse was higher in the previous years, just the previous financial year has shown us that deliberate neglect by parents is on the increase. Out of the 27,000 reported cases of child abuse, 10,000 plus it is deliberate neglect by parents and caregivers. What does that tell us as the country about the state of families in the country? A country that has got so much alcohol abuse, where we even see children abusing alcohol, and alcohol being one of the drivers of gender-based violence as well as violence against children. This is telling us that we must strengthen our prevention and early intervention programs.
Absolutely. And you know,
Yes.
I don't disagree with that at all, because those figures in and of themselves should make all of us sit up, right, and question truly what is happening in our homes. But does that not solidify the case for why the interventions on the part of social development need to be stronger? Because the child that is at home and neglected is only going to be found by a social worker.
Not only social workers, Kathy, let me correct that, because we've got child and youth care workers. We've got community development workers at the local level. Because, Kathy, out of the 20 million plus children that we have in the country, we can't really expect social workers to be in every household. Hence, I used the statement
that's fair,
protection of children is everybody's business.
Let me reframe what I'm saying, because what I meant by it was that ultimately, for there to be any further steps taken on an official basis, these cases have to be processed by social workers, which is where I was leading to. And in the absence of that, you then have legitimate cases of children that are not being attended to. Yes, social workers are aware of them, but they are also caught up by some of the systemic failures and backlogs.
Kathy, as I'm saying that we're still hanging on the reactive part. We are not addressing the root cause, which the parenting programs that we have in place, which our community-based prevention and early intervention programs we have in place, such as our RECIHA program in every community, every ward, because we've got 1,200 drop-in centers where we've got our child and youth care centers. Yes, social workers will be there in our child and youth care centers. Social workers will be for our children in foster care, including cluster foster care schemes. Countrywide, we've got over 400 child and youth care centers. Yes, Kathy, I'm not making any excuses. We've got issues of funding in the country, which is not only affecting NGOs, it's also affecting government itself. Hence, you see the challenge of high caseloads for social workers. However, those social workers that are there, they are doing their level best through our child and youth care centers. We even have placement. That's why I'm saying let's look at this matter broadly, not on the reactive side only, because social workers, yes, they would come when the cases are reported. Yes, our system at times is not fully functional because you will lose the child from the reporting of the cases up to the prosecution of this child, of the perpetrator. So that's why Dr. Shahida speaks about we must strengthen our coordination and collaboration. And that's the call that we're making when we embark on Child Protection Month on annual basis. However, we are contending with the challenge of limited resources, both government and civil society. That's why we also call on the business sector that let's make protection of children, because prevention is better than cure. If we make sure that we strengthen our families, our parents and caregivers, so that they don't neglect children and children being victims, we will have less cases. Because really, Kathy, to be honest with you, it means that if we miss this prevention that I'm talking about by everybody, traditional, the religious sector, the community-based organization, these 20 plus million children will land in social workers' hand, and we don't have that number of social workers because there are quite a number of social ills that we are contending with in the country, as I've cited: alcohol abuse, mental health issues.
All right, let's pause it there. We're going to take the latest news headlines. And good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, civic organisation Forum for South Africa has accused government of failing to cushion citizens from the rising cost of living. It follows an increase in the price of petrol at midnight. The trial of 3 men accused of the murder of former ANC Youth League Secretary-General Cindy Somagaqa is expected to resume today in the Pietermaritzburg High Court. And rains have begun to hit the Southern Cape as a level 8 weather warning was issued. The Western Cape government has urged farmers and rural communities to take immediate caution as severe weather conditions are expected across parts of the province. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, Pretoria. First up, still very heavy on the M1 North, into a crash up by Garsfontein, getting up into that from around to the Botha Avenue territory. Pretty slow going. Southbound, an earlier crash at Rigel, plus some onlookers at the crash near Garsfontein, still causing delays. So heavy northbound, slow southbound. Crash on the N14 between Brockfontein interchange and the Pretoria West exit, causing delays both ways on the Krugersdorp Highway. R21, a collision before the Benoni exit. It's been with us all morning if you're heading to the airport. That run through remains slow. Now, if you've got to go out of Durban to Pietermaritzburg, it's going to be a bit of a schlep this morning. Major truck crash between Marion Hill Plaza and Shongweni. The Pietermaritzburg bound carriageway is closed. You'll probably find it closed back as far as Richmond Road. You'll come off the N3, go up Richmond Road, up Fields Hill, along the M13, come back on at Key Ridge. So that's a lot longer to travel. There are motorists and truckers that are stuck between, effectively, that Richmond Road and the crash scene out towards Shongweni with absolutely nowhere to go. So hopefully they'll be released sometime soon. But it is a major crash. It's having a big impact on the Durban bound side, coming from Shongweni down into Marion Hill Plaza. And it's going to be certainly most of the morning involving recovery around this scene. So make sure you've got plenty of time to get through. The other big one is the truck crash going up into Pietermaritzburg just after Market Road this morning. That traffic is severe all the way back to Ashburton area. Cape Town, the Huguenot Tunnel remains closed to high-sided vehicles. If you're driving a truck, you'll have to go over to Toys Kloof Pass. That's because of strong winds through that viaduct section. N1 into town, slow from Platterkloof all the way through to Elevated Freeway, and the M3 pretty slow this morning from Newlands up into Hospital Bend. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
All right, Zai Khan, Bafana have been urged to let their football do the talking.
Wait, there's more. So, yes, they've been asked to do that, as well as on the back of, the visa delays that disrupted the team's departure to Mexico. Concerns, Kathy, have now been raised over an incident during last week's international friendly against Nicaragua, where South Africa briefly had 12 players on the field at the same time. This is the latest controversy, and it's hugely concerning. So we don't know if FIFA is going to...
Clearly you didn't hear the interview with the Deputy Minister yesterday. She said, all negative talk, please. We must be sending the boys positive vibes. You're doing the opposite of that. We wait for them to finish the World Cup and then all other negative energy stories.
Okay. The good news for you is that they've arrived in Mexico. The better news, hopefully everyone's been counted properly. So we can definitely prepare for that World Cup clash against the host Mexico. Now, while Bafana preparing for that World Cup opener against Mexico, we've got a South African referee, Abongile Tom, also getting ready for the biggest assignment of his career. The FIFA accredited official who was born in Old Crossroads in Inyanga has been selected to officiate at this FIFA World Cup. He previously worked as a police officer but has since left SAPS to focus fully on officiating. In the meantime, teachers from Mexico's National Coordinator of Education Workers Union, they kept up blockades and protests in the capital yesterday after clashing with police. Now, the demonstration comes just days before Mexico City hosts the opening match of the World Cup, and that will be Mexico against Bafana Bafana. Thousands of teachers maintaining the blockade at key points across the city, demanding changes to Mexico's public sector pension system, arguing the current rules force teachers to work longer and retire with lower benefits. In the meantime, there's an artist by the name of Wayland who's filed a $25 million lawsuit over a painting which was taken down in downtown Dallas. The mural, known as Wailing Wall 82, covered two sides of a building and has been the city landmark for nearly 3 decades. Wayland alleges that FIFA, along with the building's owners and management company, painted over the artwork without his consent. The artist says the move violated a federal law that protects works of visual art from destruction. Now, Dallas is set to host 9 matches during the 2026 FIFA World Cup, more than any other host city. And finally, Springbok hooker Malcolm Marx has become the latest injury concern ahead of South Africa's demanding international season. The World Rugby Player of the Year, who left Japan's Rugby League 1 semi-final at half-time, was later seen with his left arm in a sling. Reports suggest the 31-year-old may have suffered a bicep injury. Marx joins an already lengthy Springbok injury list that includes Sasha Feinberg, Ngomezulu, Kwagga Smith, Archie Snyman, Frans Malherbe and Bongi Mbonambi. The Springboks open their season against the Barbarians on the 20th of June before hosting England, Scotland and Wales in July. That's your sport. We'll tackle more with John Hediker around 12:30 for the National Briefing. Sport, I'm Zaikan.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
All right, it's 8:38. You're listening to the National Briefing. So in a moment, I'll be taking your calls. You can call in to speak about any of the matters that we've put on the table this morning. Of course, you can also raise something completely different. The numbers to dial 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. I do just want us to round off the conversation and the debate we're having around child safety. Where are our children safe? Where are the safe spaces that we create for our children? And very concerning to hear the high numbers of neglect of children by their family members, those that are supposed to love them and protect them the most. Dr. Shahida Omar was part of that conversation. Dr. Shahida, you wanted to make a final contribution before we wrap it up.
Thank you, Cassie. And I just want to add on to what my respected and esteemed colleague, Director Chekiso Neliswa Chekiso said. So we can only improve our services and protect and enhance the prevention of child abuse if there's improved sustainable funding for child protection services. The state, like she said, must adequately resource both government and NGO partners delivering frontline child protection services, where the funding model should be predictable. You know, we as in the NGO sector, we're not sure if we're going to get that funding. And it's got to be timely because the funding is not always delivered on time, cost reflective. I think the reality is that posts are supported and paid for, but the other additional costs NGOs have to bear the cost and generate income for that, and multi-year funding where possible, because I think those are the challenges. Protecting children cannot be achieved through chronic underfunding. And through this funding for both for government, for DSD, for NGOs, it will assist. You know, if we fill those vacant social work posts, working conditions of social workers will increase the retention and reduce caseload burdens. And of course, providing supervision and practitioner wellness, because we see a high level of burnout. And the most important thing is increase specialized training in trauma and child protection, because that is where we're struggling. And the reality is that, unfortunately, because NGOs do not have sufficient funding, they're not always in a position to deliver the specialized care to children and families.
Dr. Shahida Omar, let me thank you for your contribution there. One does also get the sense that it doesn't seem that we are prioritizing the safety of children in our country. And I know there are conversations that are easy for us to have as South Africans. You talk about Matanga Commission, everybody has something to say. Talk about corruption, everybody has something to say. But the closer it hits to home, it seems the more silent we become on these issues. I'm going to be taking your calls and your WhatsApp voice notes.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
I only hear about the South African Human Rights Commission when it comes to the undocumented foreigners. We, as the people of West Rand, Krugersdorp, Beckersdal, and surrounding areas, we are harassed by Zamazamas every day. We sleep in the community halls with children and women, but we can't hear anything from the Human Rights Commission. This commission is useless, Katie.
Good morning, Sis Katie and listeners. This is Vuyo from Paris on my way to Cape Town. What I can tell South Africans, rematating, that's all. We are on our own. Thank you.
Good morning, Kathy. It's Shawan from Durban. The Human Rights Commission was set up to ensure the rights of South Africans who suffered under our dark past. Undocumented illegal foreigners in South Africa have no rights because they entered the country illegally.
Morning, Kathy and listeners. Shame on the African countries that are having their citizens sleeping on the streets and they say nothing. Shame on them. Shame on their embassies. Anonymous.
Morning. The comparison of the July unrest to the appointment that people fairly well on time made for the 30th of June, I think it's uncalled for. It's very, very unfair. So all the government has to do is just to listen to the people and what they'll be complaining about on the 30th. That's all, and I believe everything will be back to normal.
Yeah, look, it doesn't seem that that's the sense the Human Rights Commission is getting when it's, doing all of the work it has been within different communities in the country. And I don't think that we should take that warning lightly. I think that we should actually be asking the officials what are the measures that have been put in place to ensure that violence does not escalate. The tensions have been escalating. How do we ensure that that doesn't translate also into an escalation of the violence? Sine says, Kathy, we're struggling with getting DSD to work with other government departments across the country. How do we collaborate with them? It's difficult to even understand their referral pathways. They're always defensive, Sine says there. She also goes on to say they hardly attend war rooms where these issues can be addressed. How are they addressing these gaps? They need to improve and collaborate with other departments. Sine, it sounds like you too are a government employee. Perhaps if you can tell us a bit more so that we can also put that context to the social development departments. Sydney in Witbank says, Kathy, how many social workers can we afford to hire as a country? I believe all of us must be involved. The same way we have private involvement in education, health, and security. Yeah, I guess that's one way of looking at it. Bethwell in the Val, you want to talk about NPO funding. Good morning.
Morning. How are you? It's Katie.
Good. Go for it.
Fine, thanks. No, I was listening to one of your person who was hosted regarding the NPO funding and prioritizing social workers who are South African citizens. I think that is a great move, Kathy, looking at the high unemployment rate, not only for social workers, and considering indeed one speaker spoke about the social ills. And this must cut across the board, because you cannot feed strangers or neighbors while your own kids are hungry. So we must take it in that way. And by the way, social work is not a scarce skill. There are many social workers out there who are South Africans who are without jobs. So I think we must take it in the positive light in that way. I understand the issue of immigration and xenophobic, which is on the limelight now. But I think it's a great move considering that there is high unemployment rate.
Okay.
So it won't make sense. Sorry?
Yes, Bethel, go for it. Wrap it up.
Yeah, it won't make sense to feed a neighbor while your own kids are starving.
All right.
So we must not take it in that simple terms. Thanks.
There's no place of safety unless we take our kids to the children's home because they are being sexually abused by their biological fathers, stepfathers, brothers, uncles, grandfathers, neighbors, teachers, pastors. Thank you, Kathy.
Good morning, Sis Kathy. Last year, millions and millions of rands were spent when the citizens of South Africa refused Ramaphosa to use them for national dialogue. He asked people to help him with ideas for what he's supposed to do. Ideas were given, but nothing even today is materializing. For him, is just to talk. He promised million houses. He promised to increase job. He is failing in every direction.
All right. Thanks for those WhatsApp voice notes. Yeah, the national dialogue, where is that process? Haven't heard about the national dialogue in a while. We need to get an update with the office. I think it's being run out of the Deputy President's office. So maybe they can give us more details. Pule, you're in Matlosana. Good morning.
Morning, Kathy. Kathy, I wanted to get in yesterday. Unfortunately, I couldn't. My concern is I've got two, but I'll be brave. As we ask these people to leave our country, and some of them are running business, successful business in South Africa. I'm expecting South Africans to occupy those space and run those businesses successfully like the Pakistan and all these foreigners have been doing, because it's a problem. We ask them to leave, we don't occupy space. And the space, if they remain as it is, then they will come back again and occupy the space and run business. That's the point that I wanted to do. The other point, Kathy, which I'll be brave on it, our parliament is a political system formation. That's why we have the impeachment, and members of parliament who are political leaders or coming from political formations are sitting on the impeachment. They are unhappy. Some of the members didn't vote for Ghana, and the other members didn't vote for the doctor. I forgot his name. My point is here. We know the proximity between Ramaphosa and Jingula on the ATM. Since he arrived in Parliament, he came with a bag of motion of no confidence.
The proximity between Ramaphosa and Zungula.
Yes. We know the man, since he arrived in Parliament, he came carrying a bag of motion of no confidence.
Mm-hmm.
We know the feelings about NK Party, about Ramaphosa. Malema, after the Concord case, he went and addressed the people and said Ramaphosa must leave. When the judgment is not saying go and impeach Ramaphosa, said go and form an impeachment committee and check possibility can be impeached or not. But he went and misled some of South African and his members that Ramaphosa must be impeached. We know it's not going to be fair. We know the relationship between Ramaphosa and DA. DA, I'm telling you, is going to vote together with the ANC to rescue Ramaphosa. Whether the evidence is positive or negative, they are going to do that. So we must not expect fairness in this impeachment committee by all means.
Let's leave it there. Zoe, very quickly, you also want to come in on the impeachment committee.
Good morning, Kathy.
Zoe, go for it. Good morning.
About the impeachment, my question is, I heard that there's a refusal by the MK party to remove former Judge Klope. They say that there's no law. But for me, that does not need to be a law. It's a legal principle, and the judge must know very well, especially the MK party. They are the people who have been calling for recusal of Downer, Billy Downer, recusal of Zondo when President Zuma was to appear before the Zondo Commission. He was calling for his recusal, which was refused. But in this case, a person who has been impeached, like Judge Klopp, I don't think it augurs well for the work of the impeachment committee to have somebody like Judge Klopp in the impeachment committee, a person who himself was impeached and who it could be changed into a retributive committee, impeachment committee, not an impeachment but a retributive, because he definitely is full of vengeance in his heart. So it makes perfect sense for me. I think before the impeachment committee even starts, that must be seriously considered.
Okay, Zoe, thanks for that. Yeah, I've been interested by this debate of neutrality, right, and the expectation of neutrality when it comes to MPs that are part of this impeachment committee. Almost, I guess, where does the balance come in? Because we know these are members of parliament that represent political parties. The culture has been that they stand by that, and that's what we have accepted as a society, right? We have accepted that culture within our political landscape. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying that we've accepted it. And so it's been quite interesting to hear the views on the impeachment committee in particular.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. The M1 North in Pretoria remains slow and under pressure. It's a crash going into Garsfontein Road this morning. Traffic arriving into that. Still pushing a queue back as far as Buerta Avenue, although it is starting to ease. The N14, the Krugersdorp Highway, driving west. A crash before the R55 Pretoria West exit. The R21 towards the airport, backlogging down towards a crash at the Benoni exit. That scene's been with us all morning. And Grayston Drive, a crash at Catherine's. A lot of pressure around that part of Sandton this morning. Here's the other big one. If you're leaving Durban out to Pietermaritzburg, the N3 closed effectively between Richmond Road and Shongweni. That's due to a massive truck crash this morning and load spillage. It's going to take a while to reopen that N3. If you're on your way out of Durban to Pietermaritzburg, expect a reroute up Fields Hill and down through Hillcrest. Also, if you're Durban bound, that collision scene also impacting traffic flow going into Marion Hill Plaza. So after Shongweni, that gets heavy. Add a crash at Pietermaritzburg just past Market Road on the N3. That is still causing a huge backlog through to Ashburton area. Cape Town this morning, fairly busy on the highways, particularly the N1 into town, slow from N1 City all the way through to the elevated freeway. M3 is under pressure from Newlands through to Hospital Bend, and the N2 inbound still sitting from Bunga Avenue Langa through Hospital Bend. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
All right, whenever you hear built in Mzansi, you know that it's almost our time to get out of here. But we can't leave you without reminding you of the possibility that this country holds, the hope, the inspiration that lies just in the ordinary South Africans. Today, we take a look at what happens when talent meets determination. We speak to this young South African who has graduated summa cum laude with 21 distinctions. Yes, 21 distinctions, 14 certificates of merit, and 6 Dean's commendations. He graduated at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Siyabonga Khumalo is his name. Siyabonga, good morning. Where does one even start? Did you do all of it with just one brain? Most people struggle to just get through the degree in record time. And here you are with 21 distinctions.
Good morning, and thank you so much for having me on the show today. Even now when such accolades are being called out, it's quite unbelievable, even now, actually realizing that no, man, you actually did it. So it's quite a hectic journey, but yes, I think through, determination and perseverance, one can do it.
Siyabonga, the reality is that you did do it. And we want to know how you did it.
So, in such a case, I'll say, with academic, especially in an academic space, one, if you've got a set mindset and you know your end goal, you know what you want to achieve at the end of the goal, and you know what to do in order to get there. And one of the most important things I would say is first discipline and consistency. For me, taking that 3 hours daily, focusing on my work, instead, because I know for some people what works for them is that they just do 9 hours straight, they cross nights. But, just breaking down your work bit by bit, daily, by the time that exam season comes, you actually kind of like recapping, and having like the right support structures, people who believe in you. And for me, wanting to work hard in order to give back, especially as an appreciation to my mother's sacrifice to the rest of my family, it was like a driving force. Let's know you need to excel. You need to strive for excellence and try to rewrite those stereotypic views normally people hold about, differently abled people. So for me, those driving factors, that's ambition and motivation, kept me going, especially consistency throughout the whole academic journey.
And let's talk about being differently abled, right? And the physical challenges that in and of itself may present, whether it's navigating yourself on campus, if you have to be at campus, and just the general perceptions that you would have encountered growing up and deliberately deciding that those were not going to define you.
So, in such a case, maybe speaking for my case, I can say I have been very fortunate enough, right from my community. I grew in a very interconnected, in a very supportive community of Nutu in Makaka area. So, having people who did not frown upon you, who did not show any typical stereotypic sentiments towards you. That's kind of like, because, even in my school, primary schooling, everything was nice. We were playing with other kids. The teachers were so, accommodative. So for me, even the concept of being differently abled wasn't something that I came to realize up until, later stages, because everything was fine with my peers, all those supporting community, family, all instilling that sense of confidence within me. So I know for some people, they are not so fortunate to grow up in such surroundings. So, but, for me, it has been an exceptional case. I think God went through and prepared everything for me. So such things, they kind of build you. They kind of build that resilience. Even when you have those minor, inconveniences, you are able to deal with them, those challenges, you are able to face them with confidence. So, it has been a thrilling experience for me.
Siyabonga, what a well-rounded human being you sound like. And of course, Siyabonga is well on his way to pursuing a career in clinical psychology, still going to pursue his honors, his master's and PhD. All right, that brings us to the end of the show. We're back again tomorrow between 9 and midday. Up next is the Daily Discourse.
In our top stories, rising petrol costs spark concern over household affordability and Makaka murder trial to resume. Good morning. Civic organisation Forum for South Africa has accused government of failing to cushion citizens from the rising cost of living. This follows an increase in the price of petrol at midnight. Both grades of petrol increased by R1.43 per litre due to an increase in international oil prices linked to the escalating geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. The organisation warns continued increases could deepen poverty and economic strain. The forum's national leader, Tebogo Mashilompane, has described government's failure as a deliberate act of injustice.
When there's an increase, food prices goes up. And when the price of petrol or fuel goes down, the price of food does not go down. The price of public transport, which majority of South Africans are using, goes up. And when it goes up, it does not go down when the petrol decreases. So we acknowledge the fact that there's a global issue here. But with us, South Africa, we still have opportunity to create a platform where oil can be generated. We've got refinery industries. Why can't we do that? We've got coal. Why are we not using it?
Senzo Mehiwa murder trial witness Colonel Putumngane Kumalo is expected to continue with his testimony at the High Court in Pretoria this morning. Kumalo has disputed claims that accused number 2, Bongani Ntanzi, was a suspect in a 2018 murder case in Kwanongoma, KwaZulu-Natal. Defence counsel Sipho Ramasipili called Kumalo to challenge evidence linking Ntanzi to other criminal investigations.
To quote these words here in court, Sergeant Mohani, he says, when he arrested Bongani Ntanzi, he told him, and I quote, "We are arresting him regarding the Nongoma case and that he was a suspect in a case of murder in Nongoma where a firearm was found."
My Lord, this is not a murder case, and in this case is a possession, and there's no suspect by the surname of Ntanzi in that case. It's only Utilezi.
The trial of 3 men accused of the murder of former ANC Youth League Secretary General Sindiso Makaka is expected to resume today in the Pietermaritzburg High Court. The matter was postponed last month to allow former Mzimkhulu Municipal Manager Swelipanzi Skosana time to secure legal representation. Skosana, who remains in custody, was arrested last year after self-confessed and convicted hitman Sibusiso Ngengwa implicated him in the case. Makaka was shot in 2017 and later succumbed to his injuries in hospital. KwaZulu-Natal MEC for Social Development Mbali Shinga is today approaching the Pietermaritzburg High Court as she fights her expulsion from the NFP. Shinga, in her court papers, is seeking an urgent court interdict stopping her removal from the legislature and the swearing of party president Ivan Barnes to replace her. The NFP has moved to replace her in the legislature after she lost an appeal against the expulsion from the party on Saturday. She was expelled for defying the party's order to support the MK party's motion of no confidence in Premier Tamintuli in December. Zanele Buthelezi reports.
Shinga wants the NFP to hold off on expelling her and to retract its decision to remove her from the legislature. She also wants the Speaker not to proceed with the process of filling her seats with NFP President Ivan Barnes. She claims it's unlawful to remove her before she appeals the expulsion to the NFP's General National Conference in line with the party's constitution. While she had said to bring the case to court on the 9th of June, she argues that the matter has now become urgent because the Speaker plans to swear in Barnes on Thursday.
And finally, rains have begun to hit the Southern Cape as a level 8 weather warning has been issued for the region. The Western Cape government has urged farmers and rural communities to take immediate caution as severe weather conditions are expected across parts of the province. Authorities say flooding and road closures could disrupt access to farms and isolated areas. Farmers are being advised to move livestock away from flood-prone areas, avoid unnecessary travel, and closely monitor water levels near rivers, dams, and low-lying areas. Recapping the top story, civic organisation Forum for South Africa has accused government of failing to cushion citizens from the rising cost of living. This follows an increase in the price of petrol at midnight. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Ha! Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with ta! Ta!
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling in a 1.5 or a Lacquer 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 Rand.
Now that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My Cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 9. Welcome to the Daily Discourse here on SAfm. I'm Joanne Joseph. Great to be with you today. It is Wednesday. We are officially halfway through the week, and the team is with you. Melissa is in right now. Stanza standing in for a short while before Kinewe joins us, and we are taking your calls as always on the show. You remember they produce the show on a daily basis, and of course the team is here. We've got Patrick on sound. Harry is behind the camera today, and we are waiting to hear from you on our studio line. That number again, 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line, 0614104107. Keep the voice notes short. 30 to 45 seconds is the ideal, please. And keep them clear as you have been doing over the last few days, and we'll play as many of those as possible. Apart from listening on your radio, you can also listen to us on DSTV channel 814, and you can live stream us from our website as well. Also, if you would prefer to see what's going on behind the scenes, have a look at what is going on in studio at this hour. We're live on YouTube, and I know some of you watch us from other parts of the world. Welcome. And we are also live on Facebook as well. So X2, if that is the platform you prefer. We'd love to talk to you throughout the show. In fact, we are actually taking your calls. And let me tell you what is coming up in the next hour on the show to start with. Well, firstly, we want to set the record straight on the issue of the Nhlamulo Sambo case. Now, you know that many of the reports that we've been getting in the last few days had been calling this a xenophobic attack. Yesterday, we had a call from one of our listeners who said that there had been something untoward there and it wasn't a xenophobic attack, and that Nhlamulo, in his words, our caller's words, was a naughty boy. And so obviously I could not go on that because we cannot go on rumors. But today, the story has developed. Our reporters have been out there on the ground, and the story has changed. It appears that it was not an alleged xenophobic attack. It appears to have been an attack in which the boy is accused of having engaged with his friends in something akin to a robbery. We're going to get the full details on that from our reporters so that we set the facts straight on this issue. It's very important that we remain factual, we prevent all disinformation because this is a very sensitive issue in our country right now. So it's important for us in terms of accuracy. And then you had a lot to ask yesterday in terms of the Spaza Fund story. And we thought it was important to bring someone back today because you didn't get to ask all your questions. We ran out of time. It was a long conversation, but you had a lot more questions. And some of the questions that you were asking could not be answered by the representative of SAdF we had on yesterday. So we've invited on Sibusiso Ngcobo. He's the head of business development at the SA Spaza and Tuckshop Association. And perhaps he'd be able to answer some of the more pointed questions you had about who gets access to funding in the country and why, and why some people just are never able to lay their hands on funding despite their best efforts. And then we're also talking to the parliamentary committee. We're talking to a member of the Joint Standing Committee on Defence, Chris Hatting, and he's going to tell us about the situation at Ikapa, that is the SANDF military airbase, where the troops are really said to be under pressure because they are reportedly living in awful conditions. South African National Defence Union telling us yesterday they're taking legal action against the SANDF, against the Defence Department, because they want these conditions to be improved. But Parliament actually did a site visit to that base yesterday. So I want to hear from them exactly what they saw, and I want to find out whether a lawsuit is justified. There is a lot more that we are talking about on the show this morning, but I encourage you to make use of the lines and the WhatsApp line, as well as our studio line. I would love to talk to you about some of the big issues that are knocking around today. You also often call for constitutional review on this show, right? And I want you to know that the time for constitutional review is rolling round, right? You've got until July. I'll give you the exact date a little bit later on when we tackle this, but you've got until July to write to Parliament about the issues that you want looked at. You may be focused on one aspect of the Constitution that you feel needs to be reviewed. There may be more than one issue. Whatever it is that's on your mind, we're going to speak to Glynis Breitenbach, who's co-chairing that committee, and we're going to find out what you need to do to get in touch with them, the easiest way for you to do it, whether oral submissions are required or whether it's just written submissions, and whether you can get your issue on the agenda to be looked at for constitutional review, because as active citizens we really need to make an effort to make sure that we participate in this. We evolve the Constitution according to the kind of rights we want to see in this country. Let's take a call right now. Tulani from Umlazi is on the line to us. Tulani, good morning. You want to speak about the vernacular in schools?
Yeah, thank you for taking my call. Yes, my son, he asked me a question. He's 10 years old. He said to me, is it fair that at school, isiZulu is only taught once a week, and it's about 45 minutes, whereas the Afrikaans is taught 3 times a week, and it's 1 hour per period? And another thing that he discovered, there are no tests that are written in isiZulu. So I said, I think it's fair. I think his previous school, they had to choose either isiZulu or between isiZulu or Afrikaans. So in this one, I'm like, to me, what does it imply? I wrote an email to the Department of Education. Obviously, I expected that they won't respond, and they didn't respond, because I said, hey, can they check this thing as to whether is it fair? How is it allowed that isiZulu? For me, I don't know whether it's undermined by the school or what, So hence I decided to call SAFM to maybe make the Department of Education and Kenya to account, on this matter, because I don't think it's fair. If my son is 10 years old, he's asking me about this, he can pick up that there's some unfairness in this, you know.
Yes. I mean, thanks for calling us, Tulani. I appreciate your call because, yeah, you called the right place. You phoned into the right place because I'm very interested in language issues, as you know, and I find this a little strange, especially because you mentioned your son is 10. My impression was that in primary school or in junior school, they learn all the languages, and then they choose when they're in high school what they want to specialize in. So it seems really strange to me because my daughter did all the languages. She did isiZulu at school and she did Afrikaans and she did English. And in high school, she did other languages that she wanted to be exposed to as well. So I don't understand whether it is a school thing, something specific to your son's school, or whether it is specific to the province. I doubt it. It seems so weird to me that in KZN, your child is only learning Zulu once a week for a short period. That seems really strange to me. Let us follow that up for you, Tulani, and let's find out what the convention is. And maybe we can follow it up either with the Basic Education Department nationally to explain to us how it happens over the provinces, or we can speak to KZN's Education Department. Thank you for flagging that with us. Crispin in Durban is on the line to us. You want to talk about migrants, Crispin? Good morning.
Yeah, I encountered this xenophobic agitation, and I'm saying xenophobic because that's the only problem we really are grappling with at the moment. And I knew from the beginning that this was extremely dangerous, and it's extremely dangerous to us as South Africans. I mean, like 2021, which was a similar uprising, the people who died were vulnerable Black South Africans in particular, but generally vulnerable people. People are not privileged. People are not having power. People who don't have the power to drive this agitation. And we are now at a stage where murder is involved. It's setting a pattern. I mean, think of the impact on a young person. What is being acted out in front of that young person is that when you're frustrated, you have the right to take out your frustrations on a vulnerable group of people. It could be, if you're a guy and you're frustrated, you take out your anger on a woman. If you're an adult, you take it out on a child. If you're able-bodied, you take it out on a disabled person. We are reinforcing a very damaging pattern. And I was present when I saw this happening in the 1980s, when opponents of apartheid were being attacked by people, even by Black people, acting on behalf, though they didn't realize it, of the governing power structure.
Yes.
And to me, this is a very dangerous thing. We need to see it for what it is. It is a criminal enterprise.
Crispin, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. I wonder how our listeners would respond to that because, you know, we have such an outcry here on SAFM and we have to hear our people, right? Their lives are just so hard right now. And I don't know, 30 years on, I don't know how you take it for that long. Quite honestly. And I say this as a middle-class person because I sit here with the kind of privilege that many of our listeners and fellow South Africans don't have. If I'm upset about something, I go to the CEO of the company. If I'm upset about something, I try to access a government official to have an interview with them on why whatever I'm thinking about is not working. So I have certain lines of accessibility that other South Africans may not have. And I wonder how our people have been patient for so long, because it's not just post-democratic South Africa in which life has been difficult for them. There's a whole history of apartheid before that they've had to live through, where they've done without things because it was legislated that they ought to do without things. And I think post-democracy, they've not been given the things that they deserve and that they are entitled to. And there's such deep anger that when you get to the point where you are that angry, that you can lose control very, very easily. And that is what worries me, is that we are at that stage, but also that our government, our leadership in this country has allowed it to get to that stage. And why would you allow people to become so angry? Why would you allow it to get to the point where they then become so angry with the people around them and start to potentially take it out on them or think about taking it out on them because you as a government have not provided what you were supposed to? So I think we are facing a very serious problem here. And I worry that we're going to see the same kind of action that we saw in 21 when we saw the July unrest. I worry about previous waves in this country of anti-migrant sentiment and how those came up and how people were hurt in that, South Africans included. And I think we really need to do everything instead of heightening tensions. We need to do everything to lower the temperature that we can, so that we can give our people what they need, right? We make sure that their rights that are enshrined in the Constitution are enacted, but at the same time, we also ensure that we adhere to our human rights regimen, our legal regimen, on our commitment to human rights for all people. It's going to be a very difficult line to walk, but it's going to take balance and it's going to take cool heads that many people don't have anymore because of the situation in which they've been put. All right, we're going to take a short break now, and when we come back, I'll take more of your calls, and we'll also touch base with our reporter Tanya Kraus on this issue of Nhlamulo.
Protecting your family means staying one step ahead, and that starts with knowing the facts about human papillomavirus. HPV is linked to over 99% of cervical cancer cases and claims the lives of more than 5,000 women in South Africa every year. HPV doesn't discriminate and will at some point affect both men and women, young and old. Protect yourself and your loved ones. Ask your healthcare provider about vaccination. This message was brought to you by MSD.
No one gets fit overnight. It takes discipline, and your money is no different. A Nedbank 32-day notice account helps you build financial strength with up to 7.3% interest and zero maintenance fees. The higher the deposit, the higher the return. Invest in under 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. For more information, go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
All of a sudden, they just went out of their cars and came advancing towards us. The first white policeman threw a tear gas. It was the first time we saw a tear gas can. We didn't know even what it was.
And I think it's an event that not only our generation connects to, but future generations will also connect to, because the reason that I today am able to walk into the rooms that I can and have opportunities is because of the education that I received. And that would not have been possible if it weren't for the bravery of those students and the sacrifices that were made that day. And if there's any lesson that can be learned from that, it's that if we want to effect change and make a difference, we won't do so by simply waiting for permission.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
All right, we're heading for 23 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse, and I promised you we were going to catch up on this issue of Nhlamulo Sambo and the story over which there was much confusion in the last couple of days. And we're doing it because it's important to set the facts straight on everything that went on in Mossel Bay in regard to his killing. Now, initially, we had been told by reporters on the ground that it was a xenophobic killing, that all indications were that it was a xenophobic killing, and his mother echoed those sentiments. But of course, in the last day, police have come in and they've been interviewed by various reporters from different news organizations, and they have said this actually was not a xenophobic killing. So let's find out from our reporter, our SABC reporter Tanya Kraus, exactly what happened there. And Tanya, good morning to you. I want to go back to the weekend because that is where the xenophobic attacks seemingly began against two Mozambican nationals. What happened there in Mossel Bay?
Good morning, Joe, and good morning, listeners. Well, going off the Provincial Police Commissioner's briefing yesterday, it sounds like the deaths of the two Mozambicans on Friday night followed a fight with locals. Now, whether this can be attributed to xenophobia is unclear, as the Commissioner said one of the victims was dating a South African woman, and they are still investigating if this fight erupted because of domestic violence, a love triangle, or something else. But be that as it may, this fight led to the destruction of more than 50 shacks, and the displacement of hundreds of immigrants, excuse me, and even some Tsonga-speaking South Africans who fear for their lives.
All right, so that actually turned out to be quite a serious incident indeed. Now tell me about the actual Nhlamulo Sambo incident. What is believed to have happened there, Tanya?
Now, in regards to Nhlamulo's death, I understand it's a very sensitive matter and people's emotions are running high. The family's version of events is different than that of the police. We spoke to his mother yesterday, who said that her son and a friend were asleep in her son's shack when they were attacked. I think with all the tensions after the attack since Friday, the assumption is that he was killed because he wasn't a local. But the police's report is that Nhlamulo and this friend were actually looting a shack and was caught by the owner. Now, the friend hid, but the owner chased Nhlamulo and stabbed him to death. Now, this man fled the scene, but police arrested him last night. He's a 23-year-old, and he's expected to appear in court either tomorrow or Friday.
All right. So police are actively working on this case, and no doubt the actual circumstances of it will come out as the investigation continues. Tanya, where do you think the confusion occurred in terms of whether this was a xenophobic attack, whether it wasn't? Because, I mean, we were very dependent on reports coming out of the
reporters spoke to.
Yes.
And like I said, their version, I think, is much more based on emotions and what has been happening over the weekend.
All right.
But I think for the official report, we should stick with what the police is saying, that this was actually not xenophobia and not targeted to Nhlamulo because he's Tsonga, but because of something completely different.
All right. Thank you so much for setting that straight for us, Tanya Kraus. Very important to have the facts there, and thank you for bringing those to us this morning, our SABC reporter, Tanya Kraus. Let me take one of your calls on this, and I promise I'll come back to the others right after our news bulletin, but let's start with Xolisa in PE. Good morning to you, Xolisa.
Good morning, Joanne.
Hi.
Your producer and to our listeners. It's fixed, by the way.
Oh, fixed.
Joanne,
yes.
I just need to request that the police should do something about the people that are actually coming to the media or on radio making claims that their children are being killed in the cases of xenophobic attack, which is not true, because the parents, I'll tell you this, the parents know that their son is involved in crime. And it is wrong again for journalists not to listen to both sides and to dig right deeper into the root cause of the boy being killed. Because this is becoming serious, because we learn that now the media is being against South Africans, because whenever there is an issue between a South African and a foreign national, it's only labeled as a xenophobic, even if the person is a criminal in that even drug dealers in Cape Town, because I'm staying in Cape Town, if you approach them and tell them stop what they're doing, they will tell me that I'm xenophobic. Just by telling them that stop selling drugs to children or to our children, we are told, and there is this word that is used to actually stop us from actually calling them to order of xenophobic. And you know why they're doing this? Because the media, they know that the media is protecting them, and the media houses are actually on their side, not on the side of the South Africans.
Fix,
And
you know, our listeners keep saying that, and it's actually, first of all, it's to talk about the media as one entity is a generalization. We don't exist that way. We don't call each other up and say we're all going to handle a story the same way. There isn't some kind of media conspiracy. But you're quite right about the issue of ensuring that we cover all our bases and we talk to all the right people. And I think part of the story may have gone wrong because people were speaking to the family and not the cops first. And I think, both of those things should have been done at the same time. And that is where the confusion occurred. So it's not that people are setting out in the media or I shouldn't speak for other media houses. I can only speak for SAFM, right? But I can tell you that we're not trying to do that. We're not specifically setting out to say, oh, let's call South Africans xenophobes, or let's only view the matter from one point of view. We're trying to see it from all points of view, but people feel persecuted in this country right now. And the perception is because the media is trying to walk that fine line where we talk about maintaining everybody's human rights, as well as the rights of South Africans, it's offending people. And you're going to hear us walk that difficult line throughout this, because we are not in favor of people being hurt or killed. We're not in favor of anybody dying as a result of this conflict between migrants and South Africans. We're going to try and do everything to make sure that temperatures are lowered in this climate. It is 9:30 here on SAFM and on the Daily Discourse. We are, of course, joining you with more of those calls in a moment. Let's take Anne Musa first with your latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, National Assembly Speaker Doko Didiza has rejected allegations of bias in the Section 89 impeachment process against President Cyril Ramaphosa. This after African Transformation Movement's parliamentary leader, Vuyezungula, called for Didiza to recuse herself from the process. Police in the Western Cape have arrested 9 suspects in connection with the kidnapping and robbery of a 51-year-old businessman from Summer Greens. And civic organisation Forum for South Africa has accused government of failing to cushion citizens from the rising cost of living. It follows an increase in the price of petrol at midnight. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
SAFM values your views. Be an active citizen.
9:31 on the Daily Discourse, and we're continuing taking your calls on the open line. That number again, 086 000 2032. I'll also play some of your voice notes now. Let's take a call from Tsepo in Pretoria. Good morning to you, Tsepo. What's your stance on the Nhlamulo issue?
Hi, Joanne, are you okay?
Hi, I'm so well, thanks, Tsepo. Go for it.
Well, you know what, Joanne, I've been asking this question my entire life, especially having been listening to a talk radio show for my entire life. And I know that it's so difficult to be a talk show host. But sometimes I just feel that talk show hosts need to say that your point is noted. You don't have to defend anything. You just to say it's noted. And it's okay. And interestingly, I would like to know, how do you think you could have handled the interview with the guy who was claiming that Nhlamulo story? He got a call because I was listening to it as I was driving to work yesterday. Yeah. And then I realized, because I respect you, I like the fact that you are objective about the issue, but I think maybe it can be the issues around that, the complication about the issue. It can be a lot of things, and you try to be neutral as you can. But yesterday, I think that's why you're doing damage control with your team, because the guy was just saying that there's another version of this. And then I remember you saying that we're not going to take the story from your neighbor or whoever said that, but you could have handled it differently. You are a human being also. But the one thing that really bothers me about the entire issue of migration is the fact that you mentioned it profoundly. You said we tend to underestimate and suppress the voices of the people whose this thing is affecting them. It's easy for me to talk as a middle class, as a white person who hires them.
I'm not white, by the way. You know that, right?
No. I know you. No, you've always been my favorite from the days as a presenter. The roasting with you are. I like you. I'm just saying that you've just said something very profound. You said it's about time for people to listen. Why people are so angry? We've been living with migrants for so many years, even before apartheid. But why is this one so severe? Without accusing otherwise, without adding some frills and doing accusations, why are we not listening to? Is there any particular force that is making people not even to choose to listen to South Africans? Is it difficult not to listen to your children and listen to your neighbor's child? Does it make sense? Does it even make sense? When your child says, but ma'am, dad, your neighbor's child is feeding me poison, and you say, this is not how I raise you. You're not supposed to talk back to me. It's deep. This thing is so deep. I still feel there's someone driving it, and I don't know who it is, because we've been living with these people for so many years, but this time, and they are so arrogant in our communities. If you can see them in our community, what they do, how they talk to us, where do they get the arrogance that they have? The ones that came before 94, they came 94, after 94, we were taking them like brothers, sisters, and then they became full in the house. They became elephants now. They're telling me we are useless. They're telling us we are so many things. They're saying so many evil things that you can ever come across. And no one wants to listen because I'm sitting in Sandton. I'm sitting right there in a gated community. I don't want to hear what you're saying. You guys are so xenophobic, and it's a comfortable way to use xenophobic to shut us down. But now people are saying no more about xenophobia. We've had to rather call us xenophobia. It's okay. But I said maybe to round off my point, I said maybe you could have handled it different, and maybe it's a lesson because we learn every day as tech show hosts that, and I think going forward, you'll find a way to handle that. But there's always two sides of the story. But I still respect you and like you as a guest presenter. Your objectivity, the show is fresh. I'm not necessarily insinuating anything. I listen to you every day. And keep up the good job.
Thank you, Tsepo. Thank you so much for that. And thanks for such a balanced call and such a decent way of putting it across, because we have a lot of people who call into the show and they shout at us, right? They're very abusive towards my producers. And so it's lovely and refreshing to get a guest on, well, not a guest, but a caller on who actually has his way of putting his point across in such a respectful way. Let me just explain that the reason that I cannot tolerate rumors on the show is because rumors can lead to misinformation, which can lead to injury or death. So if someone calls into the show and says, I have credible information that this child was involved in this, I would say go and report that to the police immediately. But if someone calls in and says, we know some people in Mossel Bay who said this was a naughty boy, what does that even mean, right? There's nothing credible about that at all. But I've got a reporter on the ground, and that reporter is information gathering. And as that reporter is information gathering, they're making that information available to us in studio. And we have to trust our reporters. As journalists, that's what we do. Our reporters are often the backbone of the operation because they're the ones who, while we sit in studio and discuss the issues, they're out there actually experiencing the issues on the ground, and they are feeding information back to us. And we have to believe that our reporters are credible. And sometimes we drop the ball, sometimes they drop the ball, but most of the time, your reporters out there are gathering all the information they can under the circumstances, under great constraints. And based on what they tell you, you have to believe your reporters are credible. And that is why, if we have to take a phone call from someone who says, I heard from someone in Mossel Bay that this might have been a naughty boy, that is not information. That is not something credible that anybody can use. A journalist can't use it. A police official can't use it. You have to have, if you phone into a program like this and you've got credible information, you're more than welcome to share it. Somebody did that on Kathy's show this morning in regard to Carl Sanders. And gave specifics and gave dates. And Kathy then said, I'm going to put you back to my producer. Please let us look into this. Because there was credible information with evidence involved and dates. And that really helps us to do our work. But if you are couching something as a rumor, we're not really able to carry that as news or information. We've got to then defer to our reporters on the ground because they're not telling us a vague thing. They're giving us information that they have actually gathered in real time. If they have to correct that information afterwards, they do that. If the police hold a media conference and correct information, we are able to access that. But we have to go to the most credible person possible in the moment. What was said to me yesterday was not credible, and that's why it was unusable. All right, Simon in Kimberley is on the line to us. Simon, good morning. You're calling from the Sol Plaatje municipality?
Yes, ma'am.
Talk to us.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, there was an incident that happened in 2012 where five people died.
Mm-hmm.
So there was an inquest. The inquest was open. The inquest went through, and Sol Plaatje was found negligent.
Yes.
Of the death of the five people of the workers.
What can you just tell me in what circumstances, Simon? How did they die?
They died because one of the workers were busy at the pump station. It's a water waste wastewater treatment plant.
Okay.
Where one of the workers were working. Actually, one of the workers was my father, actually.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry to hear that you lost your father.
Yes, he was my father. His name was Joey Reed.
Yes.
So the inquest went through, and the inquest, they found that Solplaiki was negligent.
And then
on part of the workers.
Okay,
Yes.
and then what happened? Was any action taken?
After that, nothing happened, man.
Really?
Till today.
Okay, let us
Since
look into that
2012.
for you. Let's look into that for you. I'll try and do it in one forum or another, whatever platform I'm on. I will try to look into that for you. I've noted your details. I'm going to put you back to Melissa and ask her to just keep your details on hand. If we are able to follow that up, I promise you that I will do it. Okay, thank you very much for that, Simon. All right, we're having a bit of trouble getting hold of our guest who was going to speak to us about spaza shops. I know that he had a bit of a crisis yesterday as well. He was dealing with some sort of conflict on the ground, and so he wasn't able to come through to us. But if we can get hold of him, I will certainly make sure that we have that conversation for you again today. And then I want to listen to your voice notes on some of the issues we've been talking about.
Good morning, SAfm. I think it's about time that we as South Africans be honest and tell our politicians that they've been doing nothing. They haven't helped anyone in this country except they are misleading us into a country where we won't even have future for our children. So now the people are trying to restore order. Then they feel like we are taking matters into our own hands. It's about time that these politicians start knowing that we are the people who put them into those positions, and we can also remove them from those positions. So I say, let's continue fighting for our country.
Thank you so much for that. I think that's a very astute comment because it puts the spotlight on the right people. And I think that is where we are. And I was sorry that Tsepo hung up earlier because I actually wanted to chat to him more about this. We've got to know who the people are who are responsible for the situation in which we find ourselves, right? Who is actually responsible for the situation in which we find ourselves? And if we are angry with those people, can we use the law and any means possible to us, including peaceful protests, to make sure that the people who are responsible are held responsible for it, right? Because if we turn our focus onto the government officials responsible for non-delivery in this country, it would be a very different conversation. And I have the sense that our government officials are not feeling the heat because the conversation has been turned towards migrants. And it suits many of them who have not delivered just fine because they can continue with their non-delivery. The moment the spotlight is turned onto them, and like our listener just said, we need to tell them that we are the people who put them in power, and they are actually, from a political point of view, at our mercy. It ends up being a very different conversation. We end up holding a government to account that has not, in every aspect, been delivering the way it should. Oh, this actually was a very sweet story, I thought. Carl Sanders yesterday on the stand spoke about his coffee machine being stolen. He was away from work for a while, and then he lost his coffee machine. When he came back, it wasn't there. They accused him, actually, initially. They thought he might have been involved in stealing his own coffee machine, and he had to take a polygraph test, and it turned out that he was exonerated, firstly, from stealing his own coffee machine. But somebody felt really sorry for him. This was such a sweet story. Someone felt sorry for him and started a crowdfunding initiative to buy him a new coffee machine. So I think there has been quite a bit of reaction to that. Let's listen in.
Joanne, good morning, man. Flores from a wet Western Cape. Warrant Officer Sanders, thank you to all those people who donated money, 108,000 rand, so that he can buy himself a new coffee machine. But yeah, they should also donate Omar Rusk with that, especially now during the winter periods. But most important, he should get a promotion. This guy tearing up yesterday really broke my heart. Have a good show. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for that. So, our caller reckons that it ought to be accompanied with Oma rusks. Yes, that is perfect for this weather. Absolutely. And I think he's going to buy himself an industrial coffee machine, based on the amount raised. But also, I think he mentioned that any money that's left over will go to the training of the canine unit in that drug bust unit. So hopefully, some more sniffer dogs are going to be trained to be able to do that important work. Lovely, lovely story. Thank you for that. Okay, let's get back to the story of the South African National Defence Force. I was telling you yesterday all about it. We broke the news on air, in fact, that the South African National Defence Union is taking the Defence Department to court over the awful conditions in which soldiers are being put up at the military base in the Western Cape, Ikapi. We were told of leaking roofs, makeshift beds, toilets that don't flush, and other unhygienic conditions that have marked their stay there. Of course, the soldiers are there to support the South African Police Service in clamping down on gangsterism in flashpoint areas. Well, yesterday, Parliament's Joint Standing Committee on Defence carried out its own site visit to the base. Let's get a sense of what they found there from DA Committee member Chris Hatting. Mr. Hatting, good morning to you. Thank you very much for joining us. What sort of conditions are the soldiers staying in at Ikapi?
Good morning, Joanne. Yeah, we were there. Perhaps just a little bit of background.
Yes.
I'll come to your question, but the conditions are still appalling. Let's just go to the background because of the serious backlash that's coming now from the SANDF after the unannounced oversight visit by a Member of Parliament, Nicholas, on the 11th of May.
Okay.
The planning that happened here, they were planning meetings in February. They knew that the soldiers will be arriving on the 15th of March. So everybody know that. But also in the presentation yesterday morning, we were made known that the SANDF knew about all the shortcomings well before, that they had faced the same problems before, and that stage they got in some toilets and some showers from elsewhere, but they knew they were coming. So this Member of Parliament, member of the Joint Standing Committee on Defence, Nicholas Godsoe, after complaints, went there on the 11th of May, almost 2 months after the arrival of the soldiers, after they have complained anonymously to him. He was welcomed there, and he was taken through the base and through the facilities by the officer commanding, and he saw that and he reported that to the media. What then happened is actually quite bizarre, and it took a few days to unfold. The SANDF then suddenly realized that they've got a problem, not because of they knew, because they are on side of what's happening there, but because it got leaked into the media and also onto SAFM. And that reaction, the embarrassment, actually caused the SANDF now to classify the visit of the Member of Parliament as an incident, a security breach, and things like that. And even more than that, they actually took the officer commanding, who welcomed and accompanied the Member of Parliament through the facilities, and they took him on orders before the senior officers, and we don't know whether he will be disciplined of what's happening. The main problem here is not that the Member of Parliament doing his constitutional obligation, fulfilling that, visiting the base. The offence here is, according to the SANDF, security breach, but the embarrassment that the world now also can see what they are doing and what the public out there should not be seeing.
So,
I was in the
Mr.
facility.
Hatting, yes, sorry, before, because you said something interesting now, and I just want to pick up on it before you tell us what you saw yesterday. So I mean, my understanding is that members of Parliament can go wherever they please on these visits, and they need not be announced either. I mean, I may be incorrect, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is you can go there unannounced as a member of Parliament, and you can access just about any area in the country that you want to, because you're a member of Parliament, and you have the right to do that, right? But I don't also know what the military has set out in terms of its protocols and security. Do you believe that anything was breached, or do you believe that Parliament, actually a member of Parliament, had the right to show up there unannounced if needs be, although they were expecting him?
We certainly believe that. And but our MPs are going all over South Africa. They visit police stations, they visit prisons, they visit clinics and hospitals and schools and all the time. But in the SANDF, you've got this securocratic fever, if I can call it that, where everything needs to be, keep people out, don't let them see. And then they default into the higher echelons, say you need permission of the chief of the SANDF or chief of army, but that is not so. In fact, the general yesterday morning said they need, and he actually said that we need prior notification. We need a week, 2 days, 3 days, even 10 minutes. That's what he said, his own words. So you can arrive there, say, I would like to see the officer commanding, and you show them your ID, and they should accommodate you and answer your questions, because that is your function.
Right.
We have a civilian control over the SANDF, and in many SANDF circles, it's apparently a very, very difficult concept to understand. What I saw yesterday is that it was still the same. There were senior officers visiting the base on the 27th of May, and then everything started happening then. Remember that it was the visit was on the 11th of May of the MP, 27th of May, the Secretary of Defence and the Chief Logistics of the SANDF visited the facility, and SANDF then started to proceed with interventions on the following day, 28th. But yesterday morning, we were shown the facility still leaking roofs, and we know that we've got some adverse weather coming in Cape Town this time. Contractors were apparently there, but no work has started. What they have done is that they've cleaned up the area a bit, but inside the hangar where the soldiers are staying, there are even a soldier who put up a little tent to protect himself from the leaking water from the roof. So, yeah, very slow. And remember, we are now in June. The planning took place in February. And what is also concerning is that although they knew, only last week now they suddenly made arrangements from an emergency fund to do the repairs. Also, what happened yesterday, which is very interesting, is that the general in attendance said that, well, he's got many other facilities where the soldiers can stay, and he can actually move them today, within hours, to better facilities.
So why hasn't that been done, Mr. Hatting? If it's
well,
possible.
I don't know. That's the way SANDF operates at this stage. He needs some other coordination from, I suppose, the operational side, that they can be accommodated elsewhere. And there are many other facilities in the Western Cape. They don't have to stay there, and they've been staying there now. They're going into their third month, sorry.
So now we know that Sandu is taking this issue to court. I presume that this legal action will incur further costs that I'm sure the Defence Department can't afford. Is it not possible for you as a committee to address the Minister on this issue and try to smooth this over?
We certainly will. And the chairperson of the Joint Standing Committee yesterday morning asked the General Nkobo there to please do that. Move them to acceptable facilities. You can't allow these soldiers to live under these conditions.
Mr. Hatting, we're repeatedly being told the Defence Department is cash-strapped, right? This is the reason they're struggling to afford even the basics, because they're not getting what they actually need to run defence in this country. How do you think this wider issue can be resolved?
Well, the cash strap, issue is very real, and we see it all over. We see it in broken fences, not even in the major battle equipment that's being neglected and not being maintained, and that the SANDF is losing key capabilities. We see it everywhere. You see it in broken fences, broken windows, even broken windows and pigeons in storage facilities where billions of rands of aircraft are being stored. You see that. And it's got to stop. But so there needs to be more funding from Treasury, from a government as a whole. But on the other hand, for more than about 15 years, we saw a declining defense budget in real terms. But the response of the SANDF is really appalling. They did not respond to the smaller budget that they need to that they have. They didn't respond in. There was a plan on the table, the so-called 2015 Defense Review, which is actually the roadmap for the SANF, which actually gives them the force design. It's a plan. They never implemented that because it was never funded. But if you cannot afford a luxury vehicle, then you have to scale down and get yourself a smaller vehicle that you can afford and can keep on the road. That sense of reality is not present in the SANF. They go on with business as usual, and typically we see the soldiers on the ground suffering, while the elite in the SANF continue with their golf days, red carpets, and blue lights. This is unfortunately the reality that we see in the ground, as well as where we arrive at military facilities.
So Mr. Hatting, this is a difficult thing for us non-military people to understand, and this is why I'm asking these questions. The experts are telling us that defence does actually need more funding. It needs a significantly higher figure in terms of funding than it's actually getting right now. We're being told that the bulk of the money is going towards salaries, so it's just keeping the soldiers alive and fed and housed at their facilities, which is why there isn't enough money for aircraft and all sorts of other hardware that the SANDF needs. But at the same time, we're hearing that the defense minister is jetting off to various meetings overseas and so on, and I'm trying to determine whether that was in any way wasteful in terms of expenditure, or whether this is something that a minister and her cohort need to do to maintain bilateral relations with other countries and other defense forces to keep South Africa safe.
Well, there's certainly a need for keeping those relations, and it should be, as our official policy is, non-aligned. But what we see is not that. What we see is a continued visit to countries like China, like Iran, like Cuba. We see chartered aircraft taking 200 people, bringing back 200 soldiers from Cuba at 34 million rand for the trip. They could have flown business class in a commercial airline for about 4 to 5 million rand. We see that. We see the extravagant expenditure of the minister in travel, spending hundreds of thousands of rands on exotic travel, exotic hotels. It's simply not on. But in the bigger picture, that's not really the thing. The expenditure is a small amount of the total budget. But the message that it sends out to the senior SANDF staff and the Command Council is very, very wrong. The SANDF should adjust to its budget. It should realize that they cannot continue with the status quo year after year, and there should be a new plan based on our national security strategy. What are our threats? And the Ukraine war told us and learned us many new lessons about electronic warfare, about drone warfare. The SANF has simply not responded to that. We even in African countries, African armies are switching to drone technology. Nigeria and Ghana is leading Africa at this stage. We are not responding because we are stuck in the old mold and cannot find our way out of that. So we need a plan. We need a new force design should be modernized, and we need a new approach. In fact, we need new leadership, and simply, I don't believe the minister is hands-on, and she does know what we need.
Let's leave it there. Thank you so much for filling us in there. Chris Hatting, DA member of the Joint Standing Committee on Defence. Right, we're going to take many of your voice notes on that issue because you've been very communicative, thankfully, over the last hour and a bit. Let's catch up with your latest news now. And Musa is standing by, and then we'll continue our conversations on the Daily Discourse.
In our top stories, Didiza rejects bias claims in Ramaphosa's impeachment probe, and manhunt underway following murder of a learner in Brumfisher. Good morning. National Assembly Speaker Toko Didiza has rejected allegations of bias in the Section 89 impeachment process against President Cyril Ramaphosa. The African Transformation Movement's parliamentary leader, Vuyuzungula, wants her to step down from leading the process. However, Didiza insists she will remain in her role, rejecting the party's demands. Zungula claims Didiza had met with the president's lawyers after the Constitutional Court's ruling relating to the Palapala matter and is therefore incapable of acting impartially in her capacity as Speaker. In a statement, Parliament called the claims false and said they were based on tabloid reports. A national spokesperson, Zaman Chona.
At a particular point, when she had to take a principled stance on whether the impeachment inquiry must actually go ahead or not, she took a stance that voted against the continuation of impeachment. So the issue of meeting the legal team of the president and other matters that are widely reported become just a leg on a bigger issue that actually shows her bias towards the president.
Police have launched a manhunt following the death of an 18-year-old boy who was attacked in Brumfisher in Soweto. The learner reportedly left home yesterday morning to visit a friend's house. Police say the teenagers then proceeded towards a nearby school where the deceased was attacked. Police spokesperson Tinswalo Sibeko says the motive of the attack is unknown as investigations continue.
Preliminary investigations revealed that the deceased, a learner at a secondary school in Meadowlands, had left home earlier that morning to visit a friend in Phase 1 Brumfisherville. It is alleged that the two proceeded to a secondary school in the area where the deceased was attacked and assaulted by unknown suspects. The victim sustained severe injuries and was transported to a local clinic in a private vehicle for medical treatment. He later succumbed to his injuries.
Police in the Western Cape have arrested 9 suspects in connection with the kidnapping and robbery of a 51-year-old businessman from Summer Greens. Police spokesperson Novela Potelwa says the anti-kidnapping task team rescued the victim during operations in Kailicha and Saldanha on Friday and Monday. Potelwa says the businessman was kidnapped during a house robbery last week where 7 armed suspects allegedly stole cell phones and a large amount of cash. She says further investigations led officers to 2 houses in Saldanha where the victim was found tied up and injured. The suspects, aged between 20 and 50, are expected to appear in the Cape Town Magistrates Court soon on charges including robbery, kidnapping, extortion and the possession of illegal firearms and ammunition. The Nelson Mandela Bay Metro authorities in the Eastern Cape say they are ready to house communities should the need arise. No evacuations or major incidents have been reported thus far, following a Level 8 warning of disruptive rains in the Nelson Mandela Bay and surrounding areas. However, schooling in Nelson Mandela and Sarapartman regions has been suspended as a precaution. Executive Director of Safety and Security at the Nelson Mandela Bay is Shedrick Sibia.
Our halls, where we can actually take people who don't have places to stay as a result of this inclement weather, they are still available. We can still actually move those people who want to be moved to those areas. as well as some of the infrastructures. We have actually been working hard and made sure that some of those repairs have been done. Electricity outages are being attended to.
And finally, civic organisation Forum for South Africa has accused government of failing to cushion citizens from the rising cost of living. It follows an increase in the price of petrol at midnight. Both grades of petrol increased by R1.43 per litre due to an increase in international oil prices linked to the escalating geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. The organisation warns continued increases could deepen poverty and economic strain. The forum's national spokesperson, Tebogo Mashilompane, has described government's failure as a deliberate act of injustice.
When there's an increase, food prices goes up. And when the price of petrol or fuel goes down, the price of food does not go down. The price of public transport, which majority of South Africans are using, goes up. And when it goes up, it does not go down when the petrol decreases. So we acknowledge the fact that there's a global issue here. But with us, South Africa, we still have opportunity to create a platform where oil can be generated. We've got refinery industries. Why can't we do that? We've got coal. Why are we not using it?
Recapping the top story, National Assembly Speaker Toko Didiza has rejected allegations of bias in the Section 89 impeachment process against President Cyril Ramaphosa. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
In case you missed it.
Why, or do we know why the courts decided to ignore, if one can call it that, the prosecutor saying, I'm not available on Monday?
But when it got to the point of bail, that's when the prosecutor actually said that he's actually not ready for bail. He needs further investigation, and everything that complicated there with the date of his diary, as he had another bail to attend to. And unfortunately, he was ordered to make it to court today. And upon his failure to arrive, he was found in contempt of court, and a warrant for his arrest was issued.
That was the meeting point with Koketso Sachane. 50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
It was not a racial war at all. It was the black students against the system.
At the current rate that unemployment is increasing, and parallel to that, we have more and more graduates also graduating, but we have no way to fit the graduates. We have no way, you know why? Because the focus is on school and graduating, but there isn't, especially in the business sector, there isn't any growth and there isn't any injection from the government to say, hey, let's rather expand sectors so that we can handle the capacity of graduates being produced yearly,
The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. We are entering into our second hour on the programme, having some lovely conversations with you, as well as some of the guests we've invited onto the programme today. And thank you for your feedback on the WhatsApp line and on our studio line. Let me just remind you of those, because we love having you participate in the conversation. Our studio line number 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Keep those voice notes short, sharp and audible. One of the things that you talk about a lot here is the issue of constitutional review. Many of you phone in and say, I'm sick to death of this constitution or one aspect of this constitution, and I want it changed. So we're going to be talking about the issue of constitutional review in this next half hour. Advocate Liz Breitenbach, who is co-chairing Parliament's committee on this, is going to talk us through how you go about not laying a complaint as such, but recommending to Parliament and making a proposal to Parliament that a particular law be changed. Yeah, it requires some legwork, no doubt. You've got to do some reading, you've got to do some research, you've got to see whether anyone has raised this issue before, how Parliament has reacted to it in the past. So it requires a bit of legwork. But I want to pick up on something that Dr. Lebogang Peko said on Kathy's show this morning, which is there was a time when we were all a lot less apathetic as South Africans. We cared about the state of the country. We cared about making our voices heard on certain issues that were important to us, and we made our voices heard. And I feel we're not really doing that post-democracy. We become very complacent. We slip into our little routines, and life is busy, and it makes demands on us, and we forget about our role as civil society and as civic organizations, or people who could mobilize civic organizations in this country. So I would like to hear from you on that, on the constitutional review. If you have any questions for Glynis Breitenbach, who will speak to us shortly, please feel free to ask those questions. And then at around 10:35, we're going to have a conversation with Kuselo Diko. She's chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on Communications. I don't know if you're aware of how much this post office business rescue is costing. It's costing a small fortune, right? But at the same time, government has the imperative of making sure that people are actually able to access post, particularly in rural areas. Those of us who have email and WhatsApp and SMSs and that kind of thing, we quite take for granted sending a message off to someone. There are still people in the country who need to use the post office. It provides an important public service for those individuals, and so they can't be forgotten simply because they're living in a remote area. So we've got to find out what is being done to save the post office, what it's costing, whether those costs are justified, and what it's going to take to turn this whole thing around, because that is a separate cost. Saving it, right, putting it into business rescue and saving it is one story. Part 2 involves turning it around and making it a going concern. We're going to chat about that after 10:30. All right, let's listen to some of your voice notes on our previous conversation. We spoke to Chris Hatting from the Defence Department Portfolio Committee, Joint Standing Committee, actually, a short while ago. He told us about the conditions at Ikapi, the military base where SANDF soldiers have been deployed, and he confirmed that the conditions are terrible there. But he also said they could be moved. You know, there's so many other places in Cape Town they could be moved to, so they should be doing this. And I wonder why this hasn't been done so far. But let's listen to your take on many of these issues right now on the WhatsApp line.
Morning, Joanne. My name is from business. Joanne, I was in one of the towns that's on the border of South Africa and Lesotho, Wepener, on Monday. And I passed through one of the army barracks or camps where they're stationed. The situation there, you can tell it's bad. It's bad. And I think this is opening up us to understand or ask questions on what actually happened in DRC, because if that's the condition that these people are living at locally, what is more that we don't know of that is happening outside the country when they have these missions? We need to now understand what's happening at the army. Z from Bloemfontein.
Good morning, Sis JJ Mbongo Swandisa here. Instead of the union for the SANDF to go to the court, I think they should just take their soldiers and then bring them wherever they were working, because in Cape Town they are not working at all. 4 taxi I think drivers were killed yesterday in Cape Town. This morning, 2 in Masiphumelele Fish Hook. So there's no need for them to be there. Their presence there is useless. So instead of government wasting money, like taking care of them, they must go and patrol the borders. They can leave Western Cape. There's no need for them. They are useless.
All right, we'll take more of your messages on our WhatsApp line over the course of the show. So let's get back to this. Parliament is working overtime on the daily discourse today, and you have said you are very unsatisfied with aspects of the Constitution as our listeners. Some of you want the entire document overhauled. Some of you say there are certain aspects of it that aren't working for you. Co-chairperson of Parliament's Constitutional Review Committee, Glynis Breitenbach, reminded social media users this week that the time of year for a constitutional review is rolling round. So I thought we'd get some information on that so you can make your voice heard on this issue. Advocate Glynis Breitenbach joins us now. Advocate Breitenbach, good morning to you. Thanks for your time on the program. I understand this process happens once a year. Why is it important for South Africans to be heard on the issue of constitutional reform?
Good morning. Well, it's very important because the Constitution belongs to everybody. And the Constitution is, of course, a living document. no constitution is cast in stone, and our constitution has been amended 21 times, interestingly enough. People think it's never been amended. Of course, it has been. What was the case in 1994 when this constitution was drafted, things change, and the constitution needs to keep up with changes in society, changes in the world, changes in technology. And so once a year, the Constitutional Review Committee calls for submissions from the public to suggest amendments that they think are necessary to the Constitution. The participation is actually surprisingly good. We get many, many, many suggestions. Some of them are, less helpful than others. But for instance, the last amendment to the Constitution was to include South African Sign Language as a 12th official language. So those kinds of suggestions are taken very seriously. It's a long process to amend the Constitution. You have to draft the legislation. It has to go through all the hoops of meeting all the requirements of drafted legislation. It has to be gazetted. There has to be public participation. But that, after a period of, I think it was 4 years, was legislated, and that is now, South African Sign Language is in fact the 12th official language of this country. So serious suggestions are taken very seriously and acted upon. Members of Parliament are not all-knowing, and we can't see every single aspect of daily life. It's very helpful to get helpful suggestions to the committee, and they are dealt with. Each one is dealt with individually and very carefully.
That's really great to hear. I mean, I think some of our listeners feel that it's an intimidating process approaching the Constitutional Review Committee. Can you please tell what the process entails from the moment a submission is sent?
Well, the submissions are submitted in writing, and I'm sorry to hear that people find it intimidating. It really shouldn't be. It's meant to be a process that welcomes participation by citizens, and it's a process that we certainly take very seriously. So submissions that are made are looked at by the committee in its entirety, and we take them very seriously. So we urge people to make use of the opportunity. They come in writing, the suggestions, then they are sorted into sort of yes, no, maybe, sort of general piles, and then we work through all of them. The no's are generally, outlandish things like, making the Western Cape province a country on its own, that kind of thing.
Yes.
Clearly that's not, going to be dealt with by the Constitutional Review Committee.
Yes.
Or bringing back the death penalty. We get a lot of those.
Right.
Requests to bring back the death penalty. So, our Constitution is very clear that cannot happen, and so those suggestions are not. We read them, we discuss them, but they are not suggestions that are very helpful and will necessarily fly. And then there are it's very emotional often and very serious suggestions. We take them seriously. We work through all of them. The maybes we work through, the yeses we work through, and then they get put into a system of of whether we think that we can deal with it on the basis of written submissions or on the basis of in-person presentations. And then those that we think we need more information before we can deal with them, we invite people to come to Parliament and make presentations either in person before the committee, or if that's not practical, via a virtual platform. And then they're sorted into a sort of a stream of prioritization, and then they're dealt with. But I can assure everybody that each submission is looked at and considered.
All right, I'm glad to hear that. Let's take a couple of calls from our listeners at this point. Bra Joe in PE has a question on submissions that he made. Bra Joe, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, Advocate. Yes, ma'am. I made submissions in 2023, in 2024, and I even added my submission 2024 to the one that was being led by the South African Constitutional Review Group, to say I might not get through as an individual. Maybe as a group this will work. These considerations, one, you don't get feedback nor acknowledgement, and two, nothing happens. And that's my first question. What happens to our submissions? The second question to the advocate I want to ask is, Where in our constitution does it say you can't change the demographics or the nature of the country? Because that provision.
Oh dear, we've lost our line to Brajo there. I think he was driving. But Advocate Breitenbach, perhaps you could fill us in on that. He's complaining that he's made submissions. He's got no response whatsoever from the Constitutional Review Committee.
Well, I'm hearing you saying that, and that concerns me because submissions that are received via the proper channel are certainly acknowledged. There's a secretariat for the committee that deals with the administration thereof. And they look at and sort every single submission received, and then they acknowledge them. So let me say this: if no acknowledgement was received, I suggest that they resend it to the email address that is in the advert. And if they get no joy, they should please let me know. And my email address is Glynis with one N. .breitenbach@gmail.com. They're welcome to let me know, and I will look into it.
All right, thank you very much for that. I'm just jotting your email address down quickly. And then we've got another call from Tapelo in Kuruman about a particular law around constitutional reform. Tapelo, good morning.
Good morning, Joanne, and good morning to Dr. Breitenbach. I have short questions. Yes, I have short questions. There's a law on the Constitution that says South Africa belongs to all who live in it. When are we going to have South Africa for South Africans first? The people who actually vote and put people in power. When are we going to have South Africa for South Africans first?
That is a contentious issue, sir. We have had many submissions on that. It is a whole set of submissions that are going to be considered in this particular round of the Constitutional Review Committee. And there are many views on that. There's not only your view, there are other views, and they all need to be considered. I can't answer your question when, but it's certainly going to be dealt with in this round of Constitutional Review Committee sittings.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Tapelo. Very, very good question indeed, and I think we need to deal with that at more length on the show. So tell me, the issues. I think Tapelo's got a related issue, but Advocate Breitenbach, something else that comes up often among our listeners. They do speak about the issues of the rights of migrants in relation to the Constitution, and they ask for amendments to those rights. They want those rights to be curtailed in the Constitution. Is there any chance that if you write into the Constitutional Review Committee to ask about this, that will be seriously considered? Or is more consideration given to the fact that, well, we've signed up to certain international rights obligations with the United Nations and other such things. We've got the Bill of Rights here that we use as a guide, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. All of these impact more on what our citizens are saying in regard to this.
Well, you've summed it up quite accurately. South Africa has a suite of international obligations that we are bound by. So those have to be considered and considered carefully. Having said that, there is no law that prevents the Constitution from being amended. And if the majority of members of the National Assembly vote for well, it's not a majority, it's a heightened majority, so the 75% threshold, for a constitutional amendment, if that is passed in Parliament, then the Constitution can be amended. And this is an issue that comes up and now more often. And as I said, it is an issue that is going to be discussed. And it will depend on the members of Parliament eventually whether that amendment gets passed or not. But it's not a simple issue, and you've summed it up again very well. There are many views. There are views for, there are views against, there are middle-of-the-road views, there are international obligations. As you said, there's the Bill of Rights. All of those have to be considered, along with a suite of judgments from the Constitutional Court in this regard, and they all have to be blended. So it's not a simple matter.
Yes.
But it is a matter that is going to be considered.
That's good to hear. I want to take a call from John in Makanda, and you want to...
Okay, I'm sorry.
Are you running out of time? One more question.
I'm on a portfolio committee meeting. So
Apologies that we're detaining you, Advocate Breitenbach. Can we take this last question, or do you have to go? Okay, we'll take the last one. John in Makanda, quick one from you, please.
Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you.
Our constitution is said to be a non-racial one. It's in the preamble. Therefore, the clause that allows for fair discrimination based on race should be removed and should never have existed in the first place. Thank you.
Any feedback on that, Advocate?
Well, it's not really a question, it's a statement.
Yeah.
It's a view. We're all entitled to our own view.
Okay, thank you. One last question from me. When is the final submission date for our listeners to hand their proposal in?
I think the proposals have been closed. So they must all have been submitted
Is it not the 6th of July that is the final date?
I think it was the 6th of June. What's the date today?
It is
it
now.
May be July.
It's the 3rd of June. I'll check that. I'll check that out. But thank you.
It may be July, and if it is, then I urge people to make these submissions because they really are all looked at, I can assure you.
Thank you so much for speaking to us, Advocate Glynis Breitenbach, co-chairperson of Parliament and the Constitutional Review Committee in Parliament is what I should say. And I think she's given us some useful information there. If you go onto their website, you'll be able to find the submission criteria. You can send an email. I think you can write into them as well. Of course, snail mail is a bit slower, but it's important that you make your voice heard on whatever it is that is important to you. And if you're not having any joy hearing from the committee, and I'm not saying everybody must now flood Glynis Breitenbach with emails on her private email address, but I do urge you, if you haven't heard back from the Constitutional Review Committee, to write to Glynis Breitenbach, GLYNIS BREYTENBACH, Glynis Breitenbach, one word with one N in her first name, at gmail.com. And I'll check out that date for you. Melissa's confirming with me right now that the date is the 6th of July. So you've got just over a month to get those submissions in. 26 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse. I will listen to more of your voice notes now on the issue of service delivery.
Good morning, Joanne. This is VA from Brickfall Extension 23. On this issue of the municipalities that are failing the communities on service delivery, the community must just organize themselves, get a pre bono lawyer, sue that municipal. I'm telling you, they will get right. Thank you.
Thank you for that. You've actually given me another story idea because I've been wanting to speak about people who've taken the legal route with municipalities that haven't delivered. There are many precedents for that, and I've got a good lawyer that we can speak to on that issue. All right, 27 past 10. JJ in Polokwane, is on the line to us. You want to talk about constitutional amendment, JJ? You've stolen my initials, by the way.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Morning.
I wanted to indicate this. You see, the problem is not with the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is with those people who are interpreting the Constitution. That's where our problems are.
Okay.
For instance, the Constitution that we have is the Constitution of our country, not the Constitution of other countries.
Mm-hmm.
And even when that Constitution was drafted and drawn and approved, it was for the South Africans.
Mm-hmm.
The others are controlled by the legislation that is separate from the Constitution. So when we say South Africa belongs to all who live in it, it's the people, the citizens themselves of South Africa, not with the other ones. Those others are catered for in the act that is done separately from the Constitution. Let me give you an example. You cannot have a stokvel and you have a constitution, and when you have a constitution, you think this constitution involves the whole community where you stay. It's not like that.
It's just for
the problem is the problem is the people who interpret our constitution because they want to satisfy their clients. Just like when somebody has committed crime, You find the lawyer defending this and this up to the point where some of the things lose sense. But the Constitution, it's for South African. It is correct. South Africa belongs to all who live in it. Even when it was drafted, there was no foreign person. It was South African. So I don't know why lawyers interpret it and then cause confusion. And when we are in a very big confusion, we start fighting about the Constitution. We also fight the foreigners about our Constitution. I don't know where it comes from.
Okay, we'll talk about that more, JJ. Thank you very much for that. And keep those calls coming, 086 000 2032. All right, it is 10:30 on the dot now. And Musa's got your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines on SAfm, National Assembly Speaker Thoko Didiza has rejected allegations of bias in the Section 89 impeachment process against President Cyril Ramaphosa. Police have launched a manhunt following the death of an 18-year-old boy who was attacked with a panga in Bramfisherville, Soweto yesterday, and the Road Freight Association says the latest cut in diesel prices will offer limited relief for truckers. The association has warned that levies and structural costs are still pushing transport prices higher. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Heading towards 10:31 on the Daily Discourse. I haven't been listening to that many of your voice notes, so I think it's time to catch up. One of you speaking about politicians ignoring the issue of undocumented migrants.
Good morning, JJ. Louis from Pretoria. Look, politicians, they know our struggles. Politicians, they know our problems. They know that we have a problem of illegal foreigners in South Africa. It's just that politicians, they choose to ignore. But wait until the water runs dry. They will come running to us again to say, no, it is because of this and this. The reason why we were treating like this is because of that. Wait until the water runs dry.
Yeah, some interesting points made there. And let's listen to your voice notes on the Defence Force.
Joanne, another depression that you are giving us now about the Defence Force. ANC has destroyed everything. I want a person who disagree with me to name one entity that works, except SARS, obviously, for obvious reasons. Name one entity that works, government entity there is. Thank you.
Good morning, SAfm and to listeners. It's Solomon Governor from Durban and to honorable guests. With regard to the SANDF, in my area where I stay in Durban, there are SANDF trucks that are stacked one top of another and they are collecting rust. And every year the Defence Force is asking for more budget, but their vehicles not being used and stacked one to another and collecting rust. Why can these vehicles not be passed on to the Metropolis or SAP to be used? Vehicles are just budget is being allocated and wasted on vehicles which is not properly utilized. They need to look into this. Thank you.
Gosh, this is so worrying indeed. And then one of you is speaking about the different life experiences of people.
Good morning, Joanne, and morning to the SAfm listeners. It's Mfundo from Durban. I believe in South Africa, people's lived experiences are different, hence why we're not gonna agree on certain topics, and it's okay. We just need to be respectful and mindful that there's people, emotions are gonna run high. I was just listening to the guy speaking about Saunders and brought back memories, childhood memories in the township. A revered hit squad member of the Cato Manor policing forum, which was wreaking havoc in the township. It just brought light and understanding that people's lived experiences are going to be different at all times.
Very interesting comment you made, Nomfundo. Funny enough, I'm actually just looking into that issue And I do want to get a different take on it, because it's important to have a kind of holistic view of what happened. And I know that is still underway with the Gambepe Commission, looking into the Caterman, the so-called Caterman death squad. But I think it's worth exploring the other side of that story as well. Kathy had a call on that earlier, and it's worth looking into that. One last voice note on constitutional review before we go to our next interview.
Hi, Joanne. Is it a living document if there are things that are non-reviewable? As the advocate has just said, there are some things that will never be reviewed, like the death penalty. Then how living is that living document?
Good question there. I think there are aspects of it that you would have to probably overhaul the entire constitution, because that the right to life is such a cornerstone of it, and it would require the repealing of so many other laws if one opted for that. I don't think that it's one that can be turned over, but I think there are other aspects to the Constitution that can actually be repealed and can be developed and evolved in the courts and via the parliamentary system of constitutional review. So I don't think it's all kind of relegated to that space of not being a living document. But I think there are certain things that are not going to be touched for various reasons. Thank you for those lovely voice notes. Keep them coming in. Remember that WhatsApp line number is 0614 104 107. 10:35 on the Daily Discourse, and my broadband is telling us hundreds of millions of rand have been spent in trying to turn the South African Post Office around. More than 321 million has been spent on practitioners and support staff since the Post Office became insolvent in 2023. Gusela Diko is chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on Communications and joins me with further details now. Ms. Diko, good morning to you. We appreciate your time on the Daily Discourse today. I'm going to ask you to please talk us through more of these costs. I understand over 13.7 million rand was spent on practitioner fees. The bill for support staff came to more than 237 million over the last 3 years. Did you imagine when you set out, or did government imagine when it set out to turn around the post office, that it was going to cost this much?
Good morning, and thank you so much for inviting us to the program. No, I don't think it did. Our understanding of the business rescue process has always firstly been the fact that it is not meant to last forever, which I think is the first issue that we take with the department, as well as the business rescue practitioners themselves. We have sought to understand these costs. When we came in at the start of the 7th Parliament, I think the costs at that time were sitting just over 120 million for the BRPs, and it was something that the Portfolio Committee consistently raised with the Minister. Now, the challenge with those costs is that more than 4,000 employees of the post office were retrenched during this BRP process. Yet, the BRP still saw it fit to bring in people who were not in the post office to do the jobs of those employees who were retrenched. And we think that is unconscionable. But you also have a situation where the BRP process itself would have largely stalled because the Minister of Finance would not be putting in a 2.4 billion rand injection that they expected. Now, the Minister of Finance is correct, and he has written to us as a portfolio committee, once again reaffirming his position that until the BRPs are able to put a solid plan in place to ensure the sustainability of the post office once they exit the rescue process, then he has no business funding it, and we agree. We've pushed them to engage in partnerships. We have pushed them to go out, engage the private sector, look at what sort of models that they can utilize to build a post office of the future, and that has not happened. So it's really unfortunate that we're talking about more than 300 million that has been spent on these business rescue practitioners. We're happy that we're almost reaching the end of the road, because we do understand that they will be, soon submitting with court a motion of, I think it's called, but something towards a substantial completion. And hopefully very soon as well, the minister will be appointing a new board. But the amount that has been spent to date, we don't believe that it can be justified.
All right. I would need to ask you a question in regard to the retrenchments you mentioned, because as you say, 4,000 people lost their jobs. A lot of those cases are now sitting before the CCMA, or they may go to the Labour Court and so on. And you speak about the support staff that were brought in at great expense. But were those support staff, or are those support staff, not carrying out very different tasks to the 4,000 people who've been retrenched? My understanding is that lawyers were required, business practitioners who are involved with wrapping up these types of businesses were required, finance experts were required, and accountants. And those are all specialists that deal with business rescue versus the day-to-day running of the post office, which the retrenched employees would have been dealing with. Aren't we talking about people with a different skill set who just cost a lot more money in order to wrap up a business of this kind and to make it profitable in the future?
They'll be at different levels, of course. So you will have, officials of the post office who are in the branches themselves. I mean, more than 300 branches were closed down. So you would have lost a huge number of staff at that level. You would have lost staff at middle management and obviously at senior management level as well. It doesn't go to say that all of the people who were in the post office could not have been repurposed to fulfill some particular positions. You don't bring in consultants for a period of 3 years, I think it is now. And in that 3-year term, you are not then at the end of it sitting with anything qualitatively different from what you had. Yes, there was a lot of work that was done in terms of the negotiation with the creditors and ensuring that those debts are paid off. And please do not misunderstand me. I'm not saying that insofar as stabilizing the post office, the work wasn't done in that instance. But we expected them to take us to a position that when they exit, as they are about to exit now, at least there is a strategy that goes beyond stability, that is going to ensure solvency. I mean, you look at that 327 million that has been spent on them. We had to go and negotiate with the Department of Labor, to ensure that at least you are able to carry the salaries of the staff of the post office. And I don't know, because we haven't made that inquiry yet, whether indeed that money of TERS did not pay some of these consultant fees. So we do believe that those costs could have been better contained. And while the work has been done, I don't think that they came in and brought all the specialist capacity that did not exist in the post office, because the post office is not staffed just by, the drivers and the warehouse managers. They do have skill at senior level. You look at the organization right now, you don't have a CEO, you don't have a chief financial officer, you don't have a chief operating officer, and so forth and so forth, which I think that staff within the organization could have been built to those positions, could have been paid salaries that are within the remuneration of government. What happens now when they exit and all of that money has not, been invested in the organization to be able to continue forward?
So something that you mentioned was the issue of creditors. Have SAPO's creditors been paid already?
SAPO's creditors have been paid. I don't have the figures in front of me right now. It was either 12 cents or 18 cents to the rand, but the creditors have largely been paid. What is outstanding was the payment to the statutory creditors. So that would be, the government medical aid. It would be the pension fund. I think they probably had a debt to SARS as well. This was part of what they had hoped would be paid through that 2.8 billion recapitalization that National Treasury was meant to do. And as I indicated as early as last week, National Treasury was once again confirming they're not willing to make that recapitalization until there's a solid plan in place that will ensure that the organization is sustainable into the future.
I want to ask you about the issue of the cases in the Labour Court right now and some before the CCMA. Have those largely been resolved, or do you imagine that many more payouts will still have to be made to former staff members who were retrenched?
Well, I don't have the detail of all the cases. However, when the Portfolio Committee did an oversight visit to the South African Post Office, we met with representatives of some of the employees who were retrenched. They obviously had outstanding matters that were not settled, but also they were speaking of a commitment to rehire. Now, you will find that, in the cases at the Labour Court, they would be different in their merits, but we think that the conversation with the workers is an ongoing one. We also met with the unions representing the remaining staff who themselves have issues that they require the management of SAPO to be able to engage in. You'll have a lot of historical cases as well that are still coming to the fore, and this issue of a lack of leadership within the organization, a lack of leadership, that will ensure continuity, I think is also an issue. There are a lot of grievances amongst the employees of the post office, but I wouldn't want to venture into whether there will be additional payouts that are required. There are issues, for example, like the payment, I think, of the Provident Fund that had not yet been finalized, which I think were part and parcel of those statutory creditors that we spoke about.
I want to also talk about the issue of this plan to turn SAPO into a going concern, because you've spoken already about the hundreds of millions that were spent on merely salvaging it, right? Preventing it from gasping it and heaving its last breath, right? But there's going to be a completely different operation to turn it around, which is also going to cost an additional amount of hundreds of millions of rands. Is that even worth it, Ms. Diko?
I believe it's worth it. You see, the SAPO is a very strategic national asset. You go to post offices in rural areas. I was in Bizana recently and also at the Sibata office in Limpopo, and you find that those are still hubs, or at least there is this commitment to remain a hub of communication that connects people to one another, and that is able to bring government services closer to the people. So it's a crucial national asset that I think we must have. It has a footprint, a national footprint that is unmatched by even some of the retailers. While we would have closed 900 branches, there's still over 643 that are remaining in the country. Now, it requires, I think, vision. It requires conviction, a belief in the role that a post office plays in society. It boggles our mind as a portfolio committee why you would have, while we support the drive to ensure that Home Affairs is accessible through banks and so forth, you already have a footprint that is the South African Post Office. You have students who are not able to apply for NAFSAs, who are not able to look for jobs because of the high cost of data, whereas every single one of our post offices is already connected through fiber. Now, you can make those hubs, for digital connectivity for young people. You have radio stations, community radio stations. They're part of the same family as SAPO, yet some of them don't even have, they don't even have premises from which to operate. Now, if you're trying to get this place to be a hub of connectivity, of communication, there's so much you can do. But also you can leverage then the property portfolio. I know there were discussions, I won't mention the company though, but one of the e-commerce companies would have come to SAPO and said, you have warehouse space that is unmatched, and we would like to partner with you. You provide last mile delivery. So we're a platform and we can use the SAPO machinery to deliver our parcels. Let's talk about how we upgrade your security systems, how we ensure that, your technology is up to standard. And our contention is, why is the SAPO not engaging these and many other, private sector partners who have indicated that they understand the value of SAPO and how it should go? But we're also signatories, to international conventions on universal access, which then demand that there must be a post office within a certain kilometer radius for people who are underserved, who have no access to connectivity. So I would never, at any point, think that there isn't a role for the South African Post Office. As I said, it's about reimagining it and really repositioning it as a post office of the future. You look at companies like Postnet and other similar companies, yes. They have literally taken over what was supposed to be the business model of SAPO. Absolutely. We moved too slow as government, but I think that, just learning from other countries, the Singapore Post Office is an excellent one. We can still pivot if there is will and commitment to do it.
But would that remain under government's purview in the future, or are you thinking of public-private partnerships in regard to keeping it alive?
I think from what the engagements that I've heard, you're looking for maybe revenue sharing models, not necessarily equity partnerships. I think you'll appreciate, the party that deployed me in Parliament, African National Congress, we are not big fans of privatization. But if you are able to put together a commercially sound model that even the private sector can see value in participating in the post office. Just one other example, if you allow me, we were having discussions with some of the banks, saying to them, you're always looking for presence. In the event that we were to be able to get the post office functioning properly, would you be interested in putting some of your ATMs there, have a table where people can, and they said, yes, we always want space. So we want to come to, partnerships that are mutually beneficial. If they are revenue sharing partnerships, so be it. Equity would definitely not be, I think, the first, preferred method for us as the African National Congress. But as I said, it is government's decision to make, and ours as Parliament is obviously to hold them accountable to the revitalization and the stability and sustainability of the SAPO.
Thank you for explaining that to us so well. You heard there the voice of Kusela Diko. She's chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on Communications.
EFC is live this Thursday. The continent's most dominant women in MMA are set to collide in the Ultimate Champion versus Champion showdown. Reigning EFC flyweight champion Amanda Mad Dog Lino, a force behind some of the most brutal moments in EFC history, defends her throne against Nigeria's own Juliet Chukwu, the reigning bantamweight champion. EFC 134, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
No one gets fit overnight. It takes discipline, and your money is no different. A Nedbank 32-day notice account helps you build financial strength with up to 7.3% interest and zero maintenance fees. The higher the deposit, the higher the return. Invest in under 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. For more information, go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
9 minutes to 11 here on the Daily Discourse, and as you know, it's Child Protection Week, and the University of Cape Town has been engaged in an important study on sexual violence against boys. Dr. Neziswa Titi from the Department of African Feminist Studies says violence against boys is not rare in South Africa. She's explored the experiences of black boys in particular between the ages of 9 and 13, each of them living in a largely black township in Cape Town. The boys she interviewed have a history of sexual violence for which they're now receiving psychosocial support. Unfortunately, Dr. Titi was not available to speak to us today, but another practitioner who has extensive experience in this field is clinical social worker Dr. Joan van Niekerk. She's a consultant of child rights and child protection, and she joins us on the line now. Dr. van Niekerk, good morning, and thank you for speaking to us today. One of the points the researcher makes in her study is that the spaces in which boys move, their homes, their peer groups, their schools and communities, violence is often normalized in those spaces. Would you agree?
Absolutely. And good morning to you and your listeners. This is a very big problem. And one of the things that we do experience did experience with our research is that there's almost the expectation that boys themselves will be violent. Secondly, that boys will not report if any act of violence is committed against them, but particularly sexual violence. Often this is perpetrated by other boys. sometimes girls. But, boys have to be tough. They have to be strong. They don't have to be acknowledging of the fact that maybe they are victims too. And we know that when this occurs during childhood, it often is something that is played out in adulthood. So when we don't look after our boys, we are setting them up to be unable to cope with relationships, both with the opposite gender or other genders. And we talk a lot in this country about gender-based violence, but we're not dealing with boys in the way in which we should. We need more boy-friendly places other than gangs and gymnasiums. We need parents who are more aware of the pressures on their boy children, and educators as well. But sadly, I do believe that in South Africa we are leaving our boys behind. And I think this is across all cultures.
So I want to ask you about that in just a moment, but let's get back to this question of who is most often implicated in the abuse of boys, particularly sexual abuse.
Well, interestingly enough, we had a very comprehensive national study in 2016. Now, we need to repeat this, but boys are abused by both men and women. Obviously, if boys are abused by men, it contributes to uncertainty and anxieties about gender, their own gender. Am I going to grow up to be gay? Am I going to grow up to be able to manage heterosexual relationships if I have been abused by men? It actually really kind of plays out on the child's masculinity. But what was interesting about this study was almost 50% of the boys had been abused by girls or women. And this is interesting in the context of our situation of blessers and blessees. Sometimes abuse happened in that context. But in some contexts, abuse is almost normalized. For example, I do a lot of training, and I was chatting to an educator at a school of skills, and she said it's so difficult working here because I feel that gender-based violence in both directions is almost normalized. The boys will walk past a girl and touch her on the breasts or touch her over her genital area, and girls do exactly the same to boys. And when she said we really need to have a program here to address this issue because this is a precursor to gender-based violence, some of the educators laughed and said, but everybody does it, what's your problem? And when we take this attitude, no matter what culture we are in, no matter what school we are in, we are setting these children up for a future of gender-based violence activity. So it, to me, is a very serious problem that is not taken seriously enough.
I mean, what you've just said is completely shocking. But I wonder about creating safe spaces in which boys can speak. Does one do it one-on-one? Does one do it, or do they do better in group therapy, perhaps? How does one work through these issues in a society that expects them to be strong, that expects them to overlook abuse and simply be the strong characters men are stereotypically expected to be in a patriarchal society?
Absolutely. You're totally right there. And one of the projects I'm involved in at the moment is speaking to, providing some training, some reflective training, actually. We do very little teaching. We do a lot of reflective work with people who work with boy children. And there is a need. Many therapists and social workers, there's a predominance of women. And often when they're faced with a boy child who has been abused, there's a failure to feel I've really connected with this child. And because there is a need to work with boys differently. And yes, I do believe that often boys do a lot better in groups if they are prepared for that group and if they have a skilled therapist who is used to working in groups therapeutically. So you are right there. Very often when there is peer support for disclosure and working through some of the issues attached to both victimization but also behaving appropriately sexually, groups are really valuable, and you use your group connections in order to empower boy children to speak out and obtain the support of other boys in that group.
I mean, what I thought was one of the most important aspects of the UCT study was this recommendation that boys not be seen merely through a masculinized lens, but as children first when they're being treated for abuse. Because, of course, they're not adult men. They're still kids.
This is very, very true. And again, this really starts in the home and at preschool level, that children should just be allowed at preschool level to have lots of time for ungendered play. In other words, girls can play with cars if they so wish. Boys can play with dolls. Boys can dress up in all sorts of ways, and vice versa. We somehow or other begin to slot children into gendered roles very early on. I would say even during pregnancy, if you're expecting a boy and your scan shows a boy, you tend to look at boys' toys, boys' clothes, and so on and so forth. So we actually have a gendered expectation of our children, whereas they should grow up, especially in those early years, with an awareness that children are children, others are others, children have rights, adults have rights, and it doesn't matter whether they're male or female. In terms of how they view themselves and how they view the rights of others.
Very interesting speaking to you, and thank you so much for your insight into that. That was Dr. Joan van Niekerk, a clinical social worker and a consultant on these important issues surrounding the rights of children. All right, it is 11 o'clock on the Daily Discourse. It's time for your latest news bulletin. Let's just see who is standing by with that right now. It is, of course, Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Joe. And on the top stories, Colonel Jacobs testifies at the Madlanga Commission and a tropical storm rips through Japan's main island. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good morning. Durban Serious Organised Crime Investigation Unit member Colonel Gavin Jacob has told the Madlanga Commission that he made the decision not to cordon off the crime scene at the Isipingo depot. This is where more than 541 kilograms of cocaine was intercepted by police. Jacob says he did not want to prejudice the business where the drugs were found, as it was not implicated in any criminal activity. The cocaine was subsequently stolen in November 2021 at the Hawks offices in Port Shepstone. Jacob, who was responding to evidence leader advocate Mahlape Sillo, was one of the first police officers called to the Isipingo crime scene, where cocaine worth approximately 200 million rand was discovered.
You say you took the decision not to cordon off and close the depot. Would I be correct to conclude that you took that decision as what, the crime scene commander, the most senior person? Are you responsible for the scene? On what basis did you take that decision?
As the senior officer on the scene, Commissioner, any of these executive or decisions that are made with regards to a crime scene and the handling thereof would have fell squarely on my shoulders.
National Assembly Speaker Thoko Didiza has rejected allegations of bias in the Section 89 impeachment process against President Cyril Ramaphosa. This after African Transformation Movement's parliamentary leader Vuyo Zungula called for Didiza to recuse herself from the process. Zungula claims that Didiza had met with President's lawyers after the Constitutional Court's ruling relating to the Phala matter and is therefore incapable of acting impartially in her capacity as Speaker. In a statement, Parliament called the claims false and said they were based on tabloid reports. ATM National spokesperson Zaman Jona.
At a particular point, when she had to take a principled stance on whether the impeachment inquiry must actually go ahead or not, she took a stance that voted against the continuation of impeachment. So the issue of meeting the legal team of the president and other matters that are widely reported become just a leg on a bigger issue that actually shows her bias towards the president.
Police have launched a manhunt following the death of an 18-year-old boy who was attacked with a panga in Bramfisherville, Soweto yesterday. The learner reportedly left home in the morning to visit a friend's house. Police say the teenagers then proceeded towards a nearby school when the deceased was attacked with a panga. Police spokesperson Tintswalo Sibeko says the motive of the attack is unknown and as investigations are continuing.
Preliminary investigations revealed that the deceased, a learner at a secondary school in Meadowlands, had left home earlier that morning to visit a friend in Phase 1 Bramfisherville. It is alleged that the two proceeded to a secondary school in the area where the deceased was attacked and assaulted by unknown suspects. The victim sustained severe injuries and was transported to a local clinic in a private vehicle for medical treatment. He later succumbed to his injuries.
The Road Freight Association says the latest cut in diesel prices will offer limited relief for truckers. The association has warned that levies and structural costs are still pushing transport prices higher. The price of diesel dropped by up to R3.25 at midnight, while both grades of petrol increased by R1.43 per litre. RFA CEO Gavin Kelly says the industry remains under significant pressure despite the adjustment.
We've seen since the beginning of the year roughly a 79% increase in the cost of fuel. So this isn't going back to what the numbers were at the end of February. This is really only the beginning of what we hope is going to be a continual decline. And that means that there's still a fair amount of transporters out there who are struggling with the high cost of fuel. And so the 2-3 rand, depending on the type of diesel that you use, has brought some relief. So it still has quite an impact on transporters in the country.
Tropical storm Yangmi is ripping through Japan's main island Honshu as it heads towards Tokyo with winds of up to 90 kilometers an hour. Transport and businesses have been disrupted and power supplies cut to nearly 60,000 homes. The BBC's Kurumi Mori has the details.
Tropical storm Changmi is moving up the Pacific coastline towards central Japan as authorities warn of flooding, mudslides, and overflowing rivers. Evacuations have been ordered for more than 350,000 people, including parts of Tokyo. More than 800 domestic and international flights have been canceled so far, with local transport, including the Shinkansen bullet trains, also facing disruptions. Officials are urging residents to continue to monitor advisories.
Recapping the top story, Durban's Serious Organised Crime Investigation Unit member Colonel Gavin Jacob has told the Madlanga Commission that he made the decision not to cordon off the crime scene at the Isipingo depot. This is where more than 541 kilograms of cocaine was intercepted by police. I'm on Delambana for SAfm News Headlines at 11:30.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
When I have control over native education, I will reform it so that the natives will be taught from childhood that equality with Europeans is not for them.
Today's youth, we live a very selfish life. We're always thinking about how do I grow myself? How do I improve myself? And yes, refining and growing in self is important. But the youth of 96 was willing to risk their lives for future generations to have something that almost seems so basic now that we forget that it was once not promised. It was once not guaranteed. Learning in your mother tongue, being educated in your mother tongue is something that we take for granted today.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
We're heading for 8 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. We're into our final hour, and as you're aware, it is Wednesday, and that means one thing as we head towards 11 o'clock. We're always standing by for Brian Hirsch, financial advisor, and he is here to answer all your questions. And today we are tackling the issue of growth investing, and should you invest offshore rather than solely onshore. So Brian joins us on the line now. I'd love to take your calls on this. Remember, Brian and I take calls throughout the session as well as your voice notes. You can give us a call on 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. All right, Brian, welcome to the program once again. Lovely to have you with us this Wednesday morning. What is the difference between offshore and onshore investing?
Questions one has to ask, what is your objective when you're investing? This week I intend to talk about those who have an objective to beat inflation and create long-term growth. And next week I'm going to dealing with what can people do who are short of money and looking for higher income. Where can they get income from? Because remember the maxim, the greater the risk, the greater the return. That's an absolute lie. The greater the return, you may end up losing your money by taking a chance. Firstly, we've always understood the expression, not putting all your eggs in one basket. And that in the investment world is described as being diversification. Diversifying out of your business, diversifying in different asset classes, namely equity, property, emergency cash, and other alternative investments. And then most importantly, when you've got investments and you're looking for growth, diversifying globally. Understand that if you're trying to beat inflation over a long period of time, your growth assets, namely your equities or equity funds, need to be diversified between both South Africa and globally. The characteristics of investing in equity funds need to be understood, that one needs to have a time horizon. In other words, time in the market in excess of 5 years. Don't go into any growth assets, anything where you're trying to make money. You know, if you buy property, you never think of property daily. You think of property as long term. Think of your funds that you're investing for growth as long term. And why do I say this? Because over the last 80 years, there have been 17 times global events that have caused markets to fall, and therefore many investment portfolios falling, where people then start needing to take action. And that's where I believe you need a financial advisor to act as your financial psychologist, to hold your hand through the difficult time. And every year there are difficult times. Last year we had the Liberation Day when Trump announced the tariffs, and this year we had the war starting in the end of February, and those are times that markets fall. And one needs to understand that although in the last two events, the tariff last year and the war, the markets recovered in a V shape. And picture a V, so picture the left-hand side of the V going down and the right-hand side of the V going up. Markets have surpassed where they went down within a month. But let me say this to you. Since in all these events that have happened in the years, and there's always a year, there have been times where it's taken as long as 1.3 years to recover. And the last time that was in the oil embargo in 1973. And it's for this reason that the risk profile of anyone being in markets is considered aggressive. When we do a report for a client and we talk about growth, we have to tick the last block, not the conservative block, which is one, I'm going to be in cash, and that's for what I always say, for emergency needs or for time that you need income, but the block on the last block is aggressive, because markets do go up and now don't be nervous of what I said, because markets do always recover and people always take face value. So I'm not predicting any market crash. I'm just saying one needs to be cautious, because people are very uncomfortable in periods when you think you can do better sitting in the bank. And I'm a bit nervous that people are worrying about moving out of bank accounts in the short term and going in the markets. And I say that's one of the dangers, the fear of greed. But the question is, what type of funds do you invest in? So let me explain. South Africa accounts for less than 0.5%, put that into perspective, less than 0.5% of global growth. We call that GDP. And more than 99% of our activities happen beyond our borders. They happen overseas and abroad. In my opinion, and proven by the number of South Africans that have made a great success abroad, and we know the one is Musk and others, are in great demand when they leave South Africa. We don't have bad companies. We have excellent management. Our people are well educated. One needs to understand that if you want to be invested in the current world, I call this is the cutting investments. You need to be invested in industries which are at the forefront. The brands of the last 50 years, the banks, they solid. The retailers, they solid, but they're not at the cutting edge. The brands, but there's no real excitement from them, and they'll pay good dividends and they'll meander along. But the excitement is coming from where? Technology, driven by AI, that's one. We cannot live to that. I mean, I'm struggling, Joanne, and to keep up with all the technological changes. Every day, my computer changes or something. Fortunately, I've got a lot of ladies I can call in and say, help. But in some cases, the elderly have been used to going into their banks for 50 to 60 years, cannot even find their banks anymore because it's all online. Advancement in healthcare, to robotic surgery, drugs to help you lose weight without exercise. I said to one of my ladies who brought me she brought me a piece of chocolate cake. I says, where's my Zenpec? You know, it's the diet drug. So I can eat that. I don't know if that works. Can you eat the pill with a chocolate cake? I don't know. If you think about, no one takes cash anymore. All the pay systems, the MasterCards, the American Express, the all those cards, they are all overseas. And global luxury goods, manufacture of aircrafts, Airbus and Boeing. Very little of this is developed in South Africa, and even the top companies in South Africa, the mines, all the commodity companies, the NASPAs and Process, two of our biggest companies, are all earning their money overseas. Billiton, which is a household name, doesn't have anything here. It's all in Australia and the rest of the world. So for that reason, when you're looking for a growth, I'd always be looking investing offshore. And I just want to finally quickly, and I know I'm talking quickly because we don't have a lot of time on the Wednesday morning, but you can buy within your retirement fund, tax-free savings. You can buy international funds without transferring money out of South Africa. On the offshore investment allowance, every South African is allowed anything up to 2 million to take offshore without permission, and a further 10 million if you want permission. Right. And the big advantage of taking funds out of South Africa is that when you buy these funds in South Africa, you not only pay capital gains tax on the performance of the fund, you also pay it on the rand value if the rand depreciates. And over the next 10 years, like previously, the rand will depreciate, although it's looking pretty strong at the moment.
All right.
So, but that's not the main reason for taking money offshore. You need to look at, as I said, a long-term time horizon. Talk to a financial advisor. There are still some good opportunities in South Africa, but in my opinion, they're there for a different reason. They're not going to give you the growth long-term, and I repeat, before I sign off, long-term, 5-10 years longer. Retirement money must go. When you're saving for retirement, you need to be invested. You're only allowed to take 45% offshore. Talk to an advisor.
All right, Brian, getting some messages and calls in from our listeners. I'm going to start with this one. Hi, Brian and Joanne. If one has 1 million, where and how can he save it for a good return? I will need to use the money over the next 3 years.
You can only save it in the bank. You can't take any other chances. Right. You don't want any risk. You want certainty and security. And if you only interest rates have gone up a little bit, and if you're only looking for 7 or 8% rather than trying to get 11 or 12, that extra 4% comes with a cost, and that cost is the word risk. Don't take any risk. Go and shop around, look at Investec, look at other banking opportunities, see where you can put it. We're also expecting maybe interest rates, and I'm dead against that, I must tell you. I haven't spoken to you about that, Joanne, about the rise in interest rates. Well, I'm one of those vocal people who are totally against it because the consumers are struggling. So take no risk, be cautious, look around. You've got fixed deposit accounts, and that's where you should stay.
All right, let's listen to this voice note, Brian.
Hi, good morning, Joanne. Good morning, Brian. I would like to ask what happens to your investment if you're contributing monthly,
No voice
and you
notes.
happen to lose your job before you reach the
Brian,
age of 55.
I see what the problem is.
Does
You
it
are
keep
not able
growing,
to.
or
You're not
what
able to hear the voice notes. I'm going to try and play that again in just a moment. Let's listen in again, please, Brian. One second, please.
Hi, good morning, Joanne. Hi, good morning, Joanne. Good morning, Brian. I would like to ask, what happens to your investment if you are contributing monthly and you happen to lose your job before you reach the age of 55? Does it keep growing, or what happens? Please advise. Thank you.
Okay, well, I would imagine you asked me two questions. One, you asked, does it keep growing? It does. If your investments are paid up, then they will continue to grow. You need to have a look at what funds you're invested in. I don't know what your age is, but you need to look at what time horizon you've got. And when you said only 55, I'm gathering that because that's what governs retirement annuities, the earliest age of retirement. It's a retirement fund. So if you've got more time horizon, as we've discussed this morning, be a little bit more growth orientated. Certainly make sure that the 40%, 45% is invested offshore, and you can. If you need to withdraw money, unfortunately, the only way you can draw money is out of the two-pot system. Any money that you had in that retirement fund at the end of August 24, you're entitled to draw 10% of that fund with a maximum of 30,000, and any money you've saved now since then, your money has been split between two pots, the one pot being the retirement pot, which you can't touch until 55 and or retirement, and the other one, that's 2/3, and the 1/3 pot, which is the savings pot, you can take out with a minimum of 2,000 Rand a year.
All right, I'm sure that's clear. Thabo in Pretoria is on the line to us, and you want to speak about the issue of medical aid, Thabo. Hi.
Hi, morning.
Morning, Thabo.
Good morning, Brian. I just would like to ask you, please, to help with the confusion that is in place now with Bonitas changing to Momentum Administrator. I'm one of the patients, and I can't even get an authorization because they are not answering phones, they are not answering the emails, the Bonitas site. Can you please find out what is happening? This is now the third day. This is now the third day the switch has taken place.
Okay, and I know that's changed. If you send me the details, I will pass it on to my personal healthcare consultant and ask him to investigate and get back to you.
Thank you.
We'll give my number out to the end of the program, and if you send that to me, what is your name, Thabo?
Yeah, it's Thabo, correct.
Thabo, okay, fine.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Brian, some interesting details that you were giving us there on the kind of investments that you can think about if you are considering investing onshore or offshore. I'm not sure our listeners have a good sense of what it means to actually invest offshore or onshore. You're essentially investing in companies locally or internationally, as the case may be.
Absolutely correct. And very simply, everyone's putting money into retirement funds, tax-free savings. People are buying unit trusts. And when people tell me I'm investing with Alan Gray, I say, you're not investing with Alan Gray. Alan Gray is the room. Alan Gray have got over 40 funds. Which fund are you investing? When you tell me you're investing with Investec, which fund are you investing in? And when you have to select the fund together with your financial advisor, you will say, the financial advisor, in my opinion, should be saying to you, I think you should be investing in offshore funds because you have a long-term time horizon. These are the funds you can invest in, and they've got global funds and worldwide funds and all different funds, or you can invest in South African funds. Even though you're using the brand of Alan Gray or Mutual, you've still got to select where that money gets fed into every single month and every during the course of the year. And it's that selection of those funds which you can either buy South African shares. There's the Satrix, you can buy into Satrix, which you can go on board online yourself. But just understand investing is not just about today, it's what happens going forward. And therefore, if you're buying, you can buy global funds, you can buy onshore funds, and you're already doing it. You may not even be aware, but anyone contributing to retirement annuity or tax-free saving has made a call. They have made a call with someone which fund you're ticking, which box you're ticking. And so offshore will give you an exposure to all the global companies, 99% more than what you're able to invest in South Africa. And when I'm looking for income, which I'll talk about next week, it's a very different story. I ain't going offshore for income. Interest rates are low, interest rates are much higher here, and I've got a lot more security in government bonds. So I'll talk about that. But from a growth point of view, if anyone wants to understand or wants a table, you can send and but don't do it on your own. Talk to you. Your banks have got financial planners. You may have your own financial planners. You can phone the Financial Planning Institute if you want to broker. There's a whole range of opportunities for you. Rather pay someone a little bit, not just to make your initial investment today, but to look after you, hold your hand and see, is it achieving what you want to do? Most people can't do that on their own.
All right. Alan in Douglasdale is on the line to us, Brian. And I believe, Alan, you're looking for some investment advice from Brian?
Yeah, so I wanted to find out, I've recently been retrenched. With me being retrenched, you obviously get your severance payout and your retrenchment package and all of that. And from a tax point of view, there's that threshold. I think it's 550,000.
Yeah.
Where you don't get taxed on that first 550K. Separate to that, I also have a provident fund. Can I withdraw from that provident fund with limited penalties?
Alan, how old are you? Alan, how old are you?
I'm 40.
Okay. Carry on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you got can I withdraw from that provident fund? That's
okay.
Question, I guess.
Well. Very simply, you can withdraw as at the 31st of August 2024, whatever the value was. Over and above the 550, you're only going to get the next 27,500 Rand tax free. The balance you'll have to draw and you'll pay tax at the withdrawal tables, which between 27.5 and I think 660,000, you'll pay 18% tax, but you can. Any other money that you invested since August, in other words, maybe the 1st of September 2024, has been divided for you up in your provident fund, 2/3, 1/3. You can't withdraw the 2/3, but you can withdraw the 1/3. That 1/3 is taxable at a different rate, and that's taxed at marginal rates. So depending when you were retrenched, depending what payout you got, whatever your tax may be for this current taxable year, you will pay tax on. Does that help you, Alan?
Yeah. Very, very helpful. Thank you.
Anything else you want to ask?
No. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks very much for that,
Thanks,
Alan.
Michelle.
Let's listen to our last voice note, Brian, that you can respond to.
Hi, Brian. Hi, Joanne. Errol Devon. Look, if a full-scale war breaks out in the Middle East with other countries involved, does it affect overseas investments, overseas funds? That's my take. Errol Devon.
Errol, we saw that happen on the 27th of February this year when the war broke out and the markets dropped 14%. So that it will have an effect on the markets. But, again, the point I'm making, if you have a long-term time horizon, the war will come to an end. The companies themselves, if you think about the companies I've spoken about technology companies, they won't fall out of bed. There may be other industries. I mean, if you think about armaments, that may be something to be invested in. But healthcare is not going to change. So, but when people panic, markets are driven on two factors. The first is fundamentals, how the company's doing, and the second is very much sentiment. And markets are driven by sentiment in the short term. And the minute the war breaks out, what happens is institutions step aside. They don't put the money that they receive every day, every week, every month into the market. They hold back. People start to panic. People start to sell. There are no buyers. Supply and demand applies. There's now more supply and less demand. Markets drop. So market shares come down. And then what happens? Who does the buying? the institutions, everyone's lost their money because they've now realized their losses. Yes, they will. Simple answer, yes, markets will come down, but that's not the time to panic. As a matter of fact, when markets come down, actually is the time to be buying. And as Warren Buffett, I've always had the greatest respect and always followed him, always said, when there's blood in the street, start buying. And when everyone's euphoric and everyone's partying, start selling.
Good advice there, Brian. And I just want to add one last thing based on something you said earlier. You often advise people to go to a financial advisor. And I think financial advisors are stereotyped as people who only serve the very, very affluent or wealthy. Should we, no matter how much we have in our bank accounts, whether it's 10,000 or 20,000 you want to invest, is it still equally important to go to a financial advisor, no matter how much you have that you need to invest?
And the answer is yes. However, it's quite difficult. We're all governed by phase, and we're all governed by the latest ruling set up by Treasury, that we've got an enormous amount of compliance. And sometimes it's not cost effective for you to have a financial advisor. And therefore, but when you're talking to your banks automatically have, and they do provide that service. And it's you're going in there and you're talking to the bank. I do. But let me say this to you. I was given a lesson 60 years ago, and my teacher said, pray for your clients, give them good service, and as they grow, your business will grow. And I've stuck to that maxim all my life. I've serviced my clients and they have grown with me. And so you never know today. When you meet someone, they may be a small client today, look after them, they may grow, you'll grow your business with them. You know, that's one of the great lessons I was taught by my mentors.
Yeah, that was really good advice there. Brian, please give us your contact details for our listeners who want to contact you ahead of next week.
The website is www.bhca.co.za. The radio line, busy line, 011-880-4888. That is manned by my people who run my web pages. And then if anyone, I mentioned all the crashes that have happened in the market over the last 80 years, how long it's taken to recover. And I've also got a nice slide which shows what happened 22 days later, 66 days later, and so on. And if anyone wants that, they can just send that note and we'll send it to them.
Wonderful, Brian. Always good speaking to you. Have a wonderful week ahead.
You
and
too.
we look forward to seeing you next Wednesday.
Cheers.
All right. We are heading towards 11:30, but let me just remind you of Brian's details once again if you'd like to contact him. His website address is www.bhca.co.za. www.bhca.co.za, and his number is 011 880 4888. 011 880 4888, and leave all your details there so that he's able to get to the bottom of what you want answered. 11:30 it is on the Daily Discourse on Delambana with your headlines next.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headline, suspended SAPS Organised Crime Unit Sergeant Fanny Ngosi's bail appeal has been dismissed by the High Court in Pretoria. Ngosi was appealing a ruling by the Pretoria North Magistrates Court denying him bail. He faces charges including theft, defeating the ends of justice, and the unlawful possession of ammunition and explosives. Durban Serious Organised Crime Investigation Unit member Colonel Gavin Jacobs has told the Madlanga Commission that he made the decision not to cordon off the crime scene at the Isipingo depot, and the George municipality in the Western Cape has issued a warning to residents to avoid low-lying areas that are prone to flooding. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
11:31 on the Daily Discourse. We continue to take your calls and your messages. Our studio line 086 000 2032. You can send your WhatsApp texts or your voice notes to 0614 104 107. Now, we always bring you an update on the Madlanga Commission at this time of the day, and it has again been an interesting day there in Pretoria. The Commission again focusing on South Africa's growing drug scandal as Colonel Gavin Jacob testified about the disappearance of 541 kilograms of cocaine worth more than 200 million rand from Hawks premises in Port Shepstone. Jacob was commander of the Durban Serious Organised Crime Investigation Unit, and he detailed how the cocaine seizure was linked to a sophisticated rip-on, rip-off trafficking method. So that essentially means this is where drugs are hidden inside legitimate shopping containers and they're later removed with alleged insider assistance. He admitted that despite the scale of these operations, he's unaware of any successful arrests linked to rip-on, rip-off cases in KwaZulu-Natal or even in South Africa by extension. The Commission also heard that evidence handling procedures were flawed. The SAP13 register was poorly completed, exhibit bags were unavailable, and DNA and fingerprint results are still outstanding years later due to laboratory backlogs. Jacob denied any involvement in the disappearance of the drugs. He said he passed a polygraph test and was unaware of security weaknesses at the Port Shepstone facility. He also defended his decision not to shut down the depot where the drugs were discovered. He said the company itself was not implicated and he didn't want to disrupt business operations. So those proceedings are continuing now, and the Madlanga inquiry, as SABC News is telling us, is hearing more about the KZN drug bust evidence. It really is a very extensive issue that has been covered widely, and they are continuing to stay on that until they've got to the bottom of it. As I said, we're taking your calls and your messages at this hour. We dealt with a number of issues in the last few hours, and one of them was the issue of boys and the sexual abuse in particular. They suffer all kinds of abuse, but sexual abuse is one of those aspects of it, and it's such a sad thing to have heard about today. Dr. Joan van der Kerk spoke to us about it. And it's horrible to hear what these children are going through, and the fact that many of them just don't have the outlets to air what has happened to them or to ask for help. Let's listen in.
Good morning, Joanne. Your guest is 100% spot on when she's telling you the boy child is getting left behind. You see? Like I contended last time to say, why can't we come up with a different messaging to push all these children, both girls and boys, ahead, Not to say, let us work on the girls and then once everybody is on par, then we can start. Like I said last time, that day will always be in the future. It will never come. Once the girls are there, the boys will be left behind. Then we'll start to go back to try to pick up the boys, and then the girls will be left behind. It's a trap, and you people are not seeing it. This is Mabena in Middleburg.
Mabena, thanks for your message. And I think, especially in regards to the issue of gender-based violence, you have to take boys along with you. Because, the figures show that adult men are largely responsible for gender-based violence in this country. But how do they become those men in the first place, right? They're often children who are exposed to violence themselves, right? So maybe they were brutalized by parents or caregivers. Maybe they experienced brutality at school or at the hands of their peers, and they become violent people. So it's important to intervene when they're young, to make sure they are both protected, but also given the kind of therapy that is required to cure them, will not cure them as such, but help heal them if they have experienced abuse already. One of you was interested in the post office story. We spoke about what the business rescue practitioner process has cost in the last few years, and I'd like to hear your views on that.
Morning, Joanna. Listening to Umama Ukuselo Digo saying that they are even proposing partnership with banks to install ATMs on post office. It's very funny. It shows how behind these people are. How long have you been on the ATM yourself, Mam Kuselo? Because nobody uses ATMs these days. You can even withdraw cash at the till points. It's permanent on the line, Pine Town.
Spamandla, thank you for that. One of you says, hi JJ, on the issue of migrants, I wonder why SA people are seized with directing their anger towards the immigrants without looking at the root causes of the whole issue. As long as there is free movement of people within the SADC region, this problem will continue to burden South Africa. You can get rid of all the illegal migrants today, but the cycle will repeat. There is always a new visitor on their way to South Africa every day. And then another review says, good morning, Joanne and the listeners. The government of South Africa has lost touch about the reality. Defence systems have been technologically advanced worldwide, but we are still using the same old military capabilities. Our defence needs an overhauled upgrade, says Tumelo Molefe in Lamontville, Durban. One of you also saying the Constitution has ever been changed. I think this person is trying to say has been changed almost every year. It's not a static document. Even the president said it was just a basic document for the country. And one of you also thinks the GNU might have more than 70% of the seats in Parliament, which sounds wonderful enough to change the Constitution, but in reality the parties are too divided, so getting big amendments through is almost impossible. Sifiso making a very good point there indeed. Let's take some of your calls now. Sabata in KwaZulu-Natal is on the line to us. Sabata, what's your thought about the Constitution? Sabata, do we have you on the line? Has our line to you dropped? I hope not. Okay, we're not hearing Sabata. We'll try and come back to you in a moment, Sabata. Sasha in Poch is on the line to us. You also want to talk about the Constitution. Good morning.
Morning, Joanne. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
Yes, what I want to say about the Constitution, I think our politicians are not being honest when we talk about the Constitution, how they use it to their own advantage. For instance, that part that says South Africa belongs to all that lives in it. The reason for that, it was around the negotiations of CODESA 1, CODESA 2, etc. Now, the PAC or AZAPO and all the other political parties wanted white people to get out of South Africa. But now because of that negotiations, the ANC felt that no, that was not right. That's why they assured white people that no, you are not going to be chased out of South Africa. You've got also a right to be here. You understand?
Yes.
Now, not to the advantage of these foreigners, but now today, or EFF or ANC use it as if it was for foreigners. It was never for foreigners. It was only to give white people assurance that we ANC do not argue like OPAC, who are saying white people came here in 1652, so they must get out of the country, or we'll chase them into the sea.
Yeah,
It's not like
you.
that.
Thank you for that. I mean, it's lovely to hear that historical background coming through, because we often forget the history and we can become ahistoric at times. But I think Sasha's making a really good point there, which is that there was a historical context for it. And I think that's why many people feel that because the context of South Africa has changed, the country has changed, and the shall we say, the constitution of our population in the country right now has changed, that needs to be reviewed. And they may have an argument there, certainly. Max in Welkom is on the line to us. You want to talk about the protection of boys, Max? Morning.
Yeah, in the morning, Joanne. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I must just maybe firstly declare that we love you so much, and we appreciate your work, and we appreciate the hard work that is being done by your support team there.
Thank you, Max.
Yeah,
the feeling is very mutual.
Yeah, no, we love you, Joanne.
Thank you.
Joanne, I agree, I would say, with much of what Dr. Joanne was saying.
Yes.
Joan van Niekerk. But you see, I think she misses the point where she says, now we must make boys to play with dolls and all that. It's not to mean that the boys' role in society is more important than the girls, or the girls' role in building society is more important. Both roles are mutually supporting, and both roles, they are meant to support society and build society. But the issue of boys playing with dolls and all this, I think we will be giving a wrong message to the kids. We shouldn't go to that point. We should just rather bring up the kids, and they must be able to understand what role each gender is supposed to be playing in the society and its existence. But not to say that this role of the boys is important or this role of the girl is important. No, they are both important. They are mutually supporting. but they should not be misconstrued to say now the girls must play with the toys of the boys must now go and play with the dolls. No, that one I don't agree.
So,
Thank you so
Max,
much.
I think you're saying something important. Don't go yet. I think you're saying something
Okay.
important about no one gender's role being more important than the other in society. But let's talk about the issue of boys playing with dolls, and many people just see that as an isolated kind of thing, right? But there are boys who grow up to be fathers, right? And their first experience of nurturing something. Even, is with their own children, right, or a child that they are looking after. They've never been encouraged to play with dolls, and yet that kind of nurturing role that girls tend to role play when they're playing with dolls is the same thing that will be required of a boy when he grows up to become a father, or when he grows up to care for children around him. At the same time, girls, you're not really in favor of them being encouraged to play with cars. But girls grow up to be drivers as well. I love cars. I love driving. I love to be the one in the driving seat. And so don't you think that plays into the way society has changed and the way our roles have changed and how we can prepare our children for that when they're young? Maxie, yeah?
Yes, Joanne, we can do that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying let's not stereotype. Now let's give the dolls to the boys. Put the toys, and then the girl and the boy will pick the toy that they want.
Yes, no, I agree with that. I agree with that. I think that's a good approach.
Expose them. They must get the exposure,
yes.
But the boy will necessarily look at the father and say, my father is washing the car, let me go and help him take a small bucket. And then the girl will say, Mom, let me help you with the cabbage and all this, let me wash this carrot. Let's allow them to play the role, because the girl sees herself as a mother one day. She looks at the mother, she says, I'll be doing these roles one day. And then the boy saying, my father is doing the garden. One day I'll be doing this garden so that it will also remain as beautiful as it is. But let's not stereotype and say, you girls go and play with the cars, you boys go and play with the dolls.
Yeah, I don't think it's about forcing them. I think it's you're right when you say let's give them a choice. I used to have to help wash my father's car. He used to give me an old toothbrush and make me
I know you used to even drive race cars.
So I think the roles are changing. But thank you for that call, Max. Madlukovo in KwaZulu-Natal, you want to speak about the Constitution. Morning, Madlukovo.
Yes, Joanne. I think. We agree that the Constitution is an organic document.
Yes.
And I think starting with the issues of the electoral system, for example, I think the proportional representation has not worked for us. Maybe it has worked well for the politician. So I think it is time to consider the constituent-based system of elections.
Yeah.
To start with, and then of course I think there's always reference to CODESA and so on.
Yes.
I'm not sure, Joanna. This is a question that I've actually been carrying for some time.
Mm-hmm.
Who has a record of the outcomes of CODESA? Because I think because it was a public document.
Mm-hmm.
So how much of knowledge has been put to public in terms of what happened with CODESA?
Yeah, we're losing that history, Malakova, definitely, and we need to revise it. Thank you very much for that lovely call. One of you says, listening to Max's call, hi Joanne, nobody said boys must play with dolls. The lady said that kids shouldn't be prevented from expressing themselves or constraining their development. Nurturing fathers are awesome, says Jen in Cape Town. Yeah, I think I agree with that one, Jen. And let's take a last voice note on the issue of the Constitution being changed.
And the listeners, Johan, our constitution must be changed. The best constitution in the world that are turning us into jokes. It must be changed. It's not the best one. It's the one that is making us look like jokes. It must be changed, really. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you are getting your email ready to send to the Constitutional Review Committee. All right, that is where we're going to leave it for today. Thank you for joining us. Sakina Kamwendo standing by with update at noon just after your book reading. Have a wonderful afternoon. Catch you tomorrow. Bye.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
EFC is live this Thursday. The continent's most dominant women in MMA are set to collide in the Ultimate Champion versus Champion showdown. Reigning EFC flyweight champion Amanda Mad Dog Lino, a force behind some of the most brutal moments in EFC history, defends her throne against Nigeria's own Juliet Chukwu, the reigning bantamweight champion. EFC 134, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
SAFM's award-winning drama department presents to you another episode of the book The Unfair Way, the untold history of South African black golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
The unintended consequence of the formation of CFS was a split in black golf. A breakaway golf association which aligned itself with the objectives of CFS in promoting the new image of South Africa was formed and called the South African Bantu Golf Association. It was encroaching on the turf of the established and nationally recognized South African Non-White Golf Union. Poor performance of black golfers, reasons and substandard performance. Meanwhile, with the small changes made by the government to allow participation of black golfers in previously white-only tournaments underway, the euphoria of black players was soon dampened by their inability to return good scores, which equated those they produced at the fell courses. At the fell courses, they easily returned scores of 6 or 8 under par, but at the white golf courses, a black golfer returning an 18-hole score of 4 over par was praised for having played well. Only a few players such as Papua Segulam, Vincent Chabalala, Ishmael Chogulam, David Mutati, Peter Mkata, Solomon Dondashe, Richard Mokhorwane regularly managed to break par. 2 other players from the Cape Province, Noel Mart and Mervyn Gallant, were in the same league as the aforementioned exceptional players. However, there were other players on the fringes who played well from time to time but lacked consistency. These players were Soli Sipeng, Shedrack Mlife, Zakaria Mavundla, Vuisile Kakisane, Junpatam Ranjit, R. Anuplal, Tiny Rampal, Richard Mokhorwane, Paul Leichman, Lawrence Buthelezi, Martin Dupree, Jerry Lepu, and Robert Njingila. They would play well in the first 2 rounds but fade in the remaining 2 rounds. Perfect examples are Joe Dlamini and Norman Mashaba at the Rail Fright Classic in Schoeman's Park. Bloemfontein Dlamini had shot a 70 and 72 in the first 2 rounds, while Mashaba's score was a 72 and 71 in the last 2 rounds. They faded to the back of the field. Between a grass and felt course, comparison between proper and felt courses. Various reasons have been advanced for the poor performance of black golfers when participating in open tournaments played at white golf courses. The most common being that black golfers did not have the opportunity to use white courses. They only used white courses when they played in international tournaments. There was merit in the argument put forward by black golfers about not being able to practice at white golf courses. The black and white courses were like chalk and cheese. The white courses were designed by experts who were professional in this field, while the black courses were makeshift arrangements designed by volunteers. Because of the vastness of the fairway in fell courses, a player had many options to take on his way to the green. Faced with this scenario, a player would be spoiled for choice on his way from the tee to green. No matter where he hit his ball, a player would never be ruled out of bounds. It was barely surprising then that black players who were accustomed to such conditions in fell courses would find themselves in deep trouble when playing at white golf courses due to the unfamiliar settings where there is clear demarcation between fairway, rough out of bounds, and other hazards. Fell courses proved to be extremely dangerous for caddies, always with long grass, thereby making it difficult to locate the ball once it had been hit and had landed. Caddies would often rush ahead of the player to stand at the middle of the fairway in order to follow the flight of the ball from the tee until where it lands. They would then rush to the ball, but with some caddies getting injured by some of the balls in flight, since they would not always be able to track their flight before it lands on the tall grass. In comparison to wide courses, the greens of the fell courses were also small, averaging 6 meters in diameter, and wherein a 10-centimeter diameter was dug in as a hole, also with the opening of the holes differing in size. This was the reason why the scores were low at fell courses, as it was easy to sink a putt from the edge of the tiny green. Greens of white golf courses were enormous in size and some quite undulating. Also, when a ball was chipped to the sand green, it stopped upon landing and did not roll away as it would happen in the grass greens. However, a problem arose when rain washed away the sand. The ball would not hold, and without the sand, the green became hard and fast. There were also no bunkers at the fell courses. Thus, greens and bunkers became the bane of many black golfers, as most hadn't mastered the art of playing out of a bunker. From easily shooting 8 under par on a par 72 fell golf course, black golfers found it difficult to be under par at white golf course, to a point where it would be denoted as an improvement for black retaining acceptable bad scores, if ever there is such a thing. For a 72-hole tournament, black golfers retain scores of above 300. This is normally way beyond the winning scores. At the time, several prominent black golfers such as Mervyn Holland and Noel Mart from the Western Cape, Jabu Ketelo of the Orange Free State, Vuyisile Tekisane and Soli Dondashe, both from the Eastern Cape province, waged relentlessly an ongoing campaign to have white golf courses open to black players in order to normalize sporting conditions among all golf players. According to these players, black golf players' skills development was affected badly not only by lack of access to proper golf courses, limited to whites only, but also by a lack of funds, as none received sponsorships as their white counterparts. Racial discrimination in general, such as in segregated residential and commercial establishments, including hotels, simply compounded the situation of black golfers, even as they had funds for their travel and accommodation to tournaments. They still would not find suitable accommodation at hotels, all because they were black and therefore not allowed to use the facility. This had a negative psychological impact on black golfers, as reflected in their poor performance. Chapter 8. A Stolen Opportunity, the 1979 Celebrity Pro-Am Golf Tournament. The Urban Areas Act 21 of 1923 was the catalyst in the creation of one of South Africa's townships, the Southwestern Townships, now famously known as Soweto. How it all began is that while there were already black people living on the Klipspruit farm as early as 1904, the purpose of the act was to ensure that the conditions in urban black residential areas are improved, as well as to control their entry and movement into such neighboring urban areas. Following the promulgation of the Act, the Johannesburg Town Council created a Municipal Native Affairs Department in 1927. The council, through this department, bought a portion of the Klipspruit farm. The first lot of houses were built in 1930, and the cluster was named Orlando Location after the then chairperson of the Native Affairs Committee, Edwin Orlando Liake. Soweto got its name after William Carr, chairperson of the Non-European Affairs, called for a competition to name the township. One of the names that gained prominence was Kwampanza, after James Sofasonke Mpanza, who was a popular public figure and activist in the original Orlando Township. However, the name that was ultimately chosen was the acronym Soweto for Southwestern Townships. Forcefully removed from previous areas under the Group Areas Act, black, colored, and Indian people, a majority being black, found themselves in the now expanded Soweto. Initially, Soweto's population consisted mainly of middle-aged people and their young or young adult children. However, as the township continued to grow, the initial homeowners became old and frail. As a result, an unusual social dilemma presented itself within the township of Soweto in African culture. It was customary for the elderly to be put under the care of their families. But this was no longer possible in the townships during apartheid days, as conditions dictated that the youth go to school and the young, able-bodied members of the family must work to earn a living. The situation got compounded by the fact that facilities such as old age homes or retirement village were not something black people were privy to. In fact, the elderly people of Soweto were often left to their own devices. Some of them were of poor physical health and others had mental challenges. One incident that comes to mind is that of an elderly man who bumped his head against an electric pole cable tensioner and immediately charged at the cable, thinking that someone was trying to fight with him.
There was another episode of The Unfair Way, The Untold History of South African Black Golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. The book is available at the Bridge Bookstore. It is broadcast on SAFM at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patal, read by Simpiwe Kwana, production by Wiseman Manele, Nana Oza, and Tato Group.
It's 12 o'clock Wednesday, the 3rd of June 2026. A very warm welcome to Update at Noon here on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. My name is Bongi Wazwana, standing in for Sakina Kamwendo, coming up this hour.
So we're asking people to be on alert. Unfortunately, during our storm on the 6th of May, we lost 2 people with fallen trees. Also, our roads, some repairs has been done, but none of these repairs is permanent.
Disaster management teams on high alert in the Eastern and Western Capes following warnings of severe weather conditions.
Sometime in October 2021, I was contacted by Brigadier Newswa informing me that there was an attempted break-in at the Port Shepstone office and that I should look into expediting investigations and the analysis of exhibits so that exhibits could be disposed of.
A new witness is testifying at the Madlanga Commission as it continues to probe the 200 million rand cocaine theft in KwaZulu-Natal. And John is here with sport.
Get their first taste of the heat and altitude in Mexico City. Also, the promotion playoff relegation match is happening this afternoon. Probably going to decide who goes up.
All right, share your views with us, 41391, SMS charged at 150, caller 086 0002032. Send your voice note 0826923909. Find us on X at SABC News_radio. Use the hashtag update at noon. All these and more coming up in the next hour. But first, though, Ondelambana is on standby with the latest news.
Thank you, Bongi. On the top stories, police investigate the murder of 2 men on the Cape Flats, and Category 8 storm makes landfall in the Garden Route region. For SAfm News, I'm Ondalambana, and a very good day. Police are investigating the murder of 2 men in Masiphumelele near Ocean View on the Cape Flats in a suspected taxi-related attack. Police spokesperson Ndake Gwala says officers responded to reports of a shooting in Pokela Road this morning.
On arrival, they found the lifeless bodies of 2 males aged 41 and 42 on the street with gunshot wounds. The motive for the shooting is suspected to be taxi-related and no arrest has been effected yet. Anyone with information that might assist with the investigation is kindly requested to contact Crime Stop on 08600 10111 08600 10111.
The High Court in Pretoria has dismissed suspended police sergeant Fani Nkosi's bail appeal. Nkosi, who is attached to the organised crime unit, approached the High Court to overturn the Pretoria North Magistrates Court decision to deny him bail. Nkosi was arrested following a raid at his Pretoria North home in April. Police found case dockets, explosives, ammunition and more than 50,000 rand in cash hidden under a mattress. Judge Mukinda Musupa has found that the magistrate at the lower court applied the law correctly.
I see no need to interfere with the judgment of the bail court, as the magistrate did not exercise his discretion wrongly. This appeal ought not to succeed. The order in the RAS, I make the following order. 1. The appeal against the Pretoria North Magistrate Court refusal to grant bail is hereby refused.
Durban Serious Organised Crime Investigation Unit member Colonel Gavin Jacob has testified at the Madlanga Commission that he was on leave when he was called to assist with the seizure of the 541 kilogram cocaine consignment. Jacob says he was called by Lieutenant Colonel Jabulani Duma, who also testified at the commission yesterday. The drugs were seized at the Isipingo depot in June 2021 and subsequently stored at the Hawks premises in Port Shepstone, KwaZulu-Natal. Jacob has further told Commissioner Sesi Baloyi SC that it was his first time dealing with a container interception where drugs were seized from a container.
So it's not so much the quantity?
Not the quantity, it's the seizure, the type of seizure that we had done. I've done clan labs and the like, but this was the largest seizure of cocaine per se that I had done.
The Eastern Cape Education Department has confirmed the suspension of schooling in 3 districts following a level 8 warning of severe weather conditions by the South African Weather Service. The department says the Nelson Mandela, Sarah Baartman and Buffalo City have been identified as parts of the province at risk amid inclement weather conditions. No evacuations or major incidents have been reported thus far. Departmental spokesperson Malbongo Mdima.
3 Eastern Cape Department of Education districts have suspended schooling for today and tomorrow, which is the 3rd and 4th of June 2026, following warnings of severe weather conditions by the South African Weather Services. The 3 education districts, namely the Nelson Mandela, Sarah Baartman and Buffalo City, have been identified as parts of the province to be severely affected by the level 8 weather warnings. Therefore, an urgent communication responding and or regarding this weather condition has been sent to all 3 districts to take precautionary measures to avoid any loss of life during this period.
The George municipality in the Western Cape has issued a warning to residents to avoid low-lying areas that are prone to flooding. This as a Category 8 storm has made landfall in the Garden Route region, bringing widespread rain. There's also reports of flooding in some areas. Deborah Soar is the spokesperson for the George municipality.
The corner of Union and Hope Street is closed currently to all traffic due to low-level flooding, and there is no access to Hope Street. Heavy rain may result in flooding of roads, bridges and low water crossings, while rapidly rising water levels in rivers and streams could create dangerous conditions with little warning. Motorists are reminded never to drive through flooded roads or moving water.
Recapping the top story, police are investigating the murder of 2 men in Masiphumelele near Ocean View on the Cape Flats in a suspected taxi-related attack. I'm Ondilambana for SAfm News Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Thank you very much, Ondela. Lots of stories on our radar. Let's take you to a live briefing by the Chief Whip of the ANC, Mdumiseni Ntuli.
These are information sharing sessions only. No directives are issued and no administrative authority is exercised. There are certainly not sinister attempts to facilitate some kind of a state capture, as others have suggested, in any form. And of course, as others have strangely sought to suggest. All ANC members of Parliament have taken an oath to uphold and respect the Constitution and the laws of the Republic. We therefore wish to assure South Africans that no constitutional provision is violated when a political party establishes its own internal caucuses or study groups. Internal workings of the ANC caucus is determined by the Office of the Chief Whip. Neither the Speaker of the National Assembly or the Chairperson of the Council of Provinces nor GNU partners can dictate how the ANC or any other political party should manage its own internal affairs. It is factually incorrect to suggest that the ANC study group are platforms through which members of Parliament become embedded in administrative processes. The ANC has consistently exercised its oversight role in accordance with the constitutional obligations imposed by Section 42, subsection 3, the legislative authority contained in Section 44 of the Constitution of the Republic and the Rules of Parliament. The invitation of public sector officials to provide information to any political party does not contravene any of the laws of our Republic. All political parties are at liberty to request information from government departments to assist them in performing their oversight responsibilities. Such requests are routinely accommodated in a manner consistent with the law and relevant protocols governing the disclosure of official information. On the issue of migration challenges that continue to confront our country, we have noted the rising tensions between South Africans and foreign nationals living in our country, which have had a negative impact across the continent. South Africans have been accused of xenophobia, and countries such as Ghana has repeatedly initiated processes to repatriate some of their citizens from South Africa, while also raising concerns through continental institutions. We strongly reject the strange notion that South Africans are xenophobic. South Africa is the biggest and sophisticated economy in the region and naturally attractive to economic migrants from the region and the rest of the continent. Our neighboring countries also have a duty to their citizens living in our country. We condemn any unlawful conduct towards foreign nationals, irrespective of their status in our country. On the same vein, the ANC caucus strongly condemns the behavior of some foreign nationals who display arrogance and contempt towards South Africa, its people, and the law. The ANC caucus notes the pressures facing our economy and the persistently high rate of unemployment. We therefore urge employment agencies and employers to comply with both labor and migration laws. The exploitation of undocumented workers is unlawful and constitutes a violation of the Labor Relations Act and Basic Conditions of Employment Act. We commend the Border Management Authority for upgrading of at least 6 of the country's principal borders posts and surrounding infrastructure. These upgrades have introduced modern technology capable of tracking and tracing visitors who overstay their lawful period of stay, as well as individuals who enter the country on short-term permits and fail to depart as required. We also welcome the refinement and implementation of the first state country principle, which provides that asylum seekers who have already been granted refugee status or lawful protection in another country, or who have passed through safe third countries before arriving in South Africa, may be ineligible for asylum in South Africa. In terms of the prioritization of South Africans through small business development, we welcome the efforts led by the Department of Small Business and Small Business Development and the Minister, Comrade Stella Ndabeni, to protect local livelihoods through legislative reforms, business licensing frameworks, and targeted township economy support programs that prioritize South African citizens within the bounds of the laws. Through the Spaza Shop Support Fund, government has invested significantly in sustaining locally owned spaza shops by providing financial and non-financial support to South African-owned enterprises, helping to prevent the displacement of local businesses. The ANC Parliamentary Caucus remains committed to advancing policies that promote economic inclusion, strengthen border management, uphold the rule of law, and protect the constitutional rights of all who live in South Africa. On the matters relating to the Speaker of the National Assembly, we have noted strange calls for the Speaker of the National Assembly, Comrade Thoko Didiza, to recuse herself from the proceedings relating to the work of the impeachment committee. Gratuitous allegations have been made that the Speaker lacks the capacity to impartiality in order to guide the work of the impeachment committee, merely because she is a member and the leader of the African National Congress. Comrade Thoko Didiza is a long-standing member and the leader of the African National Congress, who has demonstrated leadership acumen in dealing with governance matters over the years. There is absolutely no basis whatsoever to suggest that she will compromise the work of the impeachment committee. The ANC caucus categorically rejects the call for the Speaker to recuse herself. On local government elections, the IEC has designated the 20th and the 21st of June 2026 as the first open weekend registration in preparation for the local government elections. The ANC caucus will deploy all our public representatives to engage with the people of South Africa, particularly the youth, to register to vote. The right to vote came at a huge price and cannot be taken for granted. Unregistered South Africans are encouraged to register online on the IEC website, which is clearly defining the process and the step through which you need to follow to be registered. All our parliamentary constituents offices are also open on daily basis to assist voters who wish to register but are unaware or may be having difficulty to access the website and get themselves registered. Thank you very much, Comrade Donald.
And that is the Chief Whip of the African National Congress, Mdumiseni Ntuli, speaking on a number of issues. These include the impeachment committee. And you'd remember the ANC within that 31-member committee holds about 9 of the seats. And there were some delays even in getting the names in. And you would have seen what has also been said in the public domain about, the ANC caucus itself, possibly speaking about a line of march on how party members who are within that particular committee will carry themselves. Now, the Chief Whip of the ANC says this is not true. And he says, in fact, the caucus is an information sharing, session, and there is no directives that have been issued when it comes to this particular impeachment process, and wants to assure South Africans that this platform is going to be a fair one. And also speaking about the Speaker, the calls, and he describes the allegations against the Speaker as gratuitous. And you'd remember parties, for example, like the EFF, were raising concerns about, the Speaker of the National Assembly, that's Thoko Didiza, and saying that her engagement with the ANC leadership is a cause for concern. But the Chief Whip of the ANC is saying that they're rejecting the calls for the Speaker to recuse herself, and also, of course, speaking about a number of issues as well, including some of the protests that we would have seen, around the issues of immigration. So we'll continue to monitor that through our reporters who are tracking the different stories. And of course, lots to talk about, including the weather, including developments in the NFP and in the courts as well. Sergeant Faninkosi being denied bail. So we'll tell you a little bit more about some of the stories of the day.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
The Nelson Mandela Bay Metro in the Eastern Cape says all hands are on deck ahead of the disruptive rain forecast for today and tomorrow. This comes after the South African Weather Service issued a level 8 warning on Monday, raising concerns of widespread flooding and significant damage to infrastructure. The forecast comes as areas, for example, Gqoga, Sunday's River Valley, and the Nelson Mandela Bay are still recovering from the recent damaging storms. Let's now speak to Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality spokesperson Thembiso Soyaya. Good day to you and thank you so much for your time. Firstly, just talk to us about the preparations, just as of course the warnings have been issued, but you still have communities that would be on edge around this particular announcement given what they've recently experienced. So how are you preparing for this particular disruptive rain forecast?
Good day, and thanks for the opportunity to inform the listeners. As indicated, from a preparedness perspective, JOC, the Joint Operations Center of the municipality, convened this morning at 10 a.m. Following the weather warning of level 8. So in terms of preparedness measures, emergency response team, our stormwater and drainage systems are being monitored continuously, and our technical teams are on standby. And rapid response protocols have been activated in terms of flooding incidents, road closures, and evacuations where necessary. Our operational teams remain ready to respond, and also our stakeholders as well. The Provincial Disaster Management Center, emergency services, infrastructure and engineering, law enforcement, SAPS and SANDF, and our provincial and external emergency partners are also on standby.
So, Mr. Soyaya, we've seen the recent weather and the disruptions as well as destruction that it has left behind. Let's talk about the strain on the resources currently, given the fact that this is so close to the last storm we saw.
Yes, unfortunately, we're still busy with mop-up, particularly around your electricity, water services, and also our roads as well. As you know that after heavy rain, we experienced a lot of potholes around the metro. So our teams were still busy with the mop-up. So we are quite a bit concerned around that particular matter, because obviously if there's flooding, there's potholes, the impact on residents is quite tremendous. Hence, we've warnings for residents to really be vigilant. First, particularly around,
go ahead, particularly around?
Avoiding unnecessary traveling during periods of heavy rain, because in our JOC meeting, the weather services indicated that we should expect moderate to heavy rainfall from 1300 onwards today, and the accumulation in terms of rainfall, we are looking between 100 and 150 millimeters.
So when it comes to...
So there is 100% probability of showers.
Yeah, when it comes to stormwater drainage systems, that is one of the big areas of concern, because you find that at times water is going to be static for days on end, and residents are cut off then from their homes and simply not able to get through. What kind of preparation work has been done there? Because as a municipality, you've also been, criticized when it comes to these stormwater drain facilities.
No, thank you so much for that particular question. If you recall, when the inclement weather started beginning of May, our teams had already been working on our stormwater, our canals and drainage systems to just ensure that we do manage the impact from a flooding perspective. As you are aware that we didn't experience really any loss of lives in the previous incident, and it's because of the lessons that we've learned from previous floodings around the metro. And obviously in our mop-up operations, we've been maintaining our canals, and also our stormwater drains and canals as well, just to ensure that we mitigate impact, but also at the same time we ensure that the sustainable impact on residents is as minimal as possible. However, the challenge always remains on the low-lying communities, informal settlements that are located near our water sources, and historically flooded-prone areas. That is where our huge concern is.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll continue to get updates from the different provinces. Tembiso Soya, Nelson Mandela Bay Metro Municipality spokesperson. And also, of course, remember, as they prepare for that, right, the Southern Cape, the rains have now begun to hit there. This as a level 8 weather warning has been issued for the region. The Western Cape government urging farmers and rural communities to be cautious ahead of the severe weather conditions expected across parts of the province. Let's now speak to the Garden Route District Municipality Disaster Management Head, Gerard Otto. Thank you so much, Mr. Otto, for your time. Firstly, just paint a picture for us of what is the latest.
Yes, since last night we've been receiving rain in the entire Garden Route district, more intensely over the George, Plettenberg Bay and Knysna areas, also parts of Oudtshoorn. First of all, the rain was soft and continuous, but it is intensified during the day. At this point, we are aware that in some areas we've already received 50 millimeters of rain. Fortunately, at this point, there's been no severe weather-related reports to our disaster centre. We are in close communication with all our local municipalities, and everyone is still on standby, watching out for areas where we're expecting flooding to occur, low-lying areas. In Oudtshoorn specifically, some areas has been evacuated proactively, specifically the Alphaluk and the Rust, where people is housed in a community hall now, just to wait until the water levels subside. But we are still in the beginning of the storm. We're expecting another 150 for today and another 100 millimeters of water for tomorrow. And in an area that's already saturated after the 6th of May floods, we're on high alert to see where we will require assistance and where we need to activate teams.
And apart from the evacuations, what else are you doing? Because as you speak about areas like Oudtshoorn, for example, I'm thinking about the dams, for example, in George, Mossel Bay and Oudtshoorn previously reaching capacity, and there was, concern there. So apart from the evacuations, what else are you doing to try and mitigate the risk?
Unfortunately, we do not have flood attenuation dams in the Garden Route district, so we couldn't let water out of the dams to capture some of this water, because the dams has been full and you can't actually drain them to a level to accept more water coming in. So you just monitor the spill over the dam, and with our colleagues at hydrology in the water and sanitation, they provide us with the level of the rivers coming down. That we provide to the provincial traffic and the municipal law enforcement and traffic officials to just monitor where this water is going, coming down the rivers, and then all you can do is just evacuate people if you know that area is going to be flooded. Basically, that's what we can do. In addition to that, we've also opened the estuaries, but that was remained open already since the 6th of May storms.
And of course, just quickly, there's a strain on resources because you've just had the storms and now you are back here again. How are you managing with that?
Yeah, it is quite a strain. We did request assistance from Cape Town, and there's been teams provided to us from the police service rescue and Swift Pulse rescue teams from the Cape Town side. In addition to that, our people has been working around the clock, and fortunately we've had a little bit of a break between the windstorms of the 11th of May and now, so that people could rest. But yeah, we're in for another week of hard work and long hours.
Mr. Gerard Otto, appreciate your time. Thank you for speaking to us, who is with the Garden Route District Municipality Disaster Management, and he is the head there.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
To this now, expelled National Freedom Party chairperson Mbali Shinga is expected to approach the Pietermaritzburg High Court with an urgent application in a bid to retain both her party membership and seat in the KwaZulu-Natal legislature. Shinga's move comes after she lost her appeal against expulsion on Saturday, and the party holding the disciplinary ruling that, found her guilty of misconduct and gross insubordination. The disciplinary action stems from Shinga's decision to vote against the MK party's motion of no confidence in KwaZulu-Natal Premier Tami Ntuli. Let's now speak to the legal representative of Ms. Shinga, that is Stembiso Mpele. Good day to you, and thank you so much for your time. Before we even get into some of the grounds at which you are challenging the decision, has such an application been lodged?
Good day, Bongiwe, and also to your viewers as well. Thank you so much to have me on your show. Indeed, as I'm talking to you, we are currently at Pietermaritzburg High Court. The matter is scheduled to be held at 2 p.m. this afternoon.
At 2 this afternoon. So what are the exact grounds then that you are challenging the appeal tribunal's dismissal of her appeal?
No, in fact, our approach is two-pronged. At this point in time, we are actually moving, and we have brought an application on an urgent basis for interdict, precisely because insofar as the outcome of the appeal is concerned, we haven't yet exhausted all the internal remedies within the party. There is a forum called General National Conference, which is the highest decision maker that can either confirm or overturn a decision of a member who has been found otherwise by the appeals chairperson. Over and above that, even though I do not intend to delve into the merit of the matter, the person, the office bearer, by law or by the constitution of the NFP, is supposed to appeal to the National Working Committee, which was not the case in this regard. So in fact, they actually abrogated or rather abdicated their responsibility to another person who is not supposed to preside over the matter. Therefore, whatever decision that was generated is the fruit of the poison tree.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, and I understand why you wouldn't want to delve into the merits of the case, but can one then assume that from part of what you are seeking to do on behalf of your client is to have her not be removed as an MPL, because the Speaker of the legislature had said that unless there's an interdict, her hands are tied when it comes to either removing her as member of the legislature. So are you seeking to also halt that?
You're 100% Bongiwe. That is the cause, or rather the relief that you're asking from the court, not to for the Speaker not to remove our client, which is Ms. Shinga, in this regard, until such time her appeal and review application has been dealt with accordingly.
So when it comes then to this particular matter, of course, a lot is going on. I'm not going to ask you about the politics because this is purely a legal process, but indeed, has she indicated if you were to not be successful at 2 p.m., what becomes the next course of action?
No, we haven't really reached that point at this juncture, but we do believe that our request from the court will be abided to.
So going into this, you're confident?
More than confident. Call us after 2, then we'll tell you something different.
We'll definitely call you after 2. But before I let you go, let's talk about your client. How would you describe her right now? Because this has been a protracted legal battle, hey?
You are 100% correct. My client is okay. He's just asserting her constitutional rights as well as the rights that are enshrined in the constitution of her party, which have not yet been fully ventilated. It's not like she's being deliberately defiant, but as a South African, she deserves to be given all the rights that she deserves.
So after 2 o'clock then, the call stands. Thank you for speaking to us. Legal representative.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Legal representative of Mbali Shinga, there's Stembiso Mpele. He says we must call him after 2. He's going to be successful. Let's see then. This is the application. Lots is going on in that particular legislature. There's a political conversation to be had about the developments and the implications of what, could happen there. But it's 12:30. Time for the news headlines on Della's on standby.
Thank you, Bongi. On the news headlines, 2 suspects have been arrested in connection with the murders of 2 tourists killed at the Crook's Corner viewpoint of the Kruger National Park in Limpopo. The NPA has welcomed the decision by the High Court in Pretoria to refuse Sergeant Faninkosi bail, and police are investigating the murder of 2 men in Masiphumelele near Ocean View on the Cape Flats in a suspected taxi-related attack. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
All right, let's quickly check in with the markets. Muteo Maposa, ABSA investment analyst, is on standby for us. Muteo, good day, and how are we looking?
Good afternoon. Well, we did see local equity rebound in yesterday's session with the OZ advancing about 1.76%. But today seeing some red when you're looking at the market performance, with the all share down about 0.44%. Losses there led primarily by your industrial sector, which is down 1%. Industrials also following suit, down about 0.78%. Financials backing the broader downward trend, trading in positive territory in today's session. If you're looking at global markets, we did see U.S. markets close in positive territory yesterday, so the SP 500 and the Nasdaq finishing stronger. Asian indices, similar picture there with the Nikkei 225 and the Hang Seng leading outperformance. In terms of European markets, we did see them open at a more anemic tone, with the FTSE 100 and the Euro stocks trading in negative territory in today's session. From a commodities perspective, gold prices as well as platinum prices down about 1% in today's session. Brent crude spot prices continue to oscillate above that $100 per US dollar barrel mark as persistent bottlenecks in US-Iran negotiation heightened supply uncertainty. From a currency market perspective, seeing the South African rand oscillate around 16 rand and 30 cents in today's session, giving away slight gains against the dollar. Then from an economic data perspective, we did see global manufacturing conditions remain broadly supportive in May, albeit with some moderation across key regions. Locally seeing the ABSA manufacturing PMI ease but remained in expansionary territory over the period. In the US, manufacturing momentum strengthened, supported by robust output and new orders, although some demand reflected stockpiling by consumers. Similarly, in the UK, saw an improvement in manufacturing activity driven by firm production and sustained gains in new orders. Similar picture in China, seeing manufacturing sector also remaining expansionary. In contrast, the Eurozone experienced some moderation as demand softened following a stockpiling-led surge in the prior month. We did also see Eurozone flash headline inflation edge higher to 3.2% from 3% in March, in line with market expectations as heightened oil prices continuing to flare up price pressures in the regions. In terms of economic data, market participants will be looking at in the upcoming week. We expect to see first quarter 2026 GDP in South Africa. We also expect to see mining production as well as manufacturing production numbers. Globally anticipating to see inflation dynamics coming out of the US. Thank you.
Muteo Maposa, the ABSA investment analyst.
SAFM Sport with John Gerika.
I have a question for you, right?
Oh, no, yeah?
I do.
Okay.
But it's about Bafana.
Oh, no, okay.
The altitude issue.
Yes.
How is that going to impact?
It's going to be a thing. Mexico City is the highest capital city on the planet.
Sure.
And it's the middle of summer there as well, so that's going to be a thing. In fact, I know the players struggle. They've had the World Cup there before, and it has been played in Mexico City, but it is definitely a thing. They're early. They got themselves a week to acclimatize. Should be fine. Remember, they're playing the hosts who know from high altitude. We've been, when I say we, I mean, I haven't played at all. But when Bafana have been on high altitude in Joburg. So, yeah, it'll be a thing.
But it's a thing, but it's not a bad thing.
No, everybody's going to play it. So,
okay.
And what's the advantage is when they go back down, that'll be great for them because then suddenly they've got so much more red blood cells and things.
Okay.
But yeah,
all right.
Hold thumbs. The ball will go faster as well because there's less air. It's the thing. Anyway, they've been training, have the Bafana side, acclimatizing to the altitude and heat. The opener is on the 11th of June. Former Bafana assistant coach Trot Moloto.
Is there that disturbance is not dealing with the young boys. These boys on their own, with their clubs, they've acquired enough experience, and they're looking forward to perform. These are not schoolboys. They just have to go out there and also raise their hands to say, South Africans at home, we are representing you and we'll do our best.
I think it's a good answer to your question as well.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter what the altitude is, they will go out there to win. A host of football friendlies happening this evening, including teams like Italy and Nigeria. Let's focus on the two matches that actually include World Cup teams. I'm having a dig. DRC are up against Denmark today. DRC are in the World Cup. Here's their coach, Sebastian Desabre.
It's a new competition now, and the World Cup is the best competition on the world. And for us, we are focused of our task, but the first step for us is to go out to the group stage, and we are very focused on this target. And I promise to Congolese time to give the maximum and the height mentality, because my players are warriors, and we want to show the best image of Congo to the world.
Other friendly tonight is the Netherlands against Algeria, both in the World Cup. That kicks off at 8:45. Promotion relegation playoff happening today. Milford FC up against Magezi kicks off at 3. It's probably the decider as to who'll book a spot in the Premiership next season. Still more games ahead, but these two top the table after the opening rounds. In England, Liverpool have reached a verbal agreement with Andoni Iraola to take over as head coach following the sacking of Arne Slot. Iraola left Bournemouth at the end of the season. It's a clear favourite for the role at Anfield. According to a report at The Athletic, Areola is set to sign a 2-year deal. At Roland Garros today, women's wheelchair doubles sees KG Monjane with her partner Loya Guyo up against the Chinese pairing of Zhaihu Li and Zhiying Wang. That's 3 Chinese players in that match, so good luck to KG. Yesterday she advanced to the final 8 of the wheelchair singles to set up a meeting with Ksenia Chasto. On the main course today, Anna Kalinskaya takes on Maya Chwalinska, who is a qualifier. Arina Sabalenka should advance against 25th seed Diana Schneider. Sabalenka is relying on her experience to get her through the second week of the Grand Slam.
I'll have my opportunities, and that's basically was my mindset when I won the first Grand Slam. So at these stages, every time I'm just trying to focus on myself and making sure that when I'm there competing, I'm fighting and I'm doing everything I can with what I have at the moment. Because, you know, sometimes you have great days, sometimes you feel like nothing is working and you have to fight. So that's my mindset, is basically that I'm ready to do whatever it takes to get this beautiful trophy.
And the men are on at night. Felix Auger-Aliassime against Flavio Cobolli, and Matteo Berrettini against Matteo Arnaldi. That's 3 Italians that'll be on court today. They're doing something great in tennis. And finally, the first one-day international between the West Indies and Sri Lanka today starts at 3:30. Important for both of them to be able to qualify for the World Cup. So both those sides struggling down the bottom of the rankings. Only the top teams go through with automatic qualification, so there's lots to play for.
Lots to play for indeed, eh?
Okay.
Thank you, John.
Take it back.
Bye.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
All right, it's breaking news at this hour. 2 suspects have been arrested in connection with the murders of 2 tourists, that's Dina and Ernst Murray, who were killed at the Crooks Corner viewpoint of the Kruger National Park in Limpopo. The elderly couple from Mossel Bay in the Western Cape were murdered on the 20th of May after entering the Kruger National Park 2 days earlier. Their bodies were discovered at Cross Corner on the banks of the Limpopo River near its confluence with the Limpopo River. Now, the vehicle was recovered on Tuesday last week. Police spokesperson Brigadier Hlani Mashaba joins us now to bring us more details. Brigadier, thank you so much for your time. Firstly, let's talk about how the suspects were arrested.
Good afternoon to the rest of SAFM listeners as well as yourself. Let me indicate that indeed, after the brutal murder of the two tourists in the Kruger National Park, the Provincial Commissioner deployed a highly experienced detective team from the province who worked tirelessly with the Sun Parks, our conservation partners, as well as the Mozambican law enforcement authorities. Let me indicate that on the 26th of May, we were able to recover the vehicle in Shokwe, and then on Monday, the 1st of June, we arrested one suspect in Shokwe, leading to the other suspect who was arrested just yesterday in Shai City in Gaza province. We have indicated before when we started to say we are going to make an arrest because we believe in the detective capability of our teams in this province, working together with various stakeholders. In the main, we have been able to make a breakthrough in this case. We are delighted that at least the family will be able to find some closure because it was an incident that was unprecedented. You will know that the Kruger National Park has never experienced any incident of this nature in its 100 years. So we had to work swiftly and ensure that we bring the perpetrators, therefore, to book.
I'm going to get to the latter part of your statement in just a moment, but what can you tell us about these suspects?
Yeah, the suspects are aged 32 and 33 respectively, and they are Mozambican national. As we are continuing with our investigation, we will be profiling them to check if they are not linked to serious and violent crimes in the province of Limpopo or in South Africa in the main. But we believe in the capability of our detectives. Like I've indicated, we've got a watertight case against them. We have linked them positively with this case of the tourists, those that were murdered in the Kruger National Park. So we'll be exploring other avenues and see if other charges can be added into the already charges that we have issued against them.
Now, when you look at this particular incident, it sent shockwaves not only across the country, but even in some sectors of the world as well. Perhaps we talk about some of the tourists who were left fearing for their safety and concerned around safety issues around the Kruger. What do you say to them?
Like you have seen that the Sun Parks, immediately after the incident, they issued a statement that they are bolstering their safety and security in the main, even using issues of technology in the main. But we must indicate that in the Kruger National Park, there are police that are deployed there. You also have rangers that are there, and private security companies that work with the police in the main to ensure the safety and security of every tourist, every visitor, or every resident, even those that are working there. We will continue to monitor the situation very closely so that the same incident does not happen in the near future or any other time, because these are places of tourist attraction. We cannot afford to have crime infiltrating those spaces, because you will know that even in issues of economic boost, they actually augur well for our side. So we cannot afford to have any other crime being reported in those areas. So we will be, we will firmly put our boots on the ground, ensure the safety of everyone. We can ensure their safety.
Brigadier, quickly, obviously there is a time frame here within which the suspects must appear in court. Do you have any information in that regard?
Yeah, I can confirm that they are appearing today in Maputo, facing charges of 2 counts of murder as well as that of hijacking. But like I've indicated, as the investigation unfolds, we cannot rule out additional charges that may be added as we continue with the investigations.
All right, Brigadier Hlulan Mashaba, bringing us the very latest as far as this particular story is concerned. It's breaking news at the South. 2 suspects have been arrested in connection with the murders of the 2 tourists, that's Dina and Ernst Murray. We are going to be bringing you more on this particular story. It's developing at this hour. So obviously questions are now going to arise as to say, when do you have them back in the country? What happens now, etc. All these questions are going to then be ventilated in the coming days.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
Well, Election Wednesdays brought to you by the IEC. It's a call to action. South Africa's eligible voters encouraged to use the online voter portal. Did you know about the online voter portal? Do you know about it? Okay, you can use it to register to vote on the 4th of November. In fact, we're going to tell you more about it. This as voter registration weekend, June the 20th, 21st, nears. It's important that first-time voters are ready to vote. So let's look at this and how you can be able to do this if you do not have information at your disposal. We speak now to the General Manager for Electoral Matters. That's Mr. James Apane. Good day, and thank you so much to you for your time. Perhaps we start with explaining to our listeners what the online voter portal is.
Good day, Bongiwe, and good day to listeners of SAFM. The online portal is a place wherein potential voters, aspirant voters, can be able to check their details, and if their details needs updating, they can update. And it's also for those that have not registered before, they can be able to register. It's an online facility accessible to all of the people that have access to a computer or a device that has internet to be able to do it at the convenience of their own home and own time.
So is it something that you would say as the IEC is going to assist you in addressing what we've termed the digital divide when it comes to rural and low income voters, for example?
Well, it not necessarily, but it actually tries to equalize, because we still have it's an opportunity, is one of the mechanisms we have. And we also have, by the way, the ability for people to visit our offices from 8 in the morning until about 5 in the afternoon, depending on the office itself. But we're also going to be opening voting stations in the locality of where people live on the 20th. So the reason we have this facility is because it's convenient, it can be done at any time, and we have since improved the journey through this facility in terms of click-throughs or a number of clicks that people must do. We have improved the ability to quickly verify the ID that's get uploaded there to ensure that you are an eligible person. So this is the mechanism that we extend, yes, in terms of how many options are available out there. When it comes to rural areas, obviously there's still issues regarding the digital divide, as we picked up. And this is now where we bring the IEC closer to the people in opening almost 24,000 voting stations nationwide.
And how are you helping, particularly someone who is listening to us who will say, yes, I may have a smartphone, but data costs are a problem for me?
Look, we have also made it possible for people to be helped by those that have access to smartphones. You can also do it at the place where you've got access to Wi-Fi, for instance. In certain municipalities, people have got access to Wi-Fi. But for an average person who does not have a smartphone, it can be assisted by any other person. The only requirement is that because of security and credibility of the voters' roll, we need to send you an OTP, a one-time PIN, to the person whose details are being updated or the person who has been enrolled for the first time on the voters' roll. And one thing to highlight is that the cell phone number that must receive an OTP does not require data. Because even if you don't have airtime, you can still receive an SMS. And that SMS is just to make sure that we are updating or registering the correct person on the platform. But those that have access, they can certainly help others that do not have access to smart devices.
So what happens, because I was playing around with it a little earlier on, and I see that it's got this option where you have to upload your ID photo. Let's say maybe someone fails that particular verification check. What happens?
All of those transactions, because it's a journey, once you get into a facility, obviously you put in your ID number, you put your cell phone number, and the next will be to upload an ID, which is the step you are referring to. If you upload something that is bad quality, chances are our AI engine might not be able to decode or pick up the ID number there. That will go into what we call a back office processing. And we've got people that are watching all of those records that could not succeed, and they are looking at them and clearing those records. Additionally, we send an SMS to the people because we already collected your phone number or the number that you entered when you were receiving an OTP. So there are reminders to say, okay, we have interacted with you. The transaction has not been concluded. We are missing certain elements. So nobody is going to be left behind. As long as you have approached our page or actually entered details in our page, it means we've got details about your registration. But once again, there are people that are on an hourly basis clearing all of those pending registrations.
And so when you talk about no one being left behind, is how does someone, for example, who is visually impaired or is not able to use digital platforms, how are they assisted in order to be able to use this portal?
We are yet to publish a facility that will be able to assist, visually impaired people. At this stage, we do not have it as yet. And once again, because this is not the only platform that is available, we can still assist people when they visit our offices. And I know that is too far, but we bring the IC closer to the people. But yes, in terms of technology, we are certainly looking into additional mechanisms that will make it easier for the visually impaired.
Mr. Apane, let's speak to someone who's listening to us who says, you talk about bringing the IEC to me. So in my community, what do I look out for? How do I know that this is an IEC office or an IEC space where they're operating from?
Firstly, I've seen posters around wherein the event itself, the 20th and 21st, has been advertised. And secondly, we do have on our website, Bongwe, the ability to type in your address in a facility called Voting Station Finder. So if you enter the details of where you live, the facility is intelligently being able to tell you what is your voting station that you need to visit on the 20th and the 21st. Additionally, you can submit an ID number to 32810. That's our SMS facility, and it will certainly tell you your registration details and your voting station details. So that's how people will be able to know what's going to happen in their area, in addition to advertising that's going to be ramped up as we move closer to the 20th.
Perhaps we repeated.
Yes.
Pardon me. Perhaps we repeated. You said 32810.
10. Perfect. 32810. And those that have access to the internet, as I indicated, there's a facility called Voting Station Finder. You can just search for it. It's one of the popular links out there, and it will pop up, and you'll be able to enter your address details, and it will tell you which is your correct voting station to visit on the 20th.
And in an era of social media, I know that there's a big push now in the drive to get more young people to come forward. Are you having any social media integrations for them?
Absolutely. We do have social media accounts. What we also have done, Bongiwe, over the years, and that has been increased this time around, we have got a dedicated social media team. In addition to the traditional voice contact center, 0800 11 8000, there are people who are receiving all of those queries that come through our social media platform, and our team that is dedicated to social media are responding to those queries timelessly.
All right, Mr. Apane, appreciate your time. Thank you so much for speaking to us. James Apane, the General Manager for Electoral Matters at the IEC. Let me repeat the number again for you, 32810. That's the SMS line, the SMS number you can use. Send your ID number to check if you are registered. And if not, you can then be able to use the online voter portal to be able to be assisted. Remember, voter registration weekend, June the 20th to the 21st. It's important. So make sure that you are indeed registered. So let me quickly take some of your thoughts on some of the stories of the day.
Good afternoon, Sister Bonge. Yes, Sister Bonge, Chief Whip of ANC, Mdumiseni Dule, has put it well, more especially when it comes to immigration issues, foreigners issue. He put it well. I think we need a drastic decision. Also himself, they don't have to talk so nice only, but they must put it practically. People want to see practical solution. They are tired about being promised this will happen, we'll have jobs and all that. We need practical solutions. We don't care about the impeachment committee and all that. What we care now is about jobs, things which are expensive, the petrol and food, it is expensive. We need resolution on that. Good afternoon, this is Matebolo.
Kule Sisbongo Shone Samboisa, yes, Sisbongi, can't the matter of this Nchamulo be charged for fueling like tensions among the citizens? Because she's carrying on like saying no, her son was killed because he was stronger. And then like saying the police now are lying, like no man, I really don't understand. They must charge her. That's all I can say. They need to charge her. Because now she's busy protecting the criminality that her son was involved in, saying no, people are not stupid. If he say no, I'm a South African of what I did, why would they carry on killing her? What was he doing at somebody's place at 3 a.m. in the morning? You don't want to say she failed to be a parent, otherwise.
Sisibongiwe, wow, this is JCK counter from Musina. Sisibongiwe, hey, the conduct of the presiding judge of Senzo Mewa trial, it's unbecoming. Judge Rata Mokgwatleng is so biased. He's always on the side of the state. He's so biased and he's threatening the defense counsel. Vahan ons. It's time Judge Rata must be reported, man. And I foresee appeal. It seems like Judge Rata came into this case having the mandate. He's carrying somebody's mandate. He's not neutral. He's a player and a referee. As a judge, you can't be. Let me rest my case for now. JCK counter from Sina.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
All right. Thank you so much for your views there. And you know, we need to catch up on the developments around the Senzo Meyiwa trial, because there have been a number of exchanges there, including what we also saw around the case that would have been cited by one of the witnesses there, and the exchange between the judge as well as the defense attorney, that's Advocate Sandile Mshololo. So there's a lot to be said around what exactly is going on and what the latest is. And remember, the delays in this particular matter also impacting the family as well, but also in the courts. The suspended police officer, that Sergeant Fanny Nkosi, has lost his bid for bail. You'd remember that he has been trying to appeal this particular decision. Now the High Court in Pretoria dismissing his appeal, upholding the Pretoria North Magistrates Court ruling and you'd remember that Nkosi, right, is attached to Gauteng's organised crime unit, and he was arrested after a raid at his Pretoria home in April, and that is one of the court stories we are tracking for you. So there's also, of course, another court matter. The Johannesburg High Court set to deliver on the Usindiso building fire case. The accused, Sthembiso Mdlalose, faces 76 counts of murder and arson. So let's get the very latest on this particular matter. Orsan Stoll, our reporter, is joining us. Orsan, thank you so much for your time. What's the latest?
The matter has been postponed to next month, the 21st of July. It was a brief one. I think the state has highlighted that they still need to do two things, which includes going back to the mortuary, visiting the mortuary, and also to interview a photographer, because in the past there have been discrepancies or disputes regarding the photographs. So that's what we're looking at right now.
And so that means now that this matter is going to then be heard when it comes back. But what are some of the key legal factors? I know you speak about the photographs, but what other key legal factors is the court going to look at now, as it is going to be delivering its judgment at the date that has been announced?
I think there's a lot. You remember that we are talking about someone who has had different versions. At first, he confessed to the arson and then later changed course, saying that he was forced to say so by someone that he says he feared, an alleged drug dealer that he said he feared. and then he later also brought forward the version that he was under the influence of crystal meth. He also, so there have been conflicting versions that we've had. So it's actually a very interesting case that we're looking forward to hearing that how the judgment is going to pan out based on all the things that we've seen. Because unlike so many cases that we've seen, this one is actually a unique one.
Unique indeed. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Orsanis Tole, our reporter tracking the developments in the Usindiso fire case. So it's 1 o'clock now. It's time for us to say goodbye. We continue then to monitor the developing stories throughout our bulletins. Ondelambana is on standby with the very latest news updates. Have yourselves a blessed afternoon.
Thank you, Bongi and the team. On the top stories, 2 suspects arrested in the murder of 2 Kruger National Park tourists, and South African Weather Services warn of cold and rainy conditions in KZN. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. 2 suspects have been arrested in connection with the murders of 2 tourists killed at the Kruger's Corner viewpoint of the Kruger National Park in Limpopo. The elderly couple, Dinah and Ernest Murray from Mossel Bay in the Western Cape, were killed 2 weeks ago after entering the Kruger National Park. Police spokesperson Hlulani Mashaba explains.
From the day, we recovered the Ford Ranger that was owned by the couple. Subsequent to that, we also ensured that we arrested 2 suspects. The first suspect was arrested on Monday in Shokwe village in Mozambique, and then the second one was arrested just yesterday in Shai City in Gaza province in Mozambique.
Durban Serious Organised Crime Investigation Unit member Colonel Gavin Jacob has testified at the Madlanga Commission that he felt vindicated after passing a polygraph test relating to the theft of cocaine from the Hawks premises in Port Shepstone. This is despite evidence before the Commission indicating that the polygraph testing process was riddled with errors, allegedly implicating some individuals while exonerating others. Jacob was among the police officers subjected to polygraph examinations as part of the investigation into the theft of 541 kilogram cocaine consignment. He told Commission Chairperson Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga that the test results left him relieved.
My question is about you stating the fact that you passed the test. So I want you to comment regard being head to the fact that yesterday we got to know that a lot went wrong with the polygraph test.
Okay. Be that as it may, when I did pass, I felt vindicated. I felt a good sense of relief,
Yes,
so yes. I took that.
No, how we can't take that away from you. That is how you felt when you got the result. We can't take that. But what we make of that is something else altogether.
The NPA has welcomed the decision by the High Court in Pretoria to refuse the disgraced Sergeant Fani Ngosi bail. Ngosi escalated the matter on appeal after he was refused bail by the Pretoria North Magistrates Court. He faces charges including theft, defeating the ends of justice, and the unlawful possession of ammunition and explosives. The NPA spokesperson Lumgama Anjana.
Indeed, and the court said even now there was no explanation to the monies and to the things that were found in his case. Hence why the High Court agreed with the lower court that the lower court did not err in its judgment or in its ruling to deny Ngosi bail. And that, in fact, was an agreement with our argument at the state. When we opposed the appeal application, we also told the court that we argued that the lower court did not err in its decision to deny Ngosi bail. So as the NPA, we welcome this ruling.
Police are investigating the murder of 2 men in Masipumelele near Ocean View on the Cape Flats in a suspected taxi-related attack. Police spokesperson Dake Gwala says officers responded to reports of a shooting in Pokela Road this morning.
Upon arrival, they found the lifeless bodies of 2 males aged 41 and 42 on the street with gunshot wounds. The motive for the shooting is suspected to be taxi-related and no arrest has been effected yet. Anyone with information that might assist with the investigation is kindly requested to contact Crime Stop on 08600 10111, 08600 10111.
KwaZulu-Natal residents have been urged to prepare for cold and wet weather conditions with light snowfall expected over parts of the Drakensberg tomorrow. The South African Weather Service says an intense cut-off low-pressure system is set to bring bitterly cold temperatures, rain and strong winds to several provinces across the country. While the heaviest and most disruptive rainfall is forecast for the Western and Eastern Cape, the province is expected to experience a significant drop in temperature. Provincial Department of Cooperative Governance spokesperson Senzelwe Mzila.
The MEC for Cocta in the province of KZN, Reverend Thulasizwe Buthelezi, has placed disaster management teams across the province of KZN on high alert. According to weather reports, the cut-off low-pressure system is currently bringing bitter, cold, wet and windy conditions. According to this alert, KZN is going to see a sharp drop in temperatures with light snowfall expected over the Drakensberg mountain range. Disaster management centers within these affected areas have been activated.
The Malawian government says it is preparing consular support, including a voluntary repatriation program for its citizens wishing to return home from South Africa. Malawi's Minister of Foreign Affairs says high-level engagements with South African authorities have been positive and constructive. The ministry has commended South Africa for its response to concerns over recent incidents affecting African migrants in parts of the country. It also praised Pretoria for taking decisive steps to address concerns raised by Lilongwe. Recapping the top story, 2 suspects have been arrested in connection with the murders of 2 tourists killed at the Crook's Corner viewpoint of the Kruger National Park in Limpopo. I'm Mondolambana for SAFM News Headlines at 1:30.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 104.4 FM in Durban. 50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
In Alexander Township, that was now on the 17th, a bullet went past my head, aimed at 2 young women who were saying, "Power, power." I fell to the ground, I got up and took the picture of this woman who was now shot in the stomach.
Hi, my name is Mo'aho Chauke. The June movement was very important because I, in my time, have been to a few protests, for example, for GBV and stuff like that. But I don't think I would have the bravery to be doing that on a daily basis, especially because I've been to peaceful protests. There wasn't police officers shooting at me or whatever. So I think the bravery to, at such a young age, do all of that needs to be commended and remembered.
Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Sithanda senhliziyo yami kuwe wedwa othinta inhliziyo yami nawe kushabalala zonke insizwa zami. Please come sixoxe nani ngabe mnandi iqhakaza njalo enhliziyweni. Suku nemine gcwale imicabango yami. Please come to say sixoxe naye indaba emandi. Oh yeah, iqhakaza njalo enhliziyweni. Sixoxe naye indaba emandi. uyisithandwa senhliziyo yami kuwe wedwa othinta inhliziyo yami Shabalala zonke insizwe zami, please come to say sixoxe naye indaba emandi. Oh yeah, oh yimbali.
Singer-songwriter and performer Bongi Dube coming through with this one. Uyimbali is the title of this particular track, easing us beautifully into the weekend's offerings. And I love it when the full team complement gets involved in the musical selection for the afternoon. Firstly, it takes half the pressure off me, and secondly, it's also lovely to just discover what everyone is listening to. And Patrick, my technician, has definitely saved himself because the last time we gave him the benefit of the doubt, it took us to places. We went to, where did we go? 1984 or some place that we had never been before. Anyways, and that is Bongi Dube with Uyimbali. Good afternoon to you. Hope you're having a great day thus far. It's a beautiful day outside indeed, and we are just going to have ourselves a glorious show, I think. We're going to firstly take care of the order of business for the day, catching up with Spahle Mota and getting a rundown of the Madlanga Commission live from the Bridget Mabandla Justice College. And then we're going to be looking at Rise 76. It's the story of June 16. It's honoring the 50th anniversary of the Soweto uprising. We'll be in conversation with playwright and director Tisetso Mashifane Wanoni around that one. Stages, pages, screens and more also coming up today, honoring a South African photographic legend. And then on the other side of two, we're having a finance conversation and we're looking at the true cost of buy now, pay later. We'll find out about all of that, including all like the hidden interest costs and things like that we don't necessarily pay attention to when we want that item immediately. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line, and 086-000-2032 is the number that you can call us on. We're also live on social media. If you want to stream us, you're more than welcome to do so. Quick pause. We'll be right back.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
if oh no, we're not there yet. We're actually not there yet. We are at Sbahle Mota. How are you, Sbahle? You good?
Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
I'm fantastic. I was already galloping ahead to the money, but we still have the business of Madlanga. Thank you so much for taking the time. Let's get into day 112, and we began the day with what seemed to be a new witness on the Madlanga hot seat.
Yes, Bridget. So today we have Colonel Gavin Jacob, and his name has come up before at the Madlanga Commission. And if you remember yesterday, Warrant Officer Sanda had actually said that the people who had stolen this large consignment were known to, police or the alleged suspects. And he said that Jacob had actually told him who the suspects were. And secondly, he's also a person who had allegedly tried to put pressure on the Forensic Science Laboratory to conduct tests regarding this large consignment, and even posed a very, concerning questions to one of the officers who worked at the FSL to say, what are the processes to destroy this consignment when the consignment was not even analyzed. So he has come before the Madlanga Commission to tell his side of the story, and a few things have actually emerged from his testimony, and it's the fact that he was called from leave to come and assist with this drug consignment. And secondly, he has also testified that he did not, cordon off or tape or just maintain the integrity of this crime scene because he did not want the businesses that were at the Isipingo depot to suffer. So he took a decision against the national instruction, essentially, to make that decision to not cordon off, but instead, take the consignment and drive to Isipingo police station.
I mean, that in itself, does that sort of speak to maybe, just some procedural faux pas, and does it begin to create more questions around what else, what other processes were not observed and not carried through during this particular seizure at a time of identifying the actual container, extracting the materials, transporting them to those offices. We already know about how they were just left unsupervised as those offices. And do all these actions ultimately paint a picture of a conscious and deliberate plan to create an access for whoever needed to come extract them?
No, definitely, because, we've heard various witnesses who have worked on different crime scenes come and testify and say that the most important thing is about maintaining the integrity of the crime scene, right? It was, this consignment was at a depot, and they did have, I think even enough time and possibly enough space to go through this consignment and even put it in evidence bags. But he says that they didn't have evidence bags, and that was part of the reason why he felt like they needed to drive off to the Isipingo or police station, which was 4 kilometers away, which obviously raises questions as to why did the police officers at Isipingo come with these forensic bags, and just his decision to maintain the integrity and cordon off those premises have been raised, and he has defended himself, saying that there were so many factors that were playing in his mind. And you have Umlazi Township that was 10 kilometers away from the depot, and obviously there's known to be a lot of how can I put it, like gangs who are into drugs, and so they wanted to get away from that scene. So again, he went against the national instruction, which dictates that certain steps need to be followed to maintain the integrity of the specimen and even the crime scene.
I caught that sort of Q&A between himself and the commissioners around some of those processes, and his highlighting of that proximity with Umlazi Township and the criminal elements that are there. And then just me as a layman, I was then thinking, well, does that not then warrant you to bring reinforcements onto the scene? I get it that maybe there's a sense of they wanted to keep this under wraps, keep the operation under wraps, less people who know about it, the better. But even from that strategic advantage, would you not want to bring reinforcements so you can process and do everything that needs to be done on the scene, bag and ship everything and then relocate it to some place safe and secure.
No, definitely. And I mean, this goes against also testimony that has come even before from Warrant Officer Sanda, where he said he's literally before locked down a crime scene for 2 days when it warrants it that way, you know. So he's been making various excuses. He even drew on a comparison to say, if we intercept a truck driving on the N3, do we then pull it over and base that crime scene on the N3? And this is obviously a very extreme sort of example. But I mean, what does the national instruction say? It all goes back to that. Why did you make a decision about moving the sort of consignments without following the right procedures? And again, it also goes back to what you are saying, asking for necessary reinforcements until, you know, you do the best that you can and subsequently move these consignments, which was not in sealed bags, to add to that to the Isipingo police station.
Absolutely. Sibahle Mota, we have to leave it there for this afternoon. That was our SABC News reporter at the Madlanga Commission, just walking us through this morning's testimony. It's 1:10. Time for us to have a quick break, and then we'll come back on the other side.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on heala.org. That's HEALA.org.
South Africa, the countdown is on, and SABC3 is your official home of the FIFA World Cup 2026 from 11 June till 19 July. That's right, 34 matches live on SABC3, streaming on SABC Plus, and bringing the action straight to you on SABC radio stations nationwide. From the opening ceremony to the first big clash, South Africa versus Mexico. This is more than football. This is our moment. All of us, all in. Go Fela. Don't miss a second. Only on SABC, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
For the love of the game.
If your home security company was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to Outsurance saved 45-year-old Navan 461 Rand on his 2025 Volkswagen T-Cross. Get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance is a licensed insurer in FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, we are catching up now with playwright and director Disetso Mashifane Wanoni, who is behind the production Rise 76. It's the story of June 16. It honors the 50th anniversary of the Soweto uprisings. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good. It's a pleasure to be here. We're currently at the Market Theatre prepping for many audiences to come and enjoy the story. Maybe enjoy is not the right word, actually.
Yeah. No, I mean, listen, it's a theatre piece. I would feel that there should be a sense of treating it like the art that it is.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Whilst we sit in reflection and of the moment and of the anniversary and of the events and the history, but also just to enjoy the artistry behind it.
Absolutely.
You know?
We have both.
Yeah.
Audiences in Cape Town, every time they come out, I'm like, did you enjoy it? And they say, enjoy is not the right word because it was so traumatic.
Well, maybe I should ask then, what was the intention for yourself as a storyteller when it came to writing this particular perspective, I would think? Because I also want to get into just the actual story itself. It borrows, but it also takes artistic license.
Yes, absolutely. I think the story about the 1976 Soweto uprising is a big story, right? It's a story that every South African knows. So it's very important, or it was very important for me to take a very particular point of view on it so things don't get muddy. So I very quickly, in the research process, said, let me just get as much information that I can and as much perspective that I can, because the event happened to, and the numbers vary, right? Considering who you speak to or what your resources are, but vary between 8,000 to 10,000 people were involved in that event, which means as South Africans, we don't know much, actually, perspective-wise. So I set out to look for as many perspectives as possible, and then whichever perspectives I could fit into the narrative, because we only have 2 hours to play with this play. I just said to myself, what don't I know about the uprising was the initial first question. And I think that's going to be interesting for an audience to find out something new and meet new people that they might not know about and their experience of not only the uprising itself on June 16, but also sort of the build up to it. What was happening in May? Before June 16 happened. And okay, then after that, what happened after June 16? On the 17th of June, what happened? On the 18th of June, what happened? We fast forward a little bit to August, because with an event of that magnitude, you can imagine the ramifications in a community. The gogos are shaken, the mothers are shaken, the teachers are shaken, the medical staff at Baragwanath. I can't imagine what was happening. So I sort of took the testimonies of people within the community and fictionalized it, just so we can also it needs to be a beautiful piece as well. It needs to be entertaining. But I think it's just interesting for South Africa to hear from not only the students, but their families, their teachers, the medical staff, like I said. And more interestingly, what we found is the police perspective, right, on the other side of it. So I was very adamant about taking that particular perspective with this play.
A very interesting sort of entry point question, I think, so that can also be extended to the rest of us, whoever's listening at home, listening to us right now, that gateway question of what don't I know about June 16, 1976? Because I think we all think we know.
Yeah.
But as you say, we know one story that is consistently told
every year,
and through a very limited number of voices every year. But it was a whole community. It was, an entire people that also reflected an entireness of a South African community.
Yeah.
Because I think that question, it forces you to probe deeper.
Absolutely. I think, and I stand to be corrected here, the way I approach telling the story is that, okay, what are the basic facts that South Africa knows? And there's two basic facts, which is number one, the students were protesting against Afrikaans as a medium of instruction. That's basic fact number one. And then basic fact number two is the famous picture taken by Sam Nzima of Hector Peterson, Mbuyisa Makubu, and Antoinette Sithole. Those are the basic facts that however millions South Africans know. And then from there, and even then about those people, you don't know much about Sam Nzima. You think you know. Okay, you took the picture, but you don't know who his wife is, what his life was like. Maybe you know which newspaper he worked at. You don't know. Some people don't know the story of how the story was taken. You don't know what kind of camera he used, etc., etc. So we kind of try and fill in the interesting blanks there of some of the people that you know, like Sam Nzima is featured in the show. Hector Peterson is featured in the show. Antoinette Sithole is featured in the show. Tsietsi Mashinini is featured in the show. They're mentioned as part of the Soweto community, but we follow fictionalized characters from various people that got their testimonies via archive, speaking to people. So we have composite characters that then carry the rest of the emotional weight of the story, and they expose all sorts of interesting facts about the uprising that we generally don't know. We forget that the people of Soweto were just normal, ordinary people sort of living their lives. And then this whole, extraordinary thing happened to them. So we sort of dive into the intimate, everyday details, which I think is what's touching about it. Because that could have been us. It could have been me if I was born in earlier, but I just happened to be born after liberation. Easily could have been me running around trying to run away from the police.
Very
Yeah.
true. We're going to take a quick pause for the headline news. We'll come back on the other side and continue our conversation. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. Perhaps you want to take the moment to also just sit with that question or just make your own reflections as we slowly edge closer and closer to June 16. You're more than welcome to reflect and contribute on our WhatsApp line. 1:30, time for Ondelambana and the news headlines.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, 2 suspects have been arrested in connection with the murders of 2 tourists, Dinah and Ernest Murray, who were killed at the Kruger's Corner viewpoint of the Kruger National Park in Limpopo. Disaster officials in the Guardian Route region of the Western Cape say some communities in low-lying areas have been evacuated as a precaution in case of rivers bursting their banks, and judgment in the Usindiso building fire matter has been postponed to the 21st of July in the High Court in Pretoria, pending an outstanding report. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
Since June the 16th, when South African troops and police opened fire on a peaceful school children's demonstration, the white government has presided over the largest massacre of its black population since South Africa came into existence. Hundreds of blacks have died, thousands have been wounded. But the white Prime Minister says there is no crisis. The killings started in Soweto, the huge black township outside Johannesburg. On June the 16th, Soweto's school children gathered in protest against the introduction of compulsory teaching in Afrikaans, the main dialect of the ruling white minority. They met dogs, tear gas and bullets. The schoolboy who led that day's protest was 19-year-old Tsietsi Mashinini.
All of a sudden, they just went out of their cars and came advancing towards us. The first white policeman threw a tear gas. It was the first time we saw a tear gas can. We didn't know even what it was. So when we saw it emitting smoke, we dispersed. And when we came back again. Maybe we thought they would talk to us through a loudspeaker or something like that. All of a sudden, the same policeman who threw the tear gas canister opened fire on the students. I was with Hector Peterson when he was shot. The boy who was in that picture where a boy was carrying. He was the first student I saw going down. I saw him being shot on the head and he fell down. I could not believe it. I saw a boy of about 11 going down at the police fire. I could not believe it. Apparently, when Hector was shot, the students ran back, and I was left with Hector and a girl. I was feeling scared, and I wanted to run away too. And this policeman was aiming his gun at Hector again, wanting to finish him off. And this girl stood in front of Hector and told the policeman in Afrikaans that skit for me, shoot for me. And the policeman deviated his aim and shot in the air. And then we took that Hector and gave him to some boys, and they took him to the car, which appeared in those pics in the UBJ bulletin.
Shoo, some reflections there, some audio coming out of Rise 76. And this one is written and directed by multi-award-winning contemporary playwright and director Tisetso Mashifani Wanoni, who joins us in studio to talk the project and, of course, just to reflect on the journey. It's one of those, I mean, we're marking 50 years of this history that we still sit with as South Africans. And it's a very recent history. You know, sometimes we almost think, depending on generationally where you sit, and folks would like to pretend like South Africa's history is one of 300 years ago. And you're like, no, our history's still alive. It's still walking today.
Just now.
Like it's history of our grandmothers and our parents. It's history that is still in our conversations every single day, literally with people.
We walk amongst people who were there in 1976. If you were 15 years old in 1976, it means you're 65, which is quite young. And we've come across quite a few audience members who will say I was 17 at that time, and I remember distinctly the smell of tear gas. And watching the show, I could smell we don't have tear gas smell, but her imagination took her there. And even now, just listening to that clip of Tsietsi Mashinini, because we listened to it so many times in rehearsals, because my actors were trying to get his speech pattern down. We relive this history alongside many people in their everyday lives. I remember interviewing one person who is a cashier at a supermarket, and I think on the everyday basis, you probably just, live your life not knowing that she went through this very big historical event. Because I think she was 10 years old at the time. So speaking to her was so interesting, because I'm like, how, Mama? You're just, living your life. You don't even mention that you were part of this. She's like, well, no one ever asked me, And so we've missed so many individuals. We've missed so many stories about what happened that day. So, Rise 76 is just trying to contribute to the bigger picture of trying to understand vele, what happened, guys. We don't really know what happened. And the thing about an event happening 50 years later, the sort of the teachers and the parents are no longer with us, right, because they've aged out of existence at this point. So we're just left with the people who were just children at that time, or maybe if they were in their 20s, somewhere there, that they're probably still alive. But we still do have the written testimony of many of these individuals who are no longer with us. So it's just a matter of us as South Africans, especially on the 50th anniversary, like you do with any 50th anniversary of like a birthday or a wedding, take the time to just sit and reflect, Vela, what do we take from this, and what does it mean now, 50 years later? If anything has improved, if we have taken any lessons from it. I can't answer those questions. The production can't answer those questions, but we prompt those questions, because you sit amongst these ghosts that we haven't dealt with.
Absolutely. And the other sort of interesting point is the fact that this production is coming to Joburg and hosted at the Market Theatre, who themselves on a reflective journey as an institution that was so central in giving space to an anti-apartheid voice, to a voice that was marginalized and suppressed at the time. And for you to go, I remember the marketing director, creative director was here about a month ago, and I asked the question of, so what was happening at the Market Theatre? Because they opened their days, I think they doors 3 days after.
3 days, 19th of June, 1976.
So you in the midst of preparing for your launch and the official speeches and then
Soweto's on fire.
And also here you are as a vehicle that has created an inclusive platform by what has happened to your community. Your creatives come from that community.
Yeah, I think the conversations that I've had with the artistic director of the Market Theatre and the Baxter Theatre was, sometimes art needs to be urgent. It needs to speak to the moment now. And I think the Market Theatre opening 3 days later was a sort of omen, a sign that this is your objective. This is your calling as a theatre, is to speak to what is happening now. One of the biggest events in South Africa. At that moment, they probably didn't know that, right? It's for you to, this is your mandate as a theatre. And I think the Market Theatre has really stuck to that. And in them, sort of commissioning this piece as part of their centerpiece for their birthday, just speaks to their mission and how married they are to their mission in terms of writing South African theatre or putting on plays about South Africa that speaks to the moment of now.
Absolutely. As we begin to wrap, Tisa, so we fast run out of time, unfortunately, in our final 3 minutes.
Yes.
The perfect person for us to ask this question around this moment and what it commands of your generation, as it relates to the work that you've just put together and 50 years on.
Yeah, I've been asked this question quite a couple of times. Every generation has, and I think Winnie Mandela might have said this, and I'm going to paraphrase here, where she says that every generation has their own struggle. Right, they have their own thing that they need to fight for. For the generation of 1976, it was very clear what they had to fight for. a better education at the end of the day, right? And so we find 50 years later that our state of education, there's still more that needs to be done. We had fees must fall, just a decade ago. So the youth of today just need to, number one, or my generation rather, need to, number one, understand that when it comes to what you believe in, absolutely fight for it. In 1976, they've lost their lives, right? So, it's just a matter of what can you do in this particular day and age. And it doesn't have to be something big, right? It doesn't have to be a protest of 10,000 students. It can be as small as trying to make a change in your family. If not your family, your community, your street, the street that you live on, right? Your grade at school, if not the grade at school, your school itself, the entire school community. So just a matter of, it's the everyday individual who makes change. It's not always that other person over there who's making the loudest noise. It's just what you believe in as a singular individual. And I think it's important for the youth to hear that, because sometimes it feels like someone else needs to do it, or you need permission to do it, or you need an authoritative figure from another older generation to do it. But the change starts with you. Look at what these kids have done. 50 years we're still talking about it.
Absolutely. Well, listen, it sounds like an incredible project and well thought through and well put together. 5th to the 28th of June on at the Market Theatre with a 4-week run, and of course 2 special commemorative performances that are happening on Youth Day as part of the centerpiece of the Market Theatre's 50th birthday weekend from the 17th until the 19th. So we've got a date with the Market Theatre box office to go and secure our seats and make sure that we are there for Rise 76. It's just gone 22 at 2 o'clock. A quick pause on our end, and then we come back. We reflect on yet another South African story less told, and this time through the photographic lens.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
When 1976 stormed, it was a normal day. People were going to work as usual, myself included. I was using public transport then, got into a taxi, went to my school. Nothing was wrong. No suspicion of anything.
And to me, that morning was just like any other morning. I was preparing myself to go to work, but I was going to a march. They had said that they are inviting the press to a march that is to be held by all the high schools in Soweto.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa, 50 years later, only on SAfm. Leading the conversations that move us. 50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
How did the struggles of the 1976 generation impact on you?
Impacted greatly in terms of also, one, getting involved in politics, wanting to be part of keeping the democratic project alive, but also taking inspiration from that generation in terms of confronting injustice to ensure that we live in a just society, so that we live in a safe South Africa that is prosperous, and that ultimately we can get to unite South Africa behind.
From the class of 1976 to the generation of TikTok, AI and unemployment, the conversation continues on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
All right, moving on to another piece of South African history, stages, pages, screens, and more today, and reflecting on Rumors 2026, co-curated by Lunetta Bartz on behalf of the Santu Mafokeng Foundation.
Stages, pages, screens, and more on the Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
So Rumors 2026, which is co-curated by my next guest, Lunetta Bartz, on behalf of the Santu Mafokeng Foundation, brings together 3 bodies of work drawn from Mafokeng's extended engagement with Blomhof and its surrounding communities, spanning back from 1988 all the way through to 1994. How are you doing this afternoon, Lunetta?
Good afternoon, Bridget, and thank you for having me.
Thank you for the time. Much appreciated. Before we get into the actual exhibit in itself, maybe just whilst we're on this historical moment, for South Africans, give us some context and some history around Santu Mafokeng.
So Santu Mofokeng is South African photographer, well-known South African photographer, born in Johannesburg in 1956 and works as a photographer from the early 80s, starting in his at home in Soweto and going from there. And I mean, ended up being one of our most celebrated, internationally celebrated photographers. Yes. So.
And as we reflect on just his contribution to, you know, the world of photography, but also the visual history of South Africa, talk to us a little bit about that.
So maybe I can talk about, and it specifically links into this exhibition. So Santu, although he had been working in photography already in the 80s, it really changed for him in 1988 when he joined Wits University as part of a research team under the guidance of Professor Charles van Onselen. And it was really the African Studies Institute where he joined and then started going into the field with researchers collecting South African stories. And I think that's what changed everything for Santu, because for the very first time he was able to accompany fellow researchers into the field and looking more closely at African stories, South African stories. So I think that's what really changed things, and really also his looking, because until then, really he was looking at his community and the people around him and the people of Johannesburg and Soweto. If that makes any sense.
No, absolutely indeed. Life was being lived in all these cities in various ways, shapes and forms. And you know, it's through photography, which I think is often the lesser celebrated of the visual arts. You know, photography, it captures those moments that reflect back on who we were at a particular time. And Santu has been very conscious, from what I understand also, very consciously taking the decision very early on, inspired by the likes of Andy Warhol Foundation, to preserve and archive his own work.
Yes, so I think like preserving his own work, I think it was also at this time, in 1988, together with these other researchers, preserving stories of the people of South Africa. So when we look at the Bloemhof story, which is one of the bodies of work shown on this exhibition, it really shows people just in their everyday life, whether it be working, whether it being at home, just doing normal everyday tasks, and then also people relaxing on the weekends. So it really is a moment in time, and I think that, you know, that is exactly what is photography and how does it contribute to our cultural landscape. And I think that he so poignantly, without trying to give us the answers, he was asking the questions like, what are we looking at here? So, yeah.
So this particular body of work, Rumors 2026, give us some background here, the kind of work that's contained and curated in this exhibition.
Okay, so first of all, maybe let's start with the title, Rumors 2026, and why Sami and I went with that title. Really, Santu wrote an essay in 1994 titled The Bloemhof Portfolio, or Rumors, the Bloemhof Portfolio. And in this text, he asks the question, because he talks about our first democratic election, which took place in 1994, and that's also the place which Santu chose to document the 1994 election. And when he writes this essay, he asks the question, is it possibly just going to be a rumor that things have changed for these people in Bloemhof? And where we find ourselves today in 2026, I'm almost certain, should we go back to Bloemhof, to the people on the land, we can ask the question again, is it still just a rumor? And it's really asking those questions of what has changed in our society. even as things were documented as early as 1988. And so say the truth.
Yeah.
So,
I feel like today's conversations really are leaving myself as well as the listener just sort of sitting with the question and reflecting on, with pondering and reflecting on what's been asked, but also a poignant time to do exactly that, marking all the different historical milestones that South Africa observes this year.
For sure. I was just listening to your previous story and just talking about the 1976 uprisings and being the 50th anniversary of that. That also happened to be Santu's high school, so the histories are even more interlinked, if you know what I'm saying. So, yes, and it is just, so many dates and so many things and so many stories.
Absolutely. And this being one of those very important ones. So with that context of understanding how Rumors 2026 comes to be, the Blomhof portfolio, this exhibition is taking us back to those historical moments. Talk to us about how it sort of how it becomes composed and how it then becomes curated and reflective of a yesteryear, but also of where we are now, and the questions and the seeking and maybe the answers and the void that we still have.
So I think further to the works we just discussed, the photographs Santu took whilst repeatedly visiting the Bloemhof area, he also started a project which is in short known as the Black Photo Album. And this is a work he made of photographs that are not his own photographs, but rather photographs he collected. And being a photographer and accompanying researchers that were recording oral history, because he was a photographer, people started bringing him the photographs of their own people out of their homes, like, look at this auntie and, etc. So all these photographs that are reproduced by Mofokeng as part of what he calls the Black Photo Album became another research project for him. Again, I must mention the fact that he was at the university gave him the time and space to ponder, reflect, revisit, question, like the identity of these people that were in these photographs. So they're photographs taken between the period of 1890 and 1950. And it's a middle class, a black middle class that somehow becomes erased from our consciousness because these photographs are inside people's homes, but we were led to believe this didn't even exist in our society. And putting that work next to a work that takes us into current, let's call it just a current time frame, and then linking it also to a beautiful text that Santu wrote titled Lampposts in 2001. So also important to know that he was a accomplished writer. And again, we made a decision also to include his writing as an installation on the wall. So it's all these different parts of, and it's an autobiographical text. So it's telling stories of moments in Santu's own personal life. So not only through images, but also through written word. So, that's kind of the exhibition, if I've summarized it for you.
I mean, so comprehensively, painting a beautiful picture, but also, I think, understanding that if one is to follow the works of Santu, he himself paints a multi-layered, multi-dimensional snapshot of the country through word and through visual and through research. As part and parcel of Rumors 2026, you're also hosting a special film screening at the Santu Mofokeng Rumors exhibition on Saturday, and that's this coming Saturday, the 6th of June, if I'm not correct.
Yes, correct. So there'll be two screenings. There'll be one in the morning at 10:30 and another in the afternoon at 2. And these, I'm sure the Standard Bank website would have, you'd need to register for those with tickets, and the seats are limited. There's 60 morning seats and 60 afternoon seats. Yes, and it's really a screening about, it's really Santu in his own words, and fortunate for us, speaking specifically about these two bodies of work, the Black Photo album and the Bloemhof portfolio. So, and wonderful to have his voice. And this was done in 1996. So again, a very early piece of film. The man making the work at the time, talking about the work, which makes it special. So, yes, and it's a piece of film made by Minky Schlesinger, and she will be present, and she will be doing an introduction, telling us about her time making this. So that will be a little added bonus.
It definitely sounds like an exhibition for one to make time to go and really soak into. Lynetta Bartz, I appreciate your time this afternoon, and Lynetta has co-curated Rumors 2026 alongside Dr. Same Ndluli and of course on behalf of the Santu Mofokeng Foundation. You can catch that exhibition. By the way, Lynetta, before I disconnect, how long is the exhibition going to be showing?
Fortunately for a while.
Okay.
It'll be open until the 18th of October.
Wonderful stuff. Wonderful stuff indeed. Thank you very, very much for your time this afternoon. So 18th October is when the exhibition closes its doors. And if you track the Standard Bank Lab on the social media platforms, no doubt they'll also let you know when you can go and partake in a walkabout with either one or both of the curators. Because it's such a long run, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a wonderful program to support the exhibition over the next coming weeks. And if you want to go see the screening of the Santu Mofokeng Rumors film, which is happening on Saturday, the 6th of June, I don't know if it's an open to public or an invitation only. I know I got an invite. I saw one popping in the other day. But like I said, if you keep your eyes cast on the social medias for the lab, you'll definitely see any updates that invite you into the space. It's a few minutes to go before the top of the hour. So on the other side of 2 o'clock, we're going to be having a conversation around finances, and we're looking at the true cost of buy now, pay later. What are some of the hidden costs there that we need to be aware of? Because we know we still partake and indulge in such things, whether I think the names have changed over the years. Growing up, our parents used to call it the lay-bys. But I noticed going into the retail stores, lay-bys are back. They're back with a bang, you know. Woolies, Ackermans, Peps, all of them, lay-bys are back with a bang. And that must say something about the spend power of consumers right now. So I think we're in the middle of sub-welling but can't afford. So we'll take advantage of whatever systems are, available to us. 0614104107 is our WhatsApp line if you want to get into that conversation. That's coming up on the other side of 2 o'clock.
This June, Youth Month, SAfm brings South Africans together across generations to reflect, challenge, remember, and reimagine the future. From students to struggle veterans, from campus radio to community voices, from 1976 to 2026. This is 50 years later. A month-long national conversation only on SAfm. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAfM, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program, evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAfM in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAfm continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, 2 suspects arrested in the murder of 2 Kruger National Park tourists and communities in low-lying areas of the Guardian route evacuated. For SAfm News, I am Ondilambana, and a very good day. 2 suspects have been arrested in connection with the murders of 2 tourists killed at the Crook's Corner viewpoint of the Kruger National Park in Limpopo. The elderly couple, Dana and Ernest Murray from Mossel Bay in the Western Cape, were killed 2 weeks ago after entering the Kruger National Park. Police spokesperson Lulani Mashaba explains.
From the 26th of May, we recovered the Ford Ranger that was owned by the couple. Subsequent to that, we also ensured that we arrested 2 suspects. The first suspect was arrested on Monday in Shokwe village in Mozambique, and then the second one was arrested just yesterday in Shai City in Gaza province in Mozambique.
Disaster officials in the Guardian route region of the Western Cape say some communities in low-lying areas have been evacuated as a precaution in case of rivers bursting their banks. The region is experiencing heavy rain and wind. There have been incidents of flooding and power outages. Disaster head Gerard Otto says the storm is not as intense as last month.
As we've had no reports of severe weather-related incidents at any of our local municipalities. Only in Oudtshoorn, as a proactive measure, some communities in Velgeluk as well as the Rust has been evacuated just to make sure that they're out of harm's way when that rivers comes down. I can report that the Weather Office indicated to us that some of the mountainous areas we've already received in excess of 50 millimeters of rain.
Judgment in the Usindiso building fire matter has been postponed to the 21st of July in the High Court in Pretoria, pending an outstanding report. Alleged arsonist Stembiso Mdlalose faces 76 counts of murder for his alleged role in the August 2023 blaze that claimed the lives of 76 people at the Johannesburg CBD building. The state requested the postponement, saying it still requires confirmation from the mortuary before judgment proceedings can continue. State Prosecutor Tamim Pekane.
The state is therefore requesting that this matter be remanded once more for the state to comply with the courts. As per the directives, we need to visit the mortuary and as well as also the photographer.
The ANC has rejected the claim that South Africans are xenophobic. This follows several demonstrations across the country in recent weeks calling for the deportation of undocumented foreign nationals. Last week, the Ghanaian government successfully repatriated 300 of its citizens following reports, which have not been verified, of violence during anti-illegal immigrant protests. ANC Chief Whip Mdumiseni Nduli was speaking at a media briefing earlier today.
We have noted the rising tensions between South Africans and foreign nationals living in our country, which have had a negative impact across the continent. South Africans have been accused of xenophobia. We strongly reject the strange notion that South Africans are xenophobic. South Africa is the biggest and sophisticated economy in the region and naturally attractive to economic migrants from the region and the rest of the continent. We condemn any unlawful conduct towards foreign nationals, irrespective of their status in our country.
The U.S. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has confirmed that he's dropping a plan to create a $1.8 billion fund to compensate people who claim they were victims of unfair political prosecution. Both Democrats and Republicans have opposed the bill. Here's the BBC's Peter Burbs.
Republican senators argued that the fund was too broad and that it was unclear who would qualify for compensation. And the particular concern was that people prosecuted over the January the 6th Capitol riot could seek payouts by claiming that they had been unfairly targeted. Democrats were even more critical. They described this proposal as a political slush fund. They argued that taxpayer money could end up benefiting President Trump, his allies, or again, people convicted in connection with January the 6th. And so faced with bipartisan criticism, the administration has now decided not to go forward with it.
Recapping the top story, 2 suspects have been arrested in connection with the murders of 2 tourists killed at the Kruger's Corner viewpoint of the Kruger National Park in Limpopo. I'm Mondelambana for SAFM News Headlines at 2:30.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
Agitators who do not cease their activities immediately will be prevented from continuing with it by being placed in detention in terms of the Internal Security Act. Strong police units will be on hand to deal with any person. These units will have instructions to protect law-abiding citizens and property at all costs.
Hi, my name is Intanta. From 1976, what they did, I see the influence they had in the rest of the country, because I know it sparked more revolution in townships all over the country. My mom's from Eastern Cape, even they were fighting because of what was going on, you know what I mean? That's something that people don't really speak about the influence it had in other places. So I think that, if they weren't brave enough to fight, I wouldn't be living nice in Centurion, living comfortably.
Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
No one's gonna find us. We'll leave the world behind us. When I make love to you tonight, I celebrate my love for you and hope that deep inside you feel it too. Tonight, our spirits will be climbing to a sky lit up with diamonds. When I make love to you tonight, I celebrate my love for you, and that midnight sun is gonna come shining through. Tonight, there'll be no distance between us. What I want most to do is to get close to you. I celebrate my love for you, and soon this old world will seem brand new. Tonight we will both discover how friends turn into lovers when I make love to you. I celebrate my love for you, and that midnight sun is gonna come shining through. Tonight there'll be ain't no distance between us.
What I want most to do is to get close to you. Tonight I celebrate my love for you.
All right, a little bit of Peebo Bryson there, taking us down memory lane. Known as the guy who brought us the Disney hits back in 1991, by the way. He was behind that iconic soundtrack for Beauty and the Beast alongside Celine Dion, winning a Grammy for their duo. And he repeated that the following year for his performance of yet another Disney theme, A Whole New World from Aladdin, with Regina Bell. He unfortunately passed away yesterday at the age of 75, surrounded by family, friends, and loved ones. And that is how we enter into 2 o'clock, taking you back down memory lane. Who doesn't remember? If you're a millennial, you definitely grew up on those Disney animations. I woke up this morning, my team was sharing the news of his passing, and they were speaking in lyric. And they are still speaking in lyric, literally. They were speaking. You've never spoken in lyric? Oh, you must try it one day. Where you send a line of a lyric and the person will respond back with a lyric from either that song or another song. And here's the weird part. The conversation actually makes sense if you have a vast catalog and you know the person's works. So they've been doing that the whole morning. It's 10 past 2 o'clock on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, here on SAFM. We're going to take a quick break and then we come back on the other side and we're looking at the true cost of buy now, pay later.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Oh, yes. We have to just remind you that the BCCSA, that's the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa, is inviting you to nominate persons who have expertise and knowledge in the field of broadcasting, journalism, as well as media and or broadcasting law and any related fields for an ad hoc appointment to the Appointment Committee of the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. 3 committee members are going to be appointed to serve a 4-year term that begins in August this year and ends on the 31st of December 2029. And persons with a financial interest in the broadcast or printed media industries are not eligible. So if you want to send through motivated nominations or nominees' acceptance in a short CV, you can do that by addressing it to the registrar on the email bccsa@nabsa.co.za. Nominations for this one close on the 17th of June this year, 2026. And for more information on the tasks of the Appointment Committee for the Broadcasting Complaints Commission, all you have to do is visit www.bccsa.co.za and see the Constitution. Only, by the way, only the best qualified nominees will be called for an interview.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, Katlego May joins us now, certified financial planner at Galileo Capital, and we're looking at the true cost of buy now, pay later. We are all finding ourselves in increasingly challenging financial circumstances and times, and so the idea of buying now and pay later can actually seem a little bit appealing or a lot appealing as a lifeline out of a financial tight spot. But is it really a lifeline or is it quietly pulling all of us into debt? Katlego, how are you doing this afternoon?
Hi, good afternoon, Bridget. I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much for the time. Much appreciated. I mean, we grew up, I think most millennials, the likes of myself, we grew up with our parents very much into the buy now, pay later. That was part of the retail model back then. I think it's even been termed different things throughout the years. You go to Ellereens, you buy furniture. and you can take 24 months to pay for it at a higher interest rate. And I thought that this was probably a financing model that by and large we've left behind.
No, not at all, Bridget. And it looks like it's just becoming more interesting. I chuckled now as you mentioned the name Ella Rins. Long last saw that name. But yeah, the new thing now with this buy now, pay later is this idea that you can buy something and pay for it over a couple of weeks or a couple of months. The attraction here is that it's interest-free, provided that you pay on time.
So that's the little caveat. So is that's what makes it a little bit more different from what we grew up seeing our parents? Because it was higher purchase. So it took you longer, but you paid more interest, so you ultimately paid more than the actual value of the thing had you just bought it outright. Are you saying the system has now re-engineered this to make it a bit more attractive, but the caveat is if you miss your payment, there's going to be implication?
Yes, and then I think that's very important to understand. Unlike traditional models where you knew this is the interest rate you're paying, this is how much it's going to cost you. Here they're saying to you, buy now, pay over this period of time, and you won't pay any interest. You'll pay this amount over this set period. However, the issue is we are all human beings, Bridget, and the idea of instant gratification, I think, is getting to us. And sometimes that causes us not to think through our budget and finances properly because we're excited about getting or purchasing this item and not really sure if it's going to fit in the budget for the next 3 or so months. Sometimes it does, but because of where we find ourselves in these tough economic times, people's budgets are tight, which then ends up in a problem if you can't pay the agreed amount.
It almost seems as though, Katlego, that we are approaching this in a similar way that we approach credit cards, as though it's free money. Like I'm spending money that someone somewhere else has somehow provided. As if there's no hidden costs, there's no any kind of financial risks for us. But in actual fact, there is a lot for us to be conscious about in this.
Yes, 100%. I always say to people, nobody gives you something for free. There's all you've got to understand the terms and conditions or exactly what you're doing in order to get it for free. Because the idea here is if you do pay, then you haven't paid much. You've only borrowed essentially from your future self. So you've borrowed money from next month and the month thereafter to pay for something now.
How does also using sort of multiple buy now, pay later services simultaneously, how does that affect one's overall financial health? And the other day we were having a conversation around one's credit score, for instance, because does it still not somehow say to a financial provider that Bridget essentially is still struggling? She's still struggling to manage her finances. She's just pretending.
It doesn't necessarily say that upfront to the financial provider, but I think Bridget needs to be honest with herself if she's using this as a surviving mechanism that, wait a minute, I've got a problem, and address that problem. If that makes sense.
I mean, it makes some sense. Let's take a quick pause here. We'll come back on the other side and continue.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
Add to cart. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I get.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from My Way, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
South Africa, history repeats itself. It all begins with a moment that we'll never forget. South Africa versus Mexico on the 11th of June. Relive the rivalry, feel the pride, and witness the kickoff of the FIFA World Cup 2026. Catch the opening match live on SABC3 at 9 p.m. and you can stream it on SABC Plus, as well as follow every moment on SABC radio stations nationwide. It's more than a game. It's our story. It's our passion. It's our time. All of us, all in. Only on SABC, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
Katlego May joins us now, certified financial planner at Galileo Capital, and we're looking at the true costs and implication of buy now, pay later. And as we were going into the break, Katlego, we were exploring what ramification or consequence does this have on things like our credit profile and our credit score, and maybe even our ability to borrow in future. Does this hamper us in some way?
I think so, Bridget. I mean, if you think about it, the issue here is when you're doing this, buying now and paying later, it's very easy to stack up multiple accounts. The reason being is that with this system, they're not doing strict credit checks or credit background checks as traditional credit. So the checks are very soft, which is they're not alerting the credit bureaus and other lenders in the back end. So what that might create is a situation where you have these multiple accounts and you're unable to pay them off in the future. And now you sit in a tight budget with multiple accounts that you need to pay. What ends up happening, they may then, after the fact that you are now not able to pay, they may report you then to credit bureaus. What that then causes is when you do need to go and apply for future credit, now there's information that, you were unable to pay the accounts that you have racked up. And then you sit with a problem when trying to borrow in the future because now you have a poor credit score.
Yeah. And, as you're talking, I'm also just thinking about the sense of responsibility on our end, right? So anyone who's ever filled out a loan application, whether it's for a car, a bond, or, taking some financing from your bank for something, there'll be that category that says when you sort of telling your financial commitments, there's always that category that says accounts. There'll be entertainment accounts and there's that category that says accounts where you then list your Edgar and your this and your that and your that and your that. But in this situation, it leaves a little bit of room for fibbing because I don't necessarily have an account with these stores, even though technically I have an account because I have this stuff on lay-by or that I'm paying off over time. But I don't necessarily have an account in the traditional sense of having an account. But I'm still financially obligated and indebted to them. So how do we, us as consumers, navigate that part? Because it's easy to then lie to ourselves about our financial capability and our budget.
Exactly. And therein lies the problem, Bridget, is that you can then, it's easy for you to get these because the credit check is very soft. So I don't want to say people lie, but it's you could use your imagination with the truth here. And the issue with that is once you do that, you're not being realistic with yourself. And I suspect it's because of the instant gratification, the whole culture of getting something now, enjoying it now, and then paying it off later, which doesn't necessarily makes you put your finances at the forefront or what you can realistically afford in the front of your mind. And then you may have to now deal with the ramifications of reckless behavior.
Absolutely. Are there warning signs that maybe, from your expert eyes, having counseled and dealt with a lot of people and their finances, are there warning signs that suggest that one is becoming a bit maybe overly reliant on a buy now, pay later, and heading down a bad path?
Yes, absolutely. I think, and this is where it will require one to be honest with yourself. I think once you start feeling anxious or stressed about the next payment, so how am I going to make this next payment? Or I have my salary coming in, but it won't actually be enough to cover my needs and these additional expenses. I think those are the easy tell signs that should alert red flags in your mind that I'm sitting with a problem.
And once you see those red flags, and then you realize that, okay, perhaps I'm struggling, I've bitten off more than I can chew. Are there practical steps that one can then sort of take to just regain control of the situation?
Yes, I think so. I think it's all about going back to the basics. It's about going back to your budget. I know it's not something exciting and it's something most people avoid, but it's about going back to the basics, looking at actually what my income looks like, what are my expenses, and then it may require you to now start sacrificing because you've got to feel a little bit of pain, unfortunately, to get the situation sorted. That means you might need to cut back on your non-essential expenses, maybe something like your entertainment, those things that you can afford to go without, cut those so that you can use the money you're saving there to sort out or pay off these debts. Unfortunately, with these things, because it operates in a regulatory void, so it falls outside of the National Credit Act, so you can't go for debt counseling and use that to consolidate debt and pay this off. So they also is an issue.
So there's no kind of legislative or regulatory kind of framework right now that ensures also just the safety, lack of a good word right now, the safety of consumers, whilst also at the same time perhaps leveling some kind of responsibility on the actual entities. You know how we have a person is not allowed to take X amount of loans once they exceed X amount if they can't afford it. There's no kind of legislation that speaks to this?
No, unfortunately, at the moment, it doesn't fall. So the legislation that exists in South Africa to protect, I think the word you were looking for, Bridget, the protection of consumers, the legislation that does that in terms of your traditional credit providers, that would be the National Credit Act. Unfortunately, this does not fall under the Act, and which allows the soft checks up front, and sometimes they don't even do the full credit checks, which then means the consumer is not protected. So at no point can the consumer say to the entity, yeah, but you knew that I can't pay this off, so why did you borrow me the money or let me use the service?
Yes.
So they unfortunately does not fall under any regulation at the moment.
An interesting little loophole that serves everybody. That serves everybody. What would be, just as we begin to wrap it up, just maybe reinforcing some good financial health tips to our listeners? We always take these opportunities to reset even our own minds. In our last minute, just a few tips, rules of thumb for us to just guide ourselves with.
I think let me start by saying, sure, it's not all bad. I think with any product, if used appropriately, and you remain disciplined, and you are realistic with yourself, and you know your limits, then you should not run into trouble. However, this means being disciplined and sticking to a budget and not getting carried away. So I always advise people, if you can afford to buy it outright cash, that's my preference. So you avoid all these tricks and potentially to be caught in a web. So if you have some cash available, do that. Alternatively, always make sure that you live within your means by sticking to a budget. I know it's not an exciting thing to do, but budgeting is very, very important, I would say, Bridget.
Absolutely. Katlego May, thank you so much for the time. And Katlego is a certified financial planner at Galileo Capital. That's where we leave and head into Ondalambana and the headline news, and then we'll come back to a Kids Corner. We're not leaving, we're just going into the news and then Kids Corner.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, South Africa is expected to begin the formal extradition process of 2 suspects linked to the murder of tourists at Crook's Corner in the northern Kruger National Park. Joburg Water says although Rand Water has completed its planned maintenance work, several areas across Johannesburg are still experiencing a slow recovery in water supply, and the Huguenot Tunnel in Paarl has been closed to heavy motor vehicles due to strong winds in the area. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello, friends. It's time for Kids Corner. I hope you're having a great day today. With exams and tests coming up, let's talk about study habits and preparing for success. Do you have a study partner or someone you like studying with? Do you prefer studying alone or with friends? What study methods works best for you when preparing for tests or exams? Do you like reading out loud, writing notes, using flashcards, or practicing questions? How do you avoid distractions while studying? All right, friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Alanda Mzobe. I am 12 years old. No, I do not have a study partner or someone I like studying with. I prefer studying alone than friends, but sometimes it is useful to study with friends. Why do I prefer studying alone? Because if you're studying alone, there will be silence, no fighting, no one comparing you, and no disagreements. What study method works best for me when preparing for tests or exams? The best study methods: I study alone, cram things, do a song with what I crammed. Yes, I do love reading out loud, but I don't like writing notes or using flashcards. But I do like practicing questions a lot, especially when I'm studying. How do I avoid distractions while studying? I go to a place where I know that it is quiet, peaceful, and no one will pass or make any sound. Thank you, everyone.
Hey friends, my name is Sedi and I go to Kashko Daimala. Do I have a study partner? Nope, I don't have a study partner. I study alone. I prefer studying alone because my friends can stop me from studying or they can distract me by making jokes. When I'm studying, I just write down the work that I did and revise my work, and then I ask my mom or dad to ask me questions. I write down notes and practice questions. The only way I avoid distractions while studying is that I put away my phone and have discipline and focus. Thank you, friends.
Hello everyone, my name is Matemba Kosa. I'm 7 years old. I go to Jabez Christian Academy School. In class, I have a study partner. I prefer studying alone and with others because with others I learn from them. And when I'm alone, I practice without disturbance. Reading and writing down works for me. When I prepare for tests, I always move my phone and go away from the TV to study in a quiet place so I'm not distracted.
Hi everyone, my name is Ashley Kabambai. I do have friends I study with sometimes, but most of the time I prefer studying alone because it helps me focus better. The study methods that work best for me are writing notes, practicing questions, and sometimes reading information out loud so I can remember it more easily. I think everyone learns differently, so it's important to find the method that works for you. When I study, I try to avoid distractions by putting my phone away, studying in a quiet place, and taking short breaks when needed. Good study habits can really help you feel more confident and prepared for the exams.
My name is Tracy Ziva, and when I start with my friends, we don't really cooperate. So I rather play music and do it by myself. Flashcards can work best for me, and I like writing short notes, and that helps me focus quite well. Thank you.
So, the biggest distractions that I face while studying are social media and just like the noise around me. Like, I procrastinate, so a lot of the things that's like around me, I like get distracted, and even things that like I wasn't interested in before, like I'll start paying attention to them, and like it's just hectic. I try to study in places that are more quiet and places that like I don't have a lot of my things around. So I like study in the living room, or I'll go out somewhere like to go study there. And yeah. So I have one trick that I will live by forever when studying, and that is to put my phone on do not disturb, because even just one notification can like sidetrack you so bad, and it's hectic. So put your phone on do not disturb. It will change everything. Thank you so much for listening. Bye.
My name is Karabo Malebu. One of the biggest distractions I face while studying is social media, because we tend to look at our phones and say, oh, maybe just a small little break. Or another thing that distracts me is my bed, because sometimes you just feel exhausted when studying and you're just like, the bed is calling me, let me just go lay on it. I do have tricks that keep me from, or routines that keep me from struggling with focusing on my studies, which is me not really paying attention to my bed, and I just listen to music that just keeps me energized and focused, because I feel like I study better when I'm listening to music. I keep myself distracted from being on my phone or games or any other fun things when I study by listening to music, as I said, or I just like try push myself and tell myself that a few minutes left of studying and I'll be done. Thank you guys for listening.
The biggest distractions while I'm doing schoolwork include social media, TV, siblings, and talking to your friends. So those distractions, they make it harder for me to finish my schoolwork, because some way somehow I will stop concentrating on my schoolwork, and it's gonna be tough for me to get back on track. So for me to focus better or to cope with it, I listen to music while I'm doing my work, or I just take short breaks in between while I'm doing my work. That way it's easier for me. And I also give my phone to an adult who's there with me at that time. The best place to do your schoolwork does vary. You need to, first of all, you need to be in a quiet, comfortable spot with good lighting, or you cannot do your schoolwork in class because there are going to be a lot of distractions. Might be noise coming from your classmate. It might be a friend distracting you. You basically need to do your schoolwork at home at a place which is quiet, where you know that there are no distractions, where you know that you will do your schoolwork very nicely.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. As children, we learn in different ways. Some of us enjoy having a study partner or studying with friends because we can help each other understand difficult topics, ask questions, and share ideas. Studying with others can make learning more enjoyable and can help us stay motivated. However, some children prefer studying alone because it gives them a quiet space to concentrate without distractions. Neither way is right or wrong. The best method is one that helps you learn and remember information more effectively. When preparing for tests and exams, it is important to find study methods that work best for you. Some children learn better when reading their notes out loud, while others prefer writing summaries, creating flashcards, writing mind maps, or practicing past question papers. The more actively we engage our work, the easier it becomes to remember what we have learned. Simply reading through notes once is not enough. Practicing and reviewing information regularly helps it stay in our memory. We should also remember that good studying is not just about working hard, it is also about working smart. Breaking study time into smaller sections, taking short breaks, and focusing on one subject at a time can help us stay productive and avoid feeling overwhelmed. One of the biggest challenges during exam time is avoiding distractions. Things like television, mobile phones, video games, loud music, or constant chatting can take your attention away from your work. To help ourselves focus, we can choose a quiet study space, switch off unnecessary devices, keep our study material organized, and set specific times for studying and resting. It is also important to remember that everyone learns at a different pace. We should not compare ourselves to our friends or classmates. What matters most is that we're doing our best, staying consistent, and improving little by little each day. Successful studying comes from good habits, patience, and determination. Whether you study alone or with a friend, use flashcards or practice questions, the key is to stay focused, believe in yourself, and keep trying. Every minute you spend preparing today helps build your confidence and brings you one step closer to success in your exams. Friends, good luck with your exams. And that's it for today. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
At Specsavers, we're committed to offering affordable and professional eye care. That's why we're offering 1,500 Rand worth of savings with our winter promotion. Get a free frame up to the value of 1,500 Rand or use the 1,500 Rand on one of our leading vision enhancements, like Climate Eyes, which automatically adapts to changing light. To qualify, simply purchase a comprehensive eye examination and prescription frame and lenses. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
Protecting your family means staying one step ahead, and that starts with knowing the facts about human papillomavirus. HPV is linked to over 99% of cervical cancer cases and claims the lives of more than 5,000 women in South Africa every year. HPV doesn't discriminate and will at some point affect both men and women, young and old. Protect yourself and your loved ones. Ask your healthcare provider about vaccination. This message was brought to you by MSD.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations, and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
We see a completely non-racial society. We don't believe, for instance, in the so-called guarantees for minority rights, because guaranteeing minority rights implies the recognition of portions of the community on a race basis. We believe that in our country there shall be no minority, there shall be no majority, there shall just be people.
And when you look at the youth today, they are very comfortable. They don't want to do anything. That's something that the youth from back then never had. And it's something we can learn from that to actually stand up for ourselves as well. Stand up for your brother or sister next to you. Because today, when you look at a brother or a sister struggling, instead of helping them, you would rather laugh at them. But I believe that back then, they would fight together so that everyone can be better. Because that's literally what they did.
Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, my next guest joins us in studio now, all the way to Yekwani, who's the founder of Lola & Co. Organics. For Made in SA today, we're looking at this handcrafted South African skincare line that uses all natural ingredients, and it's purposeful skincare at the heart of the brand. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good. How are you doing, Miss Bridget? Love you so much.
Thank you. I'm great. Thank you so much for coming through. I mean, before we get to how this concept came about, always you were so generous to bring some goodies for us. And I love the packaging.
Yes.
Because, they say packaging is the first thing you see of any product,
Eating
right?
with your eyes.
Yes. It's chic, but simple, to the point, uncomplicated. How long did it take you to get to this, to decide this is how I want to present myself aesthetically?
Yeah, when people also think about African products, they always think it's boring or it's ugly. So I wanted something that's going, when you see it, you're not going to necessarily be like, is it African? Is it this? You're just going to see like, oh my gosh, it's a beautiful packaging.
Yeah.
Because even when you go luxury shopping, people always keep their bags, they collect them. So many people buy from me, they always like collect the bags. They're like, oh my gosh, I put them on my window, or I give it to, it's easy as a gift.
Yes.
So you don't have to go buy a paper bag. So when I wanted to have the first time you're going to see your product or you live with your bag, you feel excited to just hold it and see before you even open and see what's inside.
Absolutely. Very, very, it's very beautiful. It's a beautiful packaging. And I think it also speaks to like the natural cardboard and the woven robe, speaks to just the naturalness of what you're trying to do. So give us the story of Lola & Co. Organics. How did this concept come about?
Well, I started because for me, I'm someone who likes to do DIY. Okay. So I do a lot of DIY stuff at home. I grow my own food, and I used to sew, make my own clothes. So making my own skincare was another thing where I had to try. I buy a lot of stuff. As women, we buy a lot of things, especially body scrubs and butters. So I would started making my own scrubs, and when my friends visit, they would also like it. They were like, can I have some? Can I go home? They're just going to be like, girl, start selling so that we can have. And then I started selling. I would go to actually the Rosebank Market before I even had packaging and stuff, just containers from Westpac, and then I would just make them, package. Then while I was doing that, I ended up studying organic skincare formulation. Then I got my diploma so that I could know more about ingredients and how to mix them, how to preserve. And then I decided on making sure that I'm only going to work with South African ingredients so that it works better for your skin, because your environment always works better with the ingredients that are around your area.
Absolutely.
So we focus more on South African indigenous oils and butters, and it's basically food for your skin. So if you can eat it, if your baby eats it, and we mustn't be like, oh my gosh, let's take her to the hospital, because your skin is also an alive organ.
Yes.
So we treat it as it's breathing. So whatever you put in your mouth, it can also go to your skin. So if it's in your skin, then it can also go to your mouth. So our butters are more organic. We do butters, lip balms, scrubs. We don't do water-based products because they will have preserves, which stops for microorganism growing, because also they have water-based products. So ours are only butters and oils, which makes it last longer, and it makes your skin more moisturized, especially us black dry skin.
Yes.
When you're ashy during winter, so
Not
it helps
ashy.
with that. It gets really dry and sensitive. So we highlight more on hydration and nourishment.
Yeah. You know what I love is that it was a project. It was a passion thing for you, all the way to you're passionate about being one with the soil, getting your hands dirty, literally and also mixing figuratively. But then you decided to take it one step further by going to actually study, organic
skincare formulation. Yes, so that helps. At least with me, it's like if you want to be a baker, you love baking, but you don't really have the depth of how to go into doing your own recipes.
Yes.
So when you learn to be a formulator, you learn how to use your ingredients, how they work, how to mix them, the percentages. So there's a little bit of my calculations there, so that also as a formulator, if you're going to create a product for Bridget, what does Bridget's needs and how can this product serve her needs? So then when you formulate, you have that kind of idea in mind.
I love that. Take yourself that seriously, where if the resource is there and available, go and definitely
my
take
school was
advantage.
online, so it's called Formula Botanica. They're based in England, so anyone can study. You can study the basic ones where you learn how to make lip balms, whatever, or you do choose the extended one. So I chose to do the in-depth program, and I got my certification, and now I started at home making small labs, and now I have a bigger office where we can work and formulate.
And how was that sort of like, so then you have this full-pledged plan, right? Because you're investing in your own development, you're investing in the development of your business.
Yes.
So you obviously had a future projection for where you want to take Lola and co. How has it been sort of in these early years? Getting the product out, getting the money, because you have to buy the ingredients. Not everything you can grow from your garden. You have to find the right suppliers. You have to. How is that process for a young entrepreneur?
So first of all, you have to know that you're gonna use your own money if you wanna start. I think that's why we're, as Black entrepreneurs, we struggle, because most of the times we are first generation entrepreneurs. Especially for me, most of my family, they are working class. So people have jobs, they have their retirement, they have wages. So when you're gonna be an entrepreneur, if you haven't started working or you don't have a backup from Auntie Bridget or wherever, you're gonna have to use your own money.
Not Auntie Bridget, we don't have money.
Auntie Bridget has to chip in something, So because that's what I was like, it was very nice because my products are organic. So I would start small, like sugar is our exfoliation base. So those small things that's why even when we're studying formulation, they teach you that you need to make sure that you have to use ingredients that are around you, because if you want to export from somewhere else, then the expenses are high. So now, like our main butter, it's mafura. Everyone knows shea butter, coconut oil, but South Africa has mafura butter. It's actually from Limpopo.
What is mafura butter?
It's so when you open a butter, you'll see it's more, it's actually in KZN, they also call it inkuhlu. They make desserts with them. Okay. So it's an edible plant. Then you have the seeds. The seeds is where we press, and then you get the organic oils. So it's our South African based, but it's high in antioxidant, high in anti-aging, antimicrobes. So those are the things we learn when you are formulating that. Okay, if I'm going to use this ingredient, I'm not going to focus on what other people are using, because South Africa has this type of ingredients. We have baobab, we have marula oil. So then if you're using ingredients that are close to you, you can try keep down those expenses. Then you also use your government, because I had to go and knock and beg at, there's CEDA, there's NITA. I know people complain about government, but you have to go knocking until they open for you. So they did also help with training. They give you some vouchers to say, okay, I need to do a logo, can you help me here? So you're gonna have to beg, plead, and maybe steal a little bit from Auntie Bridget's cupboards. I get your sugar. But if you're gonna be an entrepreneur, you have to be able to ask,
Yes.
Ask for help, ask for assistance, even online. For me, I use YouTube a lot for other things, how to find suppliers, how to do this. That's when I ended up even with my supplier for containers. It was in Alibaba. So the apps you use, you can find local stuff and you can find international stuff, then see what is going to match your price point and try find it in the middle to work for you.
You know what I'm also hearing from your story all the way through is that it takes grit and it takes determination, because with everything, you had to roll up your sleeve and work.
Because even our products are handmade. So you start from you're making them, labeling them. I had to design. Even now we're working on our branding. So we have a new lady who's working on our labels. So we have all labels, but those ones I designed them. I would go on Canva, do my logo, do this, so that I can't complain that I don't have logos. Because I want it to look a certain way. So I have to try other ways to make it look a certain way until I reach the other point that I have this other vision of having a big shop or whatever. But then you have have to start slow so that when you get to the big shop, you know how to handle the small things.
Absolutely. Well, with that mindset, you're definitely going to take Lola and Co. Organics, I think, to the highest peaks of your...
I receive it.
No, you shall. You can sense in how determined you are and the work that you've put into the brand.
Thank you so much.
As we wrap up, for folks that now are intrigued, that now want to find you, yes. I know you probably have a big digital... You look like, I optimize on social media.
Oh, I wish. I just did this for you. But they can find us. Actually, right now, we're having a winter sale. Mm-hmm. Usually our butters are 260, so we are taking 100 off, 160. They can go on our website, solaorganics.com. You order, we deliver to your house, office, wherever you are. And you can just hit us up also on our DMs if you want to order, and then we can deliver to you.
All right. That handle and site again?
It's at Lola & Co Organics for our social media, and then for the website, it's lolaandcoorganics.com.
Wonderful stuff. She's already .comming.
Yes,
she has
we're international.
She has a vision. That was all the way to Yekwani, who's the founder of Lola & Co Organics. You can find her on social media, and of course lolaandco.com is where you can go optimize and take advantage of that winter special. We're coming back to wrap up on the Madlanga Commission, and then we'll come and say goodbye in this last 5 minutes.
50 years later, Youth Month. The Voices.
We see a completely non-racial society. We don't believe, for instance, in the so-called guarantees for minority rights, because guaranteeing minority rights implies the recognition of portions of the community on a race basis. We believe that in our country there shall be no minority, there shall be no majority, there shall just be people.
And when you look at the youth today, they are very comfortable. They don't want to do anything. That's something that the youth from back then never had. And something we can learn from that is to actually stand up for ourselves as well. Stand up for your brother or sister next to you. Because today, when you look at a brother or a sister struggling, instead of helping them, you would rather laugh at them. But I believe that back then, they would fight together so that everyone can be better. Because that's literally what they did.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, let's rewind back to the Madlanga Commission. Still very much probing the events that surrounded that 541 kilograms of cocaine that went missing from that headquarters out in Isipingo in Durban. So today we saw Gavin Jacob, who is with the Serious Organized Crime Investigation Unit in Durban, giving his testimony. A quick glance back at what happened.
On the 22nd of June 2021, when I was later interviewed, or even when I made my statement, all I knew in my mind, and bear with me, I know it may sound, as though I'm maybe lying, that's why I'm confused, but this is it. On the 22nd of June 2021, when engaging with Warrant Officer Perumal, all I know that I can state 100% for that day with certainty was that he was not accepting those exhibits, neither did he have exhibit bags. And I see in my statements, numerous statements that I had furnished the investigation team, General Flynn's team. I'm not quite clear on that, and then I say that, I didn't explicitly ask him, but I know they've had a problem. Then I go on a further statement elaborating on even while we were processing or counting these drugs and busy in the parking area at Isipingo, Warrant Officer Perumal even remarked of, hey, the last time what happened with our guys here, we got sick. So all of that was in my mind, and I knew for a fact that Isipingo would not keep these exhibits, whether it was explicitly told to me or whether I had drawn that inference from my previous experience with the station, I can't say, but what I can say for certain is that my colleagues on the scene have since sternly reprimanded me by saying, Colonel, Warrant Officer Perumal did not want to keep those exhibits. So why I wrote that I did not explicitly ask him for permission to store it, I'm unsure why, but this may be the reason, and that's my truth.
Sitting here, I'm confused as to what you did say or did not say. As you sit there now,
yes,
did you or did you not engage Officer Perumal on the availability of storage?
Yes. You know.
Did you or did you not?
Yes. I can't recall offhand that I did ask him. And like I'm saying, that's my only answer, is that I knew they were not storing it. My colleagues reminded me that I was wrong. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And then, just in fairness to you, what do you say was the confusion? What do you say is the confusion? Because you say the reason for my confusion, so just for you to be clear on that?
Yes, I'm saying that I think I mixed up our previous incident in February 2020, on the 5th, between the 5th and 6th of February 2020, and that whole debacle there. Because although my colleague, Warrant Officer Sander, I don't think he mentioned it in his evidence, I am the one that secured Durban Central SAP with regards to storing those exhibits that Isipingo had turned away. So, you know, that could be a reason for my confusion. I can't elaborate further, but...
Okay. We might get back to this because I don't quite understand. If you say Isipingo has never had a problem with storing exhibits...
No, I'm not saying that, Commissioner.
That's what you say according to the evidence tendered. Do you
according
accept
to
that?
the evidence tendered by General Flynn, my apologies, Commissioner.
So you do not agree with the evidence
I do not.
tendered?
I strongly disagree.
Now I understand what you mean. Thank you.
All right, that's where we leave it for this afternoon. Your next Madlanga update is coming through on the National Pulse with Ashraf and his team somewhere around 5:45, but don't hold us to it. Right now, though, it's 3 o'clock. It's time for us to hand over to SAFM News with Momentum. And those with financial advisors have a better shot at generational wealth. So speak to our Momentum accredited financial advisor for advice that meets your context. From us, we'll see you tomorrow. Inshallah, God willing, we do it again.
Thank you, Bridget, and the team on the top stories. Extradition expected for suspects in Kruger National Park murder and building fire kills 21 people in India. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. South Africa is expected to begin the formal extradition process of two suspects linked to the murder of tourists at Crook's Corner in the northern Kruger National Park. The suspects have appeared in a court in Mozambique after their arrest. The couple, Dina and Ernest Murray from Mossel Bay in the Western Cape, were killed about 3 weeks ago after they had entered the park 2 days earlier. The bodies were later discovered at the banks of the Levumbu River. The Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, Willie Ocamp, says the arrest followed a cross-border cooperation involving park authorities and law enforcement agencies in South Africa and Mozambique.
I would like to thank all of those who have worked tirelessly to ensure these arrests. This includes SANParks, South African Police Services, as well as the Mozambican authorities. South Africa will now start the formal extradition process to get the suspects to South Africa to stand trial for this heinous crime. I have engaged with my colleagues in the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, as well as Justice, to emphasize the importance of securing the suspects' return to South Africa to face trial for this heinous crime.
Joburg Water says although Rand Water has completed its planned maintenance work, several areas across Johannesburg are still experiencing a slow recovery in water supply. Officials say supply systems have been reconfigured to accelerate the replenishment of reservoirs fed by the Commando and Eikenhof systems, which remain under significant pressure. Reservoir levels across parts of Johannesburg remain below the desired operating threshold following Rand Water's large-scale maintenance program, which ran from the 29th of May to the 2nd of June. Rand Water's Managing Director Nchabeni Mkwebo briefed the media in Newtown, Johannesburg.
We have seen our system improving in the last 3 days, and I'm saying the last 3 days because the maintenance work that was happening, it was really happening in various stages as they completed part of the work that they were doing. they were ramping up the pumping into the systems of Johannesburg. So we have been seeing our system improving from the lowest that we witnessed during maintenance, which was 42% storage overall, to the 49% that we have this morning. I must indicate that 49% doesn't necessarily mean that the system is stable. We want to operate a system which is at a 60% plus.
Disaster officials in the Guardian Road region of the Western Cape say some communities in low-lying areas have been evacuated as a precaution in case of rivers bursting their banks. The region is experiencing heavy rain and wind. There have been incidents of flooding and power outages. Disaster head Gerard Otto says the storm is not as intense as last month.
As we've had no reports of severe weather-related incidents at any of our local municipalities. Only in Oudtshoorn, as a proactive measure, some communities in Velgeluk as well as at the Rust has been evacuated just to make sure that they're out of harm's way when that rivers comes down. I can report that the Weather Office indicated to us that some of the mountainous areas we've already received in excess of 50 millimeters of rain.
The Huguenot Tunnel in Paarl has been closed to heavy motor vehicles due to strong winds in the area. The Western Cape Mobility Department says the closure is a precautionary safety measure. Provincial Traffic Chief Maxine Bezuidenhout says light motor vehicles are still permitted to pass through the tunnel.
Heavy motor vehicles are advised to make use of the alternate route via the De Toits Kloof Pass and to exercise extreme caution. Our traffic officers are monitoring conditions closely, and we appeal to all road users to remain patient and prioritize safety.
At least 21 people have been killed in a fire at a multi-story building in Delhi, India. The property accommodated patients and relatives of those receiving treatment at a nearby hospital. The BBC's Umang Poda has the details.
The building in the Malvianagar district was operating as a bed and breakfast. Local media says several of those killed were foreign nationals who travelled to India for medical treatment. Video showed some people jumping from upper floors to escape the blaze. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi expressed his condolences and announced compensation for those killed and injured. Police say the fire has been put out. The cause remains unknown. Authorities say they're investigating whether the building had the requisite permissions, and anyone found responsible for any violations would face criminal proceedings.
Recapping the top story, South Africa is expected to begin the formal extradition process of two suspects linked to the murder of tourists at Crook's Corner in the Northern Kruger National Park. I'm Ondilambara for SAfm News. Headlines at 3:30.
And in your headlines this hour, Bafana gearing up for Jamaica Test. Smize stresses Commonwealth Games value, and Leclerc agrees to new long-term deal with Ferrari. More details at 3:30.
And Momentum is part of the Momentum Group Limited, an authorised FSP and registered credit provider.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, they say. But my toaster isn't broken exactly. It just lands my toast on the kitchen floor. You see, some things only kinda never work, like a financial plan based on generic advice. That's why Momentum accredited financial advisors take the time to understand you and only then apply their expertise. Advice meets your context. Momentum, your journey to success. Momentum is part of Momentum Group Limited, an authorized financial services and registered credit provider.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 106.6 FM in Bloemfontein.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, welcome to the show indeed. How many days to the World Cup? You know that June 11, I'm going back to June 11, 2010. I had a chat with my wife last night about it. I said, can you believe it? It's 16 years since South Africa hosted the World Cup. I'm not going to say the obvious cliche, it seems like yesterday, but really, like, where has these 16 years gone? And perhaps it's something for you to consider 16 years later. What was, not the team, there's the team and there's the hosting of the World Cup, right? What was it that we expected to happen to our nation by hosting the 2010 World Cup, and what has actually happened? I'd love to know, away from the football literally, about everything else, infrastructure and everything else. Well, my name's Ashraf Garda. Welcome to the show. It is the National Pulse. It's your way. If you want to get a feel for what the nation is feeling, well, this is the show, 3 to 6. And I can tell you there's lots we're going to talk about. We'll chat to Daniel Steyn from Ground Up News. They have refuted some of the claims made by March and March regarding foreign nationals. We'll chat to Jacinta Ngobese as well. After that, ICJ, the International Court of Justice, have set a specific timeline against South Africa's Gaza genocide case. We'll talk about that too. And the big issue that we continue with, what about youth unemployment? We'll talk about just what that really means with a representative from Africa Tikuna. That's not all. Malawi beginning voluntary repatriation of its citizens. We have to talk about that. And later on, there's a thought leader conversation on South Africa's food inflation. And that's not all, right? Tobacco House has written an open letter to the warrant officer, Carl Sonder. In fact, it's a letter of thank you, and some apologies as well. If you've been following the Madlanga Commission, you'll know what happened yesterday. Well, this is the National Pulse. How do you engage me? 086 000 2032. You call in live when we open the lines. You WhatsApp via text anytime, or voice note anytime. We'll bank it. 30 seconds, please, per voice note. 0614 104 107. And the last option you have, you can tweet or Facebook. Just tag SAfmRadio and tag me. And better if you use that hashtag, the National Pulse. By the way, if you're listening, wherever you are listening in the world, and you want to send a picture of yourself with your dial locked into SAFM, even if it's on streaming live, just do send it. Tweet or WhatsApp it. I'll pick it up. Welcome to the show.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
I was not prepared to put down my cameras before everything had cooled down. I stayed on because it did not only happen in June 16, 17, 18, it carried on all over the country.
Like social media, you mentioned it, right? We are so much exposed to other people's lives than the 50 years ago when people, I'd only see you once a week and I would never see you again.
But to add on to that, it's also a thing of like, it's not just people you know, it's random strangers. So now you, as he's saying, you're going to compare yourself to these people that you've never met who might even be faking their lifestyle.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
Right, so let's talk about, there's no question that the issue of foreign nationals and what should we do about them has dominated the South African narrative really for the last few months. In fact, I would say it's to a large degree, it's also put the Madlanga Commission on the back seat, isn't it? Now, here's an interesting thought. We do know what many people think about foreign nationals, especially those who are undocumented. And amongst those who have strong views about that, March and March, very much at the top of the agenda there, right? So they've made many pronouncements. Now, the deputy news editor of the Ground Up online site, Daniel Steyn, wrote a piece and he looked at many of the claims made specifically by the leader of March and March, Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, at a press conference, well, just a few days ago, in fact, last week, right? And he's looked at them and he said, these are the claims, these are the facts, okay? So we thought, let's talk about the facts. So with me, Daniel Steyn from Ground Up. Daniel, good to connect with you on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. First of all, I mean, look, of course your job is to do some really good investigative work. What prompted you to reflect on what Jacinta may have said and said, hey, let me double check this, let me verify?
Well, Ground Up, we've been around for about 14 years now, and we've done a lot of reporting on immigration and migrant rights over the years. So immigration is a key issue for us at Ground Up. And so we've been particularly concerned by the recent wave of anti-immigrant sentiment in the country. And when, after the meeting between ministers and March and other organizations at the union buildings last week, I watched the media statement, the media briefing by Ngobese Zuma, and immediately found that several of her claims were not grounded in evidence, and thought, let me look at the evidence and lay it out.
Okay, let's then run through the claim. So what is the first claim, and then you give me your story on that.
Well, so Ngobeni Zuma claims basically that immigrants are criminals. She says, for example, they, as March and March, are the voice of the voiceless, the unemployed, the drug addicts, women who are raped and trafficked every day from this country by foreign nationals. And my point basically is that there's no evidence that immigrants are disproportionately responsible for violent crime in this country. In fact, about a third of South African men have admitted to committing rape. So the rape crisis is not, immigrants are not to blame for that. There is trafficking in the country, but both South Africans and foreigners are the perpetrators and victims of the crimes. And there's obviously an international illicit drug trade, but these are sophisticated criminal groups from various countries, yet they are not the targets of March and March's protests. It's the delivery drivers, the spaza shop owners, the informal traders, the corner shopkeepers who are the targets of March and March's protests. So they have to shop their doors, shut their doors when March and March protest.
Perhaps let me run through some of the comments that you made. I mean, the first statement you made, the claims immigrants are criminals, and you're saying, in fact, almost 1/3 of South Africans have admitted to committing rape, a point you made earlier. Just to confirm, is that 1/3 of South Africans have been convicted, or 1/3 of South Africans from the entire nation?
No, those are studies that have basically found that the studies vary in their results, but between 28 to 34% of South African men have admitted to committing rape. So they've admitted to researchers that they are rapists.
All right, so how does that then compare?
South African men are as much rapists as anyone else.
Okay, how does that then compare to foreign nationals?
We don't have the numbers for that.
Okay, but your point is that...
But what I can say is that there are about 27,000 non-South Africans in prisons, 27,000, but most of them, 65% of them, are in prison there for breaking immigration laws, so for being in the country illegally, and only about 3% are there for rape.
Okay, so that's an important point, right? Then you go on to talk about the statement made, Nigerians are selling drugs in South Africa, made by Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, and you want to tell me about that?
Yeah, so she claims that Nigerians are selling drugs in South Africa, and I have no doubt that there are Nigerians who sell drugs in South Africa. But by just in her rhetoric, she reinforces stereotypes and makes it sound like all Nigerians are selling drugs in South Africa, and there's a big difference there. And essentially my point is that Nigerians, Zimbabweans, Malawians, Mozambicans, any other immigrant in South Africa should not be blamed for the failure of our government to investigate and prosecute criminals and put an end to crime.
Okay, a point well made. What about spaza shops? What's their claim, and how do you respond to that?
So in her media statement, Jacinta said that the township economy contributes approximately 900 billion into the GDP of this country. That is probably true. Those are credible estimates. But she says the contribution is shrinking due to the hijacking of our economy. And she says this is because of Somali, Pakistani, and Ethiopian cartels. She uses the word cartels, and their spaza shop mafias that are running the country. Now, at the very least, that's dramatic, and it may be a bit of an overstatement. Whether these are mafias, that's a subjective term, maybe. I would argue that there aren't mafias that are running the country. But there is no doubt that many spaza shops and that the informal market has become dominated by foreign nationals, by immigrants. That's for various reasons. Studies have found, for example, that foreign-owned shops have very sophisticated and centralized supply and distribution networks. Whether that makes them mafias, that's up for debate. But essentially, my point here is there's other things the government can do to enable South African informal traders to be more competitive, and that I would argue that immigrant-owned shops in townships are good for society and provide a net good rather than what Jacinta
All right.
said.
So you're saying, in fact, they add value.
Absolutely.
Okay.
They provide convenience, provide well-priced items to South Africans, and provide jobs.
Okay, the next claim from Jacinta is South Africa is being invaded. We demand that the sovereignty of our country be protected. South Africa is currently being invaded. What's your answer to that?
Well, there the word invasion echoes the rhetoric of Donald Trump. And that type of rhetoric basically dehumanizes human beings who come to this country for various reasons, whether it's to flee persecution or to find jobs because they don't have jobs in their own country. I don't argue that the government has failed to secure South Africa's borders and that the government needs to take action to secure our borders and to take action against illegal immigration. The question is, will mass deportations of the thousands of people who are here be good for society? I argue no. And also mass deportations of that kind invariably lead to human rights abuses and immense suffering.
Okay, the next point made is South Africa is currently on the verge of a collapse. The economy is crumbling. This is a direct quote, of course, from Jacinta Ngobese Zuma. There are no resources left for South Africans, and there's certainly not enough resources for foreign nationals. What does your studies tell you?
So, I don't deny the state of our economy and our unemployment rate. In terms of education, because Jacinta specifically points to health and education, the education department have stated explicitly that foreign learners don't place undue pressure on the education system. Only about 1.8% of learners in South Africa are foreign-born, for example. And in terms of health departments, basically there's poor budget planning and poor resource allocation, which means that some facilities are under more strain than others, and that needs to be fixed by the government.
Okay.
There's also the fact that health departments are plagued by corruption and have incurred billions in wasted expenditure. So if those problems are solved, then there would be enough resources for South Africans and immigrants to benefit from our health system.
Okay, there's one other about the role of the NGOs, which I'll get to you in a moment.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
No one gets fit overnight. It takes discipline, and your money is no different. A Nedbank 32-day notice account helps you build financial strength with up to 7.3% interest and zero maintenance fees. The higher the deposit, the higher the return. Invest in under 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. For more information, go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM. SAFM.
Right, let's conclude our conversation with Daniel Steyn, the Ground-Up News Deputy Editor. Your last point, Daniel, is in fact Jacinta's point about the role of NGOs or NPOs. Tell me about that.
Well, it's almost too bizarre to repeat, but basically during the Q&A session of the press briefing last week, Ngobese Zuma made bizarre claims that South Africa's NGOs are using foreign money to buy guns for foreigners to protect themselves. And all I have to say to that is I invite her to email us at info@groundup.org.za and present the evidence that she has, and we will happily investigate, because there's no evidence that is true.
I take it you've I mean, we're getting Jacinta on next, but I take it you've asked her to respond, and I understand they've refused. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We've requested an interview with her, and she responded saying that she won't talk to a media house that goes out of its way to lie about the actual events that are happening in our country.
All right. Feel free to tweet the link to the piece so we can share that to the Pulse community here on SAfm. Thanks for that, Daniel Steyn. You may want to listen in, of course, because we're going to chat to Jacinta next.
Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
Right, so let's get another response. In this case, Jacinta Ngobese Zuma from March on March. Much appreciate your time, and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse once again.
Thank you so much for the invite, Ashraf.
Thank you. Now, of course, you've heard the comments. I mean, ordinarily, you'd have your own conversation with Ground Up, but we're going to have to facilitate it here, right? So you've heard the claims. Let's maybe just run through it and get your thoughts on that, right? So the claim one, which they are refuting, is your claim that immigrants are criminals, and they saying that they're not saying immigrants don't commit crime, but it's completely disproportionate that many South Africans commit much more crime. What's your thoughts on that?
Firstly, I thought when you guys called me, I thought I'd be listening to a partial analysis of the situation that paints a clear picture from both angles, not a defense mechanism that's used to weaponize us and paint us as people who don't have any information. Nonetheless, I'm going to go into the data that was presented, because I heard when we were asking him for the data on foreigners, and he says he doesn't have. Then what's the point of you coming here and defending something where you don't have the complete picture? Because remember, we've got two types of issues that we're dealing with here. We're dealing with issues of criminality committed by foreign nationals. We're just going to exclude South Africans for now. Now, the biggest concern that we have as March and March is that undocumented foreign nationals who commit crimes are untraceable and cannot be found and end up running away to their countries, as we saw in the Kruger National Park event. Luckily, we're happy there that the people were caught. But this is a common occurrence, because when I sit in the Crime Fighting Council of KZN, by the way, and when we ask for the statistics of foreigners, they're unable to give us sometimes because they can't find them. And we also saw the statistics that said 60% of all crime, serious crime in Gauteng, is committed by undocumented migrants. There's also a problem with the prisons, where they complain that there's a large number of foreign nationals in our prisons, and these are the ones that we have been lucky to convict. Now imagine the ones that we have not been able to find, the Moyos of the world who shot 2 police officers in broad daylight, ran away and has never been caught until today. Some uncovered and undiscovered crimes still go unsolved today because of that very issue. You can't compare a South African criminal that can be found, that has a background, that has an ID and a neighborhood where they grew up, where people know who they are, to someone who walks in from the border and automatically thrives in their criminal activities. So, I think it's absurd that they can't even differentiate, and they're trying to compare the two. What kind of journalism is that?
All right, let's take it a step back. I mean, if we're saying, if Daniel Steyn from Ground Up is saying, you've made a series of claims as per last week, right? And the general thought of those claims is to show all of us, including me, to say, hey, South Africa, foreign nationals are, not that South Africans don't commit wrong, but foreign nationals do so far more in proportion to South Africans. And if that's your claim, then his claim is, in fact, that's not true, right? Now, you're saying, if I can hear you correctly, that that's based on stats that he's been able to dilute, but the reality is many of the stats are incomplete from South Africa itself, because our systems have collapsed, so we don't have the correct information.
Because he's giving me the stats of people who've been convicted. I'm saying, why would he ignore statistics like 60% of all serious crimes are committed by foreign nationals in Gauteng. Why would he ignore that if he's trying to paint a clear picture of what is going on in the country? It just shows that in his reporting, he's not biased. It's not fair.
You mean he is biased? That's
yes,
the one part of it. The other is his thoughts regarding the let's call it the township economy specifically, right? Where your allegations, in fact, that these people are running cartels in the main, and in fact suggesting that the stats suggest that that they are contributing, and perhaps there needs to be a greater collaboration to ensure that South Africans can compete competitively. I mean, does he not have a point there?
He's not telling the truth. This is why I have a problem with journalists who are funded by foreign organizations, because they never tell the truth. And I'm going to tell you why. When you look at the township economy, first of all, I don't know how many times you've been called in by families who've been terrorized and told that they'll be killed if they dare open a tuck shop. These are stories that they don't cover because they're not within their scope of painting the correct picture. Remember, he's saying that this township economy is something that they are contributing to. I was literally in a meeting last week where these proper shops, owners and businesses were complaining that they lose 1 trillion rand to these illicit shops that are being mushrooming all over in the township. They made a reference to even toilet paper, that last year 300 million tons of toilet paper came in from our shores and was distributed to all these tuck shops, and that money did not go back into the economy. So that is not the honest truth or the correct perception of what's going on in the township economy. And we call them spaza shop mafias today, because even today, if they were to do their research, which is what they're supposed to be doing, they'd find out that those people killing each other in Johannesburg now are fighting over territory of who owns this shop and who. So Somalians and Ethiopians are killing each other for that market. On top of that, they kidnapped a young man called Mazi Gubega. We didn't see that on ground up. They didn't bother to go and interview him. They didn't bother to hear his side of the story because they've already decided on which side of the coin they're leaning towards.
Well,
and
I don't know if they haven't bothered. I mean, maybe that's another.
Last thing.
Yeah.
Just one last thing on the township economy. Right now, there's about 5 different schools from yesterday that have children currently in hospital because of the food that they manufacture in these spaza shops. They are not buying from proper markets. They are manufacturing their own products. And that cannot be that those people are contributing to the economy.
All right, just pause for the moment, because what I'll do is I'll just continue with a few more points because I want to get your side on that one. And we'll do that after we pause for the news headlines and sport as well. Chatting to Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, responding to Ground Up and their claims that her claims just don't quite check out. Let's get the news headlines. It's 3:30 years on Della Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the ANC Parliamentary Caucus has condemned what it has described as arrogant behaviour shown by some foreign nationals living in the country. South Africa is expected to begin the formal extradition process of 2 suspects linked to the murder of tourists at Crook's Corner in the Northern Kruger National Park. And the Electoral Commission says strengthening public trust in elections remains a challenge despite much progress. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Khapele.
Right, Chimi, lots to consider. What are you going to start with?
A very good afternoon to you. Let's start off with some FIFA World Cup news. Well, Bafana coach Hugo Bruce says that the team that faces Jamaica in Friday's final World Cup warm-up match will not necessarily be the side that starts against Mexico. Bruce says that he already has a lineup in mind for the tournament opener, but he will use that match against the Reggae Boys in Pachuca to assess his options. Bruce also says that he will not reveal his plans just as yet, but will see if what he has in mind can work for the Mexico clash. Remember, South Africa are in Group A and they're alongside Mexico, South Korea, and Czech Republic. Elsewhere, Argentina held their first full training session in Kansas City yesterday as the defending champions assembled ahead of the global showpiece. Lionel Messi joined coach Lionel Scaloni and the squad as preparations intensified for the tournament in North America. Argentina will play warm-up matches against Honduras and Iceland before opening their campaign against Algeria on the 16th of June. Meanwhile, Banyana have settled in very well in Osaka after a 20-hour journey from South Africa ahead of the two friendlies against Japan. The first match is set for this Saturday and it will kick off around 22:04, which is 10:09 South African time. And the second one will follow next week Tuesday at J Green Sakai. Now, Coach Desiree Ellis has a full 23 squad joined en route by overseas stars Linda Motlalo and Bongeka Gamede, and those friendlies are forming as part of preparations for next month's CAF Women's Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco, which doubles as qualifiers for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup in Brazil. In terms of the Commonwealth Games, two-time Commonwealth bronze medalist Rashwal Samai has basically underlined the importance of the games as a platform for athlete development. Now a teacher and athletics coach in Cape Town, Samai says that the event remains highly relevant, offering young athletes vital international exposure. The 2026 Commonwealth Games will be staged in Glasgow, and that is from the 23rd of July to the 2nd of August, with SASCOC set to announce 111-strong Team South Africa on the 24th of June.
Well, it is a very important, it's really a very important competition, but I see Commonwealth Games, my view of Commonwealth Games as well as Athletics South Africa as well as SASCOC's view was totally different. My view is that Commonwealth Games is a platform for development. It's a platform where we can send developing athletes that's coming through the ranks and will be there for the next 10 years. We need to be able to send those type of athletes to give them the exposure of how it feels like to compete at a major championships or one of the major championships like Commonwealth Games. That's what Commonwealth Games is supposed to be about in terms of having to developing the athletes, send a huge group of athletes to Commonwealth Games so they can get that exposure. But I think that what we want as South Africans, Athletics South Africa as well as SASCOC, is the only thing we want is medals. Medals. And we don't focus on the development. We don't focus on the young and up-and-coming athletes. So where do they go? We can't send them to African champs because we saw this year with African championships, they only selected the African champ. Where's development coming in? What's below African championships? Nothing.
In terms of tennis, Czech youngster Jakub Mensik advanced to the first Grand Slam semi-final with straight sets win over Brazil's João Francesca at the Roland Garros. The 20-year-old claimed a 6-4, 6-3 and 7-6 win. And in terms of South Africa's Kothatso Montjane, she's playing her second round of the wheelchair division of the Roland Garros today, and she faces France's Kenya Shastor. Finally, in terms of motorsport, Ferrari driver Charles Leclerc has agreed a new long-term contract with the team. The deal for the 28-year-old comes in the build-up to his home Grand Prix in Monaco this weekend. He has completed 155 races for the Italian outfit since joining in 2019, winning 8 times, and is currently third in the Drivers' Championship. That's it from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
EFC is live this Thursday. The continent's most dominant women in MMA are set to collide in the Ultimate Champion versus Champion showdown. Reigning EFC flyweight champion Amanda Mad Dog Lino, a force behind some of the most brutal moments in EFC history, defends her throne against Nigeria's own Juliet Chukwu, the reigning bantamweight champion. EFC 134, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
in case you missed it.
Who do you believe had better credentials than to chair this committee?
Magashule is a member of GNU. If Magashule doesn't do right, they will remove the MEC in Gauteng. They will remove his president as a chairperson.
Okay.
And I don't want to say Magashule is a project of the establishment, but because I respect him and he's an acquaintance of mine. But
such as yourself?
No, definitely. Myself, I am neutral. Myself, I'm not implicated.
Dr. Matladze, we're going to have to leave it there.
That was National Briefing this morning with Kathy Mutlatlana. Ashraf Gada on SAFM.
Right, we'll have Sophie McWenna coming up shortly because the ICJ regarding the South Africa-Gaza case or South Africa-Israel case, they've set some very specific deadlines or timelines that we need to consider. So we'll talk about that pretty shortly. We chatted earlier to Daniel Steyn of Ground Up. He gave his thoughts responding to the statements made by Jacinta Ngobese Zuma about a week ago from March and March, and he's refuted some of the claims in a piece that he's written for Ground Up, right? So Jacinta, just very quickly before we conclude them, on the issue of South Africa being invaded, the quote from you is, "We demand that the sovereignty of our country be protected. South Africa is currently being invaded." His point is that South Africa is approximate, and I have to say approximate because we know the issue of undocumented foreign nationals. He talks about 5% of the population being foreign nationals, whereas in other countries like Australia and Canada, is quoting, they could go up to 20%. So we're far from being invaded.
When he was saying that, I heard him call it a rhetoric. And if you're a journalist and you're going to make such a very strong statement, I'd expect you to actually go and do some actual investigations to find out how many foreign funded, I don't even know what to call it. We've had military bases. We've had organizations that were found that people didn't even know. People from Kenya were even able to come here and work on behalf of the USA. And he cannot tell me that that is not an invasion, because on top of that, we've got Zama-Zamas who are running people out of their own communities. On top of that, we've got bombs and explosives coming into the countries and arms being found at the border, going undetected. There's Mexican cartels going on in this country. There's Phil Craig, who's trying to push for Cape independence. If that is not an invasion, what exactly does he term an invasion if he's talking to me about rhetoric? What is rhetoric? Because it's something that you create that's not even real. It's real.
All right.
This is what's happening in our country every day. These are factual news.
I'm going to move on because of time. So I hear what you're saying. So he's talking about sheer numbers. You're actually talking about institutions that have influenced South Africa and the examples you've just given.
Far beyond. The threat of the sovereignty of the country, the arms that has been found, the bombs, the Zama-Zamas, all of it.
Okay, point made. You then are quoted as saying South Africa is currently on the verge of a collapse. The economy is crumbling. His point is South Africa's had poor economic growth for a while, as we know, sitting around 1%-ish, as we know. But a lot of the issues of unemployment is a government problem, not a foreign national problem.
I can't say that. My biggest problem with people who are defending this issue is that they're quick to make it a human rights issue. This is not a human rights issue. It's a crime and a law issue. Because when we talk about illegal immigrants, the law of the country specifically says what must happen to an illegal immigrant. It doesn't say you must romanticize their feelings and make them feel like they're superhumans because they come from a country with poverty, which is what you were saying, which is absolutely ridiculous. So every single person who comes from a country outside this country is coming for poverty and they must work, and it's okay for them to work. What is the point of having laws if we're going to bend them over backwards
Jacinta,
to make sure that other people work and South Africans don't work?
I need to move on.
200 jobs.
Jacinta, I need to move on because of time. Jacinta.
Those 200 jobs must go to South Africans. We have an unemployment crisis right now.
Okay, I need to move on because of time. What I'm saying, I'm really not here to defend him. He can say what he wants to say. The point he's making is that when you talk of unemployment, that in fact we have a bigger unemployment problem even without foreign nationals adding to that, meaning it's a government problem. We're not talking about where they come from and what they feel. Does he have a point about that actually the venting of the anger should be directed towards government?
But I don't understand what he means. It's a government problem and we're not venting it to government. When we march and hand over memorandums, who are we handing those memorandums to? Are we handing them over to foreign nationals? When we go and present to Parliament, are we presenting to foreign nationals? When we meet government entities, when we sit in the Crime Fighting Council, when we go to premiers and we go to ministers, are we fighting foreign nationals or are we fighting our own government?
Okay, lastly, and again quoting you, I think South Africa is currently facing a huge security threat, more than a lot of us realize. South Africa has NPOs and NGOs that are foreign funded and have millions of rands. The money goes to buying arms, right? Now, he's questioning your evidence around that. You've given one or two examples. Tell me more about that statement.
If he had actually done his research and gone to the people who are in charge of these NPOs, he wouldn't be asking me that, because that's where I got the information from, the same place that he can get that information from.
All right. Overall, let's end with this, right? The gist of the argument is that you may have a case about many things, but some of your concerns around foreign nationals are exaggerated. I mean, that's my words, not his words. That's the essence of what the ground up piece. What's your response to that?
You know, anyone who says that the issue of foreign nationals is exaggerated, I wish for them to spend time when we have to deal with children whose identities have been stolen. One of them can't even write matric today because someone stole their identity as a foreigner and wrote matric last year. Now we're sitting with those problems. We've got children who are in hospitals right now having eaten food from these shops. On top of that, we've got numbers of children in communities whose parents have reached out to us because these people have raped them or touched them inappropriately. Then they must tell us we're exaggerating. And you know why they get away with these crimes? Because they are in cahoots with the police because they pay them. And then when you go to the police, they don't get arrested because police are on their side.
But
you go to government, the government is protecting them. You go to NPOs, the NPOs are protecting. You go to the media is painting them as victims. When do people actually listen to South Africans and tell South African story the way that they're supposed to be told instead of calling us xenophobic?
Well, you see, that old example you've given may then talk about collapse of infrastructure in our country anyway. But
they're not innocent either. They're the ones committing the crime.
All right, let's end with this last one. I noticed today that the parliamentary chief whip of the ANC, that's Mdumiseni Ntuli, said, and I'm quoting him loosely, there needs to be an intervention making it difficult for people to leave their own countries and come to South Africa. And he believes that this needs engagement with neighboring countries to strengthen their own economies. What's your thoughts on that?
It's beyond just strengthening the economies. The fact that, you know, when we met with the BMA, they told us that the attitude of people who come into the country is different when they're in here and when they're in the country. And it's telling of the fact that they do not respect South Africa, but they respect their own countries. So once outside the border, there are measures for their own government to prevent them from even coming into this country because they respect their governments more than ours. It would limit the number of people that come here. But because South Africa is always trying to play nice, even at the expense of their own people, we find ourselves here dealing with a legal crisis and making it a humanitarian crisis about feelings and how you like people and don't like them when there's laws in place that are supposed to be implemented. Diplomacy starts with us respecting each other's countries, respecting our boundaries. That's what makes good neighbors. It's not lying to each other and pretending that we can take our problems and solve all of them.
So you would concede that there needs to be greater conversation between South Africa and the other countries from the African continent where their citizens are coming to this country. But let's just pause on that. That's another whole conversation for another time. Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, much appreciate your time, leader of March and March, in response to the ground up piece where they refute many of the claims made by Jacinta last week, in fact. And you can read the piece. And of course, you've heard Jacinta's replies. We'll have both up as a podcast as well, ASAP. This is the National Pulse.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAFM. Leading the conversation.
Okay, there's another important issue happening. It's about 3 years now since South Africa launched its genocide case against Israel at the ICJ. That's the International Court of Justice. Now, the court itself has set a new timetable. Let's find out about that and what that means, right? With us is Sophie Mokoena, SABC News Specialist Correspondent. Sophie, as always, good to connect with you on the National Pulse. Sophie, don't have you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, thanks for joining us, right? Tell me about this timetable now going forward.
As you know that in relation to this case, there are different phases where you have to interact with the International Criminal Court. You know that the first appearance by the South African team and, of course, the responding team from the Israel government, it was about asking an immediate intervention to try and stop the action in terms of what was happening at that time, while South Africa will come back and file papers in relation to requesting the International Criminal Court to make a ruling or perhaps make a finding or explain whether South Africa is correct to characterize what's happening or what was happening in Gaza at that time when they were previously at the International Court as a crime against humanity and also a crime that needs attention of the world. And therefore, interim ruling to try and assist and intervene. But now this matter is before the court. Both countries are now making submission in terms of preparation for the hearing of the real case. That will give us an indication whether what Israel has done in Gaza is indeed a genocide.
Okay.
And therefore, South Africa has filed and Israel did respond. In its response, Israel is insisting that this matter is not for the International Criminal Court to make a ruling or to handle. And South Africa has again responded. You see that they are dismissing the fact that this matter shouldn't be before the International Criminal Court. And therefore, 2027, we expect more responding papers. And of course, 2029, it will be the last leg of this back and forth in terms of South Africa and Israel.
All right, and just to be clear, it is the IC. And just to be clear, it is the ICJ, Court of Justice, not the Criminal Court, right? Because they're two different things.
Yes, no, International Court of Justice. International Court of Justice, ICJ, not International Criminal Court.
Just in the interim period, so there were. Let's just go back now. So this could take a while, another 2 years at least, right? In the interim period,
yes, it will take.
Yeah, what is that interim finding, and what is the value of that interim finding against Israel?
You would recall that was a year and 2 years ago when South Africa went to the court, where the court indicated that Israel must halt its activities and made recommendations to ensure that you protect the plight of the Palestinians in Gaza, even going as far as insisting that Israel must allow the humanitarian assistance to be delivered in Gaza. So those were the interim interventions trying to assist the people of Gaza in terms of what has been happening in that part of the country.
All right. Sophie Mokoena, thanks for your time. And of course, it may be a useful exercise to go back to what were the findings then, what were the recommendations by the ICJ then, and how much of those findings and recommendations were carried out by Israel itself. Sophie Mokoena will, I'm sure, talk more about with her some other time. What about youth unemployment? It's a big issue that we've covered all week. We'll do it again next.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend?
It's my way, Jomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month.
My way insurance?
Yes! Now I have more money back in my pocket, even though hubby switched to my way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way.
Savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah,
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Wat dink jy?
Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X. It just got real.
50 years later, Youth Month, the voices.
Soweto, under fire. The country's largest township had a dark cloud hovering over it. June 16, 1976, presented a new form of resistance towards the Afrikaans language policy introduced under the Bantu education in 1953 under the then apartheid government. On that fateful day of June the 16th, what was supposed to be a peaceful protest by black students against the Afrikaans language policy turned ugly. Police fired at thousands of protesting students, killing 176 of them and leaving thousands injured.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa. 50 years later. Only on SAfm. Leading the conversations that move us.
Right, so if your child's aftercare costs were becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to OutSurance saved 63-year-old Almero 417 rands on his 2021 Ford Ranger. Get a quote now, and if OutSurance can't save you money, we'll ask for $500 or 1,500 rands if you've been claim free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's and C's and information online.
The big issue on the National Pulse.
Right, the big issue this week is youth unemployment. It's in Youth Month, but the issue of unemployment will not go away. And every year we talk about the same thing and nothing seems to be happening. So what about the interventions that are taking place or should be taking place? With me today is Tiani Motlaba, the Chief Operations Officer at Africa Tikkun. Tiani, I appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you, Ashraf.
Thank you. So you've got some specific, solutions, I would take it, around youth unemployment to move from a position of youth unemployment to youth employed, right?
Yeah. So
go for it. Yeah, tell me.
Yeah. So it's Africa Tikkun. We basically talk about pathways when it comes to youth unemployment solutioning. So we normally think of a young person going to a skills program or completing a university course and waiting to get employment. With us, it's about also whilst waiting to be employed, it's critical for a young person to say, okay, how do I make my own money whilst I'm waiting for employment? And that then kicks in the issue of nurturing entrepreneurship amongst young people. So we need to foster that narrative of saying, well, you can't just be waiting for an opportunity. If you have a skill, you can basically start some side hustling. Then when you find a job, because what that does also, it gives you an experience. You can't find work sometimes because you don't have experience. And how do you find, experience if you don't have a job?
Is that something that Africa Tikkun itself drives? I mean, besides you talking about pathways, do you actually create the pathways as well?
We do, and we don't do it on our own because no one can do it alone. We partner with similar organizations. Like if young people go to SA Youth Mobi, powered by Harambe, who are our strategic partners as well. There's a myriad of opportunities on their website where young people can literally apply, for work opportunities. From a skills point of view, we partner with the Maharishi Institute and DYICT, amongst others, to make sure that we capacitate young people with technological skills that are, in demand. I mean, AI and digital skills have become very, very, in demand, and therein lies the opportunity for young people. Similarly, we train them in solar installation and maintenance. If you look at the green energy and renewable energy space, that there'll be rising demands for that skill over the next 10 to 20 years, and whilst benefiting them locally, but it creates global opportunities for them. So they become very mobile, to go anywhere else in the world, to get employed and a living.
Now, you said there's I think you said millions of opportunities, right? available for these young people. Now, if that's the case and there's so many unemployed, how come they haven't taken up these millions of opportunities?
Firstly, there are a number of structural challenges for young people, especially if you look at the youth in the townships. Most work opportunities are centered in the big metros, eThekwini, Joburg, Tshwane, and Cape Town, to mention those big four. And the ones that are on the outskirts of those metros, have to travel, and traveling requires money. And also access to, digital connectivity, your Wi-Fi and all that to be able to apply, also becomes another structural challenge. So yes, it's about access to that information. Like I said, if any young person right now can open their phone with Wi-Fi, connectivity and go to SAmRadio, they'll find, work opportunities there. But also there are skills programs that they can tap into. Without access to digital connectivity, it's impossible for them to even know where to go in the first place.
And I was just going to say, isn't that the problem, that they not even have their own mobile phones, let alone connectivity? I mean, that's the level of deprivation amongst many people in our country.
Absolutely, spot on. So, and hence, with the partners that we work with, MTN in this regard, out in Diepsloot, we've put together, for that community in Diepsloot, an ICT skills hub, where for free young people in and around Diepsloot can come and go online and have ICT skills training in cybersecurity, for example. And we have that also in Mzansi Digital, which is Africa Tikkun, in partnership with Microsoft, where young people can access and learn and get certification in Microsoft technologies. And that is very, very much zero rated, the Mzansi Digital one.
What's your last thought? I mean, what's your broad opinion about what should organizations like yours, other NGOs, NPOs and business, what role should they be playing that they're not doing at the moment effectively to ensure that the move from unemployed to employed gathers steam and gathers momentum very, very quickly? Like, we don't have 5 years to talk about this.
No, we don't. Ideally, in other countries where they're successful, and it's what we're trying to do here, is that, we need to make sure that young people have access to support and counseling. Psychosocial support services are very big and in demand. Young people are going through stress, anxiety, and in our centers, and I think government, departments of social services, and the likes can do a lot, and social workers out there and psychologists who wants to volunteer to provide, psychological counseling and support to these young people to give them hope again. Because what we do, our currency is hope. We give young people hope, we show them where to go, we inspire, we coach them in entrepreneurship, then they go for it.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Tiani Motlaba, the Chief Operations Officer at Africa Tikkun. We'll have another edition of The Big Issue, and this issue this entire week is around the issue of youth unemployment. It is that important. So we'll talk to someone else of importance about that important issue tomorrow. Right now it's 4 o'clock. Here's the news with Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, ANC caucus calls out behavior of some foreign nationals and extradition expected for suspects in Kruger National Park murder. For SAFM News, I am Ondela and a very good afternoon. The ANC Parliamentary Caucus has condemned what it has described as arrogant behavior shown by some foreign nationals living in the country. The party's chief whip, Mdumiseni Nduli, addressed the media in Parliament on several issues, including recent protest action by groups undocumented foreign nationals of taking over the local economy and jobs mad for South Africans. Nduli has urged employment agencies as well as employers to comply with the laws of the country.
The ANC caucus strongly condemns the behavior of some foreign nationals who display arrogance and contempt towards South Africa, its people and the law. The ANC caucus notes the pressures facing our economy and the persistently high rate of unemployment. We therefore urge employment agencies and employers to comply with both labor and migration laws.
South Africa is expected to begin the formal extradition process of 2 suspects linked to the murder of tourists at Crook's Corner in the northern Kruger National Park. The suspects have appeared in a court in Mozambique after their arrest. The couple, Dana and Ernest Marie from Mossel Bay in the Western Cape, were killed about 3 weeks ago after they had entered the park 2 days earlier. Their bodies were later discovered at the banks of the Luvumbu River. The Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, Willie Okamp, says the arrest followed a cross-border cooperation involving park authorities and law enforcement agencies in South Africa and Mozambique.
I would like to thank all of those who have worked tirelessly to ensure these arrests. This includes SANParks, South African Police Services, as well as the Mozambican authorities. South Africa will now start the formal extradition process to get the suspects to South Africa to stand trial for this heinous crime. I have engaged with my colleagues in the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, as well as Justice, to emphasize the importance of securing the suspects' return to South Africa to face trial for this heinous crime.
The Huguenot Tunnel in Paarl has been closed to heavy motor vehicles due to strong winds in the area. The Western Cape Mobility Department says the closure is a precautionary safety measure. Provincial Traffic Chief Maxine Bezuidenhout says light motor vehicles are still permitted to pass through the tunnel.
Heavy motor vehicles are advised to make use of the alternate route via the De Kloof Pass and to exercise extreme caution. Our traffic officers are monitoring conditions closely, and we appeal to all road users to remain patient and prioritize safety.
The Electoral Commission says strengthening public trust in elections remains a challenge despite much progress. The IEC, alongside the Electoral Commission's Forum of SADC countries and International IDEA, is hosting the 13th New Commissioners Orientation Program in Johannesburg. The 3-day program is designed to equip newly appointed electoral leaders with the governance, leadership and crisis management skills needed to deliver credible, transparent and peaceful elections. IEC Chairperson Mosotho Mwebia says the initiative also strengthens regional cooperation and democratic institutions across Southern Africa.
There is a cross-pollination that takes place when we have an occasion such as this. But also we are sending a very strong message to our own colleagues in countries, to our voters, to our governments, that we are united in SADC in seeking the good for democracy in our region. We work together. We accept that no one can develop and be an island of expertise, of excellence, if the others are left behind. So we want to rise and rise together.
Kuwait says a terminal building at its international airport has been hit by Iranian drones, resulting in several injuries and severe damage to facilities. Flights have been suspended or diverted. It comes as skirmishes between U.S. and Iranian forces test the Tunis ceasefire. The BBC's Yolandi Nell has more details.
The attack on Kuwait caused severe damage to the airport's terminal building, the Kuwaiti Civil Aviation Authority says. Flights have been suspended until further notice. The latest exchange of fire between the US and Iran appears to have begun when US forces fired at an empty tanker trying to break through their naval blockade of Iranian ports. US Central Command says it also conducted strikes on Qeshm Island in the Strait of Hormuz in response to attempted attacks by Iran. Iran retaliated by firing missiles at Kuwait and Bahrain, US regional allies where it has military bases. But the US said earlier these had fallen short or were intercepted.
Recapping the top story, the ANC Parliamentary Caucus has condemned what it has described as arrogant behaviour shown by some foreign nationals living in the country. I'm Mondolambana for SAFM News. Headlines at 4:30.
And coming up in sports, some great news for Bafana after they've been boosted by Modiba's fitness news ahead of World Cup opener. Fritz defends his decision to select Leclerc, and Leclerc renews Ferrari deal before Monaco Grand Prix. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Our top story, the continuing closure of the N3 going out of Durban towards Pietermaritzburg. The road is closed because of this morning's crash that happened just after Marion Hill Plaza. The road closed between the Richmond Road exit at Pinetown and Shongweni. So it's an extensive closure. Big backlog of truck traffic stuck there approaching the closure. The N3 passing Pinetown, very heavy. And the alternative route, which takes you up Fields Hill down to Hillcrest, that is now blocked with a crash on that M13 going west at Old Main. Lane. So that traffic queue on the alternative backlogging from actually the top of Fields Hill. It's very heavy today. The M7 from Queensborough heading into Pinetown. There's a big backlog of traffic as well. Joburg looks generally okay ahead of the main rush hour. There is an unusual queue heading home to Protea Glen and Lenasia. N12 westbound down towards Klipstraat Valley. That's heavy. And coming out of Central Cape Town, a crash on the N2 at Mowbray Main Road. It means Nelson Mandela Boulevard and Philip Cosano, those highways coming out of the city centre, under pressure to Hospital Bend and then into that Mowbray crash scene. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Here, SAfm 105.7 FM in Cape Town. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
I'll tell you what, there's been so many people responding to the conversation we had with two people, Daniel Steyn of Ground Up, and then the response from Jacinta Ngobesi Zuma of March in March. Now, whatever your thoughts are, we've got them, and as soon as we get a chance, we'll take live calls and or WhatsApp comments or tweets, right? And whatever, I mean, of course, some people are going to agree with one party and the other. I mean, just think it through. But as you do that, let's look at the solutions to where we are right now in dealing with this issue of, well, we've discussed it before, is the foreign national crisis, right? Also, further comments on the ICJ countdown now regarding South Africa, Gaza, Israel, the genocide case. What's your thoughts on that? It's just a countdown, I know that, but just thoughts in terms of the initial recommendations made by the ICJ. How much of that was actually kept and adhered to by Israel? Just any thoughts you may want to pick up on that conversation too. I'll tell you what we're going to do. Let's talk about a winning university. Wits, right after this.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with "Ta! Ta!"
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
I say my camera is my weapon, and I have to show the world as to how apartheid works.
I know it's not the time though. I know. I feel like we've lost that fighting spirit that those kids had back then. And I know we've had things like Fees Must Fall, but I feel like there's so much more we have to fight for as the youth of 2026, the youth of today. We've got a big unemployment rate. What are we doing about it? Nothing. So to me, June 16, whenever I think about it, I remember how young people can fight for change and actually create change.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
Well, in the midst of much of the debate and turmoil that we often have to cover on the show, the National Pulse, because, I mean, really, here's the point. Why do you tune into the show? You want to get a feel for what the nation feels, isn't it? That's what I would tune in for. Get a feel of what the nation feels or is feeling. Well, away from that for the moment, the nation should feel good about the latest accolade to Wits University, or for Wits University. Wits has been crowned the top university in Africa in the 2026 Center for World University Rankings, which is the acronym being CWUR. Let's understand how they got that nod and what does that really mean. Dr. Zamia Chasi is the head of internationalization and strategic partnerships. Much appreciate your time here on the National Pulse. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Ashraf. It's wonderful to be with you, and good afternoon to you and your listeners.
Thank you indeed. Right. So first of all, let's talk about what does it mean to you? When they say WITS is ranked 1 in Africa, I would think that UCT, UJ are close behind, but what does it mean to WITS?
No, it's a wonderful accolade, as you can imagine, and we are really, this is excellent news, and being number 1 always gives you bragging rights. And we are enjoying that, but we also recognize that, of course, these rankings, are measurements of persistent performance over time. And so this is wonderful that we are being able to celebrate that we've ranked in place 200 of all the universities ranked in this particular ranking globally and number 1 in South Africa and Africa.
I mean, I see the Vice Chancellor of WITS, Professor Zebulon Vilagazi, who's somebody I've chatted to before, made the point, and I'm quoting him, saying that notwithstanding some of the misgivings around ranking systems, this ranking is important because it uses objective data to rank universities on a whole different. Tell me about that. The key point he made is it's not just a questionnaire, but objective data. What was the measure?
Yes, absolutely. That is true. And another measure of why this ranking is particularly important to us is actually the number of institutions that are included. There were more than 21,000 universities globally that were assessed on the basis of objective and transparent criteria. And this particular ranking looked into 4 kind of like key areas. Education, weighted at 25% of overall scores, employability also at 25%, faculty at 10%, and research at 40%. And so this includes, for example, the academic success of the alumni of the university, the professional success of the alumni of the university in terms of employability and how they are able to find employment after their studies, the number of academic staff that have excelled in their fields and have been awarded, academic distinctions, prizes, etc., etc. And then, of course, when it comes to research, and WITS University is a research-intensive university, the research output, the publications, the impact, and the citations in terms of how many times, other people talk about the work that you do. And all of that has come together and has been combined for this particular ranking system, and it does not include, and I think that's what Professor Vilakazi alluded to, it does not include reputation surveys that are essentially based on perceptions, and this is why, we think this is a particularly important ranking for us. In that sense.
What is, with 1 in Africa, but the other number that's also important is that WITS then is ranked in the top 1% of universities in the world, right?
Yes, that's correct.
How difficult is it to get into that top 1%?
Well, it is very difficult, but as I said, Ashraf, it is really, the efforts over many years of consistent work across the academic spectrum, in the areas of teaching and learning, research and innovation, but also community engagement. And if you look at, we don't really have an exact number of how many universities actually exist around the globe, but one of the estimates that we often hear is 25,000. So if you look at the number of institutions that were assessed in this particular ranking, 21,291 is the exact number. So that's about 85% of all universities that exist globally. And so for WITS to be able to say we rank number 1 in South Africa and in Africa, is a considerable achievement, and that.
Let's take a step back and just reflect on, outside of the research that you just mentioned, right? What makes a winning university? I mean, there are many components that makes a winning university. What for you makes it?
Yes. Well, I think an important part that is also really reflected here in this ranking is, for example, the quality of your studies as reflected in the successes of your graduates, of your alumni. So one of the important rankings here, for example, in the CWUR ranking is employability. And that is the measure of the professional success of the alumni that the institution has. And WITS has achieved a ranking of 97 globally, which really, highlights the caliber and the competitiveness of WITS graduates, not only in the South African marketplace, but of course also internationally. And that is something that aligns with, WITS studies that we've conducted ourselves, exit surveys, that show that 95% of employed graduates managed to secure that employment within 6 months of completing their studies at the institution. And that, I think, really confirms WITS' reputation in South Africa, in Africa, and globally for producing highly employable graduates. So I think that is one area, that we are
although this comes
proud of.
at a time in South Africa that far too many graduates are graduating and are jobless.
Absolutely. And I think this is also important to see that while we are competing internationally with universities around the globe that exist in very different higher education systems and sectors, we always have to be mindful about our location in Johannesburg, in South Africa, and to see, what does this mean? What is the bigger societal context in which we operate? And there are a number of challenges, and the one that you've mentioned around youth unemployment is definitely something that we have to be very concerned about.
I think the WITS slogan has changed from, WITS gives you the edge before, if I'm not mistaken, to WITS for good now. I know that, right? So maybe if I can include both then, what gives WITS, in your opinion, the edge at national community level in South Africa? What gives it the edge to be an institute for good?
Well, I think it is reflected in these particular rankings. It's the quality of our programs, it's the quality and impact and global reach of the research that happens at the university. I mean, that is very, clearly indicated in the research indicators that also form part of this assessment. Our research output, the publications, the research influence and impact, and the citations. And I think that is, an overall reflection of the role that the university has to advance knowledge, of course, and to produce excellent graduates and to make a contribution to society, not only in South Africa, but globally.
And before we conclude, I noticed there's another award there that needs to be celebrated, the Global Innovation Index Awards, and WITS, again, the top-ranked university in sub-Saharan Africa with regard to innovation. Tell me, what does innovation mean in the academic space?
Innovation means many things, but I think this particular award, is also around how innovative your programs are, how innovative your research is, what kind of solutions you find in the commercialization space, and this is how institutions translate research, knowledge, technology into economic and social impact. And that is, one way in which WITS University and other universities in South Africa and elsewhere are part of the broader innovation ecosystem. And that is something that was measured in the ranking that you are referring to.
So let's end with this. I mean, as you celebrate being Africa's number one, and in the 1% of the world, you probably want to aspire to be the number one in the entire world one day, right? What's missing at WITS? What would you like to see happen?
What is missing?
Yeah, where are you still falling short? Like, what's on your wish list?
Well, there are always areas in which we can improve, and perhaps not necessarily in this ranking, but, we spoke, I think, at the beginning around other rankings that exist. Some of the challenges that we would have, for example, are around ratios, faculty to student ratios and how we can improve on that. And again, some of these challenges around infrastructures and resources that we share with our South African counterparts around the country. So there's always ways in which we can improve. And we take many of these ranking tools as benchmarking exercises that show us, what are some of the areas where we can do even better. But I think for this one in particular, when you are in the number one spot, I think we will have to work very hard to remain there.
For now, WITS for good, I suppose. Dr. Zamia Chasi, Head of Internationalization and Strategic Partnerships, with the news that WITS, Africa's top university and in the top 1% globally. I mean, that's the type of champion stories we must reflect on, because there's some magic happening in our country.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
Let's talk indeed. In fact, let's really talk, you and I, because of the double conversations we had regarding Ground Up and March. We couldn't take any of your calls. So here's a chance. You're part of the Pulse community. I need to get feedback. I need to get reaction from you on any of the issues. The March Ground Up piece and the March response on those numbers. Which one for you is the most telling? What makes the most sense to you? What does not? Then the issue of the ICJ. Then the issue of youth unemployment that really we cannot whisk away. It is that important. And now the issue of Wits University being acknowledged as Africa's number one. Right, to your calls first. Mastermind in Middleburg. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Ashraf and your listeners of SAFM.
Good talking to you, Mastermind. Right, what's your point?
No, I want to just comment about this foreign people, because you see, really they give us a very confusion as a country, and we seem just like we divided. Why I say this, because now Daniel, as you say, his comment on behalf of the foreign people, talking about the measuring, percentage.
Yeah, but his comment is not on behalf of the foreign people. His comment is him doing an assessment of what he felt Jacinta Ngobese made statements, and he double-checked that, and according to him, he says she's got the numbers wrong. So it's on behalf of his periodical, the Ground Up publication.
Okay. No, so me, as far as I stand, Ashraf, you see, other people or other organizations that they defending the foreign people, how can we all agree on a wrong thing, Ashraf? Firstly, these people we are talking about, they have broken the law to come in the country illegally. So,
no, but do you want to comment on the numbers? I'll tell you why, because we've discussed this so often before. I want to talk about, are there any of the numbers that Ground Up said, Jacinta said, that you agree or disagree with? Can we just focus on that?
No, ground numbers, you see, Ashraf, we can never tell, because there are foreign people who are even government themselves doesn't know them. So you can't have a realistic of that numbers.
Okay, got that. You say the numbers could be wrong, because if they can't find them or they're undocumented, how can they find them? Points taken. Fix in Cape Town, hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your producers and to your listeners.
Thanks,
I just need to raise 2 points quickly. The first one is that of foreign nationals. It's a lie that the foreign nationals are not contributing to crime, and it's very huge numbers of crime committed because of foreign nationals. Because, look, we have our young brothers and sisters, our children that are actually killing each other. Fighting off drugs territories because of foreign nationals. There's a place, or there are towns in the Eastern Cape. I'm wrong by saying there's a place. There are towns in the Eastern Cape whereby there used to be non-drugs. But you later discover that even in the villages, we have so much drugs that are actually distributed by the foreign nationals that makes our brothers and sisters kill each other, most particularly those that are actually selling drugs.
Yeah, but I mean, can you stick with the numbers? I mean, that's what I'm trying to say, because I'm not being disrespectful to you, but these conversations, we can't have the same conversation daily. What I am saying is, for today, there were claims made by Jacinta. Those were refuted by Ground Up. She's come on and she's refuted their claims. Are there any parts of that you agree or disagree with?
No, my brother, I agree with Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, but the media is actually making money through defending a foreign national.
How's the media? How's the media doing that? Like, okay, how's SAFM making money by defending the foreign nationals?
Most of the media houses are supported by whites. Whites are gaining a lot from
the
presence of
what I'm asking, how are we making money by defending foreign nationals? I mean, do we have placards that say how are we doing that?
what I'm saying, Ashraf, is that the media is controlled mostly by whites. Never mind about the fact that the other media, like you guys as SAFM, you're actually controlled by the corrupt, which is the ANC. And Cyril Ramaphosa, that is actually, his son is married to a foreign national.
So
right?
one is
and
white and the other is corrupt. What's
Ramaphosa,
the alternative now? We got white and we got corrupt. What's the alternative?
No, it's just to vote these guys out, while at the same time we should go in the streets and remove these people because they are undocumented. Even those who are actually undocumented, by the way, on Ashraf, they actually received the documentation fraudulently from the corrupt. They are actually in their home affairs.
Fix, you've made your point. I want to move on. I need to speak to others as well. You've made your point. Happy to chat to you anytime again down the line. Is the media complicit? I mean, and complicit in what? There's a sense, and I hear this to say, the media is defending foreign nationals like vehemently as if, they are now, we're on their side type of thing. Like, tell me how, but not emotionally, but logically. How are we doing that? Magdalene in Bloemfontein, hello.
Hello, Ashraf.
Yes,
Ashraf,
good talking to you.
You said, yes, you said we should also think of the way forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, for sure. Ashraf, let me just recall something. Mr. Mangope said in Soto, in Tswana, he said, point means that if ever the government of ANC, which is the ruling government now, was considering that let's just develop our citizens first economically to have economic power first with the resources that we have. And then is then that we can move and check what is it that we can help out to our counterparts in other countries. But this is a serious clause which is implemented by ANC. The second thing is that these people need to leave South Africa in order for us to collect a collective, informative data, whereby we will see what is we supposed to rehabilitate. Because we're supposed to rehabilitate the structure, the human person.
But how much of the blame would be on those who have failed to govern?
Come again?
Can you not, if there's so much wrong in our country, how much of that can you not attribute to those who are in government who have failed to govern?
We'll be able, once these people are leaving, we'll be able to can chase them out of our parliament and establish the new government, which will be for the people, by the people, to the people.
Don't you think that's been happening already? Magdalene, I'm going to move on. Got that. Let's get another quick comment on some of the other issues that we have. Here's one responding to that issue too.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and to fellow SFM listeners. I just want to say to Jacinta, if she's listening, we are so proud of you. My sister, you are doing a very good job. We don't know where this war is going to end, but you are fighting a very good battle. People on the ground are 100% behind you. We understand, can just stay strong. Ignore the media and the NGOs and those who have an interest and people who have an option to live most white people have an option to pack up and go if South Africa does not work. We don't. We have to make this country work. So let us not listen to the establishment and the media. Thank you so much for fighting for most of us, my sister. Thank you very much.
But what is this? What is the media saying? Has the media ever said that people who are foreign nationals must not be in this country, or rather they must be in this country no matter what? Has the media ever said, as we ever said, that even if you're undocumented, this is your home for life, like you have to be here, and others, what they're saying is wrong? Have we, as the media, have we ever said that? I don't know. Well, not, I certainly have not said so. Right, 4:30, news headlines, here's Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the Western Cape government has strongly condemned the violent attacks on alleged undocumented immigrants in the province. The ANC Parliamentary Caucus has condemned what it has described as arrogant behavior shown by some foreign nationals living in the country, and a Kimberley father has been sentenced to 6 years direct imprisonment for assaulting his 13-year-old son with HIV. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Top story on the traffic desk this afternoon. Major disruption out of Durban towards Pietermaritzburg. The N3 remains closed following this morning's major truck crash just west of Marion Hill Plaza. The N3 is closed to the Richmond Road exit. Traffic is currently parked on the highway back as far as Paradise Valley. There's a lot of congestion on the M7 from Queensborough heading out towards that congested N3. There's a lot of pressure as well. Stapleton, Underwood, Huntstep and those sort of routes between Pinetown and Queensborough very heavily backed up, and there's a big queue of traffic along the alternative M13 from Fields Hill up through Kloof and all the way down to Hillcrest, and then more queues on the M13 as you get back onto the N3 at Key Ridge. If you're needing to get out to Pietermaritzburg this afternoon, it really is very heavy. You've always got the option, of course, to avoid all that by going south into Toti and then taking the Umbumbulu Road. It's not really that much further to travel, but you'll do it quicker than on the N3 and associated routes through Pinetown into the closure. Joburg this afternoon, N1 now sitting between Buccleuch and the busy Winnie Mandela off-ramp. The N12 home to Lenasia, quite heavy queues from Golden Highway exit at Eldos down towards the Klipsrand Valley exit. M1 through Midrand and up through Pretoria, not looking too bad today. And Cape Town, if you're coming out of the city centre, a crash just past Hospital Bend on the N2 has been cleared. Just left a busy set of highways, Nelson Mandela Boulevard and Philip Kosana out towards the Bend are heavy. M5 is pretty slow today as well, sitting from the Kuberg interchange all the way down to Racecourse Road in the Kenilworth area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Kapele.
Right, Jimmy, you got some good news. Well, Bafana's got some good news, right?
Let's start things off with football this hour, where there's some good news coming out from Bafana camp, with Mamelodi Sundowns left back Aubrey Mudiba said to be ready for the opening game against Mexico. This is after he arrived in camp with some uncertainty as he was recovering from a hamstring injury. Bafana coach Hugo Bruce has confirmed that he will miss the Jamaica game, but he is looking good for the World Cup opener. Elsewhere, Iran's national football team will arrive in Mexico early Sunday to set up base for the FIFA World Cup. Team Melli departs Turkey on Saturday afternoon and is scheduled to land in Tijuana around 1:30 a.m. local time. The squad will play a final warm-up match against Mali tomorrow, having beaten Gambia 3-1 last week. Now, Iran are still awaiting U.S. visas, with federations saying that the approvals for Mexico were expected this week before U.S. clearance follows. The team shifted its base from Arizona to Tijuana amid tensions that are linked to the recent conflict. They are drawn in Group G, and Iran face New Zealand, Belgium in Los Angeles on the 15th of June and the 21st, before meeting Egypt in Seattle on the 26th of June. In the meantime, FIFA have confirmed the final squad list for the 2026 World Cup, with 1,248 players across 48 nations set to compete in Canada, Mexico, and the United States. The list features 357 returning players and 891 debutants, underlining both continuity and renewal. Scotland is the oldest, while Mexico is the youngest. Debutants Cabo Verde, Curaçao, and Jordan and Uzbekistan will make historic first appearances, while Lionel Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Guillermo Ochoa are set for record-breaking sixth campaigns. So in a total, 449 clubs from 71 countries are represented, with Qatar and Saudi Arabia relying almost entirely on domestic squads, while nations like Senegal and Uruguay draw exclusively from overseas leagues. Ghana's Carlos Queiroz will coach at his 5th consecutive World Cup. In terms of swimming, South Africa's president Alan Fritz has defended the decision to include veteran star Chad le Clos in the 21-member squad submitted to the South African Sports Confederation and Olympic Committee for the upcoming Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. goal. Fritz says that Leclerc has earned his place in the team through his performances and remains very capable of winning medals at major international competitions. The games are scheduled to take place from the 23rd of July to the 2nd of August, and Leclerc is among several experienced swimmers named in the squad alongside athletes such as Colleen Cobbett and Peter Kotze.
Oh, Commonwealth Games is a serious games. It's about medals. And besides that, Chad Leclerc is qualified. Besides that, Chad is very, very good for our team, swimming team. He's a motivator. He's the glue that they need. And he passes his knowledge on to the younger athletes. He's just a fantastic athlete. You must remember he's done South Africa proud. And we love him in the team. And he's still swimming very good.
Then finally, in motorsport, Ferrari have confirmed a new long-term contract for Charles Leclerc. This is ahead of his home Grand Prix in Monaco this weekend. The 28-year-old who joined the team in 2019 has raced 155 times for the side, winning 8 Grand Prix. He is currently third in the Drivers' Championship and also boasts a superb record in Monaco with 3 pole positions in the past 6 years. And Leclerc says that continuing with Ferrari is definitely a dream and a responsibility, adding that he remains determined to help bring the World Championship back home. With that said, it's a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Remember Chad Leclerc? I mean, I want to remember him all the time, just winning. Certainly hope he can get back to where he really was those years ago. It was just absolute magic. Chad Leclerc.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This June, Youth Month, SAfm brings South Africans together across generations to reflect, challenge, remember, and reimagine the future. From students to struggle veterans, from campus radio to community voices, from 1976 to 2026. This is 50 years later. A month-long national conversation only on SAfm. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, as always, it's Makwe Masilela from Makwe Fund Managers who's got all those numbers. Let's start with the interims from Fair Vest.
Yes, Ashraf, this is a diversified property owner of 130 properties in retail, office and industrial properties, valued at almost 13.5 billion. They also own a 55.3% stake in what they call One Path Investment. Basically, this company owns fiber infrastructure in townships, which is then rented to fiber network operators to provide high-quality internet access to township homes and communities. Revenue up 15%, property income up 8%, vacancies only at 5%, and the loan to value very low, 26%, and their profit is headline earnings per share up 5.3%. Ashraf Global Stock started the session struggling to build on the record gains as growing strains on the ceasefire between US and Iran sent oil prices higher for a third straight day. Bond yields advanced across most markets as oil prices stoked concerns about inflationary pressures, and the cautious mood follows of the flare-ups that we've seen in the Middle East that are also testing a fragile truce between Washington and Tehran. And locally, we saw our May business activity declining from 51.6 in April to 49.6 as rising fuel cost weighed on the private sector. The yellow metal edged lower as fresh Middle East tensions powered an uptick in oil prices and kept the prospect of inflation-driven central bank interest rate hikes in play. And Brent crude, gold as it is down 0.7% at 4,455. Platinum down 1.4% at 1,906. 6. Oil prices rose for a third day session as hostilities fled in the Gulf after U.S. and Iran peace talks stalled, and Brent crude is up 2% at $97 a barrel. Global stocks impacted by new negative developments in the Middle East, with the JSE down almost 1% and all our financials are trying to trade in the green, and the rand weakened 0.4% against the dollar 16.29, 21.87 against the pound and 18.90 against the euro.
Perfect. Thanks for that, Mark. We will connect again tomorrow, on the National Pulse.
SAFM. Prime time all day long. Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Indeed, let's have the conversation. You are part of the Pulse community. You have a view, you have an opinion. When you come on, just make the point and back it up if you can. Sometimes people make sweeping statements. I'm not saying I must agree. I don't have to agree with you at all. In fact, we can disagree. But let's be clear. If you're making a comment, just back it up with whatever you're saying. So here's one.
Ashraf, I think we as South Africans need to stop playing a blame game. We need to take responsibility of our country. Jacinda is doing that. Our role is to support her as patriotic South Africans. Nobody will allow what is happening in our country. Even these foreigners will never allow it in their own country. So please, let us just try to be patriotic before we become these saints who we don't know where they come from. Lindane from Devon.
In fact, here's a good question, Lindani. What does being patriotic mean? What does it really mean? Explain. Let's be patriotic.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. It's Edward. Ashraf, I would want to differ with your last point with Jacinta on the migration crisis in South Africa. Don't be fooled by ANC because they want to cover up for their failures. If you go to Botswana and Zambia, those other countries, they are managing their migration well. It's impossible for you to get employment as an illegal migrant, unlike in South Africa.
Right, you made your points clearly. Now, the other issue, the big issue of unemployment.
Hi, Ashraf. I'm speaking to Sipo here. Ashraf, I don't think it's fair for you to say it's an exaggeration to say illegal immigration is contributing to unemployment in South Africa. Because if you can check, the hospitality industry alone is dominated by the foreign nationals. It's becoming difficult now to find a South African in the hospitality industry. And then how many people are there? And then this industry has got how many jobs? And then it's only dominated by foreign nationals. So they are contributing a lot. So South Africans must stay at home without a job. Guys, you need to be fair on South African. Thank you.
You see, I'll tell you what, I must correct you on this one because I think I hear this every day. When I say something that's not my words, that I repeat what somebody else has said, then people listen in and say, I said so. So I never said that it's an exaggeration. I actually said the ground-up piece says that the claims made by Jacinta are an exaggeration. And therefore we then gave her right of reply. I never said that. So just be careful when we ask questions. Doesn't actually necessarily mean I agree with the statement. I can ask a question or I can quote somebody else. It's actually quoting them. It doesn't actually mean it's me. I just thought you needed to hear that. Yeah.
If the ANC government can stand firm on SADC leaders, we won't have any problem of illegal immigrants. Because if the SADC region can fix their problems, there will be no asylum seekers in South Africa, because most of the people who are asylum seekers here, they don't qualify for that. They don't qualify for asylum seekers because there are no problems in their country. The problem is their government. It's Paramani Ndombela in Pinetown.
Well, look, I think that part goes without saying, and you can go back to South Africa's position regarding Zimbabwe in particular. At the time when Robert Mugabe was at the height of his power, and South Africa's soft diplomacy, turning a blind eye when many in Zimbabwe were saying something completely different. Who knows what would have happened if we were stronger against Zimbabwe, and need I say it, stronger against Zimbabwe, as we have also taken up stronger positions. Yes, I'll even mention that with regards to Palestine against Israel, meaning we should do both. But were we too soft on Zimbabwe, and are we paying the price of that now? Because those borders are our borders. They've never solved the problems. It's not in our interest that we have a poor, weak Zimbabwe. We need a thriving Zimbabwe and a thriving South Africa and a thriving Lesotho and Mozambique and all the other countries that neighbor us immediately. It is in our interest. So what should we do to turn that around? Calls now, KZN. We go to Madlokovu. Thanks for joining us. Hi.
Ashraf, I think the part that concerns me the most, which actually is dangerous, is the fact that the main issue here is illegal foreigners. And that seems to be changed all the time, and then people are labeled as against the movement of people in the continent and all that and such. But if we start this thing, somebody asked, where do we start? If we start this thing from illegal foreigners, let's deal with that first and foremost, and then all other issues then should be sorted along the way. But that, when the civil society is up against that, the people who are actually criminals, and then you have politicians saying all sorts of things and saying people are against our migration and what have you, and then you have others. And then one of your guests was on your program was saying people need to be educated, and these people need to assume the role of ordinary people in South Africa to actually feel what is happening, So I think how this thing, the narrative is changed from illegal foreigners to people, being against migration and so on. I think it's just created.
But let's be fair. There are people who have actually said, you must go, you're a foreigner, you must go now. And they've tried to chase them out. And that is what's given rise to the other narrative, which is not get South Africa in order, but get rid of foreign nationals no matter what, and taking them with a whip. That has also happened. I'm not saying it's happened all the time.
To whom? Who are they saying to? To asylum seekers, you mean?
No, they may have been saying it to a foreign national. I get that. But, how do you go person to person and do the work of government? That would then border on vigilantism.
Well,
that doesn't have a good...
If there's a vacuum, in any country, Ashton, when there is a vacuum, because even the issue of, I think your guest also mentioned something, that these people are all over, they are employed and so on and so on. So where are the labor inspectors and so on? So you have the abnormal, overwhelming the country. And then the people, ordinary people, must just sit and fold arms. When you go to hospital, these people are there. Basically, they are taking over in a way, because then the system is overloaded. You go to schools, and so the people whose children don't go to those schools will never understand.
Okay, I got that. I'm going to move on, only because of time. I'm going to move on. Look, I take your point about the vacuum, and therefore that goes back to the role of government. The fact is, for a long, long time, government has turned a blind eye to the issues of foreign nationals, undocumented, and they just left it alone. And now we have a problem. And government and the people must actually sort it out. But you also can't do things on your own, because then you create this vigilantism, which very rarely, does it ever produce good results? Maybe you can give me examples of when it's done. Just think about Tagat, for example, in the Western Cape. Right, more to come on other issues, including a thought leader conversation that you certainly would want to hear.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
EFC is live this Thursday. The continent's most dominant women in MMA are set to collide in the Ultimate Champion versus Champion showdown. Reigning EFC flyweight champion Amanda Mad Dog Lino, a force behind some of the most brutal moments in EFC history, defends her throne against Nigeria's own Juliet Chukwu, the reigning bantamweight champion. EFC 134, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
In case you missed it.
I understand you've been using a GLP, Bonnie. How's it going?
The side effect is that I've lost weight. I've lost 21 kilograms. That's been the nice side effect.
Yes.
You know, there are some bad side effects when you start. Another side effect, which my friends say now, oh, it's a negative side effect, is that my alcohol intake got to be so low.
Listen properly.
My alcohol intake got to be so low.
That's a great side effect. I'm sure that saves you lots of money as well.
That was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph. Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
Right, so at least once a week we have this thought leader conversation. Today it's on what is termed an invisible supply chain crisis, which is driving South Africa's food inflation. It does argue, like, what drives inflation? What drives food inflation? Let's get the thoughts of someone who's put it all together. Wesley Niman, of the Department of Business Management at the University of Pretoria. Wesley, appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Afternoon, Ashraf.
Thank you. I'm not going to run through your piece because I'm going to get you to do so. I mean, you've raised maybe 3 or 4 key points, right, around your point of an invisible supply chain that drives South Africa's food inflation. Tell me more.
Okay. I think, Ashraf, we're all consumers, and most of us, we do shopping at our local supermarkets. And when we go there, we often see that bread and eggs and milk or chicken costs more than they did a few months ago. And usually, as consumers, we immediately assume that the problem starts there. But in actual fact, by the time that food reaches the retailer, your local supermarket, it's already traveled a very long distance throughout an extremely complex supply chain. So typically, if you take a traditional loaf of bread, it depends on farmers, fertilizers, suppliers, milling operations, bakeries, transport operators, warehouses, until it reaches the retailer, your local supermarket. And what we've seen is that the costs are building up throughout this entire system. And often as consumers, we are not aware of what's happening in the background. So when diesel prices increase, transport costs increase, or when freight rail underperforms, then suddenly cargo perhaps shifts to road. It places more pressure on our road infrastructure, and ultimately it drives up costs. And so all in all, consumers don't always see those costs directly, but they accumulate at every stage of this value-adding journey and eventually appear in the final price we pay at the door.
Okay. Now, why should it matter to us?
Well, ultimately, I think, as I mentioned, we are all consumers, and I think we need to get some sort of a better perspective on what is actually driving this. Yes, inflation, always important, monetary policy. I think the Reserve Bank is really doing their utmost best to try and stabilize inflation overall, but they can only do so much on the demand side. Ultimately, there are, on the supply side, a lot of other issues that also drives that, and inherently that is supply chain management. Typically, if I look at examples, and we can use the pothole example, we all encounter them every day. Most people see a pothole typically as an inconvenience, and the logistics company will typically see that as higher vehicle maintenance costs, increased fuel consumption, and often it leads to longer delivery times, which once again increase, for instance, safety stock requirements in order to fulfill orders, etc. And if you start multiplying that across thousands of deliveries every day, the cost eventually becomes part of the price of food. And there are many other examples, like, for instance, security costs that's hidden in this system, poor delays, and so forth. So ultimately, these costs may look insignificant if you look at them individually, but when they occur simultaneously across the supply chain, it all starts to add up. And unfortunately, the consumer never sees all these delayed shipments, the damaged roads, and, for instance, refrigeration breakdowns, if there's, for instance, power interruptions and
Okay.
electricity
So, in a case
supply.
like that, it's a case of inflation, adding up price and therefore inflation, but it's not a case of prices being deliberately inflated. It is prices being inflated as a result, in effect, of inefficiencies along the line, isn't it?
Correct. It's all about the system, and people often forget that the supply chain is a very complex system, and ultimately each and every little process or activity that takes place, it adds value, but it also adds to cost. And if you are in a situation where, yes, we have, let's say, geopolitical global instability, like, for instance, now with the war in Iran, and energy supply problems, etc. Ultimately, it filters through. And I think what makes it worse is the fact that in South Africa, we do struggle with a lot of logistics infrastructure issues and complexities that adds on top of that. And that is actually driving additional inflation concerns.
I mean, you've made the point that South Africa, and I'm quoting you, South Africa needs to stop treating logistics infrastructure as a secondary technical issue, right? So are we treating it like a secondary technical issue, and how do we turn that around?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of emphasis, as I mentioned, on inflation. We see that government focuses a lot on that, and there's a lot of debate and discussions whether the monetary policy is sufficient, etc. But I think the long and short is that ultimately we need to start looking at logistics infrastructure efficiency. And yes, we can measure that the government initiated the National Logistics Crisis Committee in 2023. It's based in the presidency and chaired by the president himself. And they've gained a lot of momentum and traction the first year and a half, but for the past year and a half, not much happened. And I think there's a lot of work to be done, obviously, from a policy perspective, seeing that government should try and move away from an isolated approach in terms of looking at agricultural policy and many of the others in isolation. Ultimately, we need to look at our logistics infrastructure and our competitiveness, because ultimately that is what is driving the competitiveness of the country and also for business.
Okay.
So,
yeah. Let me end with this then. You talk about the need maybe to talk more about it. Are these conversations happening?
Yes, they are happening. Industry, many of the industry bodies, the vocational bodies, professional societies, the Road Freight Association, they are engaging and form part of the National Logistics Crisis Committee. But I think much more needs to be done, and obviously from the political side, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in order to integrate this and also engage with business to drive this issue and take the country forward. Because ultimately, if you look what's happening in up here in East Africa, we are losing our competitiveness, access to ports, our rail infrastructure that is not working optimally. Although Transnet is making progress on the turnaround strategy, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done.
Let's leave it at that. I appreciate you giving up your time and getting us thinking, really, which is the whole purpose of having these thought leader conversations. So thank you for your time on that one there. Lots to consider from Wesley Niman from the Department of Business Management at the University of Pretoria. By the way, yes, Tebogo Khas will comment about the drama yesterday of that missing machine and what happened at the Madlanga Commission. That comes up just now. Right now, it's 5 o'clock. The news with Greg Hoos.
Thank you, Ashraf. Law enforcement on high alert over anti-illegal immigration unrest and scores hurt in Iranian attack on Kuwait's airport. Good day to you. The Deputy National Police Commissioner, Tebelo Musakidi, says law enforcement agencies remain on high alert to respond to any violence as protests against undocumented foreign nationals surge across the country. 2 Mozambican nationals were killed during an anti-illegal immigration protest in Mossel Bay in the Western Cape over the past weekend. A teenager was also killed in the same area in what police believe was an isolated incident. The Deputy Commissioner has condemned the violence.
Violence is not activism. Intimidation is not community protection. Criminal conduct remains criminal conduct, regardless of the cause in whose name it is committed. South Africans have very right to raise concern regarding crime, illegal immigration and service delivery challenges. Government recognizes these concerns and continue to address them through lawful and coordinated interventions. However, legitimate concern can never become a license for lawlessness.
Meanwhile, the Western Cape government's also strongly condemned the violent attacks on alleged undocumented immigrants in the province. Provincial Premier Alan Winde.
We have a constitutional democracy. We believe in the rule of law. And of course, we cannot act illegally in this way. It is not who we are as South Africans. It does not fit in with Ubuntu. We must make sure that we have proper immigration systems in place. And of course, these are paramount in a constitutional democracy. But we cannot allow for violence as an answer. We cannot allow for lawlessness as an answer.
The ANC's parliamentary caucus has condemned what it describes as arrogant behaviour shown by some foreign nationals living in the country. The party's chief whip, Ndumiseni Ntuli.
The ANC caucus strongly condemns the behaviour of some foreign nationals who display arrogance and contempt towards South Africa, its people and the law. The ANC caucus notes the pressures facing our economy and the persistently high rate of unemployment. We therefore urge employment agencies and employers to comply with both labour and migration laws.
A father in Kimberley in the Northern Cape has been sentenced to 6 years in prison for assaulting his 13-year-old son with a sjambok. Police spokesperson Tabule Tabe.
Evidence presented before the court revealed that the victim had gone to the toilet and was away for an extended period. Upon returning to the house, his father questioned him about why he had taken so long. When the victim did not respond, the accused became angry and aggressive. He fetched a sjambok and repeatedly assaulted the child on various parts of his body. After the assault, the victim reported the matter to the police and the case of assault with intent to cause grievous bodily harm was registered.
Kuwait's confirmed that one person has been killed and at least 63 others injured when Ukrainian or Iranian drones struck a terminal building at Kuwait's international airport. The BBC's Yolande Nell has the latest.
Video footage shows a fire and widespread damage inside a passenger terminal at Kuwait's airport. Flights, which only resumed this week following the Iran war, have been partly suspended. The US military has air bases in Kuwait and a naval base in Bahrain. Authorities there said 3 Iranian missiles and several drones were intercepted earlier. The latest exchange of fire appears to have begun when US forces blockading Iranian ports fired on a tanker, prompting Iran to target a civilian ship.
The top story, the Deputy National Police Commissioner says law enforcement agencies remain on high alert to respond to any violence as protests against undocumented foreign nationals surge across the country. That's SAFM News, I'm Greg Khos.
Coming up in sports this hour, well, FIFA bans vuvuzelas and air horns at World Cup, and Leclerc agrees new long-term deal with Ferrari. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good afternoon. The top story is this morning's truck crash just outside Marin Hill Plaza on your way to Pietermaritzburg. They've been busy recovering that all day today. The traffic between Durban and Pietermaritzburg is absolutely impossible. If you can sit tight a little bit longer and let it sort of clear through. I have got an indication that the N3 has just been reopened as we come to air. It may just have been reopened. The traffic pattern is changing, and when it changed like it is changing. Then that shows us that they've at least got a little bit of flow capacity, but it's bad. The N3 backing up from Pavilion Mall all the way through towards Richmond Road. M7 from Queensborough out to that N3 at Pinetown is heavy. Routes like Stapleton Road, Underwood Road, Hunt Stepman, all very heavy. M13 Paradise Valley down to Stapleton Road's bad. M13 from Fields Hill through Kloof down to Hillcrest, full of diverting traffic. Routes like Richmond Road, absolutely chock-a-block as well. So a lot of traffic congestion, but hopefully it will start to ease with that N3 having been reopened. A breakdown on the N2 North going up to Gateway while we stay in Durban. So from Commercial Highway, that'll get a bit hectic getting up through that into Gateway. There's some delays through Midrand now between Buccleuch interchange and a breakdown up by Olifantsfontein Road. Crash scenes leaving Randburg, one on Easterhout at Rabi, another on Beyers Naudé at the N1. And there's also a crash on the N14 at Pinehaven heading into Krugersdorp. That is heavy today. N12 home to Lenasia and Protea Glen, still a big queue from Eldorado Park down to Cliffsray Valley Road. And if you're coming out of Cape Town, a reminder the crash on the N2 at Mowbray Main Road is being cleared. It's left a backlog of traffic through Hospital Bends as far as Bunga Avenue. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 106.2 FM in Thohoyandou.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
There was also news earlier on that, and we were hoping to cover the story, we couldn't quite do it today, that Malawi has begun voluntary repatriation of its citizens. This in the light of the ongoing rising protests in this country against undocumented foreign nationals. If we get a chance, we'll update that story, but that's just one other country, following on from what happened with the Ghanaians or Ghana just the other day. There's a letter of support, really, that's what it is, for Warrant Officer Carl. You may follow that story, haven't you, yesterday, Carl Sander, by Tebogo Gas from Public Interest South Africa. This after his testimony at the Madlanga Commission. But I'll tell you what, let me say little, because when we talk about that letter of support, it'll all unfold. So let's do that next.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Sanmuran, this is Shugela from Amalanga Wafani.
Hi, my name is Sipho Mbele, playing the role of Mahlangu on Amalanga Wafani.
Sanmonani, hello, my name is Zazi Kunene, and I play Untando on the new season of Amalanga Wafani. Catch Amalanga Wafani on SABC1.
Do yourself a favor, tune in
every weekday at 6:30 p.m. only on SABC1. That's for sure.
Get into the beautiful game with the Free Spa Limited Edition Soccer Ball when you spend 650 Rand and buy any 3 participating products. Like 2-ply Baby Soft Toilet Rolls, 18s for 129.99, save 40 Rand. Or 175-gram Lifebuoy Hygiene Soap, including Natural Range. Buy any 2 for 30, save 10 Rand. Price is valid from 25 May till 7 June 2026. While stocks last, only at Spa. T's and C's apply.
Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
Right, so lots developing. In fact, to the leader of Kenya in the country now, the president, on a tour. We get the details just now. And in the meantime, there's a tweet from Sherwin Bryce Peace confirming this, that the United States Office of the Trade Representatives has proposed new tariffs for 60 economies, including South Africa, related to what he describes as the failure to impose and effectively enforce a prohibition on the importation of goods produced with forced labor, calling it unreasonable and that it burdens or restricts U.S. commerce and are thus actionable under a certain section of their Trade Act. And it then just continues, for economies that impose a forced labor import prohibition, that have committed to impose and enforce such a prohibition through an agreement on reciprocal trade, or economies that have imposed a partial regime with the effect of preventing the importation of certain forced labor goods, the U.S. Trade Representative proposes 10% as the rate of additional duties. You got that? Additional duties. For all other economies, the U.S. Trade Representative proposes 12.5% at the rate of additional duties. Right, let's talk about this right of, there's this letter of praise. With me is Tebogo Khas, who's from Public Interest South Africa, amongst many other things. Tebogo, good to connect with you as always on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me, Ashraf.
Thank you. So we saw the drama with Carl Sanders, his testimony, and he said a few things at the Madlanga Commission, number one, and then in fact there was confirmation that the claims made against him were untrue, and then he broke down, and all of that and a whole lot more, and then his missing coffee machine has warranted you to write an open letter, or a letter, I would think, of praise. Maybe give us the context of it all first.
You know, before I do that, Ashraf, if you didn't tear up or well up in your ears yesterday after watching his testimony, the conclusion of his testimony, it would take something for you to do so, because what he laid out there to us, it's something that you and I, nobody in society that claims to be a democratic society should actually endure, and more so if you are doing right by what is expected of you, your calling as a job, as well as society itself. So for us, that is something that we must reflect on, and this is just Warrant Sander is a representative of many other police officers within SAPS who unfortunately we never get to know of, and who would unfortunately never get to hear about their plight, but we only hear about the plight of those who actually are out there to wrong us as a society. But having said that, what drove me to write that is the actual thing that you've mentioned, especially the fact that he had to be put on suspension, put on, basically face the kind of hardship, being maligned on things that he never did, being accused of theft, of stealing cocaine, or of connecting with criminals to steal narcotics, and worst of all, to steal your own coffee machine. I almost use the other word that starts with a B. You know, to stealing your own coffee machine. What level of depravity has really taken up to our senior police officers to do the kind of injustice that they've done to you?
Interesting. So maybe just run through some of the key points of your letter then to him, because it's a letter to him and we are eavesdropping on that conversation, I suppose.
What I really wanted to say to Warrant Officer Sander is we really appreciate his conscientiousness, his diligence, his commitment to his work to ensure that we live in a society that is free of drugs, free of things that are illicit, that do not belong in society, whether it be goods that are imported without following the proper channels of declarations before customs, but most importantly, the scourge of drugs that is fueling the crime that is afflicting us. When we hear talk about the crime levels just coming down by 9.5 degrees, but thousands of people dying every year, or every day over 500 people dying. Some of that is fueled by the narcotics that is coming through our borders, and that is where people such as warrant officers play a role. And his attempt to stop the flooding of our communities with drugs, unfortunately, gets to be stifled by his own superiors, such as the like of Major General Sinona. And then you ask yourself, now you can see that the kind of work that he does, its consequences, if not done properly, has got real consequences, and that consequences are the kids that end up being being bedeviled by drugs, are the people who end up in coffins, are families that get broken because now the child is addicted on drugs, they causing so much havoc within families. It is the children that are born with conditions because their mothers have been using substances. You can go on and on and on, but the fact of the matter is that underlying this is all greed. Greed in society that would, rather than destroy the drugs, they would actually connive with international criminals and be able to make sure that they can actually make money. Greed out of officers or law enforcement officers who actually make sure that they can go and kill somebody who tries to do well. As you've seen now, it all adds up. When you see drugs being missing, and then suddenly you hear DJs being shot at, or even people being killed in nightclubs or just in ordinary settings, then you can see where it points to and where it comes from. And I was just saying to him, we really are embarrassed. We thank you for your service. We acknowledge the work that you've done, and we want to apologize. Something very important that we often miss in society, that we don't sit there and say, we are sorry for what you've done to you. And we are saying, we are sorry for what your colleagues who act on our behalf as a society have done to you. Because remember, police are our face. Police do work on our behalf. They are the only one constitutionally mandated to carry out the kind of duties that they have, and for them to abuse their duty. I mean, to abuse their public mandate in the manner that they've done. I was saying to warrant officer Sanders, we are sorry for that.
All right, but I'm looking at your piece, and I mean some of it, and I just pick out some of it. We apologize that in the course of faithfully executing your duties, you appear to have been subjected to suspicion, humiliation, professional isolation, and persecution rather than support and protection. We apologize that raising concerns about missing drug exhibits, security lapses, and possible internal wrongdoing were seemingly met with retaliation rather than serious investigation. We apologize that an officer dedicated to combating organized crime and narcotics trafficking found himself treated as a suspect rather than as a valued asset. No public servant should have to endure such treatment for doing the right thing. Now, I'll stop with this, right? This then links me back to the Madlanga Commission. Clearly that commission, never mind what the skeptics have said, is making an impact.
Where are those people who are asking General Mkhwanazi, where is the evidence? In the media, having had Mkhwanazi make his first initial testimony, and he said, some colleague behind me will come and give you the evidence. I am just here opening the door for them because a lot will be revealed. Now the evidence has been overwhelming. Are they not ashamed to be asking still, where is the evidence? Because they know themselves, and they know that they've been behind the campaign to deal those who are trying to speak out on behalf of the Carl Saunders, on behalf of the many other people in the force. And we are asking ourselves, as a media, we need to reflect and act responsibly and not fuel the kind of divisions that seeks to break institutions, like that could potentially break institutions such as police service. We need to also reflect and say, is it really worth the clickbait or the clicks that we have revealing the intelligence, crime intelligence assets, including the houses where the witnesses are huddled, just because we want to gain, more leadership. And that is the kind of society that we should also speak to, because when we, I like also what General Mkhwanazi spoke after receiving his Newsmaker of the Year award, that we need to reflect and make sure that even the media, we're not beyond scrutiny. Everybody, including public interests with whom I'm associated, we're beyond scrutiny. And if we depart from that premise, even the police themselves, they must desensitize themselves. They must understand that they're not beyond scrutiny. Even at the highest level, they must be able to listen to the likes of Warrant Officer Sanders. And that's the kind of society that we want to live in. Society that is open, transparent, but willing to do to be on the side of history, on the good side of history and the Constitution.
And let me end with this. Therefore, I mean, when we have, because often we talk at a macro level, we say a commission, the Zondo Commission, or the Madlanga Commission, or the Ad hoc Committee, and then you get individuals, human beings, like you mentioned in Mkonazi, for example, and in the same breath now, someone like the warrant officer that you've just alluded to, even now, Niman, right? Carl Sanders, rather. How does that change? How important is that, rather, in changing public perceptions of people who are willing to defend and support our country?
Before I even address the public perception aspect, what it also means to the men and women in the force who could not speak out or who were not able to come and make the stories known at Mazanga. This is a shot in the arm for them to say, we hear you, we know you exist, we know that it's difficult, the environment that you are on. We don't expect everyone to be as resistant as the likes of Sanders. And for us, that is important enough to now shape public perception that indeed there are good cops. Forget what one of the senior police might have said, that 80% of Gauteng police are bad. We know that is not true.
Well, now we know that. Well, if we didn't, we know it now. Tebeko Khas, thanks for your time. The chairperson of Public Interest South Africa. Significant day yesterday at the Madlanga Commission, and the responses are thick and fast. And his fundraiser for his coffee machine, there's over 150,000 odd rands, I think, raised in no time for his coffee machine. Well, that is the National Pulse.
50 years later, Youth Month. The Voices.
These students have been raised in the framework of Bantu education, where they have been told that they are being educated for a place in their own community, a place which is politically circumscribed through the policy of separate development.
What I would like to see happening from here on forth is when we remember the youth previously has fought for, we need to look at what are we fighting for today to continue the fight. That's why I say we look back and we say, if they were fighting for us to have quality education, are we happy with it today? And if not, what are we doing? In 10 years' time, we should be commemorating what the youth of 2026 was able to achieve.
Quantum on SAfm.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAfm.
Tech Talk on the National Pulse.
Well, at least once a week now we focus on issues around tech because it's that important, and definitely AI is amongst them, very much to the top of the pile, isn't it? Well, you also know, we chatted about this a few weeks back, about the South Africa's AI policy and how all of it was scrapped because of what they found that, the drafting of the policy was done using AI with all the flaws and a whole lot of people credited who effectively didn't exist. There's some important lessons to learn from that and lessons going forward. And we thought, let's pick the brains of Kanti Pai, who's an economist and strategist at Inani Strategies, who co-authored a piece on just that, right? Kanti, I appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us.
It's very good to talk to you, Ashraf, and good afternoon to your listeners.
Much appreciated. Right, so you have a particular take on some of the key lessons to learn from that scrapping of the AI-generated South Africa's AI national policy, right?
Absolutely, Ashraf. And I think the first one is that we really should not be demonizing the mistakes we make in policy making, especially in this kind of environment. And I think one of the key things, and I think I said as much when I had a conversation with the minister, is that it is not as if, if we take the hard line where everybody was saying there must be accountability, heads must roll, then we might de-incentivize, bold policy making, which is something that we need as we think about AI, which you all know that very few of us are well versed in it, and it's still very much an evolving technology that we all want to participate in.
How? Let's look at, I mean, yes, you may not want to demonize it, but certainly some things went wrong, and there are important lessons going forward, right? What are they?
Yeah, certainly some things have gone wrong, but I think one of the key things here that is first to understand what it is that we are looking at, and what actually approach we should have been taking. And we think that for South Africa, for example, that AI is going to be a strategic choice that we take. So let's think about that. But also that as we always have to do in all policy making, in all interventions that the public sector does or government does, in any kind of development, in any kind of work that requires either to progress as economically, progress developmentally, but also to protect us in terms of some of the dangers that obviously technology can come at us, is that we need a multi-stakeholder approach. We need an inclusive approach, and we need to actually also be bold. I think the main thing is that one of the key things is that really we don't want to actually be behind on the agenda. That when we take action, that we are actually interested in actually defining the agenda for ourselves, rather than actually just saying, look, other people know better than us, let's bring those people in. And I think that's a key thing to say, let's lead the agenda, but let's define the agenda appropriately for the manner in which we want to. But again, multi-stakeholder approaches are important, especially where we're not as well equipped as we would be in this situation.
But now moving forward, and I saw in your piece, you quoted a person, Michael Porter, who speaks very much on the issues of the competitive advantages of nations and the lessons that maybe we can learn from that. What are they?
Absolutely, Gachaf. So we've always believed this, and I think South Africans in particular, that we think about wealth is very much on the, our natural endowments. We think our wealth maybe is because we've got a youth population. We think our wealth is, maybe currency or all of them. But really our wealth is how we actually create an environment that's conducive, that we create an environment that allows us, to innovate, to create an environment that we can ultimately succeed because we are forward looking, that we are dynamic, that we are also actually creating a challenging environment. And so Michael Porter, who I quote there, who wrote The Competitive Advantage of Nations, and he's a guy that us as strategists and people who study strategy think is the father of strategy, is that we've got to make sure that we actually think the way we're actually going to be competitive, the way we're going to succeed, is how we engage our resources in a manner that actually makes us more dynamic and that creates that environment. And I think the way we think about AI, when I was with Simukai Mukuna, who is my colleague in writing this, makes really the point, because he understands this better. He really makes the point in the piece that we've got to think about AI in particular as a general purpose technology, much like we think about electricity, much like we think of the internet. I listened just recently to one of the leaders in the EU, and he talks about internet, and he says, the French came up with something that would have defined the internet or would have been the internet, but they were so protective of it. They were so, also afraid of sharing it, that actually other people defined what the internet is. And by the time they were open to the internet, it had long left them behind. And I think this is exactly what we need to do and think about AI in South Africa. How we think about this is going to be that we know that it has got multiple purposes. And so no single department or area in government or area or stakeholder is going to be responsible for it. We're going to have to think about it because it is going to support us in health, it's going to support us in education, it will support us in a lot of areas, and therefore we have to bring in everybody to participate so that we can get the full benefit of it.
But in bringing in everybody, does that mean, and I'm just cautious about this, how long is that going to take? Because, that could take... We've tried the one fix, which is the AI fix. That didn't quite work. This could go on forever.
Correct. Yes. No, I don't think so. Actually, I think that's the thing that would actually take us closer. One of the key engagements that are really, really important in policy making is always right at the beginning, right? Where we actually first define what it is that we are excited about, so what we are trying to do with this thing, and then we also define what we are trying not to do, and then allow then the flourishing of it that happens. Because what usually takes forever is when we have one person at the top, writing the thing, and then consulting on that one person's thing, where we're now going to every stakeholder And that's usually what takes us long, is that we first, you would have, for example, one department drafting, and then sort of then trying to get everybody to buy in, as opposed to trying to bring everybody in to express themselves, and those who know more sharing with those who don't know as much, those who are more cautious are talking to those who are much more, optimistic and more, brave. And then once we have that first one where we're fully engaged, and I think I'm very proud that the minister has done what he did, in which he's now bringing, a multi-disciplinary panel that helps actually to that first draft already to actually take us much further than what the first one would have been. And then by the time we're now taking comments, we already have something that is generally acceptable. And that now we are sort of doing tweaks, we are sort of doing the right kinds of things. And that's a shorter process than the process where you have one person. And then later on, you are trying to, and then other people are suing against it, some people are. So you want to actually, right from the beginning, those first engagements are key. And then we have the draft, and then the consultations happen in a much richer way and in much more less sort of where people are not as distrustful, because there would have been those first rounds of engagement. And that's the best kind of policy making, where you are inclusive from the beginning, and then the consultation is trusted much more than everything else. But also it gives you really the insight, and it invites more people to inform each other right at the beginning. And I think that's where
right, point noted. Feel free, by the way, to tweet your piece out as well. Just tag SAfmRadio and myself on the X platform. I'll certainly share that as well. So there you are, the fast-moving AI at the moment in South Africa. Effectively, there's no clear national policy now. We need to do it because of the actual pace, but we need to get this right. Kanti Pai, thanks for your time here on the National Pulse. Let's get the news headlines. Here's Greg House.
Quick look at the headlines. President Ramaphosa says the presidency's made progress in rebuilding the relationship between the state and its social partners. The head of disaster management in the Garden Route municipality says the measures they've taken to alleviate flooding due to storms in the region are yielding results. And the Deputy National Police Commissioner says law enforcement remains on high alert to respond to any violence as protests against undocumented foreign nationals surge across the country. There's a full update at 6 o'clock.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Our top story today has been the M3 leaving Durban due to this morning's big truck crash just after Marion Hill Plaza. The road has been reopened, but as we warned, it will take a while to clear. There's some very heavy backlogging going on between effectively Spaghetti Junction and Marion Hill Toll Plaza. That's along the M3 corridor. The M13 from Westville into Pinetown, that's heavy today. The M7 is impossible to get through between Queensborough. In fact, between sort of Malvern, Belleville Road and the M3 going up to Pinetown, some really big traffic there. Underwood Road, Stapleton Road, Hunts Detman, they're all busy. And a bit of extra congestion on the alternative M13 from Kloof down to Hillcrest as well. So although the road has been reopened, that's an enormous backlog, which will still take some time to clear. If you don't fancy it, travel later or duck down that Umbumbulu route, south coast, and up the 603 up to Umlas Road and get onto the M3 that way. That can work sometimes. Joburg today, not looking too bad on the highways and byways. The M3 a little bit slow, but really only Edenvale down to Germiston. The N12 home to Benoni is quite slow though, queuing up between the R21 and the Atlas Road exit. The Mike 1's quite heavy from Parktown all the way through to Ormonde before you feel like you're out of that. N1 North busy but fairly normal up as far as Olifantsfontein. Get past that, it opens up pretty nicely home to Pretoria. Cape Town M7, that's heavy today from the Jakes Kerville Drive junction up in Philippi all the way into the R300. If you're heading into Mitchell's Plain, there's a lot of traffic to work through. The N1 out of town, quite busy as well today from City Centre right through to Okavango Road, and some inbound traffic queuing at Eustenburg through to the Kraaifontein area. And don't forget some very heavy weather across Southern Cape and into the coastal parts of the Eastern Cape. Drive safely, please, if you're out that way. Localised flooding already being reported. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Doming Kapele.
All I know is for many people, it's the eyes on the World Cup. But I mean, how many other priorities can there be if it's not just the World Cup? What would you do? Well, what about the Vuvuzela?
Well, starting off with some not so good news for South African, or should I say African fans who will go to support their teams at the World Cup. FIFA has banned vuvuzelas, air horns and whistles for the 2026 global showpiece, with fans said to have the items confiscated at stadium gates. As much as we know that African supporters love it as a symbol of cultural identity and celebrations, some coaches and players from across the world have complained that the noise made it quite difficult to communicate on the pitch and in the dugout. So fans will now, I guess, have to just sing with their natural voices. Meanwhile, Bafana coach Hugo Brewer says that the team that faces Jamaica in Friday's final World Cup warm-up match will not necessarily be the side that starts against Mexico. Brewer says that he already has a lineup in mind for the tournament opener, but will use the match against the Reggae Boys to assess his options. And he also says that he will not reveal his plans just as yet, but we'll see if what he has in mind will work for the Mexico clash. Elsewhere, Banyana have settled in Osaka after a 20-hour journey from South Africa ahead of the two friendlies against Japan. The first match is set for Saturday, which kicks off at 10-9 South African time, and the second one to follow is on Tuesday the 9th at J Green Sakai. Coach Desiree Ellis has a full 23-player squad joined en route by overseas stars Linda Matlalo and Bongeka Gamede, and the friendlies form part of preparations for next month's CAF Women's Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco, which doubles as qualifiers for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup in Brazil. Meanwhile, Sipho Mbuli's agent Mike McCabe has confirmed that the Orlando Pirates did not provide a reason for their decision to not retain the player beyond the expiry date of his deal this month. Mbuli joined the Buccaneers in July last year on a season-long contract that included an option for the club to extend his stay. However, after making 23 appearances across all competitions, Pirates opted against activating the clause before the 31st of May deadline, effectively making the midfielder a free agent. In swimming, South Africa President Alan Fritz has defended the decision to include veteran star Chad le Clos in the 21-member squad submitted to the South African Sports Confederation and Olympic Committee for the upcoming Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. Fritz says that le Clos has earned his place in the team through his performances and remains capable of winning medals at major international competitions. The games are scheduled to take place from the 23rd of July to the 2nd of August, and le Clos is among several experienced swimmers in the squad. In tennis, Czech youngster Jakub Mensik advanced to his first Grand Slam semi-final with straight sets victory over Brazil's João Fonseca at the Roland Garros. The 20-year-old claimed a 6-4, 6-3 and 7-6 win. Mensik, who only reached the second round on debut last year, now is facing second seed Alexander Zverev for a place in the French Open final. Then in motorsport, Ferrari driver Charles Leclerc has agreed a long-term contract with the team. The deal for the 28-year-old comes in the build-up to his home Grand Prix in Monaco this weekend, and he has competed in 155 races for the Italian outfit since joining in 2019, winning 8 times, and he is currently 3rd in the Drivers' Championship. That's it from my side.
Thanks for that, Jimmy. I'm just wondering, historically we would have a situation where South Africans chanted Shosholoza, right? I think during certainly during AFCON 96 when we won it, and then maybe during that first World Cup. Yes, I'm sure it was. And then from a football point, it became vuvuzelas, and of course it was a phenomenon during the World Cup. But what would you prefer, vuvuzela or the fans chanting in the stadium, backing, in this case, their country? I know what I want. You tell me what happens next. Right, let's get to the markets. SAfm Market Update, 6 to 7. Jimmy Moyaha setting the scene as he always does. Jimmy, top of your agenda on this, what you call Wacky Wednesday, Canal Plus and the JSE.
You can become a victim of a legal problem, wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental dispute, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Do you ever call you like to sell, but don't trust your uncle or your pal? Then we buy cars is just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
No one gets fit overnight. It takes discipline, and your money is no different. A Nedbank 32-day notice account helps you build financial strength with up to 7.3% interest and zero maintenance fees. The higher the deposit, the higher the return. Invest in under 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. For more information, go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, now we get to the SAFM market update. You want to talk about Canal Plus, Jimmy?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. I certainly do. They listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange today, their secondary listing following their London Stock Exchange listing. Now, it's interesting that Canal Plus has elected to pursue a secondary listing on our exchange when they are a French company. This officially makes them the first French company to list on the JSE. We're going to speak to the Johannesburg Stock Exchange around that listing and try and make sense of it and see where it leaves the exchange, where it leaves Canal Plus, and where it leaves the investment landscape. We're also going to have a conversation with the Chief Executive Officer and founder at 91, Hendrik du Toit, on their numbers. They gave us an update on the financial year that was for them, ended March 2026. The business at the time had reported assets under management of just shy of 4 trillion rand, making them the largest asset manager in Africa, even larger than our own PIC. So we're going to take a look at that. We're going to see where they are at the moment. I suspect they've crossed the 4 trillion rand threshold with the market movements that have taken place since then. But we're going to chat to Hendrik du Toit around that and get a sense of what's happening in that business. Then we've got conversation with the team at Luxi around what it is that they're embarking on. They've got a partnership with the South African National Energy Development Organization. We're going to see what that partnership looks like and what it means for homeowners in particular. And then we've got a conversation with the team at Alan Gray looking at how to invest through these disruptive times and how to look beyond trends like artificial intelligence when looking to make long-term investment decisions. And then, as always, on a Wednesday, we've got an executive lounge conversation. We're going to speak to the founder and chief executive officer of Hazile Group, get to know Dr. Msomi a little bit better and understand why that business was built and what it is that Dr. Msomi gets up to beyond the business. Before we get to those conversations, though, a sense of some of the market movements throughout the day that we've been tracking. It's been another down day after an up day, so it's a bit topsy-turvy on the markets front. The rand holding a bit steady against some of the major currencies, back at 16.30 against the dollar, 21.90 against the British pound, and 18.92 against the euro. 11.64 is what $1 Australian dollar would cost you at this stage. Equity markets having a very mixed day. Asian markets were almost all in the green, with the exception of the Hang Seng. That was down 1.5%, but the Nikkei in Tokyo was up 2.5%. Locally, our markets were all in the red. European markets, all in the red. US markets, all in the red. So very much a mixed bag across the board. The biggest loser in European markets was the DAX in Germany, down 1.3%. The Nasdaq is down a little over 0.5% at the moment. Locally, industrial stocks were down 1.3% after being up more than 2% yesterday. Resource stocks down 0.75% and financials down 0.58%. So the all share down 0.9%. The top 40 down almost a full percent. Yesterday, the top 40 was up more than 2%. So we're going to look at these and other market movements with David Shapiro of Auto 1890. He joins me on markets to see if we can make sense of what's happening. We also got some early numbers out of the United States in the form of ADP numbers. We're going to be looking at those because we've got jobs numbers coming out as well from a non-farms perspective later this week. So I want to get his thoughts on what's happening from a labor market perspective in the US and how that's potentially influencing US markets. Quick look at the currencies, or rather the commodities before we go. The Brent crude price still below $100 a barrel, but dangerously close to that level at around $97 a barrel. The gold price has come below 4,500. Platinum is below 1,900, and palladium is at $1,348 a fine ounce. As I said, we're going to be back after the 6 p.m. news looking at these and other market movements. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
All right, great. Have a great show, Jimmy. 6 to 7 on the SAfm Market Update.
In case you missed it.
Who do you believe had better credentials than to chair this committee?
Magashule is a member of GNU. If Magashule doesn't do right, they will remove the MEC in Gauteng. They will remove his president as a chairperson.
Okay.
And I don't want to say Magashule is a project of the establishment, but because I respect him and he's an acquaintance of mine. But
such as yourself?
No, definitely. Myself, I am neutral. Myself, I'm not implicated.
Dr. Matladze, we're going to have to leave it there.
That was National Briefing This Morning with Kathy Mutlatlana. Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube and X at SAfm Radio.
Right, let's do the daily Madlanga Rapids. Day 112, by the way. Today's witness was Colonel Gavin Jacob, the unit commander of the Durban Serious Organised Crime Investigation Unit, attached to the SAPS Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation. So Colonel Jacob was led by evidence leader advocate Matlape Salo. Today's testimony was about establishing whether Colonel Jacob was complicit in the drugs, that have gone missing, something we touched on yesterday as well. So, amongst the revelations coming through from the testimony, in June 2021, Jacob led a drug bust at the Isipingo depot in Durban, where 541 kilograms of cocaine was seized from a shipping container. The confiscated cocaine was later stolen from the Hawks office in Port Shepstone, in fact. That's a few months after that. During the Madlanga Commission's proceedings, it was disclosed that the depot storing the intercepted Port Shepstone consignment possessed the requisite licensing. Now, more. It was disclosed that Colonel Jacob authorized the opening and relocation of the consignment without the requisite permission from Operational Response Services, the authorized custodians of the CHC depot. The Commission was also informed that the exhibits were not weighed prior to their placement in evidence bags. Jacobs was questioned regarding the removal of the exhibits despite the SARS detention notice. He asserted that the exhibits required immediate relocation due to the depot's proximity to Umlazi, an area identified as, high risk. In closing, he was asked about the investigation process of the consignment and the role he played in it, and listen to this.
In this matter, I was not informed of the container inspection on the 22nd of June 2021, the day the drugs was seized as CHC container depot. I only received the instruction to attend inspection on 23rd day of June 2021. That was not your instruction. You didn't have an inspection on the 23rd, did you?
No. Not on the 23rd, Commissioner.
So the operation of the 22nd, he was not involved or informed of it?
Yes, I see that.
You see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that a concern?
Yes, it is a concern. I was of the impression that all the entities were informed accordingly.
Can I just ask, yes, why should the clearing and forwarding agent be informed that you are going to be opening their container?
They are the custodians or the ones that basically take responsibility on behalf of the consignee from the time it had left the country of origin. So it's only proper that they are made aware and either give consent. We've had lots of cases because the clearing agent is not based anywhere close to Durban. You would get them sometimes giving you authority to just search or other times sending a representative. So in this case, I didn't do my due diligence, Commissioner.
You didn't do what you should have done. which was you as the person in charge, should have satisfied yourself that the clearing agent has agreed to this.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And I think, thank you, Commissioner Baloy. The answer to that question, actually, Mr. Flowerday gives us still at page 595.
Yes.
And it's consistent with what you say. We are at paragraph 3, that big paragraph that starts with my duties will also, you see where I'm reading?
Yes, I can
Okay,
see.
now if you go to the bottom, third line from the bottom of that paragraph, it says under.
All right, what about linking or the difficulties of linking the fingerprints or DNA to the suspect? Listen to this.
Chair, it's my answer. It may not be accepted well, but in my experience, all of these cases, although, like I indicated, I may not have investigated hands-on these cases, I've inspected them, on numerous occasions, when these cases are generated, I have sight of them. Even if I give you 20 rip-off loads that we had addressed or seized, made seizures at, in not one of these cases, not one, have we ever received any feedback by way of LCRC in terms of fingerprints uplifted or DNA. And Chair, I'm going to go a little further to explain why as well. I'm not sure why they didn't give us any feedback, but as a detective, from my point of view, I'm saying you've got a very slim to none chance of objectively linking your suspect to those drugs that were found in a rip-off load. There's no way to distinguish between fingerprints or DNA, more especially in the container, fingerprints or DNA that belong to your suspects and those that belong to legitimate port officials who had loaded the legitimate commodity in the container. So I'm not sure whether that plays a role in it, but part of my decision not to call them was based on the fact that out of every single case of rip-on, rip-off that we had handled, we've received nothing by way of fingerprints or DNA.
So, Colonel Jacob says, I am taking my own decision and I am not going to allow the ordinary and ordinarily applicable process of having the LCRC to come to the scene and do their work before I handle these goods. I'm taking it upon myself as Colonel Jacob to, or rather not to heed that process. That applies. That is an applicable prescription. I, as Colonel Jacob, am not going to follow that.
Yes. Chair, that's one of those decisions that I said to you I will rule for the rest of my life. So,
you see, the problem is it may be easy for you to say that that's a decision you'll rule for the rest of your life. The problem is we want to get behind the why. There's a big why in all of this.
Yes.
One, I engaged you earlier on the available storage spaces. There as well, by the way, no, I'm talking about my notes. I've not done it yet. I'm talking about my notes.
Okay, on that laughter, we end the serious business of the Madlanga Commission for today. We'll do another report back or wrap up sometime tomorrow. You can react, by the way, to the Madlanga Commission. You can also react, by the way, to that conversation I had with the guest earlier on, Tebogo Gas, about that money and this person that he wanted to praise for the incredible work he's done. But anything else you wish to get off your chest, let's hear it.
SAFM, setting the nationwide agenda daily.
Who says talking never solves anything? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
There's no question the issue of foreign nationals a dominant feature, and it could well be a dominant feature of our elections, isn't it? Even though it's local government. Yeah?
Ashraf, I know you know this. The jobs that are reserved for South Africans are now dominated by foreigners. I know you know this, particularly you know that you are working for the media. We have to be ignorant. Go to your restaurants, go to your hotels, go to your scooters, Uber Eats, ShopRite scooters. All those small jobs that are reserved for South Africans are dominated by foreigners. Go to your manufacturing companies. Small manufacturing companies are dominated by foreigners. Spaza shops are dominated by foreigners. Constitution says those jobs are reserved for South Africans. Why media being ignorant? Why?
I don't know. I mean, you're saying maybe I'm being deliberately ignorant. Let's put it this way, and this is the point. If that is the case, then why doesn't government act as they should have been acting all the time? Why? So where's the anger then? Should it be against the foreign nationals who are out to try and survive, as many would try and do as foreign nationals in any country in the world, and make a plan if you can? Or should it be our poor systems that have allowed this to happen?
Hi, Ashraf. If a lot of information that we get from AI is generated through the articles that it reads, because it is very fast to gather all this information, how much of the lies that are being